Wen Qian opened her eyes, finding herself back 1 month before the apocalypse. At this moment, her home had yet to be seized, and her parents and brother were still alive. Remarkably, she had even acquired an invincible preparation space, capable of farming and stockpiling goods, and crucially, it allowed for the binding of family members. Thus, the entire family mobilized, launching into a fervent stockpiling mode. Father Wen, bullying my daughter? I'll take down anyone who dares. Let them come if they are not afraid of death. Mother Wen, even if it means exhausting our entire fortune, I refuse to let my daughter lack anything in the apocalypse. Brother Wen, I'll earn the money and do the work. This time I will accompany my sister until the very end. As the apocalypse approached, they all became ruthless. Revenge was sought for grievances, and justice was served. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Wah! Wen Qian abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up in bed. Surrounded by darkness, an eerie silence enveloped her. Using the moonlight as her guide, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon recognizing the familiar yet strange environment, her pupils dilated in astonishment. This was her home. Wen Qian grabbed her phone, staring incredulously at the time displayed on the screen. July 4th, 2123, 11:14 p.m. She had returned to a month before the apocalypse. Just moments ago, she had been embroiled in a fierce confrontation with a group of robbers, only to be struck by a devastating earthquake. Turning her gaze towards the window, she spotted several elderly men sitting beneath a street lamp, clad in short sleeves and shorts, playing cards by the roadside just dozens of meters away. Every summer, they would gather like this, emerging around 9 p.m. and playing until past midnight. Wen Qian had witnessed this scene countless times, yet never had it left her so utterly dumbfounded as it did now. A flash of memory struck her suddenly, and she quickly lifted her phone, switching to video mode, aiming it at the elderly men. Indeed, she recognized them. On a particular night just before the apocalypse, while binge-watching shows until dawn, she had witnessed their horrifying transformation as they turned on each other in a savage display. At that time, she had assumed they were merely engaged in a heated argument over their game, and after seeing them motionless on the ground, she had called for an ambulance. She had thought little of it as the paramedics took them away. Little did she know, that was merely the overture to the cataclysmic disaster of the apocalypse. In the magnified frame, one elderly man clutching a deck of cards suddenly lunged at the nearest companion. After a chilling scream, the group descended into chaos, tearing and grappling with one another. The footage lasted over 2 minutes, culminating in the elderly men collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Wen Qian captured the moment, poised to stop the recording when her breath hitched. For the bodies that had ostensibly perished or would not transform for days, astonishingly, one began to rise slowly from the ground. Its limbs moved stiffly as it trudged towards home but collapsed after just a few meters.
Ding!
The Apocalypse Awakening system has been activated. As Wen Qian lowered her phone, a strange voice echoed in her ears. Before she could fully comprehend, a line of text materialized before her eyes. Do you accept the Awakening Novice task? What was this? She had never encountered such a phenomenon in her previous life. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment before promptly agreeing. In the next instant, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar setting. A thatched cottage, a well, and a 1 square meter vegetable patch. Was this the legendary space? In the midst of the apocalypse, anything bizarre could occur. In her previous life, Wen Qian had also awakened an ability, though it was invisibility rather than spatial manipulation. Thus, she quickly acclimated to this new reality. Overjoyed, Wen Qian immediately perused the novice task list. Prepare supplies for apocalyptic living. 5,000 yuan. Was this an invitation to start stockpiling goods? Wen Qian beamed with delight, swiftly exiting the space to survey her home for suitable items. Her gaze fell on the computer atop the table, which, if her memory served her right, was a recent purchase from her brother, costing exactly 5,000. With a thought, she and the computer returned to the space. The text in the task list shifted from red to green. Prepare supplies for apocalyptic living. 28,500, 5,000 yuan completed. Reward: 5 square meters of preparation space. Wen Qian stared at the numbers in shock. 28,500? But her brother had claimed he bought it casually on the way home for just 5,000. How could this be? In an instant, she understood, her eyes glistening with tears. Taking a deep breath, she continued with the subsequent novice tasks, transporting items into the space. Ergonomic chair, 8,600 yuan. Sofa, 37,000 yuan television, 23,000 yuan, trash can, 66 yuan socks, 1 yuan. 1 yuan. When Qian frowned at the socks she had just brought in. Recognizing them as her brother's, she promptly discarded them. Gradually, Wen Qian began to grasp the pattern. In the early stages, items valued at 1,000 yuan exchanged for 1 square meter of space. Although uncertain if prices would rise later, as long as she relentlessly tossed items in, her space would continue to expand. Moreover, she discovered that as long as the items were not living creatures, their state remained forever preserved within. The ice cream she had forgotten to eat an hour ago still lay there, solid as ever. This was undoubtedly a prime sanctuary for survival in the apocalypse. Yet, the light in Wen Qian's eyes dimmed gradually as she thought of her parents and brother residing next door, her fists clenched tightly. If only they could enter as well. Though she was now fully capable of protecting herself and them, she could not guarantee what unforeseen circumstances might arise. However, no matter what transpired, she vowed never to let them leave her side again. After a flurry of activity lasting several hours, Wen Qian nearly emptied her home. The thatched cottage within the space had upgraded to a mud house and then to a brick house. Just as she felt exhausted and was about to return to bed for a brief rest, the system's notification sounded in her ears once more. Congratulations, you have completed all novice tasks. Reward: 1 family member binding quota. Please bind family member information within 24 hours. Wen Qian stood frozen in place. Others could also enter? Wen Qian turned to exit the space, eager to find someone next door. She resided in a top-floor duplex with a total living space of 300 square meters, complemented by a 100 square meter rooftop garden, designed with 1 unit per floor. And the adjacent unit lived her parents and brother on the top floor. The connection between the 2 rooftop gardens featured a low wall, roughly 1.5 meters high, which was not load-bearing, so it had been removed and replaced with a small iron gate. This arrangement allowed Wen Qian to dine next door daily while maintaining her own independent living space. Qian, are you awake? Mom made your favorite beef buns and millet porridge still warm. Eat well before you go back to sleep. Ah. On the stairs, Li Mo, who had come to call Wen Qian for breakfast, was horrified to find the living room empty, her face turning pale. Had they been robbed? She hurried downstairs and, upon seeing her daughter emerge from the room, tears streamed down her face. Are you all right? Let me see. Li Mo circled around Wen Qian twice, ensuring she was unharmed before finally releasing a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, her husband Wen Chongning and brother Wen Rang, hearing Li Mo's terrified scream, rushed over, equally taken aback by the emptied living room. Dad, Mom, brother, Wen Qian's voice trembled. She could no longer recall how many years had passed since she last saw them, and her previous life. They had all perished in the apocalypse while trying to protect her, leaving her to endure alone for a decade. Until that cataclysmic earthquake brought her back to this moment. She leaped into Li Mo's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Li Mo assumed she was startled by a thief, and hurriedly spoke to comfort her. The 2 large men beside her were at a loss. One yearned to embrace his daughter, while the other wished to gently pat his sister's head, yet neither could bring themselves to act due to their pride. Chapter 2. Binding family members in space. Once a solitary survivor in the apocalypse for a decade, Wen Qian had long forgotten the sensation of tears. Without the protection of her parents and brother, her home had been usurped, and her provisions plundered. She fled in every direction, striving for survival while evading the lecherous men who sought to exploit her. Ultimately, with no refuge left, she was compelled to take a life. With the first act of violence came the second. From trembling hands to emotional numbness, the number of lives she extinguished grew, while the audacity of those who dared to provoke her dwindled. In the end, she had transformed into a fearsome figure, a female Yama, instilling terror in the hearts of many. When Qian lifted her gaze to meet Li Mo's, mere inches away, wiped her tears, and managed a faint smile, softly reassuring her. Mother, do not worry. There are no intruders in our home, and I am well. What do you mean, no intruders? Qian, do not be afraid. Tonight, we shall sleep at your mother's place, Li Mo replied, turning to deliver a couple of sharp reprimands to Wen Chongning. It's all your fault. What kind of shoddy door did you buy for our daughter? It was far too easy for thieves to break in. It's my fault. I should have done better. Wen Chongning nodded vigorously, frowning. He had initially refrained from purchasing a villa out of concern for safety, only to have the penthouse option lead to an intrusion. I will have someone install an electric fence on the door. Let's see who dares to pry open our entrance again. When Qian interjected, it truly was not an intruder. I moved the items myself. She halted when Rang's attempt to call the police, fixing a serious gaze on the three of them. Father, mother, brother, do you trust me? The trio exchanged puzzled looks, but without hesitation, they nodded in unison. Then, if I tell you that the apocalypse is imminent, will you still believe me? When Rang asked, have you been having nightmares? No, Wen Qian retorted, producing her phone to showcase a video recorded the previous night. Look at this. They gathered around, their expressions shifting as they processed the footage. When Changning remarked, those elderly men were quite fierce. No wonder I heard sirens this morning. Li Mo added, they play cards there daily. Their tempers have grown shorter with age, so quarrels are to be expected. When Rang countered, that does not prove anything. What if I said I possess a space? Wen Qian and Wen Rang locked eyes. 5 years separated them, and Wen Qian had been primarily raised by him.
Li Montak.
Once a surgeon, had dedicated her life to her children after resigning from the hospital, while Wen Changning, a businessman who had started selling fruit and later opened a restaurant, had become increasingly consumed by work. Once their circumstances improved, Li Mo devoted herself entirely to caring for the 2 children, leading to a gradual enhancement in their situation. Until then, Wen Qian had been Wen Rang's shadow, relying on him for laundry, meals, gaming, and even to escape from studies together. Thus, they shared an extraordinary bond devoid of generational gaps. Mother, I must inform you that shortly I will take you to a place where you will suddenly arrive, and father and brother will also vanish without warning. Do not be frightened. Li Mo reached out to feel Wen Qian's forehead, questioning if her child had a fever. I do not. Wen Qian grasped her hand, her expression grave and earnest. Are you prepared?
Li Mo fregardet her, hesitantly nodding.
In the next moment, the 2 vanished from their location. When Rang inhaled sharply, while Wen Changning's expression shifted dramatically, staggering backward. Rang, where are your mother and sister? In the space. Li Mo surveyed the abruptly changed surroundings, shivering in fright.
Ding.
Binding family member information. Wen Qian listened to the system's voice and observed the panel that appeared before her, clearly detailing all of Li Mo's information, which Li Mo was entirely oblivious to. Name: Li Mo. Gender: female. Age: 47 years. Height: 163 centimeters. Blood type: B. Occupation: former surgeon. Relationship: mother-daughter. Loyalty: never betray. After scanning the entirety of the panel, Wen Qian swiftly confirmed the binding, only to be met with another notification from the system. Members may only enter and exit with a householder. The householder may unbind any member at will, and upon leaving the system, all memories concerning the space will vanish entirely. This was akin to possessing a cheat skill. Wen Qian chuckled softly, closing the panel. Mother, let us step outside. We have lingered here long enough, and they must be worried. As Li Mo emerged from the modest dwelling, she indeed beheld the absence of various items from their home. Her expression slightly dazed, she nodded and took Wen Qian's hand as they exited the space.
Now,
do you believe? Wen Qian assisted Li Mo in settling on the edge of the bed, turning her attention back to Wen Rang and Wen Changning. Their faces had grown grim, and after a moment of silence, Wen Rang quietly inquired, how long until the apocalypse arrives? 1 month. But the situation could change at any moment, prompting an earlier onset. Brother, do you remember the zombie films you once showed me? Yes, is the apocalypse similar to those? No, it is far more terrifying. The room fell into silence, and none of them uttered another word. After a few minutes, when Ren called his company to request a leave of absence, he had just completed a significant project, having been occupied for over a year, accumulating nearly 3 months of vacation time. Given that it was a lull between projects, and considering his role as the principal leader of the previous endeavor, the company swiftly approved his request, advising him to rest and recuperate before resuming work. After hanging up the phone, when Rang turned to Wen Qian,
Speak.
What preparations must we undertake? When Changning and Li Mo sat upright, their expressions earnest as they awaited Wen Qian's instructions. Wen Qian observed their reactions, warmth flooding her heart. They always showered her with unconditional affection and trust. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, the weather was extreme. Although the seasons remained distinct, summer reached temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees, while winter plummeted to -60 or 70. Moreover, with water and power outages and hordes of zombies roaming. We must first stockpile food, clothing, and medical supplies. Wen Reng nodded thoughtfully, but our greatest adversary during those initial years was not the zombies, was it?
Correct.
Wen Qian affirmed it was humanity. With food scarcity, human nature revealed itself. In her previous life, neighbors had climbed through the fire escape to the rooftop, jumping from there to invade and occupy their home, seizing their provisions and forcing them out. Wen Qian recounted these events, and the trio's expressions grew increasingly somber. Let us go. We must head to the building materials market at once. Wen Chongning slammed his palm on the table. A man who had clawed his way up from the lower echelons of society, even though he had mellowed considerably after becoming a father. He would not permit anyone to oppress his family. This time, he would strike back against any who dared to challenge him. Chapter 3. The family sets out for a frantic shopping spree. Father, I will handle the rooftop matter. You and mother should go to the market. I cannot distinguish between fresh and spoiled meat, vegetables, and fruits, so you must do the shopping, Wen Reng suggested. We should split up to expedite our efforts. Agreed. Let us proceed as such. Darling, we shall return home, change our clothes, and then head out. Wen Chongning took Li Mo's hand, and as they moved away, Wen Qian could still hear him muttering, "Dare to bully my daughter? I will deal with you." Once Wen Reng watched their figures completely disappear, he turned his attention back to Wen Qian. The siblings locked eyes, and Wen Reng continued to inquire about matters on his mind. How many years did the apocalypse last? I am uncertain. Yet given the circumstances at that time, it seems unlikely that it would conclude within 2 decades. At the very least, it remained unresolved by the time of her passing, which had already marked the 15th year. Wen Reng swallowed hard, then inquired, "And how about you? How many years have you spent alone?" Wen Qian was taken aback by his question. Wen Reng's mind raced. Recalling Wen Qian's reaction upon seeing them and considering her enigmatic space, he had already surmised a few things. She must not have seen them for a considerable time. Moreover, despite her deliberate attempt to soften her gaze in their presence, it was still evident that her eyes bore the fierce resilience that one acquires only after confronting life and death. His sister, even during their impoverished childhood, when the family was cramped in a modest flat, had never been wronged. Their parents did not harbor aspirations for her to achieve great heights. They merely wished for her to remain on the right path, to be joyful, and to enjoy good health. Wen Reng felt the same way. They could earn money. There was no need for her to toil excessively. As long as she refrained from gambling or substance abuse, they would strive to ensure she lived a life free from want. However, they never anticipated that they would ultimately leave this little one all alone. Wen Reng sighed, stepped forward, and gently ruffled Wen Qian's hair. "This time, your brother will accompany you to the very end. Let's go eat, fill our bellies, then we'll go shopping."
All right.
Wen Qian had not savored such delicious meat buns in what felt like an eternity. The pangs of hunger from her previous life resurfaced, and she devoured more than a dozen in one go, only stopped when Wen Reng, concerned she might overindulge, intervened. Having satisfied their hunger, the siblings parted ways after descending the stairs. Wen Reng went to the building materials market to handle the rooftop affairs, while Wen Qian set off to procure other essential supplies. Wen Qian drove to the largest high-end membership supermarket in the city, preparing to embark on her zero-cost shopping spree. Do not mention moral boundaries to her. The apocalypse was imminent, and everyone's primary concern was survival. She had contemplated traveling abroad to undertake this endeavor, but feared the apocalypse might arrive prematurely. The elderly men who had perished playing cards beneath her building were clearly infected. With such occurrences, the apocalypse could formally commence at any moment, and she dared not separate from her family. As she entered the supermarket, the system's voice resonated in her mind once more. Activating surveillance cloaking, the host will no longer appear on the monitor. A faint smile graced Wen Qian's lips. It seemed the system was quite considerate. She required an extensive array of items, and adhering to the normal purchasing process would necessitate multiple trips to complete her shopping. Furthermore, she did not wish to attract unwanted attention by being followed, hence the silent, zero-cost shopping approach was optimal with the system's assistance. Pushing her cart to the second floor, she found rows of neatly arranged products on steel shelves, while staff members offered various samples to customers in the main aisle. The supermarket shelves were a good 70 to 80 centimeters deep, as there were not many staff members available, necessitating sufficient stock for customer purchases. Extending her arm into the depths of the shelves, she was entirely out of view from the distant surveillance cameras. Wen Qian made her way directly to the grain section, effortlessly stowing away 50 boxes of 40-pound rice into her space. Next came the flour, high gluten, low gluten, and all-purpose flour, 30 pounds per box. She secured 50 boxes in total. For miscellaneous grains, she took 20 boxes each of black beans, green beans, red beans, millet, brown rice, black rice, glutinous rice, and peanuts, each box weighing 4 pounds. She also procured 35-liter containers of various cooking oils, peanut, corn, olive, sunflower seed, and avocado oil. Being a weekday and at 9 in the morning, few shoppers were present, so no one noticed the unusual activity. Wen Qian proceeded to the condiment section, gathering 20 bottles each of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, aromatic vinegar, sashimi soy sauce, and chili oil. For spices, grass fruit, cinnamon, dried chili, star anise, bay leaves, fennel, Sichuan pepper. Cloves, she took 50 bags of each. She also collected approximately 70 boxes of iodized and non-iodized salt, each box containing 10 bags of 5 pounds. She knew she could not empty the supermarket of all its goods just yet. She had to leave some inventory for others. Additionally, she was uncertain of the current storage limit in her space. Thus, she needed to diversify her collection of items, or else she would fill it and be unable to add anything further. As this thought crossed her mind, the system's voice echoed again.
Ding.
Time-limited double reward task activated. Within 1 hour, for every 1,000 yuan worth of supplies stored, the space will expand by 2 square meters. A subtle smile appeared on Wen Qian's lips. She quickened her pace, eyeing the various high-quality meats in the cold storage, tossing them into her cart in front of the staff. Pork ribs, 3 pounds per box. At 120 yuan each, she took 10 boxes for a total of 200 yuan. Pork shoulder, 3 pounds per box, priced at 80 yuan. She took 10 boxes for 800 yuan. Pork tenderloin, 3 pounds per box at 75 yuan. Again, 10 boxes for 750 yuan. Pig trotters, 3 pounds per box. At 90 yuan, 10 boxes for 900 yuan. Black pork ribs, 2 pounds per box at 110 yuan, 10 boxes for 100 yuan. Soft bone ribs, 3 pounds per box at 110 yuan, 10 boxes for 100 yuan. Black pork spare ribs, 1.5 pounds per box, at 130 yuan, 10 boxes for 300 yuan. Beef slices, 2 pounds per box, at 130 yuan, 10 boxes for 300 yuan. Steak, 1.5 pounds per box, at 180 yuan, 10 boxes for 800 yuan. Lamb skewers, 1 pound per bag, at 100 yuan, 10 bags for 1,000 yuan. A cart brimming with meat, totaling 250 yuan. It was not that she wished to stop, but the cold storage was devoid of stock. The staff merely assumed she was a buyer for someone else, and since there were no purchase limits, they could only slowly gather the goods. Wen Qian wheeled her cart to a corner of the shelf, where the system cloaked the surveillance. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, she discreetly stored the supplies in her space before turning her attention to the home appliance section. Although the apocalypse would bring water and power shortages, her space provided both. And appliance, where was inevitable. Furthermore, this time they had prepared in advance, utilizing household generators and solar panels, thus it was prudent to gather additional small appliances. Robotic vacuum cleaners at 600 yuan each. She procured 3, totaling 800 yuan. Air purifiers at 4,000 yuan each. She took all that she could see, totaling 10 units for 40,000 yuan. Dishwashers, selecting the most expensive ones at 26,000 yuan each. She acquired 2, amounting to 52,000 yuan. Leafless fans that doubled as coolers at 800 yuan each. She added 5 to her cart for 19,000 yuan. As for air conditioners, she decided against them, as they already had units at home, and in times of necessity, they could simply dismantle and store them in her space. Chapter 4. Striving to match the CEO's level. When Qian hurried away, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a set of food storage containers. The space could preserve food in its freshest state, allowing her to prepare meals in advance and store them in the containers on the shelves, making it convenient and time-saving when meal times came. Each set of 12 containers was 200 yuan. She initially took 10 boxes, totaling 2,000 yuan. A 7-piece knife set at 700 yuan per set. She obtained 10 sets for 7,000 yuan. Toilet paper, 32 rolls per bag, at 280 yuan. She took 10 bags for 800 yuan.
Wet wipes.
8 packs per bag, at 80 yuan. Knowing their value, she secured 20 bags for 600 yuan. Garbage bags, 360 per box, at 70 yuan. She acquired 100 boxes, totaling 7,000 yuan. In total, it amounted to 2,400 yuan. In less than half an hour, Wen Qian had acquired items worth 450 yuan. According to the system's conversion rate, her space should have expanded by 809 square meters. Unable to contain her inner joy, she found a secluded corner to enter her space. Upon seeing the resources she had just collected piled up in the open area and her small house, which she had upgraded overnight, transformed into a 2-story villa, her happiness was beyond words. She was determined to stock up. She aspired to reach the same level as the domineering CEO, waking up in the morning on a massive 500 square meter bed, in a super luxurious mansion that necessitated a car ride just to use the restroom. Exiting her space, Wen Qian gleefully made her way to the first floor. Heading straight to the cosmetic section, the post-apocalyptic sun was scorching, leaving everyone looking like natives of Africa. Although being tanned could be beautiful, she had no desire for it, and the wealthy, fair-skinned beauties certainly felt the same. Hence, sunscreen became a highly sought-after item that could be exchanged for other resources later. Wen Qian cleared the shelves, taking 70 bottles priced at 200 yuan each, totaling 14,000 yuan. She also picked up 50 bottles of large-capacity hand cream at 180 yuan each, amounting to 9,000 yuan. A box of toothbrushes containing 6 pieces cost 120 yuan, and she took 20 boxes for a total of 400 yuan. Toothpaste was priced at 160 yuan for 6 boxes, and she collected 10 sets for 600 yuan. Just as her gaze fell upon the sanitary napkins on the shelf, she suddenly overheard 2 staff members whispering as they approached. "What's going on today? Why are there so many empty shelves? Who knows? I distinctly remember there being stock this morning. How could it sell out so quickly? Probably some purchasing group came in again. It's so annoying." After hearing their conversation, Wen Qian chuckled and proceeded to the fresh produce section on the first floor. Since they were stocking up there, it wasn't convenient for her to make her move. Arriving on the first floor, she noticed there were still few people around. The fruits were sold by the box or crate, lined against the wall, with each type having hundreds of boxes. Wen Qian took 30 boxes of each, which would not significantly affect the overall quantity. By discreetly placing her hand on the items during selection, she could instantly transfer them to her space, leaving even the sharpest observers believing they were seeing things. Moreover, after years of solitary survival in the apocalypse, her observational skills had honed to perfection, ensuring she would not raise any suspicions. Lychees were 50 yuan per box, totaling 500 yuan for 30 boxes. Watermelons were 60 yuan per box, totaling 800 yuan for 30 boxes. Blueberries were priced at 70 yuan per box, amounting to 100 yuan for 30 boxes. Kiwis cost 300 yuan per box, totaling 9,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Cherries were 200 yuan per box, totaling 6,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Apples were 100 yuan per box, amounting to 3,000 yuan for 30 boxes. Young coconuts were 80 yuan per box, totaling 2,400 yuan for 30 boxes. By the time she left the fruit section, there was little time left, but not far away was the liquor section, another prime location. The high-end Mount Ai was locked in a cabinet, requiring purchasing qualifications to access. However, other brands like Wuliangye and Guijiao could be bought with money. Her father enjoyed a drink now and then, and liquor was essential for disinfection during critical moments, making it invaluable in the apocalypse. Wen Qian swept through the selection, contentedly leaving with over 100,000 yuan worth of alcohol. After an hour, she had stockpiled resources worth 250 yuan, expanding her space to 806 square meters. Casually tossing more items into her empty vehicle, she proceeded to check out before moving on to the next battleground.
Bincheng was vast.
And there were several large chain foreign membership supermarkets like this one. Being a former spendthrift, she possessed membership cards for all of them. So she felt compelled to visit each, ensuring equitable distribution. Wen Qian first ventured to another supermarket to gather sanitary napkins and family planning products. Though she had no use for the latter, they could be exchanged for other desirable resources in the future, sought after by the affluent. She continued to stockpile rice, noodles, oil, salt, water, and essential seasonings, fundamental yet crucial items. Departing at 8 a.m. and returning home at 8 p.m., Wen Qian managed to procure 3 million yuan worth of resources for a total cost of zero. Although the upscale supermarket prices were inflated, the quality was guaranteed. Furthermore, the space operated on standard pricing, ensuring she incurred no losses. Tens of thousands of pounds of grain lay stored safely in her space, granting Wen Qian a profound sense of security. Upon entering her home, she found that the three others had already returned, worried for her safety and eager to fetch her. Wen Chongning and Li Mo had visited several markets, purchasing 200 pounds of pork and 100 pounds of eggs from each, along with some less conspicuous yet storable items like potatoes, cabbage, and vermicelli. Wen Reng had already returned with measurements for the rooftop and scheduled the installation of a glass house and reinforced netting for the following week. You went out for an entire day and only brought back this little? Wen Reng leaned back on the sofa, scrutinizing the 4 large plastic bags in Wen Qian's hands with disdain. Wen Qian rolled her eyes at him, plopping down on the opposite end of the sofa. What do you know? Wealth should not be flaunted. I've stashed it all away. How much did you spend? He inquired.
No need for that.
I got it all for free. Wen Qian casually demonstrated her prowess, making the car keys in her hand vanish and reappear, leaving the expressions of the three in a state of unease. Qian, isn't it wrong to take things without paying? After much hesitation, Li Mo finally spoke. Wen Qian had anticipated her question. In a normal setting, such behavior would indeed be deemed theft, not just improper, but criminal. Based on her shopping totals for the day, it could easily lead to a lengthy prison sentence. However, the circumstances were far from ordinary. Mom, I understand your concerns, but these items will inevitably be submerged by floods within a month, and ordinary people will be unable to venture out to collect resources. The apocalypse will arrive sooner than expected, and I simply wish to prepare our supplies for the coming decades without drawing attention. Everything else is secondary. Chapter 5. Even if it means risking everything, I will not let my daughter lack for anything. Upon hearing her mention the years ahead, both Wen Chongning and Li Mo's expressions darkened. They fell silent for a moment, choosing not to revisit the topic of her free acquisitions, instead inquiring about the circumstances of the impending apocalypse. Living by the sea, with such a harsh environment, is there a risk of a tsunami? If that happens, where would we go? The 2 houses bought by Wen Chongning were not far from the coast. They were nestled against the mountains on one side and faced the sea on the front, with a main road to the right, an ideal location, marking them as the pinnacle of the entire community. The building stood 30 stories tall, and they resided on the top floor. In front of the community was a cluster of villas, with the sea beyond them, offering an unobstructed view. Each day, facing the sea with blooming flowers brought a refreshing lift to their spirits. The thought of relocating from this place was genuinely bittersweet. There will be a tsunami, however. To my knowledge, that won't occur for at least another 15 years. This morning, she hadn't had the chance to divulge much, only mentioning the natural disasters expected in the first 3 years. Now, after a day of contemplation, they had begun to accept the truth of the impending apocalypse, bolstering their psychological resilience. The first 3 years will witness flooding disasters, but as you know, our community is elevated, with the first floor equivalent to the 5th floor of other communities, so floods will not affect our home. This building will still be standing in over a decade, having evolved into a base for the Alliance. Beyond that, I cannot say. When Chongning nodded, a decade and a half was sufficient time. Qian, what is the situation with the zombies you mentioned this morning? Li Mo asked. Will there be any drugs developed in the future to combat this?
No.
Wen Qian sighed. This is what I want to remind you all. We cannot remain sheltered at home for eternity. Sooner or later, we will need to step outside and confront the zombies. You must never allow yourselves to be caught or bitten. Once infected, there is no cure. When Chongning glanced down at his beer belly, resolutely deciding to start exercising and losing weight from tomorrow on, he absolutely cannot be a burden to his daughter. Li Mo, with a furrowed brow, inquired, will it be difficult to obtain antibiotics in the future? All Western medicine will be scarce, and even if available, it will be controlled by a select few at the top. So, Mom, this is why I mentioned that money should be spent wisely. You were a doctor and know best what medications are needed in the event of a plague, so you must quickly procure some commonly used drugs. Do not worry about expiration dates. Our space can indefinitely preserve items in their original state. Hearing this, Li Mo finally displayed a hint of relief on her face. Although such matters seem incredibly strange for someone her age, almost like a fantastical tale, she chose to trust her daughter's words. Even if it meant depleting their savings, she would not let her daughter lack anything in this apocalypse. It was as if she were indulging in her daughter's madness. Money can be earned again, but there is only one daughter. Mom, I also need you to help me confirm the locations of the medicine warehouses at hospitals and epidemic prevention stations. The medications available on the market are just a fraction, and there are some expensive drugs like anesthetics and vaccines that we cannot access. On the last night before the apocalypse, when chaos ensues, I intend to sweep those places clean of medications. I also need to retrieve a complete set of surgical instruments, just in case someone gets injured in the future, so you, as a surgeon, can be ready for battle at any time. All right, I understand. I will go out to buy medicine tomorrow, Li Mo readily agreed. The atmosphere remained somewhat heavy, prompting Wen Rang to turn on the television. Wen Qian had already stored the television from her living room in the space that morning, so Wen Rang brought over the one from next door. The TV happened to switch to the local news channel, broadcasting the incidents from last night involving several elderly gentlemen who perished on the nearby path. The group watched intently before continuing their conversation about zombies. When Rang asked, "How long after being bitten does one mutate?" Wen Qian replied, "In the early stages, the virus has not evolved. It takes about 3 to 7 days. In later stages, it becomes severe, just 10 seconds. When Rang continued, "Is the only way to eliminate them like they show on TV, by shooting them in the head?" When Qian affirmed, "Yes, a shot to the head. Other parts are ineffective." When Rang clicked his tongue, appearing somewhat troubled, "We won't be able to obtain guns, and even if we did, we can't become sharpshooters. I need to find a way to get some crossbows and arrows. We can acquire them. As things become increasingly chaotic, some will emerge to sell them. Moreover, when the apocalypse first begins, I can take advantage of the turmoil to secure a few for self-defense. As for crossbows, they are also an option." Wen Qian turned to glance at the silent Wen Chongning. Coming from a rural background, Wen Chongning had a fiery temperament in his youth. While selling fruit, he inevitably had some disputes. He also favored knives. Even now, he kept a cleaver under his pillow, prepared in case a criminal ever invaded their home.
Dad.
Do you have a way to get a good tang knife? This would be quite satisfying for taking down zombies. Wen Chongning's eyes lit up. Yes. Just wait. Dad will get one for you tomorrow. No, I'll contact someone right now. The more, the better. The faster, the better. Ideally, we want stock we can acquire within a week. The apocalypse could arrive at any moment, and we must be prepared. Understood. When Chongning rose, phone in hand, heading next door to make calls. Li Mo watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but smile wryly. If you mention this, your dad will perk up and be thrilled. He has always loved wielding knives and guns. Even now, he spends his days watching action movies and shows. Li Mo's words reminded Wen Qian. She needed to prepare more external hard drives to download movies, TV shows, animations, and variety shows to have on hand for times of boredom in the future. Her dad preferred martial arts genres, her mom enjoyed palace intrigue, while she and Wen Rang shared a fondness for a variety of genres, animation, thrillers, horror, anything would suffice. Brother, do you know anyone who sells hard drives? We should get some while we still have internet access to download good content. How long until the internet cuts out? At most 3 months after the apocalypse begins. Initially, people will hold on to hope, thinking they can control the situation, but eventually, the zombies will evolve rapidly. Even within the military, chaos will ensue, and the internet will be disrupted due to various reasons, whether man-made or natural disasters. Let us go get the goods now. When Rang, a man of action, said this while grabbing his car keys and searching for contacts on his phone. He works in software and knows quite a few people who sell electronic devices. Li Mo watched her brother and sister leave with concern, unable to suppress her admonition. Rang, take good care of your sister. Chapter 6. The activation of the apocalypse farming and animal husbandry system. When Rang drove to the location where the store had the largest hard drives of 20 terabytes in capacity, priced at 2,300 each. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired about the remaining stock and ultimately purchased 30 to take home. Typically, a 1 terabyte hard drive can store around 100 movies, thus, 20 terabytes could hold approximately 2,000 films. However, if one wishes to download high-definition Blu-ray films, each can require around 30 to 50 gigabytes of storage, meaning 1 terabyte would hold only 20 to 30 films. Nevertheless, these 30 hard drives would suffice for the time being. Upon returning home, when Rang and Wen Qian powered on all the computers and invested heavily in several download software VIP memberships, staying up all night to download movies and TV series. Unable to sleep in his study, when Rang was occupied, while Wen Qian took the opportunity to enter the space. She had a bit of a compulsive disorder and felt uncomfortable with a heap of supplies haphazardly stored together. Moreover, she had been busy during the day and had not taken the time to fully explore her upgraded new space. After a day of effort, her small cottage had transformed into a luxurious villa with 3 floors above ground and 1 below. The vegetable garden in front of the villa had also expanded significantly. Wen Qian contemplated that since the space now allowed for family members, it meant her dad and when Rang could enter in the future. The basement of the villa featured a media room where they could enjoy karaoke and movies without disturbing others. In the adjacent rooms beside the media room, Wen Qian planned to store liquor in one, tobacco and tea in another, and instant foods like instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, ham, and marinated eggs in the last. Although they now had the means to cook, they would inevitably need to go out and meet others, so appearances still mattered. The first floor, aside from the living room, included a kitchen, dining room, and 3 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, perfectly accommodating their family of 4. On the second floor, 3 rooms were designated for storing clothing, shoes, tissues, sanitary products, toothpaste, and other daily necessities, while the remaining space would house books and valuable artifacts they might acquire in the future. As for the rooms on the 3rd floor, one would be converted into a surgical room, while the others would serve as storage for medicines and equipment. Other items would temporarily be placed in the villa's backyard. Behind the villa lies a yard of approximately 100 square meters, distinct from the vegetable garden in front. As it is paved with concrete, Wen Qian intends to set up some large supermarket-style shelves here, organizing the items into categories and affixing labels for future convenience in locating them. Should the space expand later, she could easily introduce containers into the mix. Having devised a simple plan, Wen Qian set her intentions into motion. After tidying up for a while, she discovered that she could indeed move objects with her mind. However, perhaps due to her recent acquisition of the space and her lack of proficiency, she could only manage this for about 5 minutes before feeling dizzy. Employing a combination of automatic and manual methods, Wen Qian busied herself within the space for 3 hours, finally nearing completion of organizing the supplies she had collected that day. Just as she intended to step outside to retrieve more items, she received a new task from the system.
Ding.
The Doomsday Farming and Livestock system is now activated. Please complete the tasks of acquiring live chickens 0, 10, live ducks 0, 10, live geese 0, 10, live pigs 0, 3, live sheep 0, 3, and live cattle 0, 3, within 24 hours to earn a fish pond as a reward. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. A fish pond? Does this imply that she could indulge in fresh fish and shrimp at any time in the future? Such a delightful system, truly appealing to a food lover. Wen Qian hurriedly exited the space to share this news with Wen Rang and the others. Consequently, after breakfast the following day, the group split up to carry out their respective tasks. Li Mo went out to purchase medicine, Wen Chongning and Wen Qian set off to acquire livestock, while Wen Rang sought out means to procure bow and arrow equipment. There exists a substantial livestock trading market on the outskirts of the city, and Wen Chongning drove straight there, initially intending to go alone to shield Wen Qian from the scents encountered along the way. He found himself acquiescing to her insistence that his vehicle could not accommodate the quantity of items they needed to transport, making her presence more convenient. Although Wen Chongning was somewhat rough around the edges, he had grown up in the countryside, where he had farmed and raised pigs, later becoming a trader of various goods, making him quite knowledgeable in market affairs. To avoid drawing attention, he even arranged overnight to rent a truck. Upon arriving at the vendors selling chickens, ducks, and geese, Wen Chongning selected 10 local chickens weighing around 2 pounds each, with 8 hens and 2 roosters, alongside 5 black chickens. He also procured 16 ducks. Adhering to the breeding ratio of 14 females and 2 males, 12 geese comprising 10 females and 2 males, 3 live pigs, 1 male and 2 females, 3 live sheep, 1 male and 2 females, and 3 cattle, 1 male and 2 females. Spotting rabbits, he decided to take 2, recognizing their ease of care and high reproduction rates. Even if they were to lose other livestock, they could still feast on rabbit meat. He then purchased 2 donkeys, known for their culinary appeal. Even if they were not consumed, they could be utilized for grinding, allowing them to produce tofu. The entire expenditure amounted to 76,000 yuan. The vendor, noting their attire did not suggest involvement in livestock trade, inquired about their purpose in purchasing such animals. Wen Qian smiled and replied, "We plan to open a farm-style restaurant where patrons can dine and feed the animals. We can't afford anything extravagant, so we'll settle for some affordable options, as the children in the city have yet to experience these." The vendor nodded in agreement, affirming that the selection would suffice. After concluding their conversation, Wen Qian arranged for the vendor's staff to assist in loading the animals onto the truck. Once they turned into an unmonitored area, Wen Qian swiftly placed the livestock into her space, thus completing the task. With the fish pond secured, the duo promptly shifted their focus to the aquatic market to purchase fish and shrimp. They acquired a variety of species, including carp, crucian carp, grass carp, blackfish, bream, mandarin fish, perch, white catfish, fathead fish, and 3-line fish, purchasing substantial quantities of each. Although Wen Qian had only previously kept ornamental fish and lacked expertise, he engaged the vendor with numerous inquiries. Wen Qian stood beside him, occasionally scanning the area for additional purchases. When she noticed a stall selling seafood, her gaze momentarily faltered. In a few years, the global marine ecosystem would be afflicted by nuclear wastewater contamination. At that point, not only would sea crabs and shrimp be inedible, but even kelp would be harmful. As Wen Qian turned around, he observed his daughter lost in thought at the seafood stall. Rushing over, he asked, "What's wrong, dear? Are you craving something? I'll buy it for you." "No, I just feel it's a pity." Leaning closer, Wen Qian quietly shared her concerns about future marine pollution with him. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian furrowed his brow. He had initially thought residing near the sea meant they would lack for nothing in terms of seafood, but he had not anticipated the issue of water pollution. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered a curse before patting Wen Qian's head. "I'll bring some back for you to raise. But forget it, it's likely not sustainable. Keeping sea creatures requires regular water changes, and we may not have the means later on. We'll see how long they last. Once they die, we'll just eat them." Wen Qian remained undeterred, striding over to the seafood vendor to engage in conversation. Ultimately, he not only purchased all the seafood available but also acquired the glass aquariums used for breeding, determined to research how to raise sea creatures for his daughter at home. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with an enemy. After spending 50,000 yuan at the aquatic market, the two departed. On their way back, Wen Qian discussed the particulars of Wen Qian's space with her. Upon learning that she could cultivate crops there, he immediately sought out a location to buy seeds and saplings. He acquired seeds for common vegetables such as coriander, cabbage, eggplant, persimmons, chili peppers, potatoes, garlic, green onions, lettuce, oil wheat, and cabbage, obtaining 100 packets of each. For fruit trees, he procured 10 saplings each of apples, cherries, bananas, plums, blueberries, strawberries, grapes, pears, peaches, and hawthorn. After spending over 30,000 yuan, they once again visited the building materials market. They purchased 10 large-capacity solar batteries, 10 solar charging panels, 20 portable solar-powered nightlights, 5 gasoline generators, and 5 diesel generators. This purchase totaled 200,000 yuan, and Wen Qian swiftly completed the transaction before turning to Wen Qian to inquire if she needed anything else. "That should be about it. Let us head back," she replied. Upon returning home, they found Wen Reng and Lian Mo had also just arrived. Everyone took turns reporting on their shopping endeavors. Wen Reng acquired 10 satellite phones at 6,000 yuan each, along with 10 satellite phone cards priced at 100 yuan each. Each card allowed for 300 minutes of calls, but once activated, they had a 1-year validity period. If left unactivated, they would last 7 years. Thus, he had refrained from purchasing too many. Additionally, He arranged through a friend to obtain 4 bows and crossbows, along with 1,000 arrows, scheduled for pickup the following day. Li Mo, in her turn, visited several hospitals and pharmacies, procuring common medications worth over 100,000 yuan. She also traveled to distant markets, purchasing 100 pounds of sausage and 100 pounds of eggs at each location. She refrained from lingering near her neighborhood, as it was filled with familiar faces, including neighbors involved in business. If word got out, when the apocalypse truly arrived, those people might come knocking at her door. Li Mo remarked, some medications have purchase limits, so I couldn't get much. I noticed we could still order some from online pharmacies. Let us do that shortly. Wen Qian smiled and nodded in agreement, pleased that the whole family was mobilized for efficient action. Everyone took out their phones, placing orders, all opting for next-day delivery. After completing her order for medications, Wen Qian also placed an order for 10,000 warming patches, recognizing their value during extreme cold weather. A package containing 10 warmers was ordered in 50 sets from each store, with the delivery address directed to the nearby community's Sainyao service station. This station operates as a 24-hour self-service facility, as long as one does not mistakenly claim someone else's items. No one will ever review the surveillance footage to check how many packages one has collected, making it exceedingly convenient. After a simple meal at home, the group ventured out once more to indulge in some shopping. This time, they all went together with the intent of acquiring clothing and footwear. Wen Qian and Li Mo primarily owned dresses and fashionable shoes, and even their collection of sports shoes was meager. Upon arriving at the mall, each person selected suitable combat boots, windbreakers, followed by lightweight trousers, and finally, thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters, and down jackets. As it was summer, all warm clothing items were on sale, attracting many shoppers who suspected nothing of their true motives. After completing their purchases, Wen Qian and Li Mo headed to the restroom, the only area in the entire mall devoid of surveillance cameras. Wen Qian hastily stowed the items into her space. Exiting, she spotted several sporting goods stores and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She seized the opportunity to drag the human card swiper, Wen rang, inside to select baseball bats, helmets, protective gear, outdoor tents, sleeping bags, and more. While swiping the card, she could not resist inquiring, "Brother, you've only just started working a few years ago. Haven't you nearly spent your entire salary in the past few days?" Wen Rang scoffed, casting her a sidelong glance. "Ignorance is bliss. Consider this a pardon for your naivety." Wen Qian pouted, planning to continue swiping his card, as she was still a university student, broke and yet to graduate. Wen Rang tossed the items to Wen Qian, instructing her to make another trip to the restroom to stash everything away. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the underground supermarket, each pushing a cart to procure daily necessities and food. Wen Qian, continuing to seize the opportunity where no one was watching, went on a shopping spree for instant noodles, spicy noodles, snail noodles, rice noodles, and hot pot base, clearing the shelves. By the time they were ready to leave, aside from the items purchased by Wen Rang and the others, she had accumulated several hundred boxes of instant noodles and spicy noodles, 500 pounds of rice, 300 pounds of flour, and over 1,000 bottles of mineral water. As night fell, the family returned home laden with their spoils. While traversing the underground garage, they encountered their downstairs neighbors, the Zhang family. Upon seeing them, Wen Qian's expression darkened. Zhang Yang and his wife, Su Yan, were former colleagues of Li Mo, and their son, Zhang Ziang, was of the same age as Wen Qian. They had attended the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school together. When they initially purchased their apartment in this complex, Li Mo had already resigned from the hospital. She thought it would be beneficial to have acquaintances in the hospital should any health issues arise, hence the Zhang family chose to reside beneath her, often hinting that they wished for Wen Qian to marry Zhang Ziang after her university graduation and move into the house they bought for her. Wen Qian had remained non-committal, as she had no desire to distance her daughter from herself. If the two children developed feelings and wed, living in her house wouldn't be a concern, especially since they were well acquainted, and with her and old Wen nearby, her daughter would not suffer any grievances. Ultimately, however, the decision lay with Wen Qian, and if she disapproved, no amount of subtlety from the Zhang family would suffice. "Hey, old Wen, what is your family up to?" Zhang Yang approached them with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring. The items they had purchased had already been concealed by Wen Qian, so Wen Changning replied, "We went out for a meal. It's too hot to cook at home. What about you?" Zhang Yang shook the large bag in his hand. We went to eat at my dad's place. This is what the old folks sent back. Zhang Ziang caught sight of Wen Qian and could not tear his gaze away. He stepped closer. Qian, let us go to the movies tomorrow. And then I'll take you out to eat. No thanks, I have other matters to attend to, Wen Qian coldly rejected. What could you possibly have to do? You're just going shopping for clothes. I can accompany you. Zhang Ziang insisted, oblivious to her disinterest, attempting to grasp Wen Qian's hand. I know a fantastic, albeit pricey, restaurant. It's on me. Really, it's unnecessary. I have pressing matters. Wen Qian quickly dodged, linking her arm with Wen Rang's. My brother and I have plans for tomorrow. You can ask him. Perceiving his sister's aversion, Wen Rang readily supported her, stating, Yes, we have things to do. Zhang Ziang, sensing the shift, ceased his advances, and the group entered the elevator. Upon reaching the 29th floor, the Zhang family exited first. Entering their home, Su Yan rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her irritation. That Wen Qian, what is she so arrogant about? Ziang has been pursuing her for ages, and she hasn't given him a nod. If it weren't for her family's wealth, I wouldn't even consider her. Zhang Ziang replied, Don't worry, Mom. Once we're married, those 2 apartments of hers will be ours. Also, the Qian her father bought for her will be perfect for me to drive to work. Chapter 8. The apocalypse approaches. All are villains. The Zhang family plotted and schemed, completely unaware that Wen Qian had already seen through them. Once home, and the door securely closed, Wen Qian plopped onto the sofa. Mom, Dad, do you remember when I mentioned that our family would soon attract the neighbors' attention? They nodded vigorously. But I didn't tell you then that the instigator was the family downstairs. Initially, Su Yan came up begging for food, sobbing and saying they were starving. We thought, better a distant relative than a close neighbor, and aimed to help, thinking we could all assist one another. However, they had other intentions. When Qian recalled the Zhang family's manipulative antics, a cold smile gracing her lips. On the first day, we gave them food. The second day, we also obliged. However, by the third day, our supplies were genuinely dwindling, and we sensed something was amiss, so we refused. Su Yan then turned to the community chat group, claiming we had ample resources, but chose not to help, inciting outrage among neighbors who were already weak from hunger, prompting them to band together and attack our home. We were unprepared. They were numerous, and they smashed our doors and windows. Once inside, they seized our remaining food supplies. Yet the family downstairs was not satisfied, as they had long coveted our 2 apartments. In fact, they had 100 pounds of rice at home, but were reluctant to consume it. So they were not truly desperate when they came to us for food. Wen Qian recounted the events with a calm demeanor, inciting Wen Changning to exclaim in anger. Those bastards. They look decent but are truly scoundrels. I always knew that family downstairs was no good. Their son is ugly, yet has the audacity to pursue my daughter. Li Mo's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she asked Wen Changning, Old Wen, what did the person you contacted about the knives say? When can we get them? Tomorrow. I'll wake up early to pick up the knives. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at our home will be met with lethal force. Wen Changning fumed, his temper flaring as he contemplated confronting the Zhang family. Wen Rang remained composed, yet the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. I'm telling you this not to incite anger, but to serve as a warning. The apocalypse is upon us, and everyone has turned villainous. If we show weakness, others will resort to violence. Therefore, we must prepare in advance. Yes. Our daughter is right. Wen Changning nodded repeatedly, clutching her phone as she wandered off to contemplate what defensive weapons she might procure. Wen Rang turned his head, locking eyes with Wen Qian, and inquired, How much can your space accommodate? Are there any limitations? For now, it's essentially 1,000 units of supplies for every square meter of space, besides a villa spanning 1,000 square meters. I also have an acre of land and approximately 1,000 square meters of vacant area, which is likely to expand in the future. Wen Qian spoke candidly, as she had intended for them all to enter the space eventually. The space periodically issues me tasks, and I currently have only 1 family member slot. However, since I've opened this avenue, there will certainly be others in due course, allowing both you and Dad to witness the interior. All right, understood, Wen Rang replied without pretense. I'll get to broaden my horizons then, and see what that grand villa looks like. After a night passed, they enjoyed breakfast the following morning. Wen Qian headed out to procure knives, while Wen Rang seemed to have his own agenda. Qian, accompany your mother to your grandmother's house. I wish to retrieve the belongings they left behind. Wen Qian's maternal grandfather had been an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and both grandparents had perished in a tragic car accident, leaving behind numerous books and medicinal herbs. He had originally intended for his daughter to inherit the family legacy, but Li Mo, in a fit of rebellion, pursued Western medicine, nearly driving the old man to despair. Later, he set his sights on Wen Rang and Wen Qian. Yet Wen Rang had shown no interest in that field from a young age. As for Wen Qian, she had been influenced by her brother, absorbing various forensic dramas such as the Forensic Record and the Great Songs Prosecutor, with the aspiration of training her to become an accomplished female forensic expert. Ultimately, when Wen Qian turned 10, Li Mo caught Wen Rang in the act after returning from a long shift at the hospital, delivering a thorough reprimand, which put an end to his misguided aspirations for her. Wen Qian chuckled at the memory of her 15-year-old brother being chased around the house by Li Mo, wailing in protest. Driving back to the ancestral home with Li Mo, Wen Qian was met with an overwhelming cloud of dust. 3 towering bookshelves brimmed with tomes. After they had tidied up, they stowed the bookshelves into the space and proceeded to inspect the medicine cabinet, collecting usable herbs as well.
Daughter.
You mentioned that Western medicine would be hard to come by in the future. What about Chinese medicinal herbs? There will be some, but they will be quite rare due to the extreme climate and perilous survival conditions. Aside from the hordes of zombies, there are also desperate individuals resorting to theft and violence. Can your space cultivate medicinal herbs? Technically, yes, but I've never attempted it. That's fine. Mom will handle it. If only I had heeded the old man's advice earlier and learned more from him. Now is not too late. Especially since we have made preparations ahead of time. I will acquire some medical equipment. Western medicine tends to yield faster results. Li Mo nodded in agreement, recalling that her choice to study Western medicine stemmed from the perception that traditional methods were too slow. After a day of scouring for supplies, Wen Qian returned home that evening with everything Wen Qian had wished for. Look at this, Wen Qian exclaimed, rushing towards the 5 tang swords laid out on the sofa. So many. I thought acquiring even one would be a stroke of luck. Wen Qian, seated nearby, observed her daughter's delight with a smug satisfaction, crossing her legs in triumph. This is what wealth can accomplish. Each sword costs 40,000. 5 of them totals 200,000. She had been anxious on her journey home, fearing an encounter with law enforcement that could lead to troublesome explanations. With weapons in hand, Wen Qian felt a renewed sense of security. The following days continued with their regular outings for supplies. Wen Qian acquired several sets of fitness equipment, intending to ensure that Wen Rang and the others maintained their physical health. Meanwhile, Wen Rang purchased 10 speedboats, along with life jackets and inflatable rafts, the total cost of which Wen Qian dared not inquire about. Nonetheless, as they stored these items into the space, it visibly expanded. After a bustling week, the day arrived for the installation of the glasshouse on the rooftop. Wen Qian joined the supervision, marveling as Wen Rang meticulously measured dimensions and crafted the design, unable to resist complimenting her brother's brilliance. In Chapter 9, the Apocalypse defense system is activated. When Wen Rang had previously mentioned installing a sunroom and security mesh, Wen Qian had assumed the mesh would be positioned outside the glass. Typically, that is how it is designed. However, she was taken aback to discover that he instructed the contractor to place the mesh within. Why is the security mesh inside? Wen Qian whispered as she approached Wen Rang. Because you mentioned that adverse weather could occur in the future. I feared it might corrode from acid rain, Wen Rang replied matter-of-factly. Wen Qian remained silent, but Wen Rang could read her expression, realizing he had guessed correctly. She sighed. Although reluctant to concede, her brother had indeed been astute since childhood, which is why he had gained admission to the prestigious Wudayaku Vocational Technical Institute. The commotion of the installation soon attracted the attention of the community management, prompting security to call Wen Qian to inform her that the structure was unauthorized. Internally cursing, she maintained a cheerful facade as she responded, "Let the neighbors report it. Once the complaint is successful, I'll dismantle it. Don't feel awkward. You should report it too." The security guard, bewildered, hung up, at a loss to decipher whether her attitude was favorable or unfavorable. Ultimately, he complied with Wen Qian's instructions. However, The process of reporting would take time. It would take at least half a month for any action to be taken. By then, it was uncertain whether anyone would still be around to address the matter. After a considerable amount of time, the sunroom was finally completed. The roof was adorned with manually controlled honeycomb shades, while the south side featured several sliding glass windows for ventilation in the summer. This side also included a highly transparent security mesh to keep out insects. By simply opening the window and pulling down the mesh from its casing, it could be secured in place. This clever design had cost Wen Rang an additional 10,000 yuan. Wen Qian gazed with satisfaction at the finished glasshouse, and just as the installation workers exited the home, a familiar voice resonated in her mind, heralding the long-awaited activation of the system.
Ding.
The Apocalypse defense system has been activated. Congratulations on completing the defense upgrade task. Reward: defense system upgrade, eternal temperature control, and 1 technical staff slot. Defense upgrade, eternal temperature, technical staff. Wen Qian was momentarily stunned, still processing the implications of a technical staff member when she noticed a transformation occurring in the recently installed glasshouse. The thickness of the glass had changed, now boasting professional-level ballistic resistance. Moreover, visibility was restricted to only seeing the outside from within, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. "Oh my!" came Wen Rang's exclamation from the entrance, a rare burst of profanity escaping him. Alarmed, Wen Qian rushed to his side, concerned for his well-being. "What's going on?" Wen Rang pointed at their front door, where he had intended to install surveillance equipment, only to be startled by its sudden transformation. Wen Qian burst into laughter upon seeing their front door, now a bank-grade security door. Realization dawned as she glanced at the equipment in Wen Rang's hands. The technical staff member must refer to him. Without hesitation, Wen Qian pulled Wen Rang inside the space. The scene before Wen Jiang suddenly transformed, causing his heart to race. He stood still for a moment, collecting himself, before glancing around. "Is this your space?" "Indeed, I will first bind your information, feel free to explore," came the reply. On an invisible panel, all his personal details were displayed. Name: Wen Jiang. Gender: male. Age: 24 years. Height: 185 centimeters. Blood type: B. Occupation: programmer. Relationship: siblings. Loyalty: never betray. Wen Qian swiftly bound his information before setting off to find Wen Jiang. Upon entering the villa, Wen Jiang discovered that his sister had already arranged their bedroom, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Well, at least you have some conscience. You didn't make me stay in a doghouse."
Not bad, right?
Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe, pointing at his bed, an electric one worth over 40,000. "Not too shabby," Wen Jiang remarked, walking over to flick her forehead. "Keep the matter of the space under wraps from outsiders, or your head will be in jeopardy in no time." "Rest assured, I am well aware," Wen Qian replied, fully cognizant of the perils of the apocalypse. Wen Jiang had tested the waters earlier. Without Wen Qian, he found it impossible to leave the space, and he suspected the same applied to entering. This indicated that no one could sneak in behind his sister's back to steal anything and escape safely, which greatly relieved him. Otherwise, his little sister had worked hard to stockpile supplies, and if someone were to take them, she would surely be devastated. Although Wen Jiang was reluctant to have Wen Qian toil in the fields, having never done so himself, he still lent her a hand, aside from weeding. They both felt that the space would inevitably expand, and thus they reached an agreement to procure a seed drill, a sprayer, a harvester, a crusher, and a rice milling machine, among other equipment. They busied themselves for quite some time before finally locating a local agricultural machinery manufacturer and scheduling a meeting for the following day. Wen Jiang then resumed installing surveillance equipment while Wen Qian decided to venture out once more. She had an unsettling premonition that the apocalypse would arrive sooner than expected. Upon reaching the underground parking garage via the elevator, Wen Qian unexpectedly encountered Zhang Ziang, who was walking ahead, engrossed in a phone call and unaware of her presence. "I told you I would definitely attend the class reunion. And I'll be bringing my girlfriend. What's there not to believe?" "Who's my girlfriend?" "Wen Qian." "Of course. Who else could it be?" "Haha, she is quite difficult to pursue, but it depends on who is doing the chasing. I've decided. Once I graduate from university, I'll get my license with her. With my good looks and family background, what could she possibly object to? She has to marry eventually. Doesn't she?" Wen Qian trailed behind, suppressing the urge to kick him away, recording everything on her phone. Yes, we'll drive there together. What car? Just the Qian. I've already told her that once we're married in 2 years, I'll take it to work. It'll do, but to be honest, I'm not really impressed with her car. I plan to have her father buy me a big G later on. Yes, her brother drives one. But I heard he bought it himself. Wen Qian scoffed quietly, amused by his self-serving calculations. Zhang Ziang remained blissfully unaware of her presence, his boastful words soaring high. Until Wen Qian's gaze shifted past him, spotting a white stray cat perched on her car's roof, she exclaimed, "Xiao Bai." Wen Qian hurried over. Could it really be Xiao Bai? Zhang Ziang was startled by her voice and hastily ended his call. He watched as Wen Qian ran to her car, catching the dirty stray cat that leaped down from the roof, and he quickly shouted, "Wen Qian, you should throw it away. That cat is filthy. You can't keep it. It'll affect your ability to have children in the future." Chapter 10. The entire family can now access the space. Wen Qian paid no heed to his nonsensical ramblings as she earnestly examined the kitten in her arms. Upon confirming it was indeed Xiao Bai, her eyes grew misty. Xiao Bai was a long-haired stray with heterochromia, one eye yellow, the other red, exceedingly beautiful. Yet it was no mere pretty face. In the surrounding area, it was renowned for its prowess in battling rivals. In her previous life, Wen Qian had developed an interest in it after witnessing its triumphant victory against 3 opponents. She cautiously attempted to attract it with some fish slices she had bought, never anticipating that it would actually follow her home. Even when the apocalypse arrived, and she could no longer feed it fish, Xiao Bai remained loyally by her side. Xiao Bai snuggled against her, meowing incessantly as if attempting to communicate. However, upon Zhang Ziang approaching, it abruptly ceased its affectionate antics, leaping onto Wen Qian's arm and swiping at Zhang Ziang's face with its paw. 3 crimson scratches marred his cheek, and he cried out in pain, clutching his face while glaring at the wildcat, vowing, "Damn it, I'll make sure to kill you." Xiao Bai, meow. "Come at me." Wen Qian chuckled at Xiao Bai's protective behavior. She opened the car door and called out, "Xiao Bai, let us go." Xiao Bai jumped into the passenger seat, and as Wen Qian glanced back at Zhang Ziang, who hesitated to follow, her smile vanished and she coldly stated, "Go get a shot. Tell me how much it costs, and I'll transfer it to you." With that, she drove away. Once outside the neighborhood, Wen Qian found a pet hospital and immediately arranged for a comprehensive package that included a bath, deworming, and neutering for Xiao Bai. Initially bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, Xiao Bai did not have a chance to escape once it was carried inside and spotted other felines. Xiao Bai. Meow 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 meow. Can you act like a person? If we do this again, I swear I'll get you back. Wen Qian pretended not to hear its complaints, gently stroking its head while softly advising, "It's for the best. Once it's done, it's forever. Otherwise, finding you a companion later will be difficult." Neutering is not a major procedure, and Wen Qian paid extra to expedite it. Xiao Bai did not resist too much, but it cursed vigorously throughout, its protests echoing throughout the hospital. When Xiao Bai emerged from the operating room, Wen Qian heard the system's voice announce, "Ding. Apocalypse Battle Pet System activated. Name, Xiao Bai. Age, 2 years. Gender, male." Wen Qian glanced at the question mark on the panel and nearly burst into laughter. Thankfully, Xiao Bai was still dazed and could not see it, otherwise, it would surely have erupted in fury. After settling the bill, Wen Qian carried the cat carrier to her car and turned towards the supermarket. She needed to stock up on supplies.
Canned food.
Dried fish. Cat litter. At 11 o'clock that night, Wen Qian received a call from Wen Jiang, asking where she was and if he needed to come pick her up. At that moment, she was already downstairs, assuring him that she would be home shortly, which allowed him to relax and hang up. Wen Qian returned home, content with Xiao Bai in her arms. After a whirlwind of activity, she had managed to stockpile 2,000 pounds of cat food, 1,000 bags of cat litter, over 500 boxes of cat food cans, and an uncountable number of dried fish packets. Wen Jiang and the others were seated on the sofa, unable to sleep without Wen Qian's return. Upon seeing her enter with a cat, Wen Jiang raised an eyebrow and smiled. "That useless guy downstairs, who wants to live off us, has already come to complain, saying he was scratched by the stray cat you picked up." "Yes," Wen Qian admitted with a grin. "He should be grateful that Xiao Bai hasn't mutated yet. Otherwise, one swipe, and his head would have relocated. Wen Qian was taken aback. Animals can mutate?
It was like that in my past life.
Our Xiaobai transformed into a majestic lion. Thus, she not only needed to stock up on cat food, but also had to venture out tomorrow to procure more meat for it. When Rang perked up upon hearing this, turning to gaze at Wen Chongning. Dad, I want a dog. Wen Chongning replied, consider it done. I want one too. As night passed and dawn broke, Wen Chongning set out to buy a dog, while Li Imo headed to the market for meat and vegetables. Wen Qian and Wen Rang went to meet with the manufacturer of agricultural machinery they had arranged to see the previous day. The other party was taken aback to find two young individuals standing before them, puzzled as to why they were interested in such equipment.
Wen Rang explain it.
We have quite a bit of land at home and want to start a farm. The merchant nodded in realization, understanding that these young entrepreneurs were eager to venture into business, and proceeded to show them the products. Wen Qian, despite her lack of knowledge in this area, was astonished to see Wen Rang engaging in a lively discussion with the merchant, showing no signs of being a novice. Unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered, Did you study farming in college? Wen Rang turned to her with a look of disdain. You think I'm like you? What's wrong with her? She's quite capable. She pondered how to stockpile gasoline and diesel. Logically, she should be able to siphon fuel from the gas station. But what would she use to carry it into the space? While she contemplated this, Wen Rang concluded negotiations with the merchant. They purchased a plethora of machines, a combine harvester, a tiller, a seeder, a sprayer, an irrigation device, a feed grinder, a forage cutter, a corn peeler, a corn thresher, and a rice milling machine, acquiring 10 units in total, costing over 100,000. After the deal was sealed, the merchant eagerly inquired where they wanted the goods delivered. Wen Qian replied, We'll drive ahead to guide you. Just drop the goods at the village entrance. Fill up your vehicle with some fuel, and our people will drive it back, which will also serve as a good test run. The merchant quickly arranged for workers to load the cargo and followed the two promising young customers. Wen Rang drove to the rural area where her grandparents once lived. The village now lay nearly deserted. Even those who remained were elderly. Young people preferred to migrate to cities for homes or jobs. After the truck drivers and workers unloaded the machinery, they quickly left, relieved not to have to do any more work. Once they were far off, Wen Qian stored the machines in the space and brought Wen Rang inside to take a look. Just as she had anticipated, the space continued to expand, though at a slower rate, indicating that the exchange ratio was no longer at $1,000 per square meter.
Ding.
Congratulations on completing the farming equipment task. Reward: 1 quota for farming cultivation members. The system's voice chimed in again, prompting Wen Qian to chuckle softly. Her father truly was the chosen child of agriculture. There was no doubt. She shared this delightful news with Wen Rang, who was equally elated. This meant that all 4 members of their family could now enter the space. As they drove back, passing by grain shops and markets, they purchased 500 pounds of rice and flour, along with 200 pounds of beef. Upon nearing the city, Wen Qian suddenly spotted a promising location. Brother, do you see that? ISN, at a storage site for several major e-commerce companies and supermarkets. Chapter 11. Caught in the Act. Wen Rang found a safe place to park and followed Wen Qian's gaze, subsequently checking the map. It seemed accurate, but the security measures at that location would undoubtedly be stringent, making entry impossible. Even if we can't get in, we must find a way. When the apocalypse arrives, it will rain continuously for a month, and by then, even if we have the chance to come back, most of what's inside will be ruined by the flood. It would be better if it was ours. A month of continuous rain?
Wen Rang exclaimed.
Bin City was a mountainous area, with some residents living on the slopes and others below. The city didn't typically experience heavy rainfall in summer, but occasional torrential downpours could lead to flooding in neighborhoods and vehicles. If there were a month of continuous rain, then... Wen Qian leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, nodding affirmatively. Exactly, a month of relentless rain, day and night. The villa area beneath us would be completely submerged, and even our building would be flooded up to the 5th floor. When Rang recalled what Wen Qian had mentioned a few days prior about the frequent floods in the first 3 years, but they wouldn't affect their family. It was her family, not their neighborhood, and that distinction was crucial. After a moment of silence to process this information, Wen Rang started the car and drove towards the e-commerce storage site. In broad daylight, they couldn't afford to appear too conspicuous. So they took a detour around the outer roads, allowing Wen Qian to memorize the terrain before leaving. Upon returning home, Wen Chongning had already brought back the dogs. He had purchased 4 German shepherds, 2 males and 2 females, all still puppies. Xiao Bai, catching a whiff of the dog's scent, approached. And upon seeing the 4 little pups, felt utterly betrayed. So you, the litter box cleaner, not only have you taken my territory, but now you've brought in dogs too? You've fallen out of love with me. Haven to you? The feelings have faded. Haven to they. Wen Qian, feeling the tension while cradling one of the puppies, suddenly sensed the impending doom. As she slowly turned, she was met with the accusatory glare of Xiao Bai. Without uttering a sound, Xiao Bai sat silently, fixated on her with an expression that seemed to say, "Let us see how you explain this." Startled, Wen Qian instinctively tossed the puppy aside. The little dog, oblivious to the complexities of feline emotions, was distressed by the sudden abandonment and whimpered as it nudged against Wen Qian's leg, yearning for comfort. "Xiao Bai, please let me explain. It's not what you think." Wen Qian hastened to squat before Xiao Bai. "All these little ones are my arrangements for you. From now on, let them handle all the dirty work. When a challenge arises that they can't manage, then you can step in, making you seem even more formidable, right?" Xiao Bai, meow, 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 meow. "You deceiving woman. I'm not buying your story." As Wen Qian desperately attempted to placate Xiao Bai, the 4 little puppies wagged their tails and bounded over, encircling Xiao Bai. With a swift swipe of her paw, Xiao Bai shoved them away, but they returned, eager to please. This back and forth continued several times until Xiao Bai finally grew tired of them. She proudly raised her tail and sauntered up to the rooftop to bask in the sun, with the little dogs frolicking behind her, seemingly determined to follow her lead. Wen Qian observed the dogs' eagerness to win over their older companion and felt a surge of joy. With the expansion of her combat pet roster, the system rewarded her once again.
Ding.
Combat pet scale increased. Reward: 1 natural sand pit. Immediately, Wen Qian entered the space to check, discovering a massive 2-meter by 4-meter pit, already filled with cat litter, indistinguishable from the ones she had seen in the mall. Moreover, beside the pit was a flushable squat toilet, clearly designed for the convenience of the litter box cleaner to maintain it promptly. What a miraculous space! It truly catered to its owner. Overjoyed, Wen Qian twirled around before exiting the space, gathering everyone to name the puppies. After some deliberation, they settled on names. Wen Qian's dog was named Xiaohe, Wen Rang's was Xiaolu, Li Mo's was Bei Bei, and Wen Chongning's was De Zhuang. As they finalized the names, the system promptly updated the information. Wen Qian then brought Wen Chongning into the space, binding his information. Name: Wen Chongning. Gender: male. Age: 48 years. Height: 178 centimeters. Blood type: B. Occupation: merchant. Relationship: father and daughter. Loyalty: forever unbetrayed. This was the first time when Chongning entered the space, and he felt as though he had discovered a new world. He wandered through the upper and lower floors, inside and outside the house multiple times, and finally, in a fit of excitement, returned to Wen Qian, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "My daughter is remarkable. Truly the best." Wen Qian's body stiffened momentarily. After all, she had not seen her father for a decade before her rebirth. The sensation of his embrace was foreign to her, and she had nearly forgotten the sound of his voice. Sensing her discomfort, Wen Chongning felt a pang of disappointment and considered releasing her, only to be caught in her vice-like grip. "Dad, I missed you so much," Wen Qian whispered softly, nestled in his embrace. In her previous life, the first to leave her was Li Mo, who had perished on the day they were driven from their home, mortally wounded by Zhang Ziang while valiantly protecting her from defilement. The second to depart was Wen Chongning himself, who was killed and subsequently consumed by a group of scavengers while searching for supplies. The remaining Wen Rang, in a bid to safeguard her, had joined the alliance. He was exceptionally talented, rising to a position of authority within 2 years. Yet, his brilliance incited jealousy among the petty souls around him, ultimately leading to a conspiracy that cost him his life during a mission. In the first 5 years of the apocalypse, Wen Qian lost the 3 people she loved most. It was only after their departure that she awakened her extraordinary powers, gradually growing stronger. As when Changning gazed at his daughter, he awkwardly ruffled her hair. "Daddy's here. I'll always be by your side." His beloved daughter stood upright, shaking her head in response to his concern. "I'm fine. I feel nothing at all. Just think about it. Heaven has opened such a vast door for me. It must treat me well. Otherwise, if I were to perish due to physical strain, such a magnificent creation would be lost." When Changning pondered her words and found merit in her reasoning, relieved, he turned and headed to the fields to begin working. Wen Qian greeted him and then exited the space to accompany Wen Rang to the courier station. They were there to collect the various items their family had ordered online. Taking advantage of the fact that most people were at work in the afternoon, they retrieved all the packages, stowed them in the space. And then Wen Rang ventured to a nearby mall to purchase 50 smartphones with the largest memory capacity. Wen Qian was taken aback when she saw him return with a box of phones. "What do you intend to do with these?" she inquired. "To listen to music, take photos, and record memories. Life in the apocalypse is bitter. One must seek out some sweetness, right?" Wen Qian was astounded. This seemingly straightforward brother of hers had a surprisingly romantic side. Chapter 12. The apocalypse has arrived. The affluent and willful young master entered the study with his smartphones, occupied with some unknown task. Wen Qian assisted Wen Changning in the space, and by evening, they emerged together for dinner. As darkness fell, Wen Qian and Wen Rang set out. She was still preoccupied with the storage factory she had seen earlier that day. Though their supplies in the space were ample enough for their family of four to thrive in the apocalypse, no one would ever complain about having too much. A thicker foundation would bolster their confidence, ensuring they had the upper hand in future encounters. When Rang parked the car near the storage factory, and they walked toward it. The surrounding residential buildings had people out for evening strolls, allowing them to remain inconspicuous. "Did you see those two security guards by the entrance? They must be around 6 feet 3 inches tall. You're not even as tall as their legs. Do you plan to sneak in like an ant when they're not paying attention? I was thinking you could use your charm to distract them. What do you think?" Wen Qian looked at him earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Wen Rang turned to leave without a word, only to be firmly tugged back by Wen Qian. "Brother, for the happiness of your sister's future, please make this sacrifice just once. You don't need to be happy. Merely getting by is sufficient." As they playfully bickered, a sudden voice echoed in Wen Qian's mind. "Beep. The apocalypse has commenced. Limited time mission unlocked. Collect 100 million supplies within 24 hours. Reward. Weapon exchange system."
Wen Qian froze in Schock, Startling Wen Rang.
"What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Slowly lifting her gaze to meet his, she spoke each word with gravity. "The apocalypse has arrived." No sooner had she spoken than lightning began to crackle across the darkened sea, booming thunder following in its wake, causing their ears to ring. When Rang was caught off guard by the sudden deluge of rain, they stood drenched, unable to return to the car before a thunderous explosion echoed as a nearby power pole was struck by lightning. Wen Qian felt a sudden urgency. Without hesitation, she tossed Wen Rang into the space before sprinting toward the entrance. Time was of the essence. She had to swiftly retrieve the supplies, stock up on fuel at the gas station, and acquire medicine and equipment from the hospital. Otherwise, within hours, the city would be flooded, making it impossible to drive. After a week of relative calm following her return from the apocalypse, Wen Qian was now fully in battle mode. Seizing the opportunity while the security guards had yet to activate the backup power and were rushing back to their station, she dashed forward and leapt over the parking lot barrier. 3 minutes later, the once darkened facility was illuminated once more as staff activated the backup power and lit the area. Wen Qian stealthily concealed herself, grateful for the torrential rain that compelled the patrolling security personnel to retreat momentarily, granting her a chance to act. She darted through the downpour, beginning to collect supplies from the closest containers before gradually making her way toward the exit. Inside the space, Wen Rang was sulking after being unceremoniously thrown in by his sister, unable to assist her. He worried for her safety, but when he noticed the sudden appearance of supplies in the open area, his heart gradually settled. Half an hour passed, and Wen Qian successfully retrieved all the containers outside, 68 in total. She knew there were more supplies within the factory building, but with workers and most of the security personnel inside, it would be too troublesome. She could not afford to waste any more time. Moreover, as the number of missing containers outside increased, it finally caught the attention of the security staff. Watching as dozens of guards rushed out of the building, Wen Qian quickly ran toward the exit. The guards at the entrance received the alert and dashed out into the rain, coming face to face with her. However, wearing a mask, Wen Qian concealed her identity, making it impossible for them to discern her features. Yet, her build and attire revealed she was a girl. The guards hesitated, initially not perceiving her as a threat, mistakenly believing she was an office worker coming to inform them of something. But Wen Qian knew that without incapacitating them, she would not be able to escape, and she had no intention of wasting time acting. Thus, she struck decisively, her movements swift and precise, taking down 3 guards with 2 flying kicks and an elbow strike. The 4th guard stationed at the entrance, recognizing her as a formidable opponent, immediately raised his electric baton. But in the next moment, the baton was snatched from his grasp. Wen Qian rendered him unconscious and dashed through the exit. She sprinted back to where they had parked, leaping into the car, her heart racing as if it might burst. Dozens of guards poured out of the facility in pursuit, but they had yet to catch up. Wen Qian gasped for breath as she pulled Wen Rang from the space. "Hurry, drive. They're coming after us." Wen Rang was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure. He started the car and sped away from the scene. It was the first time the young master had engaged in theft, and he never anticipated it would escalate to such proportions. His heart raced as he drove the G-Class with the force of a fighter jet. Minutes later, once those security personnel were completely out of sight, Wen Qian instructed him to stop. The car halted by the roadside, and Wen Qian stored both the vehicle and herself back into the space. She then retrieved her own Qian, which she had prepared in advance, and the two continued their journey. After switching vehicles, Wen Rang moderated his speed, due to the suddenness of the incident, and their inability to comprehend how one individual could steal so many containers. By the time they drove out, Wen Qian and her brother had already changed cars, rendering them completely safe. While Wen Rang drove, Wen Qian changed into a dry outfit from the space. She then asked him to stop at a gas station they passed. The hour was late, and with the raging storm, the staff figured no one would come to refuel, so they lounged inside, engrossed in games. Observing the deserted station, Wen Qian promptly exited the car to cause mischief. She tentatively attempted to operate the refueling tools and was astonished to find success. The fueling apparatus vanished, along with the underground oil, into her space. Seizing the moment, Wen Qian collected every type of fuel available before hastening to the next gas station. At the subsequent stop, the process became even simpler. Her accommodating space no longer collected identical refueling equipment, only the fuel itself. Thus, they traversed from one station to another. And after scouring over a dozen large gas stations upon returning to the city, Wen Qian decided to cease her activities. Not for any other reason, but because her beloved space had spoken.
Ding.
The oil storage capacity in the system has reached its limit, unlocking the combat readiness achievement. Reward: unlimited fuel privilege with no restrictions. Wen Qian was astonished. She could refuel at will from now on, filling up with 98 octane. She would no longer have to feel the pangs of guilt. Chapter 13. His sister killed a zombie. Wen Qian shared this delightful news with Wen Rang before dialing Li Mo. When the call connected, Li Mo's concerned voice resonated from the other end.
Qian.
"Where are you now?" "On the way to the hospital, Mom. Don't worry, my brother and I will probably be home by late night. You and Dad must not go outside or open the door to anyone. We have the key, and we'll let ourselves in." After relaying her instructions to Li Mo, Wen Qian hung up and glanced at the hand-drawn map Li Mo had sent her. The map clearly marked her destination. Upon arriving, Wen Qian did not rush to enter the space. She found a suitable spot to store the car, and the two ventured into the hospital under the protection of an umbrella. The facility had also experienced a power outage due to the lightning strike. However, the hospital's backup power could activate within 10 seconds and sustain operations for over 96 hours, thus suffering minimal disruption. After taking the elevator to the surgical floor, they found family members anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Wen Qian exchanged a glance with Wen Rang just as piercing screams erupted from within.
Ah!
The sharp cries sent a jolt of vigilance through Wen Qian. Could it be? Several doctors rushed out of the operating room, their masks stained with blood, shouting as they fled. "Call the police.
Quick."
The patient suddenly went mad and killed Director Qin. Hearing this, Wen Qian instinctively reached for Wen Rang, but He deftly dodged her grasp. "If you dare throw me in there, I'll break your hand," Wen Rang said sternly, fixing his gaze on Wen Qian. "This should be the weakest phase of those creatures' attack. If I am afraid of them now, how will I survive when they mutate?" He could not always rely on his sister for protection. Rather, he needed to grow stronger to protect her. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback by his words. He was indeed correct. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies were at their weakest. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Then stay close and hide behind me." Wen Rang smirked, nonchalantly nodding in agreement. Wen Qian pushed open the large door and stepped into the surgical corridor. Directly in her path was a patient who had just undergone surgery but had mutated mid-procedure into a zombie. He was a construction worker who had been sent for emergency surgery after a steel rebar was blown into his abdomen by the fierce storm. Observing his pallid eyes and erratic movements, Wen Qian recognized he was beyond saving. Without hesitation, she drew a Tang Dao from her space and, with a swift motion, severed the zombie's head. Wen Rang stood behind her, and despite being mentally prepared, he staggered back a step from the shocking scene. His sister had had slain a zombie. Moreover, her execution was remarkably proficient, devoid of any fear or hesitation. Wen Qian cast a glance back at the startled Wen Rang but said nothing. Instead, turning to enter an untainted operating room, she collected 3 sets of surgical instruments before emerging, finding Wen Rang visibly steadier. With a stoic expression, he looked at Wen Qian and said, "Hand me a baseball bat." Wen Qian tossed him one from her space, and together they sprinted toward the intensive care unit. Screams echoed from various floors of the hospital, with even the morgue making unsettling noises. Unbeknownst to them, this place had unwittingly become the first site of suffering as the apocalypse unfolded. Wen Qian seized the monitoring equipment from the intensive care unit before hastily making her way to the hospital's pharmacy. The pharmacy had already closed for the night, the doors securely locked. Anticipating this, Wen Qian approached and picked the lock. Wen Rang initially thought she was jesting, but to his astonishment, the door swung open in about 10 seconds. They rushed inside, collecting all the shelves and medications into her space before sprinting towards the exit. Along the way, they encountered several zombies. Just as in the operating room, Wen Qian swiftly dispatched them, granting no opportunity for them to act defiantly in her presence, nor for Wen Rang to intervene.
"Ah!"
She killed. A nearby bystander shrieked as they witnessed Wen Qian decapitate a zombie. Unbothered, she pressed forward with urgency. Reaching the hospital's entrance, the entire facility had succumbed to chaos, with the parking lot in disarray. Fortunately, Wen Qian had already stored the car in her space earlier. Braving the rain, she led Wen Rang to a nearby unmonitored path before retrieving the vehicle. Wen Rang drove in silence, occasionally glancing at Wen Qian in the passenger seat. Wen Qian remained equally quiet, wishing he wouldn't discover so soon how cold-blooded and ruthless she had become. Surely, he preferred the former version of her? No one would cherish a merciless reaper. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she resigned herself to reality. "You drive back first. I have matters to attend to." "I'll accompany you," Wen Rang firmly rejected. "Did you sustain any injuries?"
"No," she replied.
Wen Rang swallowed hard, turning to look at her again. "I am a bit scared, but not of you. You know, some images are starkly different when seen on television versus in person. Though I was mentally prepared. Those things are simply revolting. I need a bit of time to adjust." As Wen Rang reminisced about Wen Qian's graceful figure as she wielded her knife to slay the zombies, he sighed softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "What are you laughing at?" Wen Qian inquired, noticing his amusement. "I'm just marveling at how impressive my sister is. If that fellow Zhang downstairs had witnessed her, he would probably have wet his pants in fright." The image of Zhang Ziang in such a predicament flashed in Wen Qian's mind, and her spirits lifted. On their way home, Wen Qian made a stop at the epidemic prevention station and 2 large shopping malls, depleting all visible supplies. She also raided several liquor stores along the route, emptying about a dozen of them. At 3:30 in the morning, when she and Wen Rang finally arrived home safely, the system's timed mission had been successfully completed. Inside the house, Wen Chongning and Li Mo had spent the night awake. The power was out, and the two sat anxiously on the sofa under the glow of a small rechargeable lamp, accompanied by Xiao Bai and 4 little puppies. Upon hearing the door open, they rushed to greet them, and upon seeing that they were unharmed, Li Mo couldn't help but shed tears of relief. Thank goodness you're safe. What would I do if anything happened to you? It's all right, Mom. Don't cry, Wen Qian reassured her, having already changed out of her blood-stained clothes outside. She stepped forward to embrace Li Mo, gently patting her back. The rain was torrential, causing flooding and traffic delays, which is why we returned a bit late. When Reng moved closer, taking Li Mo by the arm to lead her inside, his voice a mix of exhaustion and excitement.
Stop crying, Mom.
If you knew what remarkable things your daughter accomplished tonight, I assure you, you wouldn't be able to cry at all. Wen Qian thought. That sentiment certainly doesn't sound reassuring. Chapter 14. The activation of the weapon exchange system. Fortunately, Li Mo did not take Wen Reng's words to heart. She shot him a sidelong glance, warning him calmly, "Don't be flippant. If your sister is injured, I'll break your legs."
Mom, Wen Rang protested.
Are you under some misapprehension regarding our current combat prowess? Outside, the tempest raged on, with the sounds of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks echoing in the distance. Both Li Mo and Wen Chongning felt an ominous premonition, glancing at Wen Qian and whispering, "Has it begun early?" "Yes," Wen Qian confirmed with a nod. "It started over half a month ahead of schedule, but thankfully we acted swiftly, and this time we are thoroughly prepared." When Reng added, "Zombies have already appeared at the hospital. It's unclear how the infection spread. In truth, the signs are not entirely elusive. For nearly a century, the Earth has suffered from overexploitation, wars, pollution, natural disasters, and recurring viruses, yet humanity has remained oblivious," Wen Qian elaborated. Li Mo resonated deeply with this. Recalling her days as a doctor, where she faced viral outbreaks every few years, each becoming more severe than the last. Humanity feels so insignificant in the face of nature's retribution, utterly vulnerable. The group retreated to their respective rooms to rest, while Wen Qian brought Xiaobai and the 4 puppies into her space. The resources she gathered that night had transformed the space dramatically, expanding it almost 5-fold. Furthermore, the buildings and facilities had been upgraded, presumably as a reward for unlocking the stockpiling achievement. She refrained from inspecting the 60-odd containers, knowing that the space would preserve the items in their original state, ensuring freshness even if they contained perishables. She recalled the reason for her frenzied stockpiling: the weapon exchange system. While firearms were challenging to acquire, they were indispensable. Although they could be purchased in the later stages of the apocalypse, the risk of being preyed upon was considerably higher. With a sense of anticipation, Wen Qian opened the panel, discovering a new tab labeled Weapon Store. Her heart raced with excitement as she clicked on it, gazing at the rows of treasures displayed within, nearly bursting into a scream. The inventory included not only various rifles and handguns but also artillery, tanks, submarines, missiles, and fighter jets. Even more astonishingly, it featured weapons of mass destruction. Eager to fire a weapon, she clicked to purchase, only to realize in that moment her funds were non-existent. The cheapest firearm was priced at 10,000 coins, and her account balance stood at 0. Clearly, this currency could not be acquired with money. After some contemplation, she grasped the mechanics. Everything produced within the space could be reclaimed by the system. For instance, the crops she cultivated or fish she raised could be sold back to the system if she had no use for them, earning her a reward in the form of store currency. Wen Qian felt a mix of joy and anxiety. Relying on agriculture to amass wealth for weaponry, how long would that take? However, she soon reassured herself, knowing her space would not make things overly difficult for her. Perhaps there would be other means of earning in the future. Moreover, she was an adept at farming. She resolved to enlist her parents and Wen Rang for assistance tomorrow. Many hands make light work. Reluctantly, Wen Qian closed the store system and wandered around the villa. Ever since her villa was upgraded to 1,000 square meters a few days prior, it had not expanded further. However, the surrounding facilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the backyard, a swimming pool approximately 50 meters long had been added, alongside a vast expanse of lawn and a hot spring. This would undoubtedly be the ideal spot for relaxation and entertainment. The front yard was ready for Xiaobai and the dogs, and conveniently located next to their dens was a natural sandpit for the pups to address their needs. Further out, a spacious parking area awaited. Currently parked there were her Qian, Wen Rang's G-Class, Li Mo's X5, and Wen Chongning's Wuling van. Indeed, Wen Chongning had treated them all to luxury vehicles. while he himself drove the humble Wuling. Behind the family cars were the cedars and equipment that she and Wen Rang had purchased. The system had neatly organized everything, suggesting a hint of compulsive perfectionism. In front of the parking lot lay a fruit orchard and a fish pond. As Wen Qian approached, she was astonished to discover yet another pool adjacent to the fish pond. Though smaller than the pond, it measured around 30 square meters. Wen Qian was taken aback, for the pool contained the seafood her father had recently purchased from the fish market. Ever since when Chongning brought these items home, he had diligently cared for them in the space, fearing that if he slacked off, his daughter would miss out on seafood in the future. The seawater required temperature control and regular changes, and oxygenation devices were needed to maintain a high oxygen concentration, ensuring the seafood remained lively. Thus, whenever he had the chance, Wen Chongning would fetch seawater from the coast, saving it for future water changes in the fish tank. In just a week, he had prepared 10 large tanks full of seawater. Now, all the seawater he had brought back was in the pool, and the seafood was swimming vibrantly, showing no signs of distress. Could her space truly sustain seafood? This was simply marvelous. Wen Qian gleefully scooped up Xiaobai, twirling around with joy. Xiaobai, we really won't have to go hungry anymore. Meow. Xiaobai responded. In her previous life, Wen Qian had resorted to gnawing on tree bark and drinking muddy water when food was scarce. The sensation of hunger penetrated to the marrow of her bones, leaving an indelible mark even if she were to live again. Now, however, it was no longer just her. Her family, too, would no longer face the grim specter of starvation. Wen Qian exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried to the backyard hot spring to soak for a while before retiring to her space for slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, she was astonished to find her body remarkably invigorated. She had anticipated muscle soreness from excessive exertion the previous day. After all, this body was her former self, not the one battered by the apocalypse for over a decade. As she rose and stretched, she speculated that the hot spring might be the source of her newfound vitality. The space would not bestow useless things. This hot spring must be a treasure. The torrential rain had poured throughout the night, showing no signs of abating. The low-lying areas of the city center were already submerged, yet the power supply had temporarily resumed. When Rang and the others were awake, they had scarcely managed to sleep through the night. Thunder rumbled outside, each clap shaking the windows as if they were quaking in fear. Li Mo prepared millet porridge and steamed dumplings, and the group gathered around the dining table, discussing the day's plans as they ate. When Rang scrolled through his social media feeds when he suddenly stumbled upon a video. After watching it, he silently passed his phone to Wen Qian. She took the phone and glanced at the screen, only to discover footage of herself from the previous night, cleaving through zombies in the hospital, captured by someone else's phone and shared online. In the video, she appeared like a female warrior. The sudden and fierce downpour had caught many off guard, but such events remained within the realm of human endurance. However, brazenly killing in a hospital was another matter entirely. In the clip, Wen Qian sported a high ponytail, clad in black combat boots and dark cargo pants. Her white short-sleeved shirt cinched at the waist with a belt that accentuated her slender figure. In her right hand, she wielded a sharp tang knife, while her left grasped a young man towering over her, hurrying towards the exit. Suddenly, a peculiarly behaving man charged at her. She did not flinch or show fear. Instead, she swung her tang knife, causing the man's head to fall as effortlessly as ripe fruit from a tree. Blood spurted forth as the man collapsed, eliciting gasps of horror from onlookers. Ah! A murder! The video, a mere few seconds long, concluded at this juncture. Wen Qian remained unfazed after watching it. Both she and Wen Rang wore masks, rendering them unrecognizable. Even if someone did recognize her, she harbored no fear. Beneath the video, tens of thousands of comments flooded in, predominantly labeling her a murderer and urging the police to apprehend and execute her swiftly. Yet, a small faction discerned the truth. That man who attacked her looks an awful lot like a zombie. Indeed, I thought so too. Reliable sources indicate that there was a zombie outbreak at the city center hospital last night, which is now cordoned off by the police. I have reliable information too. Several major malls were swept clean by mysterious aliens last night. Wen Qian skimmed through the comment section before tossing the phone back to Wen Rang. Wen Chongning and Li Mo, who had also just watched the video, wore grim expressions. Li Mo seemed slightly better off, accustomed to the brutality of the medical field. However, when Chongning could barely eat, setting down his chopsticks to voice his opinion. Killing is wrong. When Rang responded, "The one in the video is your daughter. But killing zombies is perfectly fine. My daughter looks so impressive, like a warrior. But what's the deal with that guy behind her? He looks weak."
Dad.
Could you be any more hypocritical? When Rang chuckled in exasperation. "I didn't tea crumble last night when she carried me back. I was quite brave. Thank you very much. I just didn't tea react quickly upon seeing that thing." When Rang's point was valid, his performance last night was commendable, and he had certainly not hindered Wen Qian. In fact, from the hospital onward, he had driven the car, assisting Wen Qian in her various endeavors. When Rang adamantly refused to concede any weakness. Yet he was acutely aware of the qualitative disparity in strength between him and Wen Qian. Thus, after breakfast, he dedicated half an hour to earnest training. Wen Qian had stored the fitness equipment upstairs, ensuring that the 29th floor had a vacant level in between, muffling any noise from below. Meanwhile, Li Mo and Wen Chongning busied themselves. While the household still had access to water and electricity, they hastily prepared several dishes to store in the space. Dishes such as boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, squirrel fish, sweet and sour pork, 3-cup chicken, sweet and sour ribs, dry-fried green beans, and dry pot cauliflower. Everything Wen Qian relished, were made in abundance. Noticing their industriousness, Wen Qian entered the space alone to organize the supplies she had gathered the previous night. She had yet to open the 68 blind box containers she had brought back, uncertain of their contents. As she commenced the unboxing, the first container revealed an array of unopened pet food cans, both for cats and dogs, featuring beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and venison. There were approximately 100,000 cans in total. Satisfied, she nodded, realizing she had previously underestimated the food stock for her pets, but now it would suffice. The second container brimmed with canned beer. Her father and Wen Rang would surely be delighted to see this. The third container held an assortment of beverages, including cola, Sprite, Red Bull, sports drinks, iced tea, coffee, and juices. The fourth container, when opened, released a rush of cold air, revealing an abundance of ice cream. The fifth container was filled with frozen goods: fish tofu, squid balls, lobster balls, beef balls, fish roe dumplings, crab sticks, shrimp paste, tripe, layers of beef, duck intestines, and other hot pot ingredients. The sixth box contained towels, bath towels, socks, underwear, as well as toothpaste, toothbrushes, laundry detergent, and disinfectants, everyday essentials. The seventh box was filled with snacks like chips, sunflower seeds, shrimp chips, cookies, chocolates, and lollipops. As she continued to open container after container, they revealed premium fruits, rice, flour, oils, steaks, lamb chops, salmon, sweet shrimp, household paper, cooking salt, infant formula, nutritional supplements, skincare products, and loungewear, among other useful items. After tallying everything, Wen Qian wore a satisfied expression. She placed all these containers at the far east end of the space, alongside the items retrieved from the mall the previous night. The fine wines and cigarettes she had procured from the tobacco and alcohol shop were stashed in the basement cellar. Next, she checked on her chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, feeling reassured as she observed their thriving condition before departing. Outside, the sky appeared to be leaking. The rain fell incessantly. Due to the ferocity of the wind and rain, some neighbors with subpar window quality had begun to experience leaks. The community chat was flooded with messages discussing the downpour and the events that transpired in the hospital last night. Reclining on a lounge chair on the rooftop, one hand cradling her head and the other grasping her phone, Wen Qian received a message from Zhang Ziyang, who had sent her the same video along with a note. "The outside world is exceedingly perilous, Qian. Just tell me where you wish to go, and I shall accompany you." Upon reading his words, Wen Qian snorted in amusement. "Wen Qian, don't you think that girl who attacked someone looks like me?" Zhang, how could that be? You are so gentle and well-behaved. You could never do such a thing. Wen Qian, then don't you think the person she attacked resembles a zombie? Zhang Ziyang, where would there be zombies? Qian, don't listen to the nonsense people are spreading online. They are merely concocting tales to attract attention. After sending this message, Zhang Ziyang immediately initiated a video call. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Qian declined the call, silencing her phone and casting it aside as she rose to begin her workout. Having spent the last few days stockpiling supplies, now, when venturing outdoors was inadvisable, it was the perfect opportunity to fortify her body. She must seize this fleeting time before the surge of zombies to restore her physique to its former state. After warming up, Wen Qian ran 10 kilometers on the treadmill. Following that, she completed 500 jumping jacks, 5,000 mountain climbers, 500 alternate shoulder touches, and 10 minutes of planking. Upon concluding this vigorous routine, drenched in sweat, she realized her parents and Wen Rang were seated on the sofa, staring at her in astonishment. Chapter 16. Zombies in the Community. Wen Rang had also run 10 kilometers earlier and felt quite accomplished, having completed it without much effort. Yet now, in comparison to his sister, he felt utterly inadequate. He exchanged glances with Li Mo and Wen Chongning, and together, they stood up, making their way to the fitness area. They had to seize the moment to train. They could not afford to be the weakest link. Observing their actions, Wen Qian couldn't help but chuckle. She beckoned them to return to the sofa and devised personalized workout plans for each of them. As Wen Rang would be the primary force in their battles, he had to train rigorously. Wen Qian instructed him to run 10 kilometers each morning before breakfast, another 10 kilometers after lunch, and yet another 10 kilometers before bed, focusing on building his endurance. Additionally, the two of them were to engage in an hour of strength training and 2 hours of sparring each day. Upon hearing his sister's plan, Wen Rang internally wrestled with the demands. Setting aside whether I can endure this intense training, isn't 30 kilometers a day going to ruin my knees? It won't, Wen Qian replied calmly. I forgot to mention. There's now a hot spring in our space that can rapidly restore your body to peak condition. Wen Rang nodded, understanding her implication. Train hard. For as long as there is breath left, the space can revive you. With his plan finalized, it was time to move on to Wen Chongning's. Although Wen Qian did not intend for him to charge into battle alongside her, he needed to be stronger than the average person. At the very least, he should possess the ability to protect himself in case of unforeseen events. Thus, he, too, would need to run 10 kilometers daily, along with an hour of strength training and an hour of sparring with Wen Qian. As for Li Mo, she only needed to run 5 kilometers and engage in an hour of strength training. Upon hearing Wen Qian's directives, Li Mo furrowed her brow, a hint of concern evident. I appreciate your care, but compared to your training regimen, won't this be a bit too easy for me? It won't be, Wen Qian reassured her. I know you have many other responsibilities. Each person had a different role. Indeed, Li Mo did not require extensive physical exertion. But she needed to manage the household and make time to study and review the medical knowledge she had neglected for years. Wen Qian was aware that Li Mo had recently downloaded and printed a plethora of medical materials. In the apocalypse, seeking medical help would be impossible once illness struck. Li Mo understood her significance, dedicating her nights to studying until the early hours of 2 or 3. After discussing the training plans, Wen Qian also mentioned the ability to exchange for weapons within their space. We must cultivate as much food as possible and ensure that everyone has at least one firearm for self-defense. Upon hearing this, Wen Chongning's fatigue dissipated. After their workout, he promptly requested to enter the space to tend to the fields. Upon returning after a day away, he was astonished by the transformation within. What had once been a mere acre had now expanded to over 10 acres, igniting a fervor within him. His wife and child were exerting effort, and he had to step up as well. Rolling up his sleeves, he set to work, first revitalizing the newly acquired land and then planting corn, wheat, and rice, staple crops. He then designated a section for cultivating fresh vegetables for the family. After sowing the seeds, he began watering them. Once that was done, he proceeded to the livestock area. The grass in their space grew remarkably well, seemingly replenishing itself overnight, making livestock rearing exceedingly effortless. He first gathered eggs from the chicken coop, then cleaned the pigsty, filled the troughs with feed, and fed the donkeys and rabbits. The cows and sheep grazed freely in a designated area, without a care in the world. The ducks and geese meandered by the fish pond, occasionally swimming to catch fish, so it was no surprise that Wen Chongning found duck and goose eggs near the pond. After several hours of bustling about, Wen Chongning returned to the residential area and encountered the hot spring in the backyard that his daughter had mentioned. He quickly rushed indoors to take a shower, changing into swimwear to soak in the hot spring. When Wen Qian came in to call him for dinner, he was on the verge of dozing off in bliss. Daughter, this hot spring is simply divine. I feel my back pain has greatly alleviated. Wen Qian suffered from severe back issues, requiring frequent visits to the hospital for therapy and acupuncture. The doctor had advised surgery if the pain became unbearable, but he feared the risks of paralysis from a failed operation would burden his family, so he had postponed the decision. Wen Qian was moved by his words. This space was filled with wonders. Perhaps it could indeed heal her parents' ailments. Dad, from now on, let us soak here for an hour every day.
All right.
I'll follow your lead. The two exited the space and relayed their hot spring plan to Li Mo and Wen Rang, then enjoyed a meal while watching television. The warm scene contrasting sharply with the storm raging outside. The heavy rain had persisted for an entire day, showing no signs of abating. Reports of zombies attacking people had emerged from various regions, plunging the entire city into chaos. Panic began to spread within the community group, as a vague sense of unease settled in, hinting that this downpour was no ordinary storm. Even more alarming than the rain was the closure of the vegetable market at the foot of their building. Situated in a low-lying area, it had become partially submerged. Vendors, having heard rumors of zombie attacks, chose to stay home, prioritizing their safety over making money. It was July, the heat of summer, and fresh vegetables and fruits spoiled easily, leaving households with little in reserve. While they still had some rice and flour, who could survive on just grains without vegetables? In no time, every major online shopping platform was inundated with orders. People attempted to order takeout or purchase produce online, only to find no one was accepting orders. They had money, yet could not spend it. Just as Wen Qian finished browsing the community group's messages, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. The entire community was shrouded in darkness. The power was out once more. Hastily, Wen Qian activated the backup power supply at home, ensuring that several computers downloading files could continue to operate. However, she refrained from illuminating the room, opting instead to light a solitary candle. She then procured a lounge chair, settled herself on the rooftop, caressing her cat while savoring ice cream and listening to the wind and rain. This inclement weather had persisted for 5 days, and some households were already running low on provisions. Yet the downpour showed no signs of abating, and more alarmingly, a zombie attack had occurred within their community. A young couple from Building 5, driven to desperation by hunger, donned raincoats and boots, intending to venture to a nearby supermarket to procure instant noodles to stave off their hunger. However, upon reaching the entrance of the community, a security guard suddenly pounced upon them, knocking them to the ground and sinking his teeth into them. This horrifying scene was witnessed by several neighbors who were also contemplating a trip outside for supplies, sending them fleeing back to their homes in terror. Once they managed to return home, they promptly notified the group chat of the alarming news. There are zombies in our community. Chapter 17. Breaking into her home. The terrifying spectacle at the community entrance was witnessed by many residents on the lower floors, some even capturing it on video and sharing it in the community chat. Instantaneously, the chat erupted with messages. It's truly a zombie attack. What do we do? I just tried calling the police, but the line is busy. The emergency services are also busy. What on earth is happening? When will this rain ever cease? We are running out of food. My household is in the same predicament. We only have 2 packs of noodles left, and I'm too frightened to eat them. Is the apocalypse upon us? Every family secured their doors and windows, vigilantly monitoring the commotion below from their windows. Wen Qian took out binoculars to observe the scene below and discovered that dozens of zombies were already roaming nearby. Fortunately, they had remained undetected due to the incessant rain and fog over the past 2 days. Wen Reng's expression was a complex amalgamation of emotions upon witnessing this sight. Had they not prepared in advance, they would undoubtedly be in the same panicked state as the other neighbors. Once the rain subsides, I shall take you down to confront the zombies, Wen Qian declared, turning to Wen Reng, whose smile faded as he had just intended to praise his sister as a treasure. Wen Changning and Li Mo felt a jolt of anxiety upon hearing this. Yet both remained silent, allowing their daughter to dictate the course of action. Noticing their worried expressions, Wen Qian smiled reassuringly. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the unmutated zombies pose little threat. However, remember this. Should you encounter them in the future, refrain from shouting. Zombies have poor vision during the day, but they are highly sensitive to sound. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud cry for help echoed from the street.
Help!
Help! The group turned to see a vehicle emerging from the nearby villa district, its engine's roar attracting the attention of the zombies. The driver initially believed he had struck a person and, in a panic, exited the vehicle to investigate. However, as soon as he stepped out, a zombie lying on the ground viciously bit his calf, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The scent of blood wafted through the air, luring even more distant zombies. Within a minute, both the driver and his vehicle were surrounded by a horde of zombies. He cried out for help, but who would dare to intervene in such a situation? Nearby residents pressed against their windows, both timid and curious, witnessing the gruesome spectacle unfold. In no time, the zombies had dismembered the living man, exhibiting immense strength as they tore off his limbs with their bare hands. They then devoured him piece by piece, leaving nothing but bones. This shocking scene left many in tears. The four of them, equipped with binoculars, observed with greater clarity than the others. Wen Qian felt nauseous. Yet Wen Qian and the others remained relatively composed. Li Mo's complexion paled slightly, but she managed to stay strong. She patted Wen Qian's shoulder, saying, "It's all right. We will remain here and observe. We should acclimatize to this over the next few days." Wen Qian merely responded with a grunt. Wen Reng had already encountered zombies up close at the hospital, and after binge-watching several bloody zombie dramas during the past few nights, his psychological defenses had fortified considerably. As for Wen Qian, she exhibited no emotional turbulence. In fact, she felt an odd hunger, akin to a desire for a juicy steak. "These zombies not only bite but also consume humans?" Wen Reng inquired with concern. "If they devour all the humans, how can they turn into zombies?" "Good question." Wen Qian replied with a slight smile, providing him with an explanation. "Zombies come in various types. Some consume humans while others do not. The ones downstairs that eat people are a minority, but they will soon be among the first to mutate and will be much more formidable than ordinary zombies." When Reng felt an urge to curse, this apocalypse scenario was proving to be exceedingly challenging. The villa district is now half submerged. By morning, it will be entirely flooded. Within 3 days, our community's ground floor will succumb, and within a week, chaos will erupt within the community. Our home will soon be targeted as well. In truth, there were already individuals scheming against her family. On the 29th floor, the Zhang family, having witnessed 2 zombie attacks, were paralyzed with fear. The husband and wife were both doctors at the city center hospital and were acutely aware of the pandemonium at the hospital. The situation outside was far graver than they had perceived. The 3 of them rushed to the kitchen to assess their remaining supplies. They discovered 5 packs of instant noodles, a case of bottled water, 1 frozen chicken, and a pound of pork in the fridge, though it was rapidly thawing due to the power outage. Their fresh vegetables were long gone, and only 2 melons remained. They still had a substantial amount of rice left, as someone had gifted them 100 pounds of it during a recent visit. At the time, they had considered the gift meager, but now it was a lifesaver. Zhang Yang sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in concern. "This cannot continue. The chaos outside will only worsen, and we have no idea when it will end. 100 pounds of rice will last us 3 months at most. What then?" His wife, Su Yan, echoed his worries with a troubled expression. "I heard from Dr. Jiang at the hospital that many of our colleagues have perished. It is unsafe to venture outside to buy groceries. There has been no word from the community. Relying on them for relief supplies is futile." Zhang Ziang fell silent for a moment before looking up at the ceiling. Zhang Yang and Su Yan noticed his actions and followed suit, perplexed. "Ziang, why are you staring at the ceiling?"
Su Yan asked.
The Wen family always well-stocked." Zhang Ziang slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at his parents. "Their family is wealthy, and they are particular about their food and clothing. Perhaps they have plenty of supplies." "Of course," Su Yan exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "How could I forget their family? Let us go upstairs and mooch a meal." The 3 of them prepared to leave, but the elevator was out of service, forcing them to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the 30th floor, they were taken aback. Did the Wen family always have a door like this? Where is their doorbell? Inside, the surveillance system installed by Wen Reng detected their presence, triggering an alert on the computer. Wen Reng and the others, hearing the sound, immediately rushed to the study and saw the Zhang family on the monitor. "When did they change their door? It looks quite sturdy. It must have cost a fortune," Zhang Yang remarked. Su Yan scoffed, "Such a spendthrift family, wasting money on unnecessary things." Zhang Ziang interjected, Mom. Enough of that. Whatever money they have will eventually be ours. Let us just go in and eat. Li Mo. Overhearing their conversation, couldn't he help but laugh. Xu Yuan has always had a penchant for petty gains, but now her appetite has grown insatiable. And she even dares to dictate how we should spend our money. When Changning, damn it, I'll go chase them away. When Qian reached out to stop her father, urging, wait, let us observe a little longer. The Zhang family knocked on the door, but received no response. They pressed their ears against the door, only to hear nothing at all. Xu Yuan mused, could they possibly not be home? The three exchanged furtive glances, and Zhang Ziang quietly suggested, Mom, how about we force the door open and take a look inside? Chapter 18, A Savage Beating for the Zhang Family. Zhang Ziang's simple proposition stirred ripples of excitement among the trio. They glanced around nervously, whispering amongst themselves. Xu Yuan protested, but we don't even know how to pick locks. How could we break in? Zhang Ziang reassured her, don't worry, Mom. My dad and I have been studying it at home these past few days. We have just the right tool for the lock.
Sang Yang interjected, Exley.
If we succeed, this place will be ours. Xu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a penthouse, one she could never afford on her own. That wretched Li Mo had unexpectedly struck gold. Previously, she had chosen a village boy with no education, no background, and not even a proper job, just a fruit vendor. Who in the department didn't mock her back then? Yet, after a few years, when Changning's business flourished beyond imagination, he even made Li Mo resign to become a wealthy lady at home. Though Xu Yuan kept her thoughts to herself. Jealousy gnawed at her insides. They had both graduated from the same school. How was it that Li Mo's husband could earn more than her own? She was undeniably more attractive than Li Mo. This was utterly unfair. Biting her lip at these trivial grievances, she knocked forcefully on the Wen family's door. Li Mo. Are you home? It's Xu Yuan. Open the door. With no response from within, Xu Yuan decisively instructed her husband and son to break in. The three returned home to fetch tools, and on their way back, Zhang Ziang even called Wen Qian, but still received no answer. Minutes later, the Zhang family reappeared at the entrance of the Wen residence. Wen Qian observed their antics with a cold smirk before turning away to approach them. Wen Changning and Li Mo intended to follow suit, but were halted by Wen Rang. Don't go. My sister can handle this on her own. Leaning back in his chair, he languidly focused on the surveillance feed, relishing the unfolding drama. Outside, the trio, engrossed in their scheming, remained completely unsuspecting. They had convinced themselves that the house was empty. Otherwise, why wouldn't anyone open the door for them? Thus, when the formidable door was suddenly kicked open from the inside, the three were unceremoniously knocked to the ground, blood streaming from their noses. Xu Yuan hit the back of her head against the wall, crying out in pain. Yet in the next moment, her son's scream eclipsed hers.
Ah!
A glistening dagger in Wen Qian's hand flew straight towards Zhang Ziang's groin, nearly severing his manhood. In an instant, Zhang Ziang's trousers were soaked with blood. The agony rendered his face pale as he glared at Wen Qian, his voice dripping with hostility. What are you doing? Witnessing her son's injury shattered Xu Yuan's composure. She erupted with rage. You crazy girl. I'll kill you. Oh, my apologies. Wen Qian leaned against the doorframe, feigning remorse while her eyes betrayed no hint of guilt. I thought a shameless thief was attempting to break into my home, and I had to defend myself. She advanced towards Zhang Ziang, who expected her to assist him. But instead, Wen Qian stopped before him, bent down to extract the dagger, and turned away. The nerves, already numbed by pain, were reignited, causing Zhang Ziang to burst into tears as he collapsed into Xu Yuan's embrace. Mom, it hurts. I think I'm dying. Zhang Yang was the first to regain his bearings, lifting his son to carry him inside. Upon seeing Wen Qian blocking the doorway, he barked, move aside.
Call your parents out.
You've harmed my son. Your family must take responsibility. Xu Yuan echoed, exactly. Let us in to treat his wounds. Wen Qian said nothing but effortlessly kicked the three intruders away. Caught off guard by her strength, they were sent sprawling to the ground, feeling as if their bones might shatter. Wen Qian loomed over them, her expression cold and unyielding. There's nothing to eat at my house. My parents are too weak to get out of bed, and my brother and I are starving and ready to bite someone. Are you certain you wish to enter? Bite someone? The Zhang family seized upon the key phrase, recalling the horrific scenes of zombies feasting on human flesh they had seen not long ago, causing them to tremble in fear. Could this girl have been infected? How else could she possess such strength to kick them away?
Inside.
When Rang chuckled darkly upon hearing his sister's words, exclaiming, "I could swear I smell blood. Is there something to eat?" His casual remarks sent the Zhang family scrambling, desperate to escape. However, Wen Qian stood like the Grim Reaper, blocking their path down the fire escape. Her expression remained impassive as she addressed them, her red lips parting to deliver a chilling warning. "If you dare to covet what belongs to my family, I will kill you. You wouldn't dare." Xu Yuan blurted out, her mouth outrunning her mind. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian's face broke into a smile that sent shivers down their spines. "You'll find out if I dare. I'm giving you one chance, choose wisely." With that, she turned and locked the door behind her. The Zhang family descended in a panic, having treated Zhang Ziang's wounds. Yet they could not swallow their indignation. Zhang Yang fumed. "What is wrong with Wen Chongning and Li Mo? How did they raise such an uncouth child? That little wretch Wen Qian has grown so brazen as to threaten us." Xu Yuan, hands on her hips, dialed 110, but the line remained dead, inciting her to curse furiously. "Are these people all dead? They can't even answer a phone call. What good are they?" Zhang Ziang lay on the sofa, racked with pain, speechless. He had never endured such injuries in his life. The thought of Wen Qian injuring him and then refusing to let him enter her home filled him with fury. Since she was so disobedient, he would teach her a lesson. Zhang Ziang's eyes burned with malice as he envisioned tormenting Wen Qian, and he weakly murmured, "Dad, Mom, this incident has to be known by the neighbors." Zhang Yang and Xu Yuan were taken aback, but he continued, "We're not the only ones running low on supplies. Everyone knows the Wen family is wealthy and will surely seek their assistance. If the Wens maintain this attitude, it will incite public outrage. When they find themselves in dire straits, they will inevitably come to us for help." Zhang Ziang longed to see Wen Qian kneeling before him, begging for mercy. In the entire neighborhood, our family had the closest ties to hers. They had no choice but to turn to us for help. Once we reached the 30th floor, we could deal with them however we wished. Zhang Ziang's words stirred excitement in Xu Yuan and Zhang Yang, yet they managed to temper their enthusiasm. Zhang Yang expressed concern. "We still don't know if their family has been infected. What if Wen Qian's newfound strength means we can't overpower them?" Xu Yuan reassured him, "It's fine. There are so many people in the neighborhood. Can't we handle them? Let us join forces with the 28th floor. If we can drive the Wen family out, we'll split the 2 apartments between us. Then we shall devise a strategy to deal with the 28th floor. What say you?" Chapter 19. A Frenzied Retort. After the Zhang family deliberated, Su Yan promptly dialed the neighbors downstairs. Upon returning home, Wen Qian also made her preparations. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the once tranquil community chat began to buzz with activity. Su Yan first contacted Li Mo, then shared a photograph of blood-stained trousers, demanding an explanation. "Su Yan, your daughter injured my son today. How do you intend to handle this matter?" The residents, confined within their homes and plagued by boredom, found a morbid sense of delight in the unfolding drama. Just as Su Yan had anticipated, inquiries about the incident began to flood in. Thus, she embellished the tale, weaving a web of deceit. "Su Yan, while we were at home today, we heard strange noises from above and felt concerned, so we decided to investigate. Su Yan, as soon as I knocked on the door, that girl Wen Qian burst out with a knife and stabbed my son. Su Yan, she even declared that even if her family had food, they would not share a morsel with us, insisting we should roll away as far as possible. Su Yan, upon my honor. Su Yan, we did not ascend in search of food. Although our supplies have run dry, we were merely worried about her family's situation. Su Yan, Li Mo, I have worked alongside you for over a decade. Is this how you conduct affairs? Su Yan, do not feign ignorance. Come out immediately and apologize. Provide me with a resolution. Su Yan, Wen Qian also mentioned that she has an itch to bite. Could your family have been infected? A torrent of messages from Su Yan incited unrest among those who had intended merely to observe. Infection? A biting urge? This was serious. In no time, many voiced their grievances against the Wen family. So much bloodshed. That was quite brutal. They were merely concerned for your well-being. yet you retaliate with a knife? Hurry and apologize. Who would have imagined such neighbors existed in our community? How can anyone feel secure living near such individuals? If their family is infected, we are all doomed. Contact the property management to have them investigate. Such hazards should be evicted immediately. Within minutes, the group chat exploded with over 100 messages. Wen Qian and Li Mo were incensed upon seeing the messages. They had not expected the Zhang family to be so shameless as to distort the truth. Li Mo, trembling with rage, attempted to type a rebuttal. But Wen Qian snatched the phone away. Mom, do not waste your breath on them. Wen had already preserved the surveillance footage. After extracting a segment, Wen Qian tossed it into the community chat. The video depicted the Zhang family plotting nefariously. Zhang Yang, when did they change their door? It looks quite sturdy. They must have spent a pretty penny. Su Yan, a family of wastrels, squandering money on frivolities. Zhang Ziying, Mom, stop talking. Whatever money they have will eventually be ours. Let us go in and have a meal. They knocked, but no one responded. Zhang Ziying, Mom, should we pry the door open and take a look? Su Yan, but we can't pick locks. How do we pry it open? Zhang Ziying, do not worry, Mom. My dad and I have been practicing at home these past few days. We have just the tool for this lock. Zhang Yang, exactly, if we succeed, this will be our home. The faces and voices of the trio were crystal clear in the footage. After posting the video, Wen Qian inquired, is this your version of worrying about us? Su Yan was taken aback by the surveillance footage at her doorstep, capturing their misdeeds. The other onlookers, too, were astonished by the swift turn of events, falling silent. Wen Qian, in these peculiar times, we all understand the implications. Let me ask you, would you not feel alarmed if a neighbor suddenly attempted to break into your home? Wen Qian, their dialogue reveals they have been practicing at home for some time. In this day and age, who would be so idle as to practice lockpicking? Today it's my home. Tomorrow, whose will it be?
Suzanne.
Feeling a pang of anxiety, hastily took to defending herself. Su Yan, you are speaking nonsense. We were merely concerned for your safety, eager to check in. Wen Qian, oh? So, you have never coveted anything for my home?
Suzanne, nonsense.
Do you really think you are some rare treasure that everyone covets? Su Yan, let me tell you, my family is wealthy. We do not need your paltry sums. Su Yan, with your utter disrespect for your elders, I have no regard for you. Neither does my son. Su Yan, do not think that just because you have an infatuation with my son, you can turn the tables and slander us. Wen Qian, amused by Su Yan's messages, let out a light laugh. She then shared another video in the chat. It was a recording from the garage, where Zhang Ziying boasted about taking her to a class reunion. In the video, Zhang Ziying was completely oblivious to the presence of someone behind him, calculating his schemes. Who is my girlfriend? It's Wen Qian. Who else could it be? Haha, she is quite hard to pursue, but it depends on who is doing the pursuing. I have decided, once I graduate from university, I will marry her. With my looks and my family's wealth, what could she possibly refuse? Sooner or later, she must marry. Yes, we will drive there together. What car? Just the Qian. I already told her. Once we are married in a couple of years, I will use that car for work. It's acceptable, but truth be told, I am not particularly fond of her car. I plan to have her father buy me a G-Wagon later. Yes, her brother drives that, but I heard he bought it himself. Wen Qian not only captured the audio, but also made Zhang Ziyang's face visible. Thus, even if Su Yan attempted to deny that it was her son, she could not escape the truth. After posting the video, Wen Qian asked, am I pursuing your son? Is he worthy? Are you worthy? Su Yan, delete that video. You are infringing on someone's right to their likeness. I could sue you. Wen Qian, fool, go ahead and sue. Wen Qian, I reiterate, if you make another attempt on my family, I will ensure you meet your demise on the 30th floor. Do not test me. After delivering that ultimatum, Wen Qian recalled something. She scrolled through her conversation with Zhang Ziying and found a particular exchange, taking a screenshot. Wen Qian, your family clearly has 100 gene of rice left uneaten, yet you think of scrounging from your neighbors. Do you have no shame? Su Yan was taken aback. How did Wen Qian know about their rice supply? Su Yan, you wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Where would my family procure so much rice? Did you give it to us? Wen Qian smiled and shared the screenshot. Wen Qian, See for yourself. A week ago, your son lamented to me about how stingy people have become with gifts, stating that when he visited your home, he was given merely 100 jin of rice. Wen Qian, do take care of your fine son. Do not deny him. Wen Qian, also, guard your front door well. 100 jin of rice can last quite a while. Her words sent a chill down Su Yan's spine. Admitting the truth was out of the question. She immediately denied Wen Qian's claims, asserting that her family had no rice. But whether they did or not, the onlookers had already formed their conclusions. Chapter 20, A Timed Zombie Elimination Task. Fearing that they would come to seize their supplies, Su Yan hastily deleted the apartment number she had saved. But what good would that do? The essential details had long been committed to memory. When Chongning and Li Mo, upon seeing the evidence their daughter had produced, felt a sense of relief, their spirits lifted. Su Yan once again engaged in a frenzy of defense within the group chat, yet this time, her words fell on deaf ears. The collective anxiety regarding future survival overshadowed all else. Ever since the second power outage, the electricity supply had yet to be restored. Currently, the entire city was grappling with blackouts, and the repair crews were overwhelmed. Power outages, food shortages, and the looming threat of zombies, dire issues emerged one after another. Some astute individuals began to gather pots, pans, and containers from their homes to stockpile water. What if, in a few days, the water supply also became contaminated or ceased altogether? Survival would become an insurmountable challenge. With no knowledge of when assistance might arrive from above, the residents contemplated whether the Homeowners Association could take the lead, in collaboration with the property management, to scour nearby supermarkets for food. The chat buzzed with fervent discussions. Yet Wen Qian found their concerns laughable. They feared death and dreaded hunger, yet they expected the Homeowners Association and property management to procure sustenance for them. Silently, she noted the names of those instigating others to seek food, then, alongside Li Mo, prepared the ingredients for their imminent hot pot meal. While others faced water, power, and food shortages, her household was unaffected. Moreover, the absence of air conditioning rendered their home pleasantly temperate. The system had informed her that the internal temperature of the defensive space remained constant. Over the past few days, she had observed that her home was neither cold nor hot, merely comfortable. She relocated a table to the rooftop garden, shielded from view by neighboring structures, ensuring that even with binoculars no one could see them. Since Li Mo was not particularly fond of spicy food, they opted for a Inyong hot pot base, one side spicy, the other tomato-flavored. The table was laden with an array of delectable ingredients: beef, lamb, slices of grass carp, tripe, duck intestines, luncheon meat, fish balls, shrimp paste, potato slices, kelp, lettuce, green asparagus, winter melon, baby bok choy, enoki mushrooms, and tofu skin. All the favored dishes were presented, along with freshly retrieved beverages from the refrigerator: beer, cola, coconut juice, and hawthorn juice. Wen Qian had initially contemplated including pig brain, but fearing her father would make unwelcome associations that might dampen their appetites, she ultimately refrained. The family of four gathered around the table, indulging in food and conversation, blissfully ignoring the shameless affairs unfolding below. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Wen Qian disposed of the kitchen waste into the processor, while the rest of the garbage was temporarily stored in the defensive space. She cleared out a container to place the refuse, intending to discard it altogether on a future outing. After all, the garbage maintained its original state within the space, free from fermentation, pests, and odors, which she could tolerate. With their bellies full, the family resumed their activities. Wen Qian encouraged Wen Rang to exercise, while Li Mo retreated to the study to study. And Wen Chongning eagerly tended to his agricultural endeavors in the defensive space, striving to save money for weaponry for his daughter. After several days of training, Wen Rang felt a noticeable improvement in his physical stamina. Furthermore, after soaking in the hot springs within the space for an hour each evening, he experienced no muscle soreness. Confidently, he followed his sister's lead. After completing a 10-kilometer run and an hour of strength training, they engaged in sparring within the space. Having practiced Sonda in his youth, Wen Rang initially held back against Wen Qian, fearful of injuring her. However, his sister swiftly dispatched him with a single move, the sharp tip of a dagger hovering perilously close to his nose, nearly costing him his life. From that moment on, Wen Rang ceased to restrain himself. Yet, Despite exerting all his effort, he could not land a single blow on Wen Qian, leaving him exasperated. In the training ground, Wen Rang was panting heavily. "If I remember correctly, didn't you study piano and ballet when you were little?" he queried. "Indeed, and what of it?" Wen Qian replied with a smile, observing her brother sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. "Do you look down upon us artists?"
she teased.
"I dare not," Wen Rang retorted, mustering himself to rise. "From now on, I'll steer clear of anyone resembling you. I wouldn't dare provoke you." After enduring 2 hours of one-sided combat, they took a brief respite before Wen Qian urged Wen Rang to practice archery. Meanwhile, Wen Chongning, having concluded his agricultural tasks, trained nearby with a few small puppies. As Wen Qian and Wen Rang finished their session, the trio, accompanied by 4 dogs, exited the space, only to find that night had fallen. Occasional screams and cries for help echoed throughout the community as those who had remained unbitten by zombies began to succumb to panic. The floodwaters had completely submerged the villa district below, encroaching upon their neighborhood. The thought of their vehicles parked in the underground garage being engulfed by water sent waves of distress through the residents. Once more, discussions in the group chat erupted over forming a collective to search for supplies, while others vehemently criticized the property management for failing to assist them, threatening to withhold future fees. Upon witnessing this, Wen Qian silently cursed their foolishness. Reclining on the sofa, she noticed a message from Zhang Ziang. Qian, why did you say that in the group today? Do you realize how much it hurt? I have always liked you, more than anyone else knows. You know I pursue you not for your family's wealth. I genuinely care for you. Aside from me, you won't find another man who treats you this well and is so devoted. Please, stop being willful. Your family consists of 4. Even if there is still food. It won't last long. Why not come to my house? I'll protect you. What happened today can be forgotten. Just apologize and be my girlfriend. And I'll forgive you. After reading the messages, Wen Qian promptly deleted him from her friends list, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over her. She cast aside her phone and, cradling Little White, moved to the window. Little White's keen senses detected the scent of zombies outside, causing it to become agitated. Wen Qian gently patted its head, whispering, "Be patient. Once the rain subsides, there will be plenty for you to hunt." After a moment of holding Little White, she realized it had grown rather plump. Recently, it had spent most of its time in the space with the puppies, and their rapid growth was astonishing. Little White, once weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, now tipped the scales at 13. As for the puppies, when they first arrived, they were unsteady on their feet, but now they were nearly as large as Little White. The latter couldn't fathom how these pups, which it had been able to swat away with a single paw just days ago, had suddenly grown so much. Nonetheless, the little ones were obedient to it, which brought some satisfaction. Outside the community, a row of solar streetlights stood approximately 100 meters away. Leaning against the window frame, Wen Qian watched as the zombies were drawn towards the lights, her mind tranquil and her thoughts vacuous. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in her mind.
Ding.
A time mission has been activated. Within 24 hours, for every zombie killed, the host's combat power will increase by 1. Kill 100 zombies, and any member within the system will receive a 10-point increase in combat power. Chapter 21. The God of War is actually her. Upon hearing this announcement, Wen Qian's spirit soared. She dashed into Wen Rang's room, where he had just finished washing up and was preparing to read a book before sleep. Her face radiated excitement. "Brother, we're going out to slay zombies." Wen Rang, reclining on the couch, wore an expression of bewilderment as he dug at his ear. Judging solely by his sister's exuberance, he half wondered if he had misheard. Was she suggesting a night out for drinks? Instead, she intended to go grave dancing. Wen Rang glanced out the window, feeling somewhat reluctant. "But it's still pouring rain. Can't we wait until it stops to practice? The system has issued a mission. For every 100 zombies you kill, your combat power will increase by 10. As soon as Wen Qian's voice fell, Wen Rang sprang to his feet, hastening to the cloakroom in search of attire. "Wait for me." Recently, Wen Rang had been mercilessly tormented by his sister, his thirst for combat prowess reaching an apex. Although Wen Qian had refrained from disclosing the extent of the rewards bestowed upon her by the system, Wen Rang, being astute, surmised that her allocation was undoubtedly superior to his own. Yet, the bounty of resources should not flow to outsiders. His sister's strength was intrinsically linked to his own. It mattered little that he could not best her, as long as he could triumph over other foes in the future, that would suffice. After donning their battle attire and equipping masks and goggles, they pulled on raincoats and exchanged farewells with Wen Qian and Li Mo before stepping outside. Upon learning that the siblings intended to venture out to exterminate zombies, tears of concern welled in the eyes of the two. However, they gritted their teeth, resolutely refraining from uttering a word of protest. The apocalypse had arrived. The old ways of living were no longer viable. Their children had grown, surpassing them in strength and foresight. If their daughter believed it was time to confront the undead, she must be right. They could not hinder their growth or impede their progress. After Wen Qian and Wen Reng departed, Wen Qian secured the door, then grasped the baseball bat and tang knife left behind by his daughter, embracing his wife as they moved to the window. His daughter had mentioned that she would first handle the zombies near the community, so they should be visible from their vantage point. Wen Qian and Wen Reng descended the fire escape step by step. It was their inaugural outing to hunt zombies, and Wen Reng could not shake off the tension, treading with utmost caution. To his surprise, they encountered not a single zombie within the building. Upon reaching the ground floor, the unit door was firmly shut, the wind howling through the cracks, a dismal and piercing sound. Wen Qian slowed her pace, glancing back at Wen Reng, whose face was etched with seriousness and anxiety. "Are you afraid?" she inquired. Wen Reng hesitated for a couple of seconds before opting for honesty. "A bit, but I can overcome it. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never even killed a chicken. Now, thrust into the fray to slay the undead, he was bound to feel out of his depth. Yet, he knew he must take this step boldly, so he pressed on without hesitation. Rest assured, I will not let you be harmed." Wen Qian smiled. At the onset of the apocalypse, she still harbored a semblance of confidence. With a tang knife in hand, she offered Wen Reng a crossbow, additionally retrieving a speedboat from her spatial inventory. Given that much of the outside world lay submerged, their community remained one of the few strongholds. Thus, Wen Qian planned to lure the nearby zombies to the entrance before shifting to other locations. Seeing that Wen Reng was mentally prepared, Wen Qian opened the unit door. A tempest of wind and rain assailed them, instantly drenching their masks and goggles. Braving the storm, Wen Qian stepped outside and forcefully struck the community's gate. The clang of the iron gate echoed loudly in the still of the night, drawing the attention of both the zombies and the startled residents within the building. Peering out from their windows, they strained to discern the commotion below. Upon realizing that someone was deliberately making noise, they deemed the individuals mad. Thus, the community chat, which had been quiet for several hours, erupted once more. Who are those two fools downstairs? If they want to die, they might as well jump from the top floor. Getting bitten by zombies just adds 2 more to the horde. Damn it, there are always fools, but this year, they seem particularly abundant. The zombies outside are gathering. What on earth do they intend to do? Drag us down with them? If you're going to die, do it far away. Don't dirty our place. The taunts and curses flowed incessantly. However, within 2 minutes, the winds shifted once again. Wait, are they killing zombies? In the midst of the storm, Wen Qian found herself wishing for more zombies. She was almost tempted to shout through a megaphone, beckoning the zombies with promises of fresh prey, yet only about 30 had appeared. Displeased, she unleashed her frustration upon the zombies. Wen Reng watched in astonishment as the once ferocious first-generation mutated zombies, which had previously devoured living beings with ease, fell under his sister's blade as if she were chopping vegetables. One head severed with each stroke, all dispatched with ease. As the first zombie's head hit the ground, its body remained conscious for a few moments before collapsing lifelessly. Standing behind his sister, Wen Reng felt his own blood begin to boil. He raised the crossbow, aimed at a zombie lunging toward them, held his breath briefly, and then accurately pierced its skull. Splendid! Wen Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Incredible! The exhilaration of his first successful zombie kill left Wen Reng's palms slick with a thin sheen of sweat. He dared not let down his guard, continuing to coordinate with Wen Qian. After half an hour, over 50 zombie corpses had accumulated before the iron gate. Wen Qian persisted in banging on the gate to attract more zombies, but their arrival lagged far behind the rate at which they were dispatched. At this rate, it was merely a waste of time. Therefore, Wen Qian decisively opted to change locations. The two removed their masks, inhaling the fresh air. Lifting the speedboat, they planned to head into the city. The central hospital area was a disaster zone, surely home to ample prey.
Wait.
Wait for us. Just as they prepared to board the speedboat, a surge of excited voices erupted from the community. War God, let us accompany you. Wen Qian paused, turning to look. She saw 8 or 9 individuals rushing out of the community, all of whom were out of food and had longed to venture out to gather supplies but had lacked the courage. Now, witnessing someone clear the zombies from the vicinity, they seized the opportunity, desperately trying to latch onto the two. They had observed from above how effortlessly and decisively the duo dispatched the zombies. It was evident they were not ordinary individuals. As they rushed closer, realization dawned on them when they recognized who the war god was.
Wen Qian?
How can it be you two? The Wen siblings had gained a bit of notoriety in the area, not only for their striking appearance, but also for their academic prowess. One had been directly admitted to Tsinghua University, while the other had secured a place at the Diplomatic Academy. Any parent mentioning these two children wore a face of envy. Wen Qian regarded their astonished expressions and spoke coolly, "Is there something you need?" Chapter 22. The figure in the video was Wen Qian. Her icy voice snapped the others back to reality, and they clamored to speak over one another. "How did you end up here? Are you also looking for food? Can you take us with you?" "Yes. Take us along. There's strength in numbers. We beg you, as neighbors, help us. We have no food left and are starving." When Qian observed their eager expressions, her heart devoid of any inclination to assist. Yet a thought crossed her mind, and she acquiesced. "Very well, let us go." Hearing his sister's response, Wen Reng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Based on his understanding of Wen Qian over the past fortnight, she should not have agreed. Firstly, they were pressed for time. Secondly, these individuals appeared to possess little combat experience and would be of no assistance in a zombie encounter. The words of Wen Qian brought joy to the group, and before she could retract her offer, they hastily boarded the speedboat. Wen Qian exchanged a glance with her brother, a faint smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to whisper. Such a group of individuals would undoubtedly attract the attention of the undead. Wen Qian lacked the noble spirit of selfless dedication. In this apocalyptic world, merely surviving was a luxury in itself. The notion of risking her life to protect anyone beyond her family was simply inconceivable. The reason she consented to bring them along was solely because they could serve as bait. She firmly placed one foot on the edge of the speedboat and made her intentions clear to those aboard. "I agree to take you with me, but I cannot guarantee your survival. Should we encounter zombies, my priority is the safety of myself and my brother. If any of you are bitten or scratched, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do you understand?" A few nodded vigorously, aware that she had every right to refuse them. Seeing their compliance, Wen Qian started the speedboat, heading towards the nearest supermarket. As the speedboat sped away, the onlookers in the apartment complex were filled with mixed emotions. Although they had only been trapped indoors for a few days, everyone understood that such a calamity would not be resolved within months. The prospect of enduring years before reclaiming their former lives was all too real. Resources would inevitably dwindle, and now was indeed the prime moment to venture out in search of supplies. Otherwise, by the time hunger drove them to madness, the supermarket shelves would be stripped bare. However, while the rationale was clear, when it came to action, fear loomed large. What if they were to be bitten by a zombie? Those creatures were known to feast upon humans. At that moment, witnessing individuals dispatch dozens of zombies with apparent ease reignited a flicker of hope. Perhaps zombies weren't as formidable as they had once believed? If others could slay them with mere blades, surely they could manage as well. Consequently, after Wen Qian and her companions departed, a dozen more rushed down the stairs. Yet this time, they did not escape unscathed. They fell victim to zombies drawn by the scent of blood from afar. Zombies possessed far greater strength than humans. While they moved sluggishly during the day, by night they could move with the agility of a living person. Their vision significantly improved. The sounds of anguished screams echoed at the entrance of the complex, prompting the next batch of eager individuals to hastily secure their doors and windows, too frightened to venture outside. On the speedboat, several individuals huddled together, anxiously scanning their surroundings for any signs of impending doom. Fortunately, Wen Qian had just lured away and dispatched the nearby zombies, so they encountered no immediate threats. Observing the calm demeanor of the sibling duo, who exuded an aura of confidence devoid of fear, the others recalled an earlier incident in the community and struck up a conversation. "Why are only the two of you here? What about your parents?" Wen Qian cast a sidelong glance at the questioner and replied softly, "My parents are unwell and have collapsed from hunger, so it's just the two of us." The others nodded in understanding, acknowledging that aging often brought various ailments. They were all parents themselves, driven to risk their lives in search of food, unwilling to let their children starve. Wen Qian's brief explanation was sufficient to convince them of her family's dire situation. After all, who would venture outside to face death if they were not in need? Thus, even if the Zhang family later spoke ill of them in the community, no one would believe it. The speedboat soon approached the supermarket, which was indeed teeming with zombies. Wen Qian stood up, glanced back at the trembling individuals behind her, adjusted her mask, and swiftly drew her knife. The zombies, upon seeing such a vibrant group of humans, charged at them as if they had stumbled upon an all-you-can-eat buffet. Wen Qian leapt from the speedboat and landed deftly atop a parked car by the roadside. Before anyone could react, a flash of cold steel glimmered, and blood sprayed forth. The freshly mutated zombies still harbored human blood within them. With immense strength, Wen Qian severed the head of one zombie and, noticing her neighbors frozen in fear, shouted, "Don't just stay on the boat. Get inside the supermarket. Follow me." Wen Rang. Snapping out of their stupor, the others scrambled to follow Wen Rang's lead. Observing the increasing horde of zombies, Wen Qian couldn't suppress a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "These are mere damage buffs. Come to me, my darlings." Her overwhelming desire to slay the undead radiated malevolence, which the approaching zombies sensed. Yet, having arrived, Wen Qian would not grant them an opportunity to escape. With no living souls nearby, there was no fear of collateral damage. Wen Qian waded through the throngs of zombies, reveling in the exhilaration of long-lost carnage. Up ahead, when Rang's movements grew increasingly fluid, he dispatched those he could and retreated to his sister when faced with stronger foes. The group of 10 entered the supermarket without incident. Inside, a few staff members had also transformed into zombies, but Wen Qian and Wen Rang dealt with them effortlessly. Their fellow neighbors were taken aback by the siblings' prowess and began to recognize their attire. "Oh, I remember now." Suddenly, one neighbor recalled a video he had seen online days earlier, realization dawning as he looked at Wen Qian. "You're the female warrior who fought zombies in the hospital, aren't you?" "Yes, that's me," Wen Qian affirmed without denial. It was beneficial for them to understand her capabilities. This way, should they ever contemplate targeting her family, they would think twice. Let us not dwell on that. Quickly see what supplies we can gather. Most items in the supermarket had been waterlogged, but Wen Qian felt compelled to maintain appearances. However, she showed little interest in the inundated rice and flour, opting instead for a few packets of instant noodles and several bottles of mineral water. Seeing her disregard for rice and flour, her neighbors urged, "Those items won't last long. You should grab something more substantial." "Please, you go ahead," Wen Qian replied with a sweet smile. "It's not easy for you all to venture out. My brother and I will return in a few days after we finish what we have." Chapter 23. A toast not taken is a punishment. The supermarket had already been ransacked once, leaving limited supplies barely sufficient for their small group. This outing had required significant effort from Wen Qian and Wen Rang, yet they did not compete for the remaining items, which touched the hearts of several neighbors, nearly bringing them to tears. What incredible children! Wen Qian surveyed the surroundings and detected the stirrings of zombies nearby, confirming that the area was relatively secure. She and Wen Rang proceeded to deal with the undead. "Hurry and gather your things. Wait for me at the checkout once you're done. Remember, don't wander off, or I won't be able to save you." "Understood." "We absolutely won't stray." In critical moments, they heeded the words of the experts. When Wen Qian directed them east, they would not venture west. Time flew by, and over an hour had passed since they had left their home. Wen Qian and Wen Rang had collectively dispatched 137 zombies and felt the rewards from the system. While Wen Rang's sensations were subtle, every zombie Wen Qian eliminated made her feel increasingly invigorated. After dealing with dozens more zombies attracted by the scent of blood, they returned to the entrance of the complex with a few neighbors, where they encountered fresh, recently transformed neighbors. Without hesitation, she collected their heads and urged her companions to return home swiftly. "Where are you all heading now?" The neighbors were astonished to see them prepare to leave once more. "My mother suffers from a heart condition and was distressed today due to matters within the community, which left her feeling unwell.
Consequently,
I intended to visit the pharmacy to procure some quick-acting heart-saving pills." Wen Qian replied in a low voice, evoking instant sympathy from those present. "Just look at the Zhang family's despicable deeds." As Wen Qian watched them enter the community gate, she turned back to Wen Rang and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "How's my acting? It's a pity I didn't attend the Beijing Film Academy." The speedboat roared back to life, heading straight for the city center. As Wen Qian anticipated, the city center had succumbed entirely to chaos, with the number of zombies vastly exceeding that of her own neighborhood. Accompanied by Wen Rang, she dared not let her guard down. Wen Rang, too, proved his worth, demonstrating that he was not only intellectually adept but also far superior in combat. From their home to the supermarket, and then to the central hospital, Wen Rang's aim became increasingly steady, and the zombies dispatched by him multiplied. From dusk until dawn, the sibling duo unleashed a reign of terror, their adrenaline surging, completely oblivious to fatigue. Some survivors hiding in the buildings observed their slaughtering of the zombies in astonishment, unable to resist capturing the moment on their phones and sharing it online. Therefore, by the time Wen Qian and Wen Rang returned home that night, they had become saviors in the eyes of their community. Many online began to place their hopes in them, leaving comments with their neighborhood addresses, beseeching them to eliminate the zombies. In just 24 hours, the pair had vanquished 3,000 zombies. Without firearms, relying solely on their manual skills, their arms were nearly exhausted. They quickly retreated to their space, indulging in a bath and a soak in the hot springs, and without even taking a bite to eat, they collapsed onto their beds, succumbing to deep slumber. They slept for an astonishing 15 hours before awakening. Li Mo, aware of their exhaustion, prepared a sumptuous feast for them. Sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, spicy beef in sour soup, stir-fried clams, garlic lettuce, shredded pork with green peppers, and dry pot baby cabbage. Upon seeing this spread, Wen Qian and Wen Rang resembled famished specters who had not eaten in a week, devouring the meal with fervor. In the end, Wen Qian consumed 5 substantial bowls of rice before she finally felt rejuvenated. Wen Rang outdid her, and they both leaned against the wall for support, slowly making their way to the living room, where they collapsed onto the sofa. Wen Qian lay there, unwilling to move, and playfully kicked Wen Rang with her foot. "Let's take a break today and skip the workout, shall we?" "I appreciate you still thinking about it," he replied. "But I refuse to exercise today, even if it kills me." Wen Rang, feeling even less inclined to move, had engaged in extreme physical exertion for 24 hours. Although they had soaked in the hot springs upon returning, it was evident that the day's activity had far exceeded his body's capacity, leaving his arms sore even after the soak. Wen Qian felt no pain, simply a profound fatigue that rendered her disinclined to move. In perfect agreement, they resolved to indulge in a day of leisure. Wen Qian nestled with her pad, watching previously downloaded anime, while Wen Rang checked his WeChat messages. Their adventure from the previous night, where they had taken a few neighbors to loot the supermarket, had spread, prompting many to add him as a friend, eager for him to take them out next time. Wen Rang showed the messages to Wen Qian, who frowned and placed the 10 packets of instant noodles, 2 bags of hanging noodles, and 5 bottles of mineral water she had collected from the supermarket onto the table, snapping a photo and posting it in the group chat. "Please ration these items. They should last a month, so I do not plan to venture outside for the next month. As long as the system does not assign me any tasks, no one will persuade me to go out in the rain." Battling in the rain was simply too uncomfortable. The raincoat provided little protection, and upon their return last night, they were drenched to the skin. Thankfully, their robust constitutions had spared them from falling ill, a fate that would have befallen others. While collecting supplies the previous night, several neighbors had witnessed their efforts, so she bore no fear of exposure. Moreover, these provisions would not last long. Everyone was now aware of her ferocity and would not dare to approach her for a mere morsel of food, risking their lives in the process. On the 29th floor, Zhang Ziying seethed as he perused the group messages, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He stumbled upon several videos showcasing Wen Qian's swift elimination of zombies, astonished at her prowess. If only she were his girlfriend, his safety would be assured. Even if food supplies dwindled, he could send her out to scavenge. But how could he persuade her to agree? Zhang Ziang had pursued Wen Qian since high school, only to be rebuffed with her insistence on focusing solely on her studies and avoiding early romance. Later, although he did not attend the same university as her, they remained in the same city. Yet again, she had rejected him, citing her overwhelming academic commitments as an excuse to avoid interschool relationships. Now, with her newfound strength, effortlessly dispatching zombies, Zhang Ziang realized that compelling her was out of the question. He opened his bedside drawer, gazing at the bottle of pre-prepared medication within, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. He had long contemplated employing this tactic, convinced that once she became his, the deed would be done, and she would no longer refuse to be with him. As he plotted, excitement coursed through him, and he opened the chat with Wen Qian. He needed to first ease the tension between them, allowing her to let her guard down. Swallowing his pride, he chose to apologize to Wen Qian. Although she had been in the wrong, he had decided to forgive her. However, once he sent the message, Zhang Ziang's expression darkened. The other party has activated friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend request, and once accepted, you may chat. Wen Qian had deleted him as a friend. In a moment of rage, he hurled his phone against the ground. Damn it! That ungrateful girl who refuses to accept kindness. One day, I will make her pay. Chapter 24. Is his sister a love-struck fool? Zhang Ziang was consumed with scheming, intent on winning Wen Qian's affection, yet she remained utterly indifferent to him. The trials of the apocalypse were such that a swift end would be a mercy for him. She intended to let him fully experience the grim realities of this world. Upon completing the system's timed task, her combat strength had surged by 300. What did this mean? She could now easily snap his neck with a single hand, extinguishing his life as effortlessly as crushing an ant. After a day of rest, Wen Qian and Wen Rang resumed their rigorous training. On his first outing for a task, Wen Rang exhausted all the arrows he had stockpiled. When the number of zombies was manageable, he could retrieve his arrows, but as the situation escalated, time became a luxury. Concerned for his safety, Wen Qian insisted he stay close, assuring him that he could exchange for more arrows using the space's marketplace system, which allowed him to use his resources freely. However, now devoid of any arrows, Wen Rang found himself bereft of security, left with no choice. He had to learn how to wield a tang knife to dispatch zombies alongside Wen Qian. When Chongning joined them in the space, tending to the land, feeding the livestock, and cleaning up after the cats and dogs, before he too began practicing diligently, following closely behind his son. The group spent a total of 4 hours in the space, and by the time they emerged, darkness had already fallen. The community's power supply had yet to be restored, and even the water flow from the taps had begun to dwindle. The underground garage had been submerged by floodwaters, and neighbors residing on the lower floors were so anxious they dared not sleep, pleading in the group chat for any kind-hearted neighbors to offer them shelter, promising to pay for a room. Yet, in times like these, with everyone hoarding their funds, who would be willing to risk letting strangers into their homes for a mere pittance? The atmosphere of the apocalypse grows increasingly intense. Not only does the relentless rain continue to pour, but the number of zombies also multiplies, and even the temperature seems to rise. In fact, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had noticed this on the night they went out on a mission. The sky appeared to be raining hot water, making it hard to fathom just how high the temperature would soar once the rain ceased. Fortunately, their home maintained a constant temperature, allowing them to feel comfortable and at ease regardless of the scorching heat or biting cold outside. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table, engaging in conversation as they dined. Wen Chongning remarked, the grains and fruits in the space should mature in about 2 months, and remarkably, they require no fertilization and show no signs of pests. It's truly a relief. Li Mo added, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like after drinking the water from the space and soaking in the hot springs daily, my health has improved significantly. Wen Qian, hearing their discussion, laughed and said, don't we have plenty of medical equipment at home? Tomorrow, let's all do a comprehensive health checkup to see if we're genuinely healthy. Li Mo nodded in agreement. That's a good suggestion. Let's all turn in early tonight, and I'll wake you up for the checkup tomorrow. Just as Wen Rang was about to respond, the household monitoring system suddenly blared an alarm. The expressions on their faces shifted, and they quickly rose and headed toward the study. Wen Qian, trailing behind, speculated about which reckless individual dared to cause trouble at her home. If it were those downstairs, she would simply open the door and throw them out to feed the zombies, without granting them another chance. In the study, when Rang sat frowning in front of the computer, while Li Mo and Wen Qian stood behind him, equally perplexed. Leaning against the doorframe, Wen Qian observed their expressions and inquired, "What is going on? Are we seeing ghosts?" When Rang replied, "It's not a ghost. It's a man with a child. I don't know which floor he is from, but what does he want from us? A man with a child? Who would be so shameless as to come begging with their family in tow?" Wen Qian felt curious and leaned closer to the computer to see for herself. Upon catching sight of the face on the screen, she gasped in shock. Gu ran. When Rang and the others were taken aback by her reaction. How did she know a neighbor they didn't recognize? Outside the door, Gu Ran held a 3-year-old girl in his arms. He looked up at the imposing door before him, questioning whether a normal household would install such a professional-grade blast door. After observing for a few seconds, he spotted the location of the camera. Fixing his gaze on the surveillance direction, he spoke politely, "Hello, is this the Li Mo residence? I am Gu Kaija's son, Gu Ran. My sister is ill. Could you please help us?" Li Mo was taken aback.
Du Casesson?
How did he end up here? Biting her lip, she hesitated to open the door. When Changning and when Rang shared the same thought, they would play dead and wait for him to grow impatient and leave. However, they never expected their resident female tyrant to swiftly turn and dash to the door, clicking it open with a decisive snap. When Rang and the others were left dumbfounded, Wen Qian opened the door and confirmed once more that she hadn't mistaken the person. She scrutinized Gu Ran from head to toe and asked directly, "Is she hurt?" "No," he replied. Wen Qian then inquired about the child in his arms. "What about her?" "No, just a severe fever." "Come in," Wen Qian said, pulling them into the house. She shut the door and, turning around, met the gazes of Wen Rang and the others.
Li Montag exclaimed,
"How could you open the door for a stranger?" When Changning added, "You actually opened the door for a strange man?" When Rang remarked, "I see. You are indeed a love-struck fool." Though the three said nothing, Wen Qian could discern their thoughts from their expressions. Rolling her eyes, she turned to Li Mo and said, "Mom, this child has been running a high fever. You should check on her first." Li Mo protested. "How can I examine her? We have no equipment or medicine. Am I supposed to risk my life?" Not wanting to appear affluent, she was caught off guard when Gu Ran interjected, "Annie, I know you have medicine at home. My father mentioned that you bought quite a bit from the hospital recently. I truly have no other options, which is why I came to you. My sister is seriously ill. If you can help her, I will take her away immediately." Fearing Li Mo would doubt him, Gu Ran pulled out several loaves of bread and a 10-kilogram bag of rice from his backpack. "This rice is for you. I can eat the bread. I only need a little medicine, nothing more." Li Mo's brow furrowed, but seeing the little girl who had fainted from the fever, her heart softened. She glanced at Wen Qian, who nodded in agreement, before sighing and carrying the girl into the house. Gu Ran anxiously watched her retreating figure, but made no move to enter. He stood by the door, reassuring Wen Rang and the others, "I'll wait here. Don't worry, I want to come in." Wen Qian smiled, "You've already entered. What difference does it make where you stand? Come inside. I have something to ask you." She bent down to find a pair of slippers for Gu Ran, tossing them at his feet before turning back to the living room. When Changning and Wen Rang exchanged glances, feeling an indescribable mix of sadness and longing, reminiscent of a daughter leaving home. When Changning remarked, "She is being so kind to a strange man right in front of him." When Rang added, "His sister, indeed a love-struck fool." Chapter 25. Double standards are too obvious. After glaring at Gu Ran, Wen Changning and Wen Rang also turned to enter the room. Gu Ran sensed the hostility from the two and hesitated momentarily before changing his shoes and stepping inside. He was filthy, covered in mud and blood. So he opted to stand aside instead of sitting down, directing his gaze toward Wen Qian. "What do you want to ask? Where are your parents?" Gu Ran didn't expect her to ask this right off the bat. He lowered his head, his eyes reddening, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "They're dead. My mother was bitten by a zombie on her way home from work. And my father intended to bring me and my sister to your house for medicine, but he was attacked by zombies on the way." His tone remained flat, yet everyone present could hear the sorrow in his voice. When Rang shot Wen Qian a look, signaling her to refrain from asking such heart-wrenching questions. However, his sister, upon catching his glance, immediately inquired, "Are there any other survivors in your family besides your sister?" When Reng thought, "Is she really that bad at conversation?" When Changning responded, "She certainly knows how to ask questions." Gu Ran's face turned ashen as he shook his head. "No, they're all gone." When Qian asked before coming to my house, "Did you visit any pharmacies or hospitals?" Gu Ran replied, "Yes, the hospital has completely fallen, and I checked several pharmacies but they were all looted. I truly had no choice, which is why I came here." Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully, glancing at his soiled clothing before turning to Wen Rang. "Brother, take him to your room and find him a change of clothes. Let him take a shower." Gu Ran protested, "No need. Thank you, but really, it's unnecessary. Once my sister feels better, I'll take her away." "Where can you take her in this situation?" Wen Qian scoffed, "With just those 2 loaves of bread in your bag. Do you think you can support a 3-year-old child?" Gu Ran stiffened at her words, his face darkening. Wen Rang quickly stood up, pulling Gu Ran toward his room for a shower. He was terrified of what his sister might say next. The atmosphere was too tense, and he was struggling to endure it. Once in the bathroom, Wen Rang whispered, "The house has a backup power system, but don't turn on the lights. I've left some new clothes outside. I've never worn them." Gu Ran replied, "Thank you," closing the door. Wen Rang hurried back to the living room and plopped down beside Wen Qian. "You little brat, how come I never realized you were this kind of person?" Wen Qian looked perplexed. "What kind of person? You judge a book by its cover. Love-struck brain. Do you think I'm blind? You just saw that guy's face on the surveillance footage and immediately lit up. Your eyes sparkled. Without a second thought, you opened the door for him and claimed you weren't smitten?" Wen Rang's words left Wen Qian bewildered, and she looked to her father, Wen Changning, for support. "Dad, do you also think I let Gu Ran in because I like him? Otherwise, what? How did you treat Zhang Ziang when he wanted to come into our home?"
Wen Ran replied,
"Daughter, do be mindful of your double standards." Wen Qian sighed, a bittersweet smile on her lips. She leaned back against the sofa, arms crossed, tilting her head to meet Wen Rang's gaze. "I know Gu Ran because of you. He was once your subordinate, fiercely loyal, and even saved your life, ultimately sacrificing himself for you. Moreover, he is a retired Special Forces soldier with remarkable combat skills. Keeping him around would be advantageous for us." When Rang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, Wen Qian continued, "Consider this. He managed to bring his sister from East City to West City all by himself, visiting the hospital, pharmacy, and even the supermarket, and he sustain any injuries. This alone is a testament to his capabilities." When Rang conceded, "That may be true, but if we were to start over, we cannot guarantee he would remain as loyal as before." When Qian replied, "Thus, we must observe him. Should he harbor any ulterior motives, we will eliminate him immediately. I have no intention of sustaining a useless or disloyal person. Given our current strength, dispatching him would pose no challenge." Hearing this, both Wen Rang and Wen Changning sighed in relief. Wen Changning quipped, "You scared me. I thought you were secretly dating a boy behind your father's back." Wen Qian retorted, "Dad, I am focused on my career and not pursuing romantic relationships." Wen Changning countered, "But you should still consider it. Finding the right person to love is a joyous occasion, as you can see with your mother and me." Wen Qian, not wishing to engage in that topic, stood up and went to Li Mo's room. She received a system notification indicating a comatose patient with 0 attack power and inquired whether she needed permission to bring the injured person into the space for treatment. Li Mo had performed a preliminary examination on the little girl and, upon Wen Qian's arrival, they promptly took her into the space for a thorough checkup with professional equipment. As Li Mo reviewed the CT results, his brow furrowed deeply. "If we had arrived a little later, this child would have been beyond saving. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Li." Wen Qian embraced Li Mo and explained Gu Ran's situation and her reason for allowing him inside.
Li Montag reassured,
gathered the medication, and led the child out of the space. Meanwhile, Gu Ran had finished bathing and changed into fresh clothes, anxiously awaiting news from Li Mo in the living room. Upon seeing his tense demeanor, Li Mo felt a pang of sympathy. Just moments ago, he had heard from Wen Qian that both of Gu Ran's parents had perished, leaving only his sister as his remaining kin. Li Mo, reflecting on his own family, could not fathom such a tragedy befalling anyone. I have already given her fever-reducing medicine and administered an injection. You may go in and check on her. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Ran expressed his gratitude quickly before entering the room, where he sat by his sister's bedside throughout the night. The little girl finally broke her fever around 4 in the morning, waking briefly before drifting back to sleep. Gu Ran, having not closed his eyes the entire night, watched over her with a fear he could scarcely articulate. Initially, he had felt little affection for her, as she had been born while he was serving in the military, and he had rarely been home to see her. But now, having returned from service to find his parents gone, he realized she was all he had left. With bloodshot eyes, Gu Ran dared not close them, terrified that if he let his guard down, he might lose her too. In the morning, when Reng knocked on the door, calling Gu Ran for breakfast, Gu Ran hesitated for a moment before declining. No need, I have some bread. That will suffice. I brought you a portion, so don't be modest, when Reng insisted, entering the room and approaching the bed to check the little girl's forehead. The fever has subsided. You needn't worry. Eat well, and then return to keep watch. Despite several refusals, Gu Ran was ultimately coaxed out of the room by Wen Reng. Realizing his strength was no match for hers left him astonished and somewhat disheartened, unable to comprehend the situation. At the dining table, steaming bowls of wontons and beef noodles lay before him, causing Gu Ran to swallow hard. He had not anticipated such a meal after being trapped at the Wen household for so long. As Wen Reng pressed him into a chair, Gu Ran shyly glanced at Liamo. Thank you, Auntie, for saving my sister and providing me with food. Once she wakes, I will take her away. With the chaos outside, where do you think you can go with her?
Die Montagszeit.
It would be better for you to stay here. My home is spacious enough for both of you. Chapter 26. The Celestial System, solely favoring the master. Gu Ran was taken aback, astonished that Li Mo would suggest he stay. In the current circumstances, where self-preservation was a challenge, it seemed implausible that anyone would willingly allow an outsider to share their resources. Yet Li Mo had spoken, and it appeared that when Chongning and the others were in agreement, nodding in assent, Li Mo remarked, Your father and I are friends. Without his assistance, I wouldn't have been able to procure these medications. When Chongning added, The outside world is quite unstable. It is indeed difficult for you to care for your sister alone, so just stay. When Reng stated, To be honest, we have quite a stockpile at home, and accommodating 2 more won't be an issue. When Reng's words were laced with a hint of caution, as he contemplated that if Gu Ran displayed any inclination to seize their supplies, he would be prepared to act decisively. Gu Ran, who had already been moved to tears by their kindness, turned sharply at Wen Reng's comment, his expression serious. Such things should not be casually mentioned. They can be dangerous. When Reng replied, I was merely fishing for a response. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said anything. Wen Qian smiled gently. You managed to traverse half the city with your sister to reach my home, indicating your skills are quite extraordinary. We will provide food and shelter, and you shall ensure our safety. How does that sound? At such a time, unnecessary flattery would only arouse suspicion. It was wiser to engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement that would put him at ease. As expected, Gu Ran's tense shoulders gradually relaxed. He pondered for a moment before nodding. You saved my sister's life and are willing to help us. I am truly grateful. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. As soon as Gu Ran finished speaking, Wen Qian heard the system's voice echo in her mind.
Ding.
2 battle-ready personnel added. Space prosperity increased by 20. Farm yield increased by 20. Wen Qian had anticipated gaining a strong ally, but this unexpected bonus was a delightful surprise. She joyfully accepted the rewards from the system and proceeded to bind the information of Gu Ran and his sister. Name, Gu Ran. Gender, male. Height, 182 cm. Age, 23. Blood type, A. Occupation, former special forces. Loyalty, 90. Name, Gu Wanwan. Gender, female. Height, 90 cm. Age, 3. Blood type, A. Loyalty, 100. With the information successfully bound, Wen Qian prepared to continue her meal, but the system issued several more notifications in quick succession. System prompt. Individuals with loyalty below 90 cannot bind information. Upon successful binding, the system will automatically elevate loyalty to 100. Should a member's loyalty subsequently decline to 80, the system will automatically eliminate that member, ceasing all notifications and alerts to the host. except for permanent residence in the space, for every increase of 100 in the space's prosperity. The reward system will grant personnel on standby 2 hours of activity time in the space, which can be accumulated. To ensure the safety of the host and the space, all members within the system are strictly prohibited from disclosing any information related to the space to outsiders. Member information updated. Gu Ran, loyalty 100. Wen Qian, upon reading these lines, was so elated that she felt compelled to venture out and slay hundreds of zombies in celebration. A divine system, lavishing attention upon its master. If it were a man, she would have married him on the spot. When Liang observed his sister's jubilant demeanor with a sense of exasperation, she claimed to have no interest in Gu Ran. Yet here she was, beaming with delight at the mere acknowledgement of her presence. It was almost unbearable to witness. Oblivious to her brother's murderous gaze, Wen Qian happily filled her stomach before taking little Bai to the rooftop to play. After Gu Ran finished his meal, he heard the sound of crying coming from the room. He hurriedly entered to find Gu Wanwan awake, anxiously searching for him. Brother! Upon seeing Gu Ran, the little girl dashed into his arms. Brother, don't go. Gu Ran crouched down, enveloping her in an embrace while softly reassuring her. I won't leave. I will always be with you. After a moment of frightened sobbing, the little girl murmured, Brother, I'm hungry. Gu Ran felt a twinge of difficulty. He had just eaten beef noodles, and giving his sister bread seemed unjust. However, he couldn't bring himself to ask the ant for food again. Just then, Wen Qian appeared at the doorway, raising her hand to reveal what she held. I happen to have some children's milk powder, quite suitable for her age. Let her drink some first. My mom is preparing porridge for her. It will be ready soon. Gu Ran replied, This, I truly thank you. From now on, we are all family, so there's no need to be so polite. If you need anything, just let me know. Cowering in Gu Ran's embrace, Gu Wanwan peeked at the unfamiliar sister at the door. Curious. Brother, who is she? Wen Qian smiled and waved, greeting her. Hello, my name is Wen Qian, and I'm your brother's friend. This will be your home from now on. If you want anything to eat, just ask your sister. Gu Wanwan's face was filled with confusion. My home? It doesn't look like this. She glanced around and inquired, Brother, where are mom and dad? Gu Ran's body stiffened. He had not informed Gu Wanwan of their mother's death. When their father passed, Gu Wanwan had fainted from a high fever and did not witness it.
Now,
how was he to break such news to her? Wen Qian, observing Gu Ran's anxiety as the veins in his neck bulged, sighed and intervened. Your parents have gone to a faraway place to carry out a mission. Gu Wanwan asked, What does it mean to carry out a mission? Wen Qian replied, Well, it means to help others. Your father is a doctor, right? He's very skilled and can heal people. There are many who are ill there.
So he has gone to assist.
Gu Wanwan pondered for a moment and nodded. I understand now. Dad has gone on missions before and took a long time to come back. Wen Qian reassured her, Yes, this time it will take even longer. But your brother will be with you, so there's no need to be afraid. Gu Wanwan clung tightly to Gu Ran's neck, as if grasping a lifeline, unwilling to let go. Gu Ran expressed his gratitude to Wen Qian, who casually nodded before turning to leave, granting the siblings their privacy. In her childhood, she too had clung to Wen Liang. With their parents absent, Wen Liang was her world, so she understood the little girl's feelings quite well. Gu Wanwan drank a cup of milk, then exited the room with Gu Ran. Initially shy around the unfamiliar faces, she gradually perked up after savoring the vegetable and shrimp porridge brought by Li Mo, and upon seeing the dogs and cats in the house, she soon found herself playing on the rooftop. Wen Qian, fearing little Bai might become annoyed and swatted her, stayed nearby. In less than half an hour, Gu Wanwan had become quite familiar, sweetly calling her sister, which filled Wen Qian with a sense of accomplishment. Observing their joyful interaction, Wen Liang quietly approached Gu Ran and softly inquired, What do you think of my sister? Gu Ran pondered before responding earnestly, She's a wonderful person, very kind. Wen Liang retorted, You mustn't have a proper understanding of my sister. Chapter 27. Community Distribution of Supplies. Before the apocalypse, Wen Qian was innocent and kind, which was undeniably true. She had never faced hardship or felt wronged, sheltered by her family from the harsh realities of life. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had fought and struggled for over a decade, long since severing ties with the notion of kindness. When Liang cleared his throat and asked again, Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of my sister? Gu Ran, despite his usual stoicism, understood the implications behind the question. His breath caught in his throat, and he shook his head vigorously. I didn't mean it that way. Rest assured, I would never do anything to your sister. I'm not that kind of person, especially since I have someone I like. Oh no, his sister was out of the running. Suddenly, Wen Liang felt a pang of sympathy for his sister. But just as this emotion began to surface, Wen Qian dragged him into the adjacent room for a thorough scolding. While Wen Qian couldn't hear their conversation, she could guess from their reactions what had transpired. I told you I was focused on my career. I don't like him. Wen Liang. Be careful, or I'll make you cry. Wen Liang, utterly defenseless against his sister's tirade, could only protest in indignation. I was merely concerned about you developing unrequited feelings. So, I was just inquiring. I have never harbored unrequited feelings. After thoroughly schooling Wen Liang, ensuring he understood that she regarded Gu Ran merely as a teammate, Wen Qian set off for her training run. At 3 in the afternoon, the community experienced a water outage. The group chat exploded with lamentations, yet Wen Qian remained unfazed. Aside from the water in the space, she had also stockpiled some at home. 2 large bathtubs and 5 oversized plastic barrels served as reserves for daily washing, sufficient for some time. Gu Ran had been aware before arriving that the Wen family likely had provisions stored away. His father had mentioned that the Wen family was quite astute and had a far-sighted perspective, which explained how they managed to stockpile so many medicines before the calamity struck. However, upon witnessing the quality of their daily meals, Gu Ran was still left astounded. Out in the world, people were fighting tooth and nail over a single packet of instant noodles, while the Wen family consistently maintained a high standard of meals with a balanced combination of meat and vegetables.
Braised pork, kung po chicken, spisehotpot.
Corn with pine nuts, and dry pot cauliflower. Such fare was not something every household could afford, even before the apocalypse. Gu Ran felt a flush of shame creep up his neck at the thought of the bag of rice he had brought with him. After spending 2 peaceful days at the Wen household, Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan had not enjoyed such restful sleep in a long time. On the 3rd day at noon, after finishing their meal, the group stood by the window, observing the situation outside the community. The floodwaters had already reached the 2nd floor of their building, leaving those on the 3rd floor feeling anxious and trembling with fear. The neighbors on the lower 2 floors have no choice but to relocate their belongings to the hallway, living in constant trepidation of a zombie outbreak. The voices in the community group have dwindled as people refrain from engaging with their phones unless absolutely necessary. Power outages have depleted their portable chargers, necessitating careful conservation of energy. Gu Ran, peering through a telescope, wore a grave expression. The number of zombies continues to swell. Impervious even to the floodwaters, the undead, swept away by the deluge, now float into the area from various other regions. Gu Ran initially intended to venture out in the coming days to procure supplies. The Wen family may have stockpiled provisions, but inevitably, they would deplete. It is unwise to consume resources without replenishing them. Moreover, the Wen family had rescued his sister and provided them shelter. Thus, he felt compelled to repay their kindness. Yet, given the current circumstances, even if he could swim to safety, evading the multitude of zombies lurking in the water would be a formidable challenge due to their sheer numbers. Wen Qian, observing the situation below, remained unperturbed by the presence of zombies. She was hopeful that once the rain ceased, her precious system would issue a temporary mission to enhance her combat prowess, allowing her to venture out and wreak havoc. Just as Gu Ran was lost in thought, and Wen Qian was fervently wishing for the next mission to arrive swiftly, a thunderous sound resonated from the distant sky. It was the sound of a helicopter. Wen Qian raised an eyebrow, while the other survivors in the community erupted in joy, opening their windows and desperately shouting for help. The helicopter circled above for a moment before Wen Qian heard an announcement through a loudspeaker. Starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, supplies would be distributed at the Black Mountain area, 5 kilometers away. Staff would be dispatched to clear and eliminate zombies along the route, though they could not guarantee the absence of any stragglers. The extermination of zombies would commence at midnight and conclude at 4 in the morning, with recommendations for residents to remain indoors during that time frame. Currently, there would be no escort services for residents traveling to and from Black Mountain. They would need to make the journey themselves, each carrying identification to receive one portion of survival supplies on a first-come, first-served basis. After the helicopter completed its announcements, it moved on to another area. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian exchanged a silent glance with Wen Reng. They surmised that Gu Ran would seize this opportunity to gather supplies. They felt compelled to accompany him, if only to maintain appearances. However, Wen Qian was also eager to observe Gu Ran's combat abilities up close. The path to Black Mountain would not only be fraught with zombies, but also with others seeking to loot supplies. Tomorrow's expedition would undoubtedly involve fierce battles. As expected, Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to them. You two stay home. I will go collect the supplies. When Rang interjected, with so many people, the portion you bring back won't last long. Wen Qian and I will accompany you. Gu Ran was taken aback by his suggestion to include Wen Qian and immediately refused. No, it's too dangerous. She should stay home and wait for us. When Rang countered, no, it's more perilous not to bring her. Without my sister, I have no sense of security. Wen Qian smiled, pressing her lips together. I'll go with you. Rest assured, I won't be a burden. Gu Ran remained somewhat apprehensive and hesitant, but considering Wen Qian's daily training of running 30 kilometers, he felt slightly reassured. Regardless, she was undoubtedly stronger than most girls. When Reng also appeared capable, with the two of them protecting Wen Qian, they should be fine. With this thought, Gu Ran nodded in agreement.
All right.
We'll set out together tomorrow morning, aiming for an early return. But can you both swim? Swim? We have a speedboat, Wen Rang replied calmly, leaving Gu Ran utterly astonished. They had even prepared for this? After finalizing their plans for the morrow, Wen Qian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. The community chat buzzed with discussions about how to reach Black Mountain the next day. Suddenly, someone mentioned the Wen family's speedboat. The Wen siblings had previously used it to assist several neighbors in gathering supplies from the supermarket, and this news had spread throughout the community. Consequently, everyone hoped they would extend their generosity once more by ferrying neighbors to collect supplies. Wen Qian glanced at her phone, filled with messages from her neighbors, and closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. With her delicate fingers, she typed a few words and sent them. What do I owe you? Chapter 28. The audacity of their demands astonished Wen Qian. She hadn't anticipated such shamelessness, with everyone boldly insisting she provide transport. She swiftly declined, considering any hesitation a disrespect to herself. Soon, her refusal sparked discontent among the community. Even the neighbor below, who had long harbored resentment after Wen Qian had injured her son, joined in the fray. Su Yan, reveling in the spectacle of everyone chastising Wen Qian, eagerly voiced her opinion. Your family has a speedboat. What is wrong with helping everyone? Su Yan continued. The situation is dire. If it weren't absolutely necessary, no one would be begging you. She added, one should not be too selfish. Helping others is also helping oneself. Su Yan insisted, tomorrow, escort the neighbors and accumulate some virtue for yourself. When Qian found herself laughing in disbelief at Su Yan's self-righteousness. What a saintly facade she presented with such audacious words. When Qian retorted, with thousands of residents in the community, who should I take with me, and who should I leave behind? She continued, even if I devoted my entire day to ferrying you all, I wouldn't manage to transport everyone. She asserted, furthermore, if I escort you, what do I gain in return? When Qian added, don't mention money, I'm not lacking in funds. Everyone knows that money holds little value now as it cannot be spent. Su Yan, if I recall correctly, your family owns 2 inflatable rafts. A month ago, your son invited me to the seaside and even shared photos. Should I retrieve those chat records to show you? When Qian concluded, since you are so selfless, don't forget to bring along several people tomorrow. As for me, I will not take anyone. If you're unhappy, keep it to yourself. After sending her message, when Qian tossed her phone aside, she retreated to her room, shut the door, and entered her personal space. The vegetables that Wen Chongning had cultivated were now ripe, and due to an excess that could not be consumed, she sold a portion back to the system. Consequently, Wen Qian now possessed 3,000 currency units for the marketplace. Gazing longingly at the array of weapons in the store, she felt almost teary. However, she gritted her teeth and spent the entirety of her 3,000 units. The marketplace had archery equipment for sale, and arrows were quite affordable. 1 currency unit per arrow, so she procured 3,000 arrows for her brother. After her shopping spree, Wen Qian resumed her daily training regimen. When she had exhausted herself to the point of perspiration, she returned to the villa for a shower, indulged in a hot spring, changed into comfortable attire, and lay down to apply a facial mask while resting her eyes. After nightfall, Wen Qian and the others retired early for the night. At midnight, the distant sound of machine gun fire echoed through the air. The extermination of zombies had commenced. Wen Qian continued to rest, and as the clock struck 4, there was a timely knock on her door. Wen Qian, wake up, it's time to set out, Gu Ran's voice called from outside. Wen Qian sat up, stretching her limbs, and replied, I'll be right there. She entered the bathroom to wash her face, and after completing her entire skincare routine, she tied her hair into a ponytail before stepping out of the room. Wen Rang had already prepared instant noodles, and after Wen Qian finished eating, she informed her brother about the 3,000 arrows she had acquired, which provided Wen Rang with an added sense of security. Once prepared, the four of them exchanged greetings with Wen Chongning and Li Mo before heading out. Gu ran, and Wen Rang led the way with the speedboat, while Wen Qian leisurely followed behind, the ease of her demeanor reminiscent of a casual outing. Upon reaching the lower floor, they encountered neighbors in the hallway, some of whom had intentionally waited for their arrival. Upon seeing them, a group rushed forward, eager to join them in their escape. Wen Qian stood on the stairs, looking down at them from above. She had thought she had made her intentions clear the day before, yet it seemed some still failed to comprehend her words. As the crowd realized that gentle persuasion was ineffective, they attempted to resort to force, trying to seize the speedboat. However, before Wen Qian could utter a word, Gu Ran swiftly dealt with the situation. After being pummeled and left bloodied, the crowd fled in disarray. The four of them paused on the 3rd floor, leaping out through the emergency exit's window and boarding the speedboat, heading straight towards Black Mountain where supplies were to be distributed. After hours of clearing the area, the streets were momentarily free of any living zombies. Many had already set out from their homes, some swimming, others floating on inflatable rafts, and a few even dismantling their bed frames to construct makeshift wooden rafts. A handful, like Wen Qian, were aboard speedboats, though they were a rare sight. Wherever the speedboat traveled, cries for help echoed. The group did not slow their pace, hastening towards Black Mountain. The distribution point was situated halfway up the mountain, with Gu Ran carrying the speedboat effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue. After climbing for over 20 minutes, they finally reached their destination. By this time, nearly 2,000 people had formed a queue ahead of them. The early arrivals were residents from the nearby area, and armed personnel guarded both sides of the line, temporarily preventing any attempts to seize the supplies. Wen Qian calmly queued up, wearing her Bluetooth headset and listening to music. After more than an hour, their turn finally arrived. After presenting their identification for verification, Wen Qian received her share of survival supplies, which included 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 2 packets of noodles. Though the quantity was modest, the sheer number of recipients rendered it a significant haul. After collecting their supplies, the trio turned to descend the mountain. When Rang took Gu Ran's portion and handed it to Wen Qian, she pretended to stow the items in her backpack, but in reality, she concealed them in her spatial storage. As they moved away from the line, the descent became less tranquil. At the base of the mountain, a considerable number of robbers awaited, intent on seizing the supplies. Upon spotting Wen Qian and her companions with the speedboat, the bandits charged toward them like a pack of wolves. Wen Qian was shielded by Wen Rang and Gu Ran, and she admired Gu Ran's swift and decisive actions, marveling at his prowess as a former Special Forces soldier. Her brother was formidable as well. Although Wen Rang had not received formal training, he had practiced Sonda since childhood, coupled with rigorous training from his sister and a recent boost in combatability from the system's rewards. Thus, he was now actually stronger than Gu Ran, though his lack of practical experience made him appear less adept. Wen Qian found herself without an opportunity to engage, idly chewing gum in a corner. However, the number of assailants continued to swell, some seeking the supplies they carried, while others aimed for the speedboat. Among them were familiar faces from their neighborhood, harboring resentment for Wen Qian's prior refusal to assist them, plotting to teach her a lesson. Wen Qian recognized a few of them and smirked coldly. It seemed her reputation in the community was not as formidable as she had believed. Otherwise, how could these reckless individuals dare to provoke her? As the encirclement grew tighter, Gu Ran found himself momentarily overwhelmed. He caught sight of several burly men approaching with folding knives and shouted urgently, "Wen Qian, be careful." Gu Ran intensified his efforts, attempting to dispatch the men blocking his way, but the incoming dozen or so were surprisingly skilled, thwarting his attempts. Wen Qian stood her ground, watching as 5 hefty men charged directly toward her, her expression unwavering. "How old are you, little sister? Do you have a boyfriend? It's all right if you do. We don't mind. With looks like yours, you must come from a wealthy family. It'll be a thrill to handle you. Don't be scared, sweetheart. We're good people. Come with us. We have plenty of food." The men exchanged lewd banter, laughing amongst themselves. Wen Qian regarded them coolly, and as one reached out to touch her shoulder, she seized his wrist instead.
Ah!
The man's expression changed in an instant as he shouted, "Let go. You're breaking my hand." Wen Qian complied, releasing his hand momentarily before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters, crashing to the ground. The dramatic scene left the surrounding men momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. By the time they regained their wits, they met a similar fate. With an indifferent demeanor, Wen Qian dispatched several of her assailants and approached the familiar neighbors. Upon recognizing her, they turned to flee, but Wen Qian would not grant them that opportunity. The air thickened with the scent of blood as she prepared for the final confrontation. Then, just as a man wielding a dagger lunged at her from behind, the tension peaked. Wen Qian drew her Tang Dao, pivoted sharply, and cleanly severed his head. This marked her first instance of taking a human life in the post-apocalyptic world, and it felt no different from slaying zombies. What did this signify? It indicated that for some, existing was no different from being dead. They merely wasted air. Wiping the blood from her goggles, she turned to the remaining neighbors, who had previously plotted against her but were now paralyzed with fear. "Who gave you the audacity to come after me for my supplies?" Before Wen Qian acted, Gu Ran had assumed the Tang Dao she carried was merely a prop for Wen Rang. Now he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Every movement Wen Qian executed was lethally precise. Witnessing her sever a head with one hand made Gu Ran doubt his own capabilities. Even he might not stand a chance against her. It was no wonder when Rang insisted on bringing her along. The onlookers, thoroughly intimidated by Wen Qian's display of power, scattered in terror, shouting for help and claiming, "She's killing people." Wen Qian, uninterested in their plight, hopped onto the speedboat and settled in, turning to Wen Rang and declaring, "Brother, let us go home. I'm hungry." The gunfire from the previous night had deprived her of sleep, and having risen early that day, she now felt both exhausted and famished. When she was hungry, her temper flared easily. Wen Rang, fully aware of how formidable his sister could be when provoked, hastily urged Gu Ran to board the speedboat. "Home it is. Let us go home. Endure a little longer. Return home and let your mother prepare a delicious meal for you." The speedboat roared to life, swiftly navigating back towards home, leaving behind a decapitated corpse and several bandits incapacitated by their injuries, too pained to struggle. On their journey home, the trio encountered several waves of zombies. The streets were teeming with people today, providing the previously evaded undead with yet another opportunity for a feast. Gu Rand initially assumed that Wen Qian would be frightened upon seeing the zombies, as she was a girl and perhaps more timid. However, he soon realized his misjudgment. Wen Qian's ferocity in dispatching the zombies left him in awe. As they neared home, they came across the Zhang family, a trio that had left earlier than Wen Qian and her companions but returned sooner. They had managed to evade the bandits at the foot of Black Mountain but were not as fortunate at their doorstep. Spotting Wen Qian, they called out to her as if she were their salvation. "Wen Qian, help! It's me, Zhang Zi. Please lend a hand to Uncle and Auntie. We will be eternally grateful." The bandits, noticing their cries, turned their gazes towards them. Upon seeing the approaching speedboat, greed flickered in their eyes. Yet, when their gaze fell upon the girl aboard the vessel, clad in black and wielding a Dao sword, a vision reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, they inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines and dared not make a move. Wen Qian averted her gaze, seemingly oblivious to the Zhang family, and proceeded on her way. The Zhangs were left red-faced with anger. Not only had their newly acquired supplies been seized, but even their inflatable raft had been taken by the bandits. Fortunately, all the nearby zombies had been eradicated by Wen Qian, or they would have been unable to return home safely. Once home, Wen Qian rushed to shower and change clothes. Gu ran, glancing at the Dao sword she had carelessly tossed in the living room, began to question his own existence. When Wen Qian emerged, he curiously asked, "You are far superior to me. Why do you still allow me to stay in your home? What good is an individual's strength?" Wen Qian replied, settling onto the sofa and opening a chilled can of cola, which she offered to Gu ran. "I permit you to remain because you are strong enough for me to consider you a worthy ally. In this apocalyptic world, our enemies will only multiply, and I do not believe I can face them all single-handedly, nor do I think you can either." Upon hearing her words, Gu ran felt a tumult of emotions. It was indeed a source of joy to be recognized by a strong individual, yet the fact that this strength emanated from a mere teenage girl left him feeling inadequate. Sensing his complex emotions, Wen Qian added, "My strength does not negate yours. There is no need to dwell on this." Gu ran pondered her words and realized their truth. There will always be those stronger than oneself. Gender does not dictate capability. Many women surpass men in strength, and it is unnecessary to feel inferior about it. With that realization, Gu ran felt a weight lift from his heart as admiration for Wen Qian filled his gaze. When Chongning and Li Mo emerged from a room, cradling Gu Wanwan, and inquired whether anything unexpected had occurred during their outing. Of course, there were incidents. The streets were rife with robbers, but thankfully, I was formidable enough to scare them all away. When Chongning questioned, how could they decide to distribute supplies today? The heavy rain hasn't ceased. It's quite inconvenient for everyone to venture out, because it would be too late if they delayed any further, Wen Qian interjected, glancing at Gu ran. "You must have sensed the underlying issues too, right?" Gu ran nodded in agreement.
Yes.
"When we engaged with the bandits near Black Mountain, the enforcers on the mountain witnessed it, but chose not to intervene." Chapter 30. The forehead inscribed with two characters, invincible. Gu ran noted this point, and so did Wen Qian. In the past, such violent incidents would have led to their immediate apprehension, yet today, they were able to return home with their heads held high. Gu ran speculated, "I believe it's not that they don't want to manage the situation, but rather that they simply lack the manpower to do so." Exactly, Wen Qian affirmed, agreeing with his perspective. The decision to distribute supplies today was likely influenced by meteorological reports indicating that the rainfall would persist for an extended period. The city is practically without water and electricity. If they do not allocate some supplies to the residents, many may truly starve. When collecting supplies today, the staff had noticed the Dao sword strapped to her back, but did not confiscate it, indicating that the authorities are currently permitting residents to defend themselves to a certain extent. The entire city, the nation, and indeed the world, are engulfed in chaos. The higher-ups have recognized the severity of the situation, and it is evident that Banhai City is not among their initial rescue priorities. If I am not mistaken, once today as supplies are distributed, there will likely not be a second allocation, Wen Qian stated. "Why do you say that?"
Li Montag inquiret.
"Because of our geographical situation. Banhai City is bordered by the sea on three sides, with only one way in and out. This area is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and transportation is highly inconvenient. With the entire nation in turmoil and zombies rampant, the cities prioritized for rescue will undoubtedly be those with developed transportation networks, not ours." Li Mo and Wen Chongning were taken aback, while Wen Qian and Gu ran widened their eyes. After contemplating her words, they all found her reasoning sound. If there is no rescue, what will become of the city? A heavy silence descended upon them. "Well, we'll take it one step at a time. Overthinking is futile." Wen Qian broke the silence, appearing quite optimistic. The others reflected on her spatial abilities and their prior preparations, gradually easing their worries. If this city becomes uninhabitable, they would simply relocate elsewhere. Ultimately, as long as they could remain together as a family, nothing else mattered. Li Mo rose and headed to the kitchen to contemplate lunch options. Wen Qian followed closely behind, while Wen Chongning took Gu ran and Gu Wanwan to the study to play games. Half an hour later, Li Mo and Wen Qian emerged from the spatial realm, bringing forth the prepared meals. They gathered on the rooftop to enjoy their meal before retreating to their rooms for a nap. Awakening in the afternoon, Li Mo prepared several bowls of dumpling filling, and they all began to wrap dumplings. With the family growing, their food requirements had increased significantly. While Li Mo would go into the spatial realm to cook whenever she had time, she still preferred to wrap dumplings together with everyone. With more hands, it was faster, and they could engage in conversation to strengthen their bonds. She had prepared 3 types of filling, one with pickled cabbage and pork, which Wen Qian adored, another with mackerel, favored by Wen Chongning, and a third with chives and shrimp, which was Li Mo's favorite. Though young, Gu Wanwan was not to be outdone. After washing her hands, she sat nearby, diligently attempting to mimic everyone's movements. After a few minutes, she successfully crafted a small dumpling. Although it leaked filling, it received unanimous praise, accompanied by applause and affirmation. After several hours of wrapping dumplings, Wen Qian assisted Li Mo in transporting everything back to the kitchen and then into the spatial realm. News of her actions had already spread throughout the neighborhood, courtesy of certain neighbors. Li Mo and Wen Chongning received numerous private messages from neighbors chastising them for failing to properly educate their daughter, resulting in the emergence of a murder. It was as if those who had previously clamored for Wen Qian to take them along were not the same individuals now expressing disdain. After reading the news, Li Mo and his companion were not angered. They had long ceased to care about the opinions of outsiders, especially since they did not believe their daughter had done anything wrong. Unfazed by the gossip, Wen Qian and Wen Rang were even less concerned. Wen Qian, cradling Xiao Bai, trained in the space for 2 hours before emerging with a tablet in hand to join Gu Wanwan in watching cartoons. She had developed quite a fondness for Tom and Jerry, deeming it suitable for young children, and thus, she ensured Gu Wanwan enjoyed an hour of it daily. The two, one large and one small, nestled on the sofa, munching on snacks and fruits, relishing the animated series as if the world before the apocalypse had not changed at all. Were it not for the sudden emergence of a mission from the system, Wen Qian would have continued to bask in this simple joy.
Ding.
A timed mission has been activated. Within 24 hours, collect supplies on the map. Reward, a steel factory. Additional space for preparation increased by 5,000 square meters. Upon hearing this announcement, Wen Qian leapt up in excitement. It had been ages since she had ventured out to gather supplies. The last time was on the very day the apocalypse began. The system kindly provided her with a map, clearly marking the specific locations where she needed to forage. Upon inspection, she noted that most of the sites were located in the suburbs, including a grain processing factory, a canned goods factory, 2 clothing factories, a building materials market, and a cement factory. The system's implication was clear. She was to deplete all these locations and then construct a steel factory in her space? Was this the beginning of something grand? Wen Qian's spirit soared, and she hurried to Wen Rang's room to relay the news. Upon hearing about the rewards from the system, Wen Rang recognized the significance and immediately prepared to act. By the way, should they bring Gu Rand along this time? Wen Qian hesitated for a moment, then decided to include him. While she collected supplies, he could temporarily take care of him. It was certainly safer for the 3 of them to move together. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice echoed once more.
Ding.
A joint combat mission has commenced. Within 24 hours, for each zombie defeated, the host's defense will increase by 1. For every 100 zombies slain, any member within the system will receive a defense boost of 10.
Ah.
Unable to contain her excitement, Wen Qian jumped up and squealed. She adored the system. Previously, she had already increased her combat power by 300, and with Gu Ran, a formidable ally, her stats would surely soar. If her defense were to rise even further, what weaknesses would she have? When she ventured outside, she would be marked by 2 words, invincible. Wen Rang was startled by her exuberance, and after hearing her elaborate on the system's additional mission and rewards, he too could not restrain himself. He dashed to Gu Ran's room and pulled him out with fervor. Change your clothes. We're going out. Gu Ran appeared slightly bewildered. It was already dark outside, and venturing out at such a time hardly seemed safe. When Rang replied, the more dangerous, the better. How else can we hone our mental and physical resilience? Gu Ran, though it sounded peculiar, found the logic compelling and could not refute it. Chapter 31. Out to gather supplies. Once the trio was fully equipped and had informed Li Mo and the others, they set out. As they maneuvered the speedboat downwards, encountering neighbors residing in the stairwell, Wen Qian frowned slightly. Which floor is this? The neighbors, upon seeing her, recoiled in fear, for her notorious reputation had spread widely. They whispered about her insanity, the kind that deemed murder permissible. What are you all doing down here? A group of over a dozen huddled together, trembling as they addressed Wen Qian. They were residents from lower floors who had fled to this building as spacious escape route, believing that congregating would offer them some mutual protection. Several tents had been set up in the hallway, and a solitary candle flickered on the ground. In the dim light, they observed Wen Qian's cold, fierce gaze, and felt as though the knife she held might strike at any moment. "I ask you, which floor is this?" Wen Qian had not taken note when she descended, glancing around without seeing any floor signs, yet a sense of unease lingered. The crowd flinched at her suddenly elevated voice and hurriedly responded, "The 5th floor. This is the 5th floor. The lower levels are completely flooded. We had no choice but to come here." Upon receiving the answer, Wen Qian's expression darkened further. The flood has already submerged the 4th floor? In her previous life, after a month of torrential rain, their building had only been submerged to the 5th floor. Yet now, merely half a month had passed, and the situation was already this dire. Realizing the gravity of the circumstances far exceeded her prior experiences, Wen Qian wasted no time and promptly leaped out the window to begin gathering supplies. The trio navigated the speedboat towards the suburbs, encountering a number of zombies along the way. However, Wen Qian chose to evade every encounter she could, leaving Gu Ran somewhat perplexed. "Aren't we out here to hone our skills? Why are we avoiding the zombies?" Wen Qian glanced at him, saying, "Let us not rush. There are several factories in the suburbs. I want to test my luck and see what supplies remain." Gu Ran suddenly understood. Stockpiling resources was indeed far more crucial than engaging in combat with zombies. They needed to race against time and strive to reach their destinations ahead of others. Fortunately, supplies had just been distributed today, and with the rain intensifying, the streets were largely deserted, save for the three of them. When Rang, seated in the speedboat, suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. He glanced at Gu Ran, nudging his foot against his shoe to initiate conversation. "By the way, didn't you mention you had someone you liked? How did you two meet?" When Rang's abrupt topic caught Gu Ran off guard, causing him to feel a bit bashful. He rubbed his neck and replied softly, "We met during military service." "Is she also in special forces?"
Yes.
When Rang pressed further, "Where is she now? Is she alive? Is she still around? We were in touch a couple of days ago, but I haven't heard from her lately. She's probably off on a mission." Wen Qian, sitting beside them, exchanged glances with Wen Rang, refraining from dampening Gu Ran's spirits. In times like this, losing contact was hardly a good sign. After a moment's thought, Wen Qian suggested if you managed to reconnect, you could ask if she'd be willing to join us. We could accompany you to fetch her. Gu Ran paused, then nodded. "All right, I'll ask her." Given that increasing the number of combatants could enhance the prosperity of their space, and the system would provide additional rewards, Wen Qian was more than willing to welcome capable individuals into their ranks. They smoothly arrived at the suburbs, and Wen Qian checked the map, leading them to the first grain processing factory. Along the way, she had worried that with the rain pouring so heavily, the factory's supplies would surely be ruined. However, upon arrival, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the factory was built on a hillside. What foresight!
Bro.
"You two stay outside to keep watch for any potential ambushes. I'll head in first." Wen Qian dashed into the factory, and when Rang understood her intention, pulling Gu Ran outside to deal with any zombies, granting her ample time to gather supplies within. Once inside, Wen Qian swiftly dealt with the zombies lurking in the factory, then illuminated her surroundings with a lantern. Observing the equipment inside, to her delight, everything remained in good condition, and the warehouse was brimming with grain that made her eyes sparkle. She collected all the items into her space, receiving a notification from the system. The collection of resources at the grain processing plant has been successfully completed, with a total of 500 tons of stored grain, 200 tons of finished rice, and a complete set of production management machinery gathered. Wen Qian exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly made her way outside. Upon seeing her emerge unscathed, when Rang and Gu Ran simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Observing her empty hands, Gu Ran assumed the interior had been thoroughly ransacked and offered words of consolation. "It's all right. We can check other locations. We will surely find more supplies." When Rang merely smiled without responding, understanding from her sister's expression that their haul was undoubtedly significant. Together, the group efficiently dealt with the zombies within the factory, then set their sights on the next destination, the canned goods processing plant. Once they arrived, When Reng and Gu Ran stood guard outside, while Wen Qian ventured inside to gather supplies. Much like the grain processing plant, this facility had not been previously raided. Wen Qian cleared out all the equipment and stock within the factory and decided to take several dozen boxes of canned food to show Gu Ran later. So, as not to dampen his spirits. Collection at the canned goods processing plant is complete with a total of 10,000 boxes of fruit cans, 10,000 boxes of fish cans, 10,000 boxes of poultry cans, and a complete set of assembly line production equipment. The system's announcement brought relief to Wen Qian, who hurried outside to share the good news with Gu Ran and Wen Reng. Gu Ran's eyes widened at the sight of her loaded backpack filled with canned peaches, strawberries, hawthorn, as well as luncheon meat, beef, and tuna cans, a satisfied smile breaking through his previously serious demeanor. The system's map indicated 2 clothing processing plants, albeit some distance away, requiring traversal through a residential area. Therefore, Wen Qian opted to first visit the nearer building materials market and cement factory. Gu Ran was taken aback by her decision, particularly regarding the cement factory. What supplies could they possibly need from there? Unable to divulge the system's task, Wen Qian pressed on, stating, "The rain is pouring heavily. I wish to check the cement factory for vehicles and sand to bring back for flood prevention." Gu Ran was astonished and turned to Wen Reng, incredulous. Has her awareness of the situation reached such heights? After being momentarily taken in by her conviction, Gu Ran began to view Wen Qian's every action as if illuminated by a radiant glow. Wen Qian awkwardly cleared her throat, feeling her confidence was still lacking and in need of further cultivation. The number of zombies in the building materials factory was notably greater than in the previous 2 locations, and the distribution of supplies was more scattered, leading to an increased expenditure of time. Wen Qian darted up and down the stairs, slaying zombies while tossing items into her spatial storage. As night fell and visibility diminished, Gu Ran relied on the dim light of his night lamp, focusing solely on the zombies, fearful of sustaining injuries, and thus failed to notice Wen Qian's peculiar actions, even overlooking the vanishing supplies. Chapter 32. Carving a Bloody Path. Various construction and decoration materials were collected by Wen Qian, though she found herself puzzled by the system's request for such an abundance of steel and bricks. Yet she sensed that the system must have its own rationale, fueling her determination. She tirelessly scoured the factory for over an hour, finally receiving the system's notification that she had collected all available resources. At which point she paused to catch her breath and wiped the sweat from her brow before seeking out Wen Reng and Gu Ran. Initially, Gu Ran panicked upon realizing her absence, feeling as though his heart had skipped a beat. However, after hearing Wen Reng's reassurance that his sister had likely gone upstairs to eliminate zombies so as not to hinder their efforts, Gu Ran's worries about it. After emptying the building materials market and eradicating the zombies within, the group settled by a window on the 3rd floor, feeling too fatigued to move. Glancing at the time, Wen Qian noted it was already 4:30 a.m. They had set out around 10 o'clock, and 6 hours had passed. It was high time for a brief respite. Thus, she produced several boxes of self-heating rice, including varieties such as Cantonese sausage, Taiwanese braised pork, curry beef, and teriyaki chicken. She also had 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, filled with lotus root, potatoes, kelp, wood ear mushrooms, cauliflower, and various other vegetables. After opening the food containers, she combined the rice and vegetables, adding water and waiting for 15 minutes as the delectable aroma wafted through the air. Gu Ran had initially intended to make do with some compressed biscuits, but he was taken aback by the thoroughness of Wen Qian's preparations. Having enjoyed lavish meals at the Wen household, he marveled at the high standards of their provisions while out in the field, convinced that he must have accumulated several lifetimes of virtue to be fortunate enough to encounter such a remarkable family. After satisfying their hunger, Wen Qian decided to rest for 2 hours before proceeding to their next destination. Neither Wen Reng nor Gu Ran objected, and the trio leaned against the wall, closing their eyes to savor this fleeting moment of tranquility. At 7 a.m., the 3 departed from the building materials market, heading towards the cement factory located 3 kilometers away. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, which the now rejuvenated group dispatched with ease. The more time Gu Ran spent with Wen Qian, the more he recognized her formidable prowess. In terms of both stamina and combat ability, he felt he could never catch up. Recently, he had come across videos of Wen Qian slaying zombies online. At the time, He did not know her and dismissed the comments describing her as a female warrior as exaggerated. However, now he firmly believed that no one was more deserving of that title than she. Upon reaching the cement factory, they were immediately met with hundreds of zombies. Fueled by the thought of the rewards promised by the system, both Wen Qian and Wen Rang charged forward with fierce tenacity. Gu Ran, inspired by the brother-sister duo's fervor, found himself swept up in excitement, fighting valiantly against the onslaught. Seizing the moment while Gu Ran and Wen Rang were preoccupied with the zombies, Wen Qian hurriedly set about gathering supplies. The cement factory was particularly vast, even boasting its own small quarry and mining area. Thousands of tons of raw materials, gravel and sand, piled upon the ground, and Wen Qian questioned whether her spatial storage could accommodate such an abundance. Additionally, she was determined to collect loaders, rotary kilns, giant industrial fans, grinders, and various other machinery. With gritted teeth, she pressed onward, cramming items into her space, fearful of the system's notification declaring insufficient storage. Fortunately, such a message never came, as she dashed around the factory like a headless chicken, collecting everything in sight while simultaneously fending off the occasional encroaching zombies. She finally completed the task for the cement factory. Congratulations on completing the cement factory collection task. Rewards will be issued upon completion of all tasks. Hearing the familiar voice nearly brought Wen Qian to tears. She sprinted towards Wen Rang and Gu Ran, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, let us go." Seeing that she had accomplished the task, Wen Rang sighed in relief. With this, only 2 clothing processing plants remained. Given the current dire weather, even those brave enough to venture out for supplies would likely be heading towards food sources. It was unlikely anyone would think to gather clothing, as who among them lacked a few garments at home? To risk their lives for a few pieces of clothing seemed ludicrous. Yet, Gu Ran did not perceive any folly in Wen Qian's intentions. With no indication of how long this calamity might last, and with their frequent excursions to combat zombies and gather supplies, the wear and tear on their clothing would undoubtedly accelerate. Thus, preparing additional garments was undoubtedly prudent. As they traversed a residential area, the sheer number of zombies sent shivers down their spines. Yesterday, it appeared that no supplies were distributed here, and consequently, there were no measures taken to eliminate the zombies. After so many days, it has become increasingly rare to encounter living souls. Along the way, Gu Ran narrowly escaped several encounters with zombies, saved each time by Wen Rang's timely intervention, allowing them to evade danger. Upon finally arriving at the clothing factory, Gu Ran and Wen Rang entrusted Wen Qian with fetching supplies while they continued to fend off the undead outside. Once inside, Wen Qian managed to gather over 100,000 pieces of clothing in various sizes, filling box after box and bag after bag, until her waist began to ache. She dared not slow her pace, seizing every moment to complete the collection as swiftly as possible, eventually collapsing onto the windowsill in exhaustion. Ding! The time-limited supply collection task has been successfully completed. Rewards have been allocated to your space. Please check promptly. The joint operation task continues. With the team having eliminated a total of 600 zombies, and there are still 7 hours remaining, Wen Qian turned to observe the 2, who were now moving sluggishly from fatigue, pondering for a moment before retrieving 3 bottles of water from her space and beckoning them inside. Wen Rang and Gu Ran dashed into the factory, shutting the door behind them, and gulped down a bottle of water handed over by Wen Qian, gradually regaining their composure. Wen Rang exclaimed, "There are far too many zombies here. How long must we continue this?" Gu Ren echoed, "I never expected so many to be present." Wen Qian explained, "The majority of the residents here are temporary workers from outside, with very few locals. Thus, actions to eradicate zombies and the distribution of supplies are prioritized for certain urban areas, neglecting them." Sighing heavily, Wen Rang and Gu Ran took a moment to rest, only to be astonished to discover their stamina had remarkably replenished, feeling ready to venture out and confront more zombies. Wen Qian recognized the rejuvenating effects of the well water from her space and joined them in the charge outside. No longer needing to gather supplies, she felt an immense sense of relief. Her tang knife was constantly washed in blood, creating rivers of crimson wherever she swung it, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Exiting the clothing factory, Wen Qian led the charge, carving a bloody path, while Gu ran, and Wen Rang followed closely behind for protection. Initially, they attempted to keep pace, but soon realized they could not match her speed. Her prowess was distinctly superior, placing her in an entirely different league. Chapter 33. Surrounded in the mall. As they set off on the journey home, Wen Qian initially intended to cut back and not waste time raiding the nearby convenience store. However, upon spotting a large chain mall, her greed got the better of her. Go. She tugged at Wen Rang's sleeve, pointing towards the mall ahead, instantly conveying her intent. Redirecting towards the mall, Wen Qian's heart fluttered with anticipation, akin to about to unveil a mystery box, unaware of what treasures awaited her. The speedboat halted before the mall, where floodwaters had engulfed the first floor. As Gu Ran and Wen Rang deliberated on how to enter, they were taken aback when Wen Qian, with bare fists, shattered the thick glass windows and beckoned them inside. Dumbfounded, Wen Rang and Gu Ran exchanged glances, obediently trailing behind their formidable companion, scarcely daring to breathe. The mall was not devoid of zombies, but their numbers paled in comparison to what they had faced outside. Sensing the danger was minimal, Wen Qian suggested, "Let us split up. You need not follow me. Go, and see if there is anything you desire. We shall reconvene here in half an hour." With no objections, they dispersed to gather supplies. Wen Qian wandered leisurely, dispatching zombies as she encountered them, lacking any particular items of interest. Her exploration led her to the top floor of the mall, where, upon forcefully kicking open a sturdy warehouse door, she stumbled upon a treasure trove. Typically, supermarkets are located on the ground floor of malls, while the upper levels often house restaurants or cinemas. However, this mall boasted an expansive warehouse on the top floor, filled to the brim with grains and salt. Surprised by her fortuitous luck, Wen Qian claimed everything without hesitation, preparing to descend and reunite with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. Yet, before she reached the staircase, she was suddenly surrounded by a group of uniformed individuals wielding firearms. Wen Qian regarded them with cold indifference, her face betraying no fear. "Is it appropriate for so many armed men to threaten a lone girl?" she inquired softly. One of the group approached the warehouse entrance, discovering it had been ransacked, and returned to report to the leader in hushed tones. The man at the forefront furrowed his brow, pressing the gun against Wen Qian's temple, demanding, "Where are the supplies? Hand them over." "I know not what you speak of. When I arrived, it was already empty." "Impossible. We patrolled just half an hour ago." "Then why were you not stationed here? If there were treasures, you ought to have guarded them closely. You cannot blame me, an innocent bystander, for your negligence." Wen Qian remained steadfast, insisting she knew nothing. After all, how could one person transport such a vast quantity of supplies? "Wen Qian," a tense voice called from a distance. Gu Ran and Wen Rang had sensed something amiss downstairs and hurriedly rushed over. Upon seeing Wen Qian surrounded by armed individuals, their anger flared. They swiftly positioned themselves in front of her. "What are you doing?" Gu Ran exclaimed. "How dare you bully a young girl with such numbers? Have you no shame?" Wen Rang added, "We bear no ill will and wish her no harm. We merely seek to understand the whereabouts of the supplies in the warehouse." The leader's expression remained impassive, seemingly convinced that the trio before him were criminals. Even if they were not, he insisted they provide some useful information. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to leave. Wen Qian discerned their intentions and felt her temper flare. "I told you I do not know." She flung her backpack to the ground. "If you doubt my words, examine it for yourselves. This is all I have gathered today. If you truly wish to steal, take it all. My entire fortune is right here. Beyond this, there is nothing." A stalemate ensued, with Wen Qian standing beside Wen Rang, ready to whisk him into her space at a moment's notice. Should they resort to gunfire, she would retreat into her space and wait out the ordeal. She had faith that once the floodwaters engulfed the building, they would no longer be able to maintain their position. As for Gu Ran, the prosperity level of her space had yet to reach 100, thus he was temporarily unqualified to enter, leaving her without options. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, intently observing the movements of the group. The leader dispatched members to search the area, discovering only the speedboat they had arrived in, with no other means of transport. After a few minutes, more of their team members, tasked with retrieving supplies, arrived. Gazing at the empty warehouse, they were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves about the situation. These supplies had been specifically gathered and stored for their base, awaiting the completion of the zombie eradication to transport them back. They had maintained a watch over them, but had only recently dispatched everyone to rescue a group of residents trapped by zombies in a nearby building. The residential building stands in close proximity to the shopping center, less than 100 meters away. The residents reasoned that even if someone were to come and steal supplies, the sheer volume of goods would necessitate several large trucks. They would undoubtedly notice, and capturing the culprits would be straightforward. However, to their astonishment, no trucks were sighted, yet the supplies still vanished. The leader scrutinized and questioned Wen Qian and her companions repeatedly, seemingly convinced that these items were not taken by them. Nevertheless, there must be an explanation for the incident. They were still suspects, so it was decided to escort them back. "We are from the Bincheng base. Since you did not take the supplies and have nowhere else to go, you shall come with us. The base has already prepared accommodation and food for the residents, so you need not venture out in search of supplies again." The base? In her previous life, the Bincheng base was established several years after the apocalypse. How could it possibly be operational so swiftly this time? Wen Qian had inadvertently seized the supplies meant for the base's rescue efforts, but with so many onlookers, she had no choice but to deny it, as admitting otherwise would expose the existence of her spatial abilities. Wen Qian hastily interrupted, who said, "We have nowhere to go. We have elders to care for and a 3-year-old child at home waiting for us to bring back food. We will not go with you. You have no say in this matter." The opposing party adopted a domineering demeanor, dragging Wen Qian and her companions outward. Wen Qian signaled to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, observing as their weapons were holstered, contemplating when to strike. The opposing group numbered around 60 or 70, and it was evident they were professionally trained. Wen Qian found herself sandwiched amongst the crowd, calculating the odds of a successful escape. However, merely one floor down, the leader at the forefront abruptly halted. "Commander, what brings you here?" Even from several meters away, Wen Qian could discern the fear in the leader's voice. She tilted her head, curious to see what formidable figure had arrived. Yet, the individuals blocking her view were all towering figures, each around 6 feet tall, leaving her to seethe in frustration. "So being tall makes you special, does it? Turn around, and I'll break every one of your legs. Let's see how you can obstruct my view then." Chapter 34. Wen Qian refrained from using foul language. With a sigh, Wen Qian lowered her head as she heard the formidable figure pose a question. "Why haven't the supplies been moved?" His inquiry left the assembled crowd frozen in place. A suffocating silence enveloped the scene until the leader steeled himself to respond. "Commander, the supplies were stolen. And the criminals? Were they apprehended?" The leader turned to glance in Wen Qian's direction, and the other team members followed suit, their movements alarmingly synchronized. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian bristled. "Don't even think about framing us. I see through your ruse. You intend to use us as scapegoats. Where is your evidence?" There was no way she would admit to anything. She would rather die than confess. For once she did, she would have to explain how she had taken the goods, thereby exposing her spatial abilities. The individuals blocking her path stepped aside, forming a passage for her to see the formidable figure at last, and her heart sank. The man was clad in black combat attire, adorned with an abundance of insignias on his epaulets, making it difficult for Wen Qian to discern his rank at first glance. However, the intensity of his piercing gaze and his formidable presence made it clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. She realized escaping from him would be an arduous task. Suddenly feeling anxious, Wen Qian regretted coming to this wretched place. Not only was it hindering her progress in leveling up by slaying zombies, but she had also encountered this unfortunate situation. The man approached deliberately, and the team members lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze, even their breathing cautious. Gu Ran's face turned ashen upon seeing the man's insignia. When Reng also recognized that this individual was not to be provoked, he furrowed his brow, glancing at his sister, uncertain how to navigate the situation. Mo Han stepped directly in front of Wen Qian, their eyes locking. He spoke softly. "Shall we converse?" Wen Qian felt a surge of panic, though she masked it with a facade of bravery. "Your demeanor suggests you wish to have a cordial discussion, but it seems you are more inclined to coerce me into a confession. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Mind your attitude." Wen Qian shot him a glare, falling silent. Mo Han's gaze flitted across her face, then unexpectedly commanded the others to retreat downstairs. Though hesitant, they dared not disobey and eventually complied, retreating to the stairwell. On the upper floor, Only Wen Qian, Wen Rang, Gu Ran, and Mo Han remained. Wen Qian pondered whether the man had grown overly confident in his abilities due to his high-ranking position, or if he genuinely possessed such formidable power. Otherwise, how could he dare to confront the three of them alone?
Han glanced af Wen Qian's companions.
Can we speak privately? Anything you have to say can be addressed here. Are you certain that everything can be discussed in this setting? His retort left Wen Qian feeling uncertain. An ominous premonition washed over her. Hesitating, she followed him a few meters away. She could have sworn she heard him exhale softly. Reaching the window, Mo Han halted and turned to face Wen Qian. Produce the items, and I shall ensure your safe departure. I already told you, I did not take the items. Your threats are futile. If you are so convinced that I took them, then please explain how three of us managed to clear an entire warehouse of supplies. Wen Qian's stance was unwavering as she resolutely challenged Mo Han. When she heard his response, her breath hitched. Isn't it just you? The items are within your spatial realm. Produce them, Wen Qian. How could he possibly know about her spatial abilities? What a contemptible man. Let us converse civilly. There is no need for insults. Wen Qian. Mo Han, I possess abilities similar to yours, so I am quite certain of your actions. I urgently require this batch of supplies today. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Feigning ignorance, she resolved to play the fool. Despite knowing how adept such individuals are at extracting confessions during interrogations, he could not possibly be aware of her spatial abilities. He must be attempting to deceive her. Mo Han seemed to perceive her thoughts, suddenly breaking into a smile. The brilliance of his smile nearly blinded her, and she was further startled when he directly addressed her by name. Wen Qian, you are well aware of what I am discussing. Here is my proposition. 1 week from now, I shall replenish you with an equivalent batch of supplies, but today, I must take what I need. Wah, how do you know my name? I not only know yours, but I am also aware of your companions' names, Wen Rang and Gu Ran. I know where you reside, and the current state of your parents. Are you threatening me? Not at all. I merely wish to convey my sincerity. As I stated, I will ensure your safe departure and replenish this batch of supplies in a week. If I were insincere, I could easily eliminate you, expose your spatial abilities, and resolve matters with your family as well. It had been a long time since Wen Qian had felt fear, in her memory. The last time she experienced such terror was a decade ago, during her first kill. Yet now, she found herself gripped by a chilling dread due to the man's mere words. Her instinct screamed that he was not jesting. He was fully capable of killing her. At this juncture, she had no alternative. Wen Qian cast a glance towards the staircase, noting that your people were below. How am I supposed to retrieve my belongings? She inquired. I shall provide you with an address. Have the items delivered there, he replied. Aren't you concerned I might flee? She countered.
Would you? Mo Han smiled faintly,
prompting Wen Qian to mentally chastise him for his hidden malice. With a resigned sigh, she nodded. Very well. Where should I send the items? I will send the address to your phone. Ensure it arrives before midnight tonight, he instructed before turning away.
Wait.
Wen Qian hurried after him, intercepting his path. I have one more question. How do you know me? You know my name, my address, my family members, even my phone number. Mo Han paused for a moment before responding. Your videos have garnered significant attention online. Uncovering your information is not a formidable task. Wen Qian pondered his words, realizing their truth. Personal information had long ceased to be private. Online applications often required one to input their ID number and phone number. Moreover, during her previous visit to the community for supplies, she had provided her home address and contact number. If someone were inclined to investigate her, it would indeed be quite simple. A weary sigh escaped her lips as she found herself wishing for the internet to be severed. She had no desire for every outing to be captured and uploaded online. The proverbial tall poppy gets cut. Once one gained notoriety, various troubles would inevitably ensue. And here she was, encountering a significant one today. Chapter 35, Defensive Power Increased by 600. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I will send you the delivery address in an hour, and I will contact you again in a week to inform you of the collection point for the supplies. Mo Han stated, offering no further elaboration as he strode away. Once his figure vanished around the corner, Wen Qian could no longer contain herself and slid down the wall to sit on the floor. When Rang and Gu Ran rushed over. Are you alright?
Gu Ran asked.
What did he say?
Wen Rang inquiret.
Wen Qian pouted, gazing up at Wen Rang as she clung to his leg, feeling aggrieved.
Brother, I was so scared.
She was not lying. She truly felt fear. The other party was fully aware of her background, while she remained oblivious to theirs. That man claimed to possess abilities as well. What could his powers be? The ability to discern others' abilities? When Rang helped her to her feet. Don't sit on the ground. It's cold. How did he frighten you? He said I must return the supplies, and he would replenish them in a week, Wen Qian explained. Is that supposed to be frightening?
Wen Rang queried.
They haven't taken anything, so how can you return it? Gu Ran added. Wen Qian observed their expressions, feeling frustrated. She glanced at the time. The man had instructed her to return the supplies before midnight, while the system had given her a task due by 10:30 p.m. This meant she could indeed wait until completing her task before returning the supplies, without it affecting her schedule. Peering outside, Wen Qian confirmed that the group had departed before grabbing her Tang Dao and making her way out. Once outside the mall, she was consumed by a thirst for vengeance. When Rang followed closely, sensing his sister's murderous intent from several meters away, it was clear she had been deeply provoked today. Wen Qian relentlessly slaughtered zombies along her path. Encountering several waves of survivors and, unsurprisingly, she was once again filmed and posted online. By 10:30 p.m., the trio had collectively vanquished 6,000 zombies, successfully claiming the generous rewards from the system.
Ding.
Team Joint Operation task completed. Host defensive power increased by 600. Please select one internal system member to receive an additional 600 defensive power. Wen Qian promptly allocated the reward to Wen Rang, only to hear the system announce again. Initial team combat task achievement unlocked. Reward, Space Prosperity 100. Prosperity. Wen Qian recalled that the system had previously hinted that for every increase of 100 in space prosperity, the internal personnel would be granted an additional 2 hours of activity within the space. This meant that now Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan could also enter the space and stay for 2 hours, although the time was limited. If another crisis akin to today arose, she could take them along to seek refuge. What a divine system! Her previously sour mood due to the incident in the mall dissipated entirely. With a beaming smile, she encouraged Wen Rang and Gu Ran to return home. I have a few matters to attend to. I will definitely be home before 1 a.m., so do not worry. Before Gu Ran could protest, Wen Rang had already pulled him away. After they left, Wen Qian retrieved his speedboat from the space and took out her phone to see the address sent from the unfamiliar number, cursing under her breath as she set off. Upon arrival, Wen Qian cautiously surveyed her surroundings, finding no signs of an ambush. Though reluctant, she unloaded the supplies and, without a backward glance, made her exit. 10 minutes later, she received another message. Supplies have been safely received and are en route to the base. Wen Qian had not anticipated that the person would send another message, informing her of the supplies' destination, the base. In her previous life, Bin City had also established bases, with numerous smaller ones scattered about. However, there was only one official base, the Bin City base. Judging by the attire of that group today, they likely belonged to that location. Wen Qian found it puzzling that their actions had been so swift this time. In her last life, it had taken until the 3rd year for the official base to be established. She pondered this oddity, but did not delve deeper. After all, there were numerous strange occurrences, such as her own reincarnation, her system, and how that man had known she possessed a space. Continuing on her way home, she arrived punctually, finding the others in the living room awaiting her return. Upon seeing her, they all sighed in relief and retreated to their rooms to rest. When Rang pulled Wen Qian into the study, speaking in hushed tones. How did that person ascertain that the supplies belonged to us? I don't know, but he is aware of my space and knows all our details, Wen Qian replied. When Rang furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than anticipated. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, what do you plan to do? Can the space be taken from us? I can't say for certain about the space, but it appears the other party does not harbor hostility. He even agreed to return the supplies to me, so there is no need for us to relocate. Moreover, finding another residence like ours in these times is nearly impossible. He is likely well aware of our background and may have been monitoring us. Even if we move, if he desires, he could still track us down. When Rang nodded, still perplexed. Why would he be willing to return the supplies to us? Such a fortunate occurrence? It can't be a trap, can it? It doesn't seem to be a trap. Perhaps he recognized my abilities and wishes to recruit me. Acquiring a batch of supplies would not be a challenge for them, but finding someone like me is no easy feat. She asserted this not out of arrogance, but because the reality was evident. Her current combat capability made slaughtering zombies a simple task. After boosting her defensive power today, zombies couldn't even injure her with their grasp. She doubted that the man had anyone as formidable as herself by his side, making his desire to recruit her entirely understandable. Let's not dwell on it for now. We will take each step as it comes. We should focus on completing tasks to level up, and once we exchange all the weapons in the space store, we will have more confidence and no longer have to fear so much. When rang, well, worrying about this now is futile. However, it would be prudent for us to refrain from going out in the next few days. There are an overwhelming number of videos about you circulating online, and some individuals are even live streaming as they stalk you in various locations. Our whereabouts have become entirely transparent. Thus, it is advisable to exercise caution. I understand. As long as the system does not issue any tasks, I shall remain at home until the rain ceases. After their conversation, Wen Qian returned to her room. She entered her space to take a shower, and once she had changed her clothes, she proceeded to inspect the supplies she had gathered that day. While at the cement factory, Wen Qian had been anxious, fearing that the heavy equipment and gravel she had thrown in would ruin the fields her father had painstakingly cultivated. Now, upon seeing that the land had suffered no damage, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The space had expanded significantly, and after exiting the villa, Wen Qian walked for over 20 minutes before she arrived at the steel factory, a reward from the system. Chapter 36. The 24-hour fully automated factory commences operation. Wen Qian gazed at the steel factory before her, somewhat bewildered, as several other factory buildings, previously absent from her space, surrounded it. Curiously, she approached to investigate but found the doors locked. Looking up, she noticed a red exclamation mark hovering above her. Would you like to unlock the food processing factory feature? Wen Qian's eyes widened slightly as she instantly agreed. In the next moment, the previously locked doors swung open automatically. Upon entering, she was left speechless. The equipment she had transported from the food processing factory was now inside, looking brand new. Her heart raced with excitement as she turned to exit and examine the other nearby factory buildings. Would you like to unlock the canned food processing factory feature? Would you like to unlock the clothing factory feature? Wen Qian consented to all of them and then received a new task. The factory's 24-hour fully automated operation mode has been activated. Please write your own program to initiate it. Wen Qian was taken aback. How could she possibly accomplish such a task? Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She quickly exited the space, pulling her brother Wen Rang, who had just laid down to sleep, into the fray. Brother, wake up. We have work to do. What work in the middle of the night? The system has tasked me with writing a program. You need to take a look. Wen Qian dragged him to the gleaming new factory buildings, and Wen Rang was equally astonished. Is the space functionality this powerful? This is incredible. Wen Rang, akin to an overwhelmed visitor in a grand estate, explored each factory inside and out. Suddenly, he noticed a computer interface materializing before him. He swiftly scanned the code displayed on the screen, leaned against the wall, and began to work diligently. Wen Qian, unable to comprehend the incomprehensible strings of code, sat patiently on the side, waiting. Wen Rang's fingers flew across the keyboard, and after half an hour, he hit the enter key.
Done.
As soon as he spoke, the system chimed in.
Ding.
The factory's automatic operation mode has been initiated. Space prosperity has increased by 400. The cloud storage function within the system has been activated. Please check it promptly. Wen Qian was bewildered as she opened the control panel and indeed saw several new options beside the weapon shop. After studying them for a while, she grasped the concept. The newly added factories would produce goods daily, which would be directly stored in the cloud warehouse system, thus not occupying space within her area. Each product would display the quantity stored, such as steel bars X10, 000, rice X10, 000 jean, canned beef X10, 000, cotton fabric X10, 000 meters. Whenever she required items, she could simply click the retrieval button and specify the desired quantity. If the storage exceeded her expectations, she could sell them back to the system for recycling. This function was remarkably convenient. They had found yet another avenue to earn currency in the marketplace. Wen Qian was thrilled, dragging her brother back and forth among the factories. However, she suddenly recalled something. Having visited the cement factory, she had brought back a large quantity of gravel and building materials from the construction market, yet they seemed to have vanished. The two searched high and low but found nothing. Finally, Wen Qian speculated, could it be that these factories were constructed using the materials I collected? No wonder the system instructed her to visit the cement factory and the construction market. It was for this reason. When Rang nodded thoughtfully, it must be just as you say. The two of them reveled in the space for a while before stepping out to rest. The following day, they brought Wen Chongning and Li Mo into the space, both of whom were taken aback. Li Mo, how does this space change so dramatically every day? It has expanded again. Wen Chongning, do these factories not require any labor? They operate automatically? Can those goods be sold? The merchant's instincts stirred within Wen Chongning as he grew increasingly eager. Just as he finished speaking, Li Mo shot him a glare. In this chaotic outside world, who are you planning to sell to? The zombies? Wen Chongning awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head. I was just saying it casually. I wouldn't actually go out. Wen Qian replied, not now, but perhaps in the future, we truly might be able to. The several bases in Bin City will soon be operational, and they will undoubtedly be in dire need of supplies. Wen Qian shared this insight with her brother and the others. The group we encountered yesterday was from the official base in Bin City. In this apocalypse, survival is challenging when working alone, so we must seek out powerful allies. Otherwise, our combat capabilities remain too feeble. Currently, the only ones capable of engaging in actual combat were Wen Qian, Wen Rang, and Gu Ran. However, observing the condition of Xiao Bai and the few dogs, it seemed that in a month, they might be ready to accompany them outside. Xiao Bai had successfully grown to over 20 pounds, resembling an average-sized dog. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan, unaware of the situation, watched as Xiao Bai grew visibly larger each day, feeling a hint of apprehension. After exploring the space, the group returned home to their individual tasks. Li Mo retreated to his room to continue studying, while Wen Qian took Wen Rang and Wen Chongning to the rooftop for training. Gu Ran and Gu Wanwan, hearing the commotion, joined their ranks. Wen Qian observed Gu Ran teaching her father and brother self-defense techniques and contemplated, Gu Ran, should we have a sparring match? Sure. Gu Ran readily agreed. Having long desired to engage in a friendly contest with Wen Qian, yet always hesitating to voice it. After all, he was a grown man living in someone else's home. If he were to express his wish to spar with Wen Qian in front of Wen Chongning and Wen Rang, he would likely be unceremoniously kicked out. Wen Chongning, overhearing their exchange, looked concerned. Wen Rang, however, merely chuckled and said nothing, leading his father and Gu Wanwan aside to watch the spectacle. Wen Chongning pointed at Gu Ran, sternly warning, I'm telling you, don't hold back too much. If you hurt my daughter, I won't let this go. Gu Ran nodded in agreement, but within 2 minutes, he found himself on the ground, thoroughly defeated by Wen Qian. Wen Chongning, witnessing the scene, smacked his thigh. You rascal. I told you to go easy. But this is not what I meant. You were supposed to take it easy, not unleash a tidal wave. Gu Ran lay on the ground, stunned. Although he had verbally agreed to Wen Chongning's request during their match, he had genuinely fought earnestly, with no intention of holding back. He knew Wen Qian was formidable, but this was an entirely different level of strength. Gu Ran gently touched his arm, questioning whether it might be fractured. Previously, he had only known that Wen Rang possessed immense strength, effortlessly pulling him around as if he were a mere chick. However, now, in comparison to Wen Qian, he found Wen Rang to be almost gentle. As Wen Qian observed Gu Ran's bewildered expression, she awkwardly rubbed her nose. The power boost provided by the system last time had been overwhelmingly substantial. She had yet to fully acclimate and had inadvertently dispatched him in an instant. Next time there's a power-enhancing reward, she must allocate some to Gu Ran. Chapter 37. I have mutated. Gu Ran had anticipated defeat, yet he never imagined it would come so swiftly. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he engaged in frenzied training in the gym area after dinner, continuing until nightfall. For 3 consecutive days, he maintained this routine until Wen Qian hastily called a halt. She couldn't allow Gu Ran to enter the space for hot springs daily. At this rate, his body would eventually be worn out. Wen Qian pulled Gu Ran into the living room, seating him on the sofa and speaking earnestly. To be frank, my strength isn't merely a product of training. What is it then? It can't possibly be innate, can it? I have mutated, do you understand? You see those zombies outside? Some of them transformed after being bitten, but others mutated on their own. My situation is similar, though I've become stronger. Wen Qian, weaving a tale, left Gu Ran half convinced. Sensing his skepticism, she continued, look at my cat and dog. They are not quite like the ordinary ones, right? That's because they too have mutated. So you needn't strain yourself training so desperately every day. Just wait. Once you mutate, you will naturally grow stronger. Gu Ran's eyes lit up with realization. It was no wonder they had grown so large. But soon, he felt deflated again. Mutations weren't something that happened to everyone. Don't worry, you will definitely mutate. My home is a treasure trove of good fortune. Anyone who comes here will transform. I have faith in that. Wen Qian reassured him, patting his shoulder. Right now, I may possess greater strength than you, but my practical experience still pales in comparison. We shall continue to spar and progress together, striving for enhanced mutations. Gu Ran nodded vigorously, brimming with renewed determination, resolved to live diligently and aspire for his mutation to occur soon. With Gu Ran's worries alleviated, Wen Qian sighed in relief and retreated to her room to watch the live stream. The internet remained operational, and with everyone cooped up at home, they sought entertainment online. When Rang had mentioned days prior that many were live streaming, waiting for her in various corners of the city. However, Wen Qian had been homebound, leaving them disappointed. As she opened the live stream, she found viewers discussing when she would make her appearance, which she found quite amusing. Suddenly, a comment caught her eye. This person is my neighbor. If you want to find her, come to our community. Wen Qian furrowed her brow, initially thinking it was just a sensationalist trying to garner attention. But when that fool posted her community's address, she inhaled sharply. If you don't believe it, come here and wait. Realistically speaking, you better not come. She's a psychopathic killer who doesn't blink when she murders. Do you know why she always wears a mask? Because she's ugly. I've seen her in person. She's short and hideous, with a face full of pockmarks. Barely reaching 5 feet tall, she's practically a little winter melon. Wen Qian felt the urge to curse. You're the little winter melon and your entire family is too. I stand at 168 centimeters, almost 2 meters when rounded up. With a kick, I could send you flying. Seething, she punched her bed twice before hearing a knock on the door. When Rang entered, holding his phone, barely containing his amusement. Upon seeing Wen Qian also watching the live stream, he couldn't hold back any longer. Did you see what that comment said? Do you want to taste my fist? Wen Qian raised her fist in a playful threat, causing Wen Rang to step back in alarm. Calm down, let me check which idiot this is. Just wait. After saying that, he headed to his study, with Wen Qian curiously following, initially thinking he was joking. To her surprise, after some maneuvering, Wen Rang indeed traced the commenter's IP address, pinpointing it to right beneath her apartment. Wen Rang spun around in his chair, teasing, Zhang Xin, are you trying to destroy what you can't have? I really want to see if your head is filled with water. Zhang Ziang had posted her address online, and without a doubt, people would come knocking. Some would seek protection, while others would attempt to steal supplies. After all, she had ventured out multiple times, eliminating numerous zombies. No one would believe she had no stockpile at home. However, with so many zombies outside, reaching her wouldn't be an easy feat. Wen Qian's neighborhood was densely populated with numerous companies and residential buildings, making it a highly crowded area. If those individuals were fortunate enough to arrive, she would ensure they wouldn't leave alive. The apocalypse had commenced over half a month ago, and the relentless rain had fallen for just as long. Not pausing for a moment, floodwaters now reached the 6th floor of her community, with increasing numbers of people residing in the fire escape corridors. Consequently, internal strife was inevitable. Everyone had realized that this calamity would not end anytime soon, and the supplies distributed by the community before could not last much longer. Thus, they dared not venture outside for resources, and began eyeing their neighbors instead. In the entire community, only Wen Qian's building featured a 1-unit per floor design. All other buildings housed 2 or 3 families on each floor. In their desperation to seize supplies, residents devised various schemes. Some attempted to pick locks. while others resorted to simply battering down doors. Those who lived in the hallways were the first targets for robbery. Their provisions were pilfered by others who collaborated, leaving them without food or water, compelling them to turn their eyes toward their neighbors' homes. Even Wen Qian's family was not spared from scrutiny. In recent days, their home's surveillance alarm had been incessantly ringing. Each day, individuals approached the Wen household, attempting to force open the seemingly impenetrable door. Frustrated by the incessant alarms, Wen Qian resolved to install an electric fence. In the space, she still had the wire mesh she and Wen Chongning had purchased from the hardware market. She kicked a few sneaky individuals outside her door, then stationed herself on the 29th floor stairs, directing Gu Ran and Wen Rang to work above. The cries of the men she had beaten attracted attention from the 29th floor. Su Yan cautiously opened the door a crack, initially intending to watch the commotion. However, upon opening it, she found Wen Qian standing ominously outside her door, nearly causing her to faint from fright. What are you doing at my door?" Su Yan inquired in a panic. Zhang Yang and Zhang Ziang, hearing the commotion, also came over, both startled and fearful upon seeing Wen Qian. "Shallow. Do you have no food at home? My house still has some. Come stay with us." Zhang Ziang extended an invitation, only to receive a sharp kick from his mother. Wen Qian smiled slightly, making Zhang Ziang's breath quicken, with inappropriate thoughts beginning to invade his mind. She locked eyes with him for a moment before softly asking, "Do you think I would let you live until the day you finish eating my food?" Chapter 38. He informed her to collect supplies. With a hint of a smile gracing Wen Qian's lips, she exuded a breathtaking beauty that left Zhang's trio trembling in fear. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, and Zhang Ziang dared not respond to her inquiries, hastily locking the door behind him. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Wen Qian scoffed with a derisive smile. With such a paltry amount of courage, how could he dare to engage in underhanded tactics behind her back? If he claimed not to be foolish, she was certainly skeptical. Wen Qian plopped down on the staircase, idly waiting for Wen Rang and Gu Ran to finish their tasks. When someone approached, attempting to pry open the door, they recoiled at the sight of her, fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. After scaring off several intruders, Wen Rang and Gu Ran finally completed the installation of the electric fence. Dusting off her clothes, Wen Qian ascended the stairs to return home. She gazed contentedly at the newly installed electric fence on the door, and with Wen Rang, proceeded next door to outfit that entrance as well. The electric fence was successfully installed and energized, prompting a notification from the system.
Ding.
The defense system has been manually upgraded, granting a defense bonus of 100 and increasing the combat power of all members within the system by 10. Wen Qian gasped in astonishment.
Wow.
What an unexpected delight. She hurriedly opened the door, only to find that the recently installed electric fence had transformed. The wires had thickened considerably, appearing much sturdier. As for the windows and doors of her home, though the changes were not immediately apparent, they had undoubtedly been upgraded as well. Gu Ran, astonished by the transformation of the electric fence, was well aware of its original state, having helped install it alongside Wen Rang. Observing his incredulous expression, Wen Qian calmly smiled. "Did I not mention that my home is a treasure trove of good fortune? Not only humans and animals, but even this electric fence can mutate. Now do you believe me?" Closing the door, Wen Qian began to indoctrinate Gu Ran. "You've been at my home for quite some time. I believe you must have experienced some changes. Do you not feel that your combat power has increased?" Gu Ran slowly clenched his fist and swung it a couple of times. Seeing this, Wen Qian nodded eagerly. Yes. It's evident that your combat power has likely increased by about 10. Really? Indeed. Trust me, it cannot be mistaken. The system stated that everyone's combat power has increased by 10, so it must be true. Although this enhancement was but a trifling gain for her, even the smallest advantage was still beneficial. Gradually accumulating such boosts, Gu Ran and the others would undoubtedly become stronger. With that, Wen Qian cheerfully returned indoors. Gu Ran felt an inexplicable surge of confidence from her words, as if he truly had grown a bit stronger. Consequently, his mood remained exceptionally buoyant throughout the day. Wen Rang wrote another program to ensure that the electric fence would not trigger when the door was open normally. Their objective was crystal clear, to specifically target those scoundrels attempting to break in. Wen Qian affixed a notice on the door. warning that there was electricity present and that those attempting to force entry would bear the consequences. Initially, no one believed it. The community had been without power for days. Where could she possibly acquire electricity? An electric fence? It was more akin to a spider's web. They could easily fool a child. However, the first individual attempting to cut through the electric fence was electrocuted on the spot. Witnessing the scene, the remaining few fled in terror to the 29th floor, their faces pale with shock, rendered speechless. Could it be that the Wen household had electricity? Where could they have sourced it? This news rapidly spread through the community group chat, reaching all those whose phones still had power and had not been turned off. The Wen family's residence was spacious, undoubtedly stocked with ample supplies. With electricity, they might even have running water. This revelation ignited a predatory instinct in those who had been deprived of basic necessities for days. Akin to wolves spotting a rabbit, they resolved to raid the Wen household. If they could eliminate Wen Qian and drive the family out, the place would become their own. Though Wen Qian was formidable, capable of dispatching zombies, she was still just a woman. Surely, if their numbers were sufficient, they could overpower her. Their minds wandered to Wen Qian's striking beauty, and darker thoughts began to surface. The Wen family was affluent, and Wen Qian had been raised in comfort. It was rumored she had never had a boyfriend. She was a prize, and the prospect of being the first to win her over was undeniably enticing. Thus, one after another, individuals seeking their demise flocked to the Wen household. Some were bitten by zombies before even entering her building, while others, despite their desperate efforts to reach her doorstep, met their end against the electric fence. In this manner, Wen Qian, indulging in her comforts at home, received yet another notification from the system. Defense system has cumulatively repelled, killed 50 enemies, unlocking the basic defense achievement. System rewards a defense bonus of 100, increasing the combat power of all members within the system by 10. Upon hearing this, Wen Qian joyfully rolled around on her bed, gaining combat power while lounging at home reading comics. What bliss! Thus, she remained in the comfort of her home for an entire week. On the 7th day at noon, her phone buzzed with a message. It was from the man she had encountered a few days prior, providing her with an address to collect supplies. Staring at the message, she found herself lost in thought for a while. She was uncertain if this was a trap, yet her desire to go was undeniable. The supplies were plentiful. Although she lacked for nothing at present, they would surely be useful in the future. Wen Qian had privately discussed her intentions with Wen Rang and Gu Ran. She wished to establish a base. After surviving alone for 10 years in her previous life, she understood the significance of teamwork in the later stages. She and Wen Rang had visited other alliances, but she found their atmospheres unappealing and refused to be treated as a mere pawn. Thus, she resolved to forge her own path. The capabilities of her space ensured her sustenance, so her alliance need not comprise many members. She required not basic laborers, but a formidable and elite fighting force. This way, as long as her weaponry kept pace, she would have no lingering worries. Consequently, she decided to embark on this journey. She informed Wen Rang of her plans, and he expressed concern, convinced that the man could not genuinely be so benevolent and was likely attempting to deceive her for nefarious purposes. I must go alone. If anything goes awry, I can retreat to my space, and they cannot harm me. Besides, I am curious about that individual's powers. When Rang frowned, I am not trying to discourage you, but I have an unsettling feeling that he is dangerous. It would be best not to provoke him. I understand my limits. Moreover, he is the one who invited me. I am not the one seeking confrontation. He has no reason to attack me. After discussing for a while, seeing his sister's determination, Wen Rang could do little but remind her to exercise caution. Wen Qian, you are now quite the celebrity. Many recognize you, so be vigilant. Fear not. I shall return unscathed. Wen Qian changed her outfit, bid farewell to Li Mo and the others, and stepped outside. However, as soon as she exited the community, she found herself being watched. Chapter 39. His ability is. The sky outside had darkened, and the zombies were far more active than during the day. Upon realizing she was being followed, Wen Qian did not rush to shake off her pursuers. Instead, she deliberately chose paths dense with zombies, utilizing her speed to cut through the horde. As she sped away, the zombies naturally redirected their attention to her followers. However, later on, She encountered two groups of individuals with a modicum of strength, all navigating in speedboats. Yet, after several blocks of pursuit, she managed to elude them. Wen Qian spent nearly 2 hours before finally arriving at the location the man had mentioned. It was a winding mountain road. Upon reaching a dry area, Wen Qian summoned her vehicle from her spatial storage and drove up to the summit. The short journey of just over 10 minutes was executed with utmost caution. She was constantly vigilant, yet she detected no signs of an ambush. Arriving at the mountaintop, Wen Qian spotted the vehicle there and raised an eyebrow. Upon noticing her arrival, the occupant exited the car. As Wen Qian approached, she peered into the vehicle with disbelief. "You came alone?" "Yes." "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Mo Han remained silent, his expression unchanged. Yet, Wen Qian sensed a mocking smile upon his lips, deriding her audacity. Gritting her teeth, she scrutinized him from head to toe before turning her gaze to the several containers nearby. These items appeared to be even more numerous than those discovered in the mall days prior. After confirming that the containers did not hold explosives or refuse, she stored the items in her spatial storage. Returning to face the man, she noted his uniform and the umbrella he held while standing beside the car, and couldn't help but think to herself, he looks quite dapper. Since he had come alone and returned the supplies as agreed, Wen Qian felt it inappropriate to harbor too much hostility. After a moment's hesitation, she posed a question to him. "May I ask you something?" "Ask away, and I will consider whether to answer." He was straightforward, and upon hearing this, Wen Qian promptly inquired, "You mentioned you possess special abilities. May I daringly ask what they are? You managed to procure so many supplies. You wouldn't also have spatial abilities, would you?" Her curiosity was piqued. Eager to uncover the truth, Mo Han gazed at her intently for a moment, a trace of a smile playing on his thin lips. "That question is indeed rather presumptuous, but I shall indulge you. I do not possess spatial abilities. These supplies were transported by my subordinates. As for my special ability..." He paused, observing Wen Qian's anxious expression, and continued, "It is telepathy, so I clearly heard your earlier remark about my appearance." Wen Qian. I apologize for the intrusion. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such an embarrassing moment. She felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and hide or to retreat into her spatial storage, but ultimately, she restrained herself. Clearing her throat, she felt an unusual flutter of nervousness and refrained from mentioning special abilities again. "Since you've returned the supplies, let us consider the previous matters as if they never occurred, a clean slate. I shall take my leave. Goodbye." With that, she turned to depart, only to be called back.
Wait.
Mo Han stepped closer and handed her a piece of paper. Wen Qian hesitated before accepting it, hearing him say, "This is the radio frequency and satellite phone number. You may contact me if necessary. You can send a text." As she spoke, the realization dawned on her. "Is the communication network down?"
Yes.
"All right, thank you." Wen Qian tucked the paper into her pocket, not rejecting the possibility of future collaboration with him. She drove away, and only when she reached the foot of the mountain did she exhale a sigh of relief. How could telepathy be such a bizarre ability? Wow, that's utterly insane. Wen Qian grumbled as she made her way home. Once safely back, she shared the incident regarding the man's telepathy with Wen Rang, whose expression grew complex upon hearing it. Sensing an ominous premonition, Wen Qian asked, "You didn't, by any chance, insult him that day as well?" "Not just that. I was quite vulgar." The two siblings exchanged silent glances before unanimously deciding that if they ever encountered this individual again, they would avoid him at all costs. With the communication network entirely down, they could no longer make calls or access the internet, preventing certain individuals from causing chaos online under various aliases. Fortunately, Wen Qian and Wen Rang had previously downloaded a plethora of movies, television shows, animations, variety programs, and documentaries, ensuring they remained entertained even at home. Their lives were fulfilling. Besides meals and training, Wen Qian dedicated an hour each day to teach Gu Wanwan. Gu Ran had always struggled academically, otherwise, he wouldn't have enlisted. Thus, upon learning what universities the Wen siblings attended, he promptly introduced his sister to them, stating earnestly, "I entrust my sister to you." Gu Wanwan was well behaved, neither loud nor disruptive. Even when unwell, she wept softly instead of throwing tantrums like some unruly children. Consequently, The Wen family held a fondness for the little girl. Moreover, Gu ran and she understood boundaries. Ever since they moved in with the Wen siblings, their movements were confined to their room, the living room and the rooftop, never wandering elsewhere. They had never stepped into the kitchen or pried into the Wen family's stock of supplies. During meals, they worried whether their rations would soon run out, given their lavish dining of meat and fish, with each of them consuming several bowls of rice per sitting. Gu Ran had repeatedly expressed a desire to venture out for supplies, but Wen Qian always refused. She urged him to eat without worry. Initially skeptical, Gu Ran eventually believed her when he witnessed Wen Qian feeding Xiaobai and the puppies canned meat and raw bones. Finally understanding that the Wen family was indeed well off and that their presence had not led to a shortage of resources. Thus, days passed. The relentless downpour finally began to wane. On the 30th day of the apocalypse, the rain ceased. Survivors gazed at the clearing skies, sensing a glimmer of hope. They even entertained the illusion that once the rain ended, the apocalypse would similarly conclude. The torrential rain had inundated the Wen family's neighborhood up to the 10th floor for an entire month. Standing on the rooftop, Wen Qian looked out at the blinding sunlight, listening to the jubilant cheers of neighbors opening their windows, yet she could not find joy in it. For after the deluge came the scorching heat, and such extreme temperatures were expected to persist for at least 3 months. Plagues were imminent, and the zombies would soon begin to mutate. Chapter 40. Walking a Tightrope. On the first day after the rain stopped, temperatures soared to 40 degrees Celsius. The water's surface was littered with corpses, already beginning to decompose. The phenomenon of giant observation was prevalent, with mosquitoes swarming and crows soaring overhead. Li Mo observed the scene outside with concern. Being a former doctor, she was acutely aware of what was to come. Gu Ran, noticing the rain had ceased, felt the urge to venture out in search of supplies. Wen Qian, too, felt a restless itch after being cooped up for so long, yearning to stretch her limbs. However, she insisted, let us wait a couple more days. All right, we can wait a bit longer. Gu Ran stood by the window, gazing outside, seemingly lost in thought. Both Wen Qian and Wen Reng noticed and exchanged glances. Wen Reng approached Gu Ran and inquired, the young girl you hold dear has yet to reach out to you? Gu Ran's body stiffened momentarily before he shook his head. The last message he received was over half a month ago. Now, with all communication severed, even if he wished to reach out, it would prove difficult. Wen Qian could discern his concern for her. In recent days, he had barely touched his meals. Today, his desire to go out might very well be an attempt to seek her out. Unable to bear witnessing his emotional turmoil, she contemplated for a moment and said, how about this? Tell me her name and which unit she belongs to, and I shall assist you in finding her. Gu Ran was taken aback by her offer. Surprised yet somewhat pleased. What can you do? That is of no concern to you. Just provide me the information, and I will give it a try. If all else fails, I will accompany you to her unit. We must ascertain her condition, correct? If she is alive, we will make every effort to locate her. If she has passed, then we must swiftly sever this emotional entanglement, for his life stretches far ahead, and he is bound to encounter others. With Wen Qian's encouragement, Gu Ran shed his pretenses and divulged the girl's details, watching as she turned to enter the room. In the bedroom, Wen Qian opened the bedside drawer. Gazing at the stark white paper filled with black ink, letting out a soft sigh. If given a choice, she truly wished to avoid contacting this person. When Reng seemed to sense her intentions and followed closely, inquiring, have you made up your mind? You will owe a favor for this. Let us give it a shot. We cannot simply watch him linger in worry. Both his parents had passed, and the girl he cherished was nowhere to be found. Despite Gu Ran's brave facade in front of them, they all knew he often wept alone. Even his younger sister was aware. Once, she rushed into Wen Qian's room and quietly confided, sister, brother is missing mom and dad again, and he's crying. Then she flung herself into Wen Qian's embrace, her little lips quivering as tears streamed down her cheeks. I miss mom and dad too. When will they return? Wen Qian could not help them reclaim their parents. But for this girl, she would endeavor to try. She seized the satellite phone and dialed the number Muhan had previously given her. After a few rings, the call was answered, and Wen Qian greeted politely, hello, I am Wen Qian. May I ask if this is? Oh no, what was that man's name? She couldn't recall. It seemed the other party recognized her voice, responding, Muhan, is there something you need? Yes, somewhat. I hear you have a knack for locating people. Could you assist me in finding someone? A special forces operative. Wen Qian stated directly. I shall not ask for your help without recompense. Your base must be in dire need of supplies, correct? If you help me locate this individual, I will deliver the supplies I procured last time as compensation. What do you think? After a few moments of silence, the agreement was reached. Very well, I will contact you once I have the information. Thank you. I shall await your call. Wen Qian hurriedly relayed the girl's details, and soon, just 10 minutes later, she received a callback. She recognized that this person was quite capable, but she did not anticipate such swift efficiency. I have found her. Mu Han's cool voice came through. But are you certain the person you seek is named Zhang Duo? Wen Qian had been confident until that question cast doubt. Please hold on. She dashed to the living room to reconfirm the girl's identity with Gu Ran. Mu Han, overhearing from the other end of the line, inquired, What do you need her for? Returning to her room and lowering her voice, Wen Qian replied, Her boyfriend is here with me. He has been unable to contact her for over half a month and is so worried that he can barely eat, hence. Mu Han fell silent. And as the stillness lingered, Wen Qian felt a flicker of anxiety. She had braced herself for a reprimand, anticipating a retort along the lines of, This is a trivial matter. Do not bother me again. She had prepared her comeback, declaring, What do you mean trivial? I promised you supplies. This is a transaction. If you disagree, you need not assist me. However, after the brief silence, Mu Han spoke, Zhang Duo and her boyfriend are here with me. Which boyfriend are you referring to? Wen Qian was left bewildered. What is happening? Is she juggling two relationships? What have I gotten myself into? She thought to herself. This situation is worse than if she had perished. Dying on a mission would have been better. At a loss for words, it was Mu Han who broke the silence. How about this? You come to the base to confirm that this person is indeed the one you seek, and then you can provide the supplies. What do you say? That was not acceptable. She now wished to retract her agreement. While she believed Mu Han had not erred in identifying the person, she could not simply walk away. He knew all her secrets, and there was no way to backtrack on their trade. If she reneged on her first outreach, what would happen if she genuinely needed assistance in the future? Thus, despite her reluctance, Wen Qian gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Fine, we shall arrive by 8 p.m. After confirming the time with Mu Han, she hung up and relayed the situation to Wen Reng. Upon hearing her recount, he reacted with similar outrage. What should we do? Should we inform Gu Ran? This poor lad is in for a rough ride. Perhaps we should just tell him that Zhang Duo has died. Wen Qian pondered before declining. Binhai City is neither too large nor too small. Should we encounter him later, it would be better to be honest now. Let him experience the pain once. With determination, Wen Qian strode forward. Furthermore, what was a mere heartbreak in the grand scheme of things? It was hardly a monumental issue. In life and death situations, love is of no consequence. Emotions merely hinder one's ability to wield a sword in battle. The same applies to men. They only serve to impede one's swiftness. Who in their right mind would pursue romance in an apocalyptic world? Chapter 41. His head is quite green. Wen Qian entered the living room, where Gu Ran stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed outside. Taking a deep breath, she quickly approached him and asked, How long have you known Zhang Duo? Gu Ran paused momentarily before responding, 2 years. And how long have you been together? He scratched his neck. A shy smile creeping across his face. We haven't officially dated. It's been me pursuing her all along. However, she never turned me down. Half a month ago, she told me that when we meet again, she would agree to be my girlfriend. Understood. He was quite the naive soul. Wen Qian glanced at Gu Ran's hair, finding it exceedingly green. In 2 years of pursuit, have you ever given her any gifts? At her question, Gu Ran frowned slightly, though not particularly astute. He sensed the peculiarity of her inquiries. Have you found any leads on her? You located her? Wen Qian replied, First, answer my question. After 2 years, how much have you spent on her? Gu Ran hesitated to divulge the amount. Not much. Why do you ask? Just curious to see how badly you've been played. Wen Qian retorted with biting sarcasm. I have both good news and bad news. The good news is that I indeed found her, and she is safe. The bad news is that, according to reliable intelligence, she has a boyfriend, and they are currently together, happily entwined. Gu Ran's body froze, his face paling to an ashen hue. Wen Jiang stood by, contemplating how to offer solace, yet found himself at a loss for words. Compelled instead to listen as his sister continued her sharp-tongued tirade. If I am not mistaken, her persistent communication with you has merely been a ploy to extract financial gain, treating you as nothing more than an ATM. Though such words may sting, it is imperative that you confront the reality of your situation. Gu Ran, visibly vexed, retorted. How can you be sure that the individual you seek is indeed her? Are the intel you've received veritable? That is an astute inquiry. Wen Qian replied with a smirk. Thus, I have arranged a meeting at 8 o'clock this evening at the Bincheng base to personally confront this Zhang Duo. Gu Ran's emotions were a tempest of sorrow, anger, and a glimmer of hope, causing him to clench his jaw and fists tightly. Wen Qian had no reason to deceive him. She was resolute in her honesty. Yet, the thought of admitting to 2 years of folly was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Observing the flush in his eyes, Wen Qian sighed. Take a few hours to process this matter. We shall depart for the Bincheng base at 6 this afternoon. For the sake of our friendship, allow me to impart a few more words of advice. When you encounter her this evening, conceal any trace of yearning or sorrow. In this post-apocalyptic world, I refuse to believe that anyone's living conditions surpass ours. Therefore, summon the fierce determination of a warrior prepared to slay zombies. And let her comprehend her grave error in choosing you. Furthermore, you are no longer someone she can aspire to be with. Do you understand? There are no insurmountable obstacles. You deserve far better. Having said her piece, Wen Qian patted his shoulder and retreated to her room. Wen Jiang offered Gu Ran a pack of cigarettes. My sister is blunt, but her observations are not without merit. Brother, the road ahead is long. It is not worth lamenting over such a person. With that, he departed, taking with him Gu Wanwan, who had emerged from her room in search of her brother. Gu Ran sat on the rooftop, silently smoking a pack of cigarettes. He had skipped lunch, retreating to his room alone to confront the stark reality before him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a helicopter approached from the distance. Mirroring the previous notification for resource collection, it delivered new instructions. To ensure the safety and livelihood of residents, the official Bincheng base has been established. Residents are to gather at their respective community entrances within 1 hour, bringing essential belongings. Staff will be present to tally the numbers and facilitate transport to the base. In the meantime, personnel will clear any zombies. Residents are advised to remain indoors and secure all doors and windows to prevent accidental harm. The announcement cast a chill over many hearts. What did this mean? They were to abandon their homes for some base? Did this imply future floods or that the zombie threat was insurmountable? Many had believed that once the rain ceased, conditions would improve. Yet now they were gripped by panic. No one wished to leave. There was no place like home. Yet, they had no choice, for their pantries were bare, and they dared not contemplate what might transpire next. Thus, households hastily began to pack their belongings, listening to the distant sound of gunfire. The Wen family, however, remained staunchly in place, idly observing the unfolding chaos from their windows. After several days, a second large-scale zombie extermination operation commenced. Yet this time, the results were far from as seamless as before. Wen Qian, observing through binoculars, heard Gu Ran's voice behind her. The zombies have mutated. Surprised, Wen Qian turned, having expected him to remain holed up in his room until nightfall. Gu Ran, also peering through binoculars, explained previously if a zombie was struck by a bullet, though not fatal, their movements would slow. But now, this is no longer the case. I just witnessed 2 zombies with bullet wounds to their knees. They only hesitated for 2 seconds before resuming their prior pace. Wen Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is merely the first stage of mutation. The zombies have become more aggressive and resilient. Aside from headshots, no other method proves effective. In recent days, Wen Qian had sold half of the products produced by the factories in her space, amassing over 30,000 marketplace coins. She exchanged these for 2 firearms, converting the remainder into ammunition, along with 3 bulletproof vests, which she distributed to Gu Ran and Wen Jiang. Their eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing her haul. Gu Ran exclaimed, "Where did you acquire these?" "Family heirlooms, which I had merely kept hidden," Wen Qian replied nonchalantly. "My brother has yet to handle such items, so you shall instruct him on their operation. With all the gunfire outside, it's the perfect opportunity for you two to practice." Gu Ran, originally troubled, found a welcome distraction and eagerly urged Wen Qian to join him for shooting practice. An hour swiftly passed, and hundreds of residents gathered at the community entrance. Wen Qian estimated that the number represented half of their community's original population, a relatively high survival rate. Due to the ongoing floods, the staff could only utilize lifeboats to ferry residents. They first transported individuals to the opposite side of Heishan, where they congregated with residents from other communities, awaiting further instructions from the base. The Zhang family, having hesitated to leave, ultimately decided to depart for the base due to dwindling food supplies. With only a few dozen kilograms of rice remaining and no vegetables to sustain them, they hoped that conditions at the base would be better, especially since they had acquaintances there who could facilitate their passage. Chapter 42. Massacre at the base entrance. Having practiced shooting at home all afternoon, Wen Jiang donned his bulletproof vest as the sun began to set at 6 o'clock. The heat had lessened, and the trio set out for the base. Throughout their journey, Gu Ran remained taciturn, his typically inscrutable expression now appearing even more menacing. Standing aboard the speedboat, gripping his weapon, he radiated an aura of lethal intent. The handguns Wen Qian had procured for him and Wen Jiang featured double magazines, each capable of holding 34 rounds, with rapid firing capabilities and impressive penetration power. Effective at ranges of up to 100 to 150 meters, allowing for both automatic and single-shot firing modes. Wen Jiang had quickly become adept, finding the firearm far simpler than a crossbow, and relished the thrill of dispatching zombies with each pull of the trigger. However, the oppressive heat and the multitude of corpses floating in the water were revolting, even causing the zombies' bodies to begin decaying. The trio donned masks and goggles, cutting a path through the chaos until they reached the base's location. They encountered several neighbors from their community along the way. A kilometer from the base, a quarantine fence had been erected, providing temporary safety. Many residents who had yet to enter the base were waiting there. Wen Qian had anticipated that the community's early departure would mean they had already arrived, but the sheer number of individuals heading to the base overwhelmed the staff, leading to hours of waiting before they were finally transported. Upon spotting Wen Qian and her brother, the neighbors were momentarily taken aback. A month had passed, with relentless rain pouring down for an entire month. Even those who had managed to survive had lost considerable weight from hunger. Yet, the siblings appeared unchanged, if not even more robust than before. The Wen family had evidently escaped the ravages of starvation, hoarding their provisions selfishly rather than sharing with others. As the crowd contemplated these matters, their fury ignited, and they began to hurl scornful jibes at her. "Oh, who is this? She seems so familiar. Isn't she the legendary goddess of war? I expected her to be formidable, yet here she is, seeking refuge at our base just like the rest of us." One mocked. "Please, don't compare us to her. We are not as selfish and cruel. Killing zombies is one thing, but to turn on her own neighbors? She is nothing but a murderer." Another chimed in. "Indeed, a murder. Someone sees her." Wen Qian, from a distance, heard their impotent rage and cast a cold glance their way, though their hearts raced in fear. They found courage in the presence of the official base and dared to confront her. "What are you staring at? Do you think you can kill us?" One shouted defiantly. "Exactly. Do you think this is a lawless land?" The residents from other districts, unaware of the unfolding drama, had previously seen videos online of Wen Qian slaying zombies and gathered to watch the spectacle. Zhang Ziang, noticing the collective assault on Wen Qian, feigned a conciliatory tone. "Everyone, let us calm down. Once inside the base, we are all neighbors. We shouldn't create discord among ourselves." His words only fueled the men behind him. "Neighbors? Only you and she are neighbors, right?" One retorted. "Zhang, tell the truth. Hasn't Wen Qian been fed for the past month thanks to your family's charity? I hear your family has 100 pounds of rice. How much did you give her? Surely it wasn't free? Perhaps she repays you with favors?" Their words grew increasingly vulgar, brazenly lewd, as their gazes raked over Wen Qian with insatiable greed. "Just food, huh? Name your price. How many pounds of rice for a night? We still have some stock left. If you shout louder, we might consider giving you more." Such foul language spilled from their lips, prompting some onlookers to frown in disgust. Wen Qian and Gu Ran could hardly contain themselves upon hearing this and immediately strode toward the offenders. However, faster than they could move, Wen Qian darted forward, her figure flashing past them. Before anyone could react, she stood before the group of men, seizing one by the hair and delivering a crushing knee strike to his face. The man's nasal bone shattered instantly, blood spraying as he teetered on the brink of consciousness. Gasps echoed through the crowd, taken aback by Wen Qian's sudden ferocity.
Yet.
In the next moment, they were met with an even greater shock when Qian audaciously twisted and snapped the man's neck. His head fell at an unnatural angle to the ground, leaving the other 3 men in a state of sheer horror. As realization dawned that she had just killed a man, they concluded this woman was truly insane. They lunged at her in unison, determined to subdue her. Wen Qian cast a cold glance at the trio, swiftly kicking one man in a most sensitive area, sending him sprawling. The remaining 2 attacked from opposite sides. One attempted to strangle her from behind while the other lunged forward with a dagger. Without hesitation, Wen Qian gripped the arm of the man behind her, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. She then seized the dagger from the last assailant, knelt, and plunged the blade directly into the man's throat. Once she dealt with him, she turned her gaze to the dagger's former owner, who, realizing he was no match for her, turned to flee into the crowd. "Help! Murder!" he yelled, his pants already damp with fear. But he barely managed to run 2 meters before his head was severed from his body, his form collapsing to the ground in a heap. Wen Qian drew her sword, swiftly decapitating him. In a matter of seconds, she had slain 3 men and gravely wounded another. The scene erupted in screams, drawing the attention of the base's personnel. Wen Qian stood firm, confronted by 2 armed men in combat gear. "Drop your weapons. Fighting and murder are strictly prohibited in the base. You have violated base regulations and must face punishment." As they finished speaking, their bodies froze in shock. For Wen Ran and Gu Ran had already aimed their weapons at their temples. No one anticipated that Wen Qian's group would be armed. Wen Qian removed her goggles, wiped the blood from her face, then donned them again, fixing her gaze on the 2 stunned base members. With a smile, she said, "Your base's rules hold no relevance for me. Count to 3 and lower your weapons, or I shall demonstrate whose gun is faster."
Impossible.
"Don't think you can kill here and leave alive," one of the men retorted. 3. Wen Qian declared.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out from Gu Ran's weapon, and the base member standing in front of him collapsed. In an instant, Wen Qian seized the gun from Gu Ran's hand, and together they aimed at the remaining man. Caught off guard by their swift action, he looked at his fallen comrade and shouted, "You dare to ambush us?" It was he who attacked first, Wen Qian replied, raising her gun, the chamber already loaded. If Gu Ran hadn't fired, it would have been me lying dead. Chapter 43. Why are you so angry when we haven't provoked you? The gunfire attracted more combat personnel from within the base, who rushed out to witness the chaos. Upon seeing Wen Qian and her group had killed one of their own and were threatening another, they immediately raised their weapons, aiming at them. "Lower your guns. Release the hostage." Wen Qian found their shouts amusing. She toyed with her gun, deciding to keep it. "I have no desire to waste time with you. Take me to see Mo Han. He sent for me." Upon hearing the name, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances. "What are you all doing?" A cold voice cut through from the back. Wen Qian turned to see the team leader she had encountered at the mall stepping forward from the throng. He paused, momentarily stunned by the scene at the base entrance, then directed a displeased look at Wen Qian. "Did you kill them?" "Yes," Wen Qian admitted candidly, "but he attacked first, intending to kill me." Yi Xinghua hadn't anticipated encountering such audacity on his own turf, and his temper flared as he drew his weapon. Then, he heard a subordinate whisper beside him, "Boss, she claims Mo commander sent them." Yi Xinghua froze, confusion washing over him as he turned to Wen Qian. "What is your name?" "Wen Qian." Yi Xinghua fell silent, reluctantly lowering his gun, prompting those around him to do the same. "Everyone put your guns down." He was there under Mo Han's orders to escort Wen Qian and her companions. Yi Xinghua couldn't comprehend why the commander, so busy, would want to meet someone like her. He led Wen Qian and her group to Mo Han's office, vowing to report their actions once they arrived. If the commander learned they had killed one of their own, he would surely not let them off lightly. Thus, Wen Qian was brought into the base unscathed, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. They had just witnessed with their own eyes how Wen Qian had executed those 3 men, And some among them who had previously doubted the authenticity of the videos circulating online were now utterly convinced of Wen Qian's formidable prowess. Zhang Ziying stood close by, observing with greater clarity. He was even splattered with blood, the decapitated body lying at his feet. Overwhelmed with terror, cold sweat dripped down his back, his legs trembling weakly. Ultimately, with the support of his parents, he managed to stagger slowly into the base's entrance. Wen Qian was brought before Mo Han by Yi Xinghua, and as soon as she stepped into the room, she heard Yi Xinghua impatiently reporting. "Report, Commander. Wen Qian has just killed 3 civilians and one of our team members right at the base entrance. Please advise on how to proceed." Wen Qian cast a bemused sidelong glance at him, unable to suppress her internal mockery. What a failure! He was at everything but reporting. Mo Han was engrossed in a document, and only after reading it thoroughly and signing his name on the last page did he slowly raise his gaze to meet Wen Qian's. "Explain what transpired." "Commander," she began, her tone devoid of any inflection. "His report is inaccurate. To clarify, I killed one of your team members, 3 civilians, and severely injured another civilian. The man whose egg she had crushed with a kick was still alive, but his future would undoubtedly be one of misery. The reason I killed those 4 civilians was that they attempted to assault me. I killed your team member because he intended to execute me. You see? The safety on this gun was off, and the bolt was pulled back. Had he merely flicked his finger, my life would have been forfeit. I was terrified." Wen Qian produced the firearm for Mo Han to see, then quickly concealed it behind her back, fearing he might demand it from her. Yi Xinghua was taken aback by her words. Terrified? How could she dare to utter such a thing? He had seen no sign of fear in her demeanor. Mo Han pondered her statement, nodding thoughtfully. "Self-defense." "Exactly. Commander, you are astute," Wen Qian affirmed. Yi Xinghua could only blink in confusion. Mo Han then addressed Yi Xinghua again. "Reinforce the personnel maintaining order within the base. I do not wish to hear of such incidents again." "Yes, Commander."
Yi Xinghua replied,
and exited to fetch Zhang Duo from the medical team. Wen Qian let out a sigh of relief as the door closed behind him. She met Mo Han's gaze, surprised to find him rather reasonable and rational. Wen Rang and Gu Ran had just broken out in a cold sweat, for if the commander had decreed that they could not leave, they would have been trapped today without any means of escape. Mo Han observed Wen Qian's furtive actions with the gun, lowering his gaze to continue signing documents, quietly reminding her, "Dispose of the ammunition outside. Otherwise, it may discharge accidentally."
"Oh."
Wen Qian, noticing his concern for the firearm, pouted in displeasure. Why was he so stingy? He had so many people under his command and an abundance of weapons. What would it cost him to give her one? She was here to generously offer supplies, and trading a handful of useless information for a gun was hardly a loss for him. As she stepped outside and fired a shot into the sky, the guards at the door jumped in fright. Upon returning, she slammed the door shut and placed the gun on the table with enough force to rattle it, causing Mo Han's pen to slip, leaving an elongated mark on the page. Noticing this, Wen Qian quickly averted her gaze as if she hadn't seen anything. Mo Han stared at the distorted signature for a considerable time before shifting his attention back to Wen Qian. "What is the source of your ire? I have not provoked you." Wen Qian considered denying her feelings, but recalling his uncanny mind-reading abilities, she decided against feigning innocence. Why should she hide her thoughts? "Why are you so stingy? It's just a gun, you want it back? Fine, I'll just trade you more supplies for it." "Did I ever express a desire for that gun?" Mo Han replied, leaving her momentarily speechless. Behind her, Wen Rang buried his face in his hands, contemplating a hasty retreat with his sister. Mo Han sighed and returned to his paperwork. Wen Qian mulled over his previous words, then cautiously retrieved the gun. Seeing his lack of reaction, she returned to Wen Rang's side. Wen Rang gritted his teeth and whispered to her, "Can you please rein in your temper? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Siblings, after all, were bound to share the same fate, if not born on the same day. Then, at least to perish together." The two exchanged hushed murmurs, while Gu Ran, listening nearby, felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. He had initially been deeply saddened today, but now those feelings seemed to vanish, replaced only by concern. Would they truly manage to exit the base safely? Gu Ran began to question his very existence. The room was enveloped in silence, with Mo Han perpetually occupied, either reviewing documents or answering calls. The three of them leaned against the wall, staring at their feet, too apprehensive to interrupt. They were uncertain how long they had been waiting when Yi Xinghua's voice finally broke the stillness. "Report, Commander. The person has arrived." Chapter 44. His Sincerity. Yi Xinghua brought Zhang Duoduo into the room. As Wen Qian heard the sound, curiosity piqued. She turned her head, fixating on the doorway. She was eager to scrutinize this deceitful scoundrel and discern how he had managed to ensnare Gu Ren so thoroughly. With permission granted, Yi Xinghua opened the door, ushering in a woman. Upon hearing that Mo Han wanted to see her, Zhang Duoduo had been exhilarated. She had even discreetly applied lipstick and touched up her makeup on the way. However, upon entering the room and spotting Gu Ran, her expression altered dramatically. This time, without Wen Qian's prompting, Gu Ran discerned her unease. Her gaze flickered as she avoided making eye contact with him, utterly unprepared for his presence. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? In the midst of such chaos, how had he managed to survive alongside that burdensome sister of his? The last time Zhang Duoduo had communicated with Gu Ran was over 10 days ago. At that time, she had heard him mention that his sister was suffering from a severe fever and that he intended to take her to the hospital. She had thought to herself that this fool would surely meet his demise soon. With the hospitals in such disarray, how could he possibly survive? Even if by some stroke of luck he had lived, without food or supplies, he would surely starve to death. Zhang Duoduo had concluded that he was no longer of any use to her, so she had severed contact, deceiving him into believing that she was on a mission and ignoring his messages thereafter. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Mo Han, her anxiety palpable as she inquired, "Commander, what do you require of me?" Mo Han remained silent, directing his gaze towards Wen Qian. Gu Ren spoke coldly, "I wish to speak with you." Zhang Duoduo stiffened, and Gu Ran turned to Mo Han, asking, "May I have a moment alone with her?" "There's no one in the adjacent room." "Thank you," he added. Gu Ran stepped beside Zhang Duoduo, observing her apprehensive demeanor, and smirked coldly. "Let us go. Do you want your superior to know of all the disgraceful things you've done?" "You!" Zhang Duoduo glared at him in indignation, but Gu Ran ignored her. Striding directly to the next room, biting her lip, she noticed that neither Mo Han nor Yi Xinghua seemed inclined to support her. So she steeled herself and followed Gu Ran into the room. Wen Qian leaned against the wall, pursing her lips. She had expected Zhang Duoduo to be a celestial beauty, yet she found her utterly mundane. From head to toe, she hardly seemed worthy of Gu Ran. Wen Qian resolved that upon returning home later, she would test Gu Ran's eyesight. The child likely suffered from severe myopia, otherwise it could be glaucoma or cataracts, for it was inconceivable that one's vision could deteriorate to such an extent. Wen Qian felt a pang of concern for Gu Ran, but even more so for her own stockpile of supplies. She turned to Mo Han and inquired, "Let us find a suitable location. I shall provide you with the goods." She assumed Mo Han would be overjoyed and promptly arrange for the supplies to be collected, but to her surprise, he replied, "You may choose not to give them, but I require your assistance with the task. Speak, and I shall decide whether to oblige." When Qian responded, wary of falling into a trap, fearing he might require her to stay and labor for him. "A few of our scientists have gone missing during an expedition, and I hope you can collaborate with my team for the search and rescue. Regardless of the outcome, it will not affect our prior agreement." Before Wen Qian could respond,
Je Xinghua interjected, "Commander."
What can she possibly contribute? Yi Xinghua scrutinized Wen Qian, and Wen rang with disdain, his expression one of incredulity. These two were pristine and unblemished. It was evident they had never toiled or endured hardship, especially Wen Qian, whose hands were as soft as tofu. Bringing her along would only serve as a burden. This mission was already fraught with peril, and Yi Xinghua was unwilling to jeopardize the lives of his team members by including two who would only slow them down. "I refuse to work with her. We can complete the mission successfully without her." When Qian chuckled, "I have no desire to accompany you either. What is so remarkable about supplies? I have plenty." With a huff, she glanced at Mo Han. Just as she was about to declare her intention to provide him with supplies, a voice echoed in her mind.
Ding.
Time-limited mission activated. Within 7 days. For every zombie defeated by a member of the system, the host's combat power will increase by 1. For every 100 zombies defeated, the combat power of all other system members will increase by 10. Wen Qian exclaimed internally, "System, you are truly the father of my other world." She scrutinized the words that had materialized before her, and she was not mistaken. Every 100 zombies killed would reward all members of the system, excluding herself, with an increase of 10 in combat power.
All.
Including her brother. Including Gu Ran. Even her parents and Gu Wanwan. Such an extraordinary opportunity could not be missed. However, having just expressed her dissatisfaction and disdain towards Yi Xinghua, she hesitated to change her stance. Therefore, when Qian silently looked towards Emo Han, "Commander, could you provide me with a graceful exit?" Emo Han fixed his gaze on Yi Xinghua, disregarding his refusal. "This is an order. You have no choice but to comply." Moreover, when Qian and her companions possess considerable strength, their assistance would at least double the success rate of this undertaking. Yi Xinghua was incredulous. He had already investigated the profiles of Wen Qian and her companions. One was a university student, another a programmer at a startup, and the only one with some utility was Gu Ran, a retired Special Forces soldier. What kind of formidable strength was that? Yet, since Emo Han had spoken thus, Yi Xinghua dared not retort. Emo Han exchanged glances with Wen Qian. "The command authority for this operation can be entrusted to you as a gesture of my sincerity. Perhaps you could reconsider?" The offer was so generous that Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, "As for command authority, I shall forego that. However, should I have differing opinions at a crucial moment, your team must heed my counsel. If you agree, I shall assist you." "I agree. Additionally, you will provide the firearms and ammunition, as I am lacking in resources." "Understood." Yi Xinghua was left dumbfounded, beginning to suspect that their commander might have some leverage over the young lady. How else could he agree to everything so readily? When Rang, observing from the side, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Given his sister's temperament, a firm no would be a no, and she would not change her mind simply because Emo Han flattered her or offered a few incentives, unless. Seizing an opportunity, while Yi Xinghua was distracted, when Rang silently mouthed 2 words, "Mission?" Wen Qian nodded subtly, nearly causing Wen Rang to burst into laughter. Emo Han instructed Yi Xinghua to take Wen Qian and the others to select firearms. Suddenly, Yi Xinghua recalled that Wen Qian had previously taken a gun from him, and hastily reported to Emo Han, "Commander, she possesses one of our firearms that needs to be retrieved." Wen Qian replied, "Let me tell you, I hold grudges. You best be prepared." Emo Han stated, "The firearm has been reclaimed. Take them to acquire new ones." When Rang interjected, "Commander, your ability to speak nonsense with a straight face is truly impressive." Chapter 45, Encountering You Once, Striking You Once. With Emo Han's assertion, Yi Xinghua had no choice but to relent, begrudgingly leading Wen Qian and the others to claim their weapons. Upon exiting the room, Wen Qian glanced at the door next door, feeling a twinge of concern. She wondered how Gu Ran and Zhang Duo were faring in their conversation. When she saw Gu Ran later, she would need to scrutinize his expression. If that Zhang Duo laid a hand on him, she would ensure he received a slap that even his own mother would not recognize him. In the quiet room, Gu Ran and Zhang Duo locked eyes. Zhang Duo felt a pang of guilt under his gaze and, in a fit of anger, retorted, "What do you want from me? Don't you have anything to say to me? What do you expect me to say?" Zhang Duo fumed. The network communications were completely cut off. "This is not something I orchestrated. Did you really think I could contact you? Have you lost your mind, Gu Ran?" As her frustration mounted, she turned the tables. "You've been discharged and are no longer part of this environment, yet I still have to continue. You caused this scene over a trivial matter. And now everyone in my command knows. How can I hold my head high in front of them?" Gu Ran gritted his teeth as he listened to Zhang Duo's barrage of accusations. "You pursued me unilaterally for 2 years. Do you have any idea how bothersome that was? Gu Ran, do not seek me out again, do you understand? We are impossible." He was now merely an unemployed wanderer. With his parents deceased, his scant savings dwindling, and a younger sister whose fate remained uncertain. Meanwhile, she was a formal member of the base, entitled to all the benefits and privileges that accompanied such a status. She had a dormitory, 3 meals a day, and what did he possess to compare? What could he offer to win her affection? After Zhang Duo finished her tirade, Gu Ran suddenly laughed. "Bothered? I never noticed it before. 2 years, over 100,000. While to the wealthy, it may be insignificant, to ordinary people, it is certainly not a trifling sum. Zhang Duoduo's expression faltered as she listened to Gu Ran continue. 2 years ago, when I asked you if you had a boyfriend, you told me no. A year ago, when I asked if you had someone you liked, you still said no. I believed you, and that's why I treated you well. I bought you everything you desired. A man must earn to provide for his wife and children, and I never minded spending. But in reality, Zhang Duoduo, when did you start deceiving me? Zhang Duoduo's heart sank at his words. What did he mean? Did he uncover something? What did I deceive you about? Those gifts were given willingly. I never forced you. Gu Ran pressed on. Think carefully from the outset. All the gifts you requested were couple-themed. You wanted 2 phones in different colors, clothing in 2 different sizes, and even the necklace and rings were pairs. You claimed it was for convenience in changing, but in truth, didn't you intend to share them with your boyfriend? Zhang Duoduo's heart plummeted. Gu Ran, there is no need to deny it. I heard from your superior with my own ears that you have a boyfriend. You need not worry. Once I have given something away, I never think of reclaiming it. I merely wish to inform you that from this day forth, we share no connection. No matter how dire your circumstances may become in the future, even if you were to kneel before me in supplication, I shall not bestow upon you a single penny. Zhang Duoduo, am I to beg you? Gu Ran, what delusions are you entertaining? Zhang Duoduo, having reached the end of her tether, decided to cast aside pretense. Do you think yourself some grand figure? Cease your daydreaming. Soon enough, you will find yourself confined to your cramped dormitory with dozens of others. This is the extent of your life's potential. Gu Ran scoffed dismissively and turned to leave. Zhang Duoduo, having been pursued by him like a lovesick puppy for 2 years, could not bear his sudden air of condescension. She rushed forward, grasping his sleeve. Where do you think you're going? You don't intend to seek out my superior and spout more nonsense, do you? Gu Ran, let me make myself clear. If you dare utter a word against me in front of my superior, I will ruin your face. Gu Ran shrugged her off with a forceful motion. Zhang Duoduo was taken aback by his strength, stumbling back until the back of her head struck the wall. The pain surged within her, igniting her fury once more as she charged at Gu Ran, raising her hand to strike his face. Gu Ran had already opened the door and stepped outside. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, only to find a figure blocking his path. Wen Qian, having just returned with her firearm, could hardly tolerate the scene before her. She seized Zhang Duoduo's wrist and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Zhang Duoduo's cheek immediately swelled, and blood trickled from her nose. Wen Qian, our Gu Ran does not strike women, but I have no such reservations.
Ye Qian,
Witnessing the altercation, hurried forward to intervene. After all, Zhang Duoduo was one of his own, and he could not stand idly by. Yi Xinghua, what are you doing? This is an official base. You cannot act recklessly. Wen Qian, am I acting recklessly? I am merely disciplining a subordinate who behaves immorally. This woman, despite having a boyfriend, deceives my friend into believing otherwise, taking advantage of his feelings to repeatedly extort money. Can you truly rest easy with someone like her in your midst? Do you honestly think she is capable of safeguarding the populace? Zhang Duoduo, I did not. Wen Qian, you did not what? Listen here, Zhang. You'd best remain hidden under the protective umbrella of the official base for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time I see you. With that, Wen Qian dragged Gu Ran into Mo Han's office. Zhang Duoduo, witnessing her unrestricted access, felt a surge of fear, her complexion paling.
Ye Qian, rejoknizing haration.
Understood that Wen Qian's claims were indeed true. Sighing heavily, he said, you should return for now. The base will conduct a thorough investigation. If she has wronged you, we shall ensure justice is served. Zhang Duoduo, leader, this is merely a personal grievance between Gu Ran and me. I do not wish for it to escalate. Perhaps we should just let it go. Yi Xinghua, how can we let it go? This concerns your personal reputation, which will affect your future promotions. Rest assured, I will advocate for you. After reassuring her, Yi Xinghua patted Zhang Duoduo's shoulder and turned to join Mo Han. Zhang Duoduo, feeling despondent, hurriedly wiped her nosebleed, uncertain of how to proceed. In truth, Yi Xinghua had deceived her. The base was currently too preoccupied to investigate her personal matters. He was merely attempting to intimidate her. However, individuals of such questionable character would indeed require scrutiny in the future, and she should be excluded from significant missions. Wen Qian distributed the firearms they had received to Gu Ran and bid farewell to Mo Han. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave. Please contact me regarding your departure. Mo Han, the combat team will set out tomorrow. Why not stay at the base tonight? Wen Qian pondered for a moment before declining. No, I am not accustomed to sleeping in cramped quarters with dozens of others. We can arrange a private room for you, Mo Han offered. That won't do either. There is no air conditioning here, and it is unbearably hot. Wen Qian's demeanor was akin to that of a pampered young lady, and Yi Xinghua felt a pang of discomfort at her complaints. Given the current circumstances, simply being able to stay at the official base and secure a bed was already a considerable privilege. There were only 2 single rooms in the entire base, one reserved for the highest executive, Mo Han himself, and the other for leaders from other bases visiting for discussions. To think this young girl would express dissatisfaction with such accommodations. How ungrateful. Mo Han, after contemplating, decided not to press further. He merely instructed Yi Xinghua to coordinate the meeting time and location for the next day before allowing her to leave. As the trio departed, they encountered countless residents waiting to check in outside the base. Helicopters hovered overhead, eliminating zombies beyond the protective netting. Wen Qian, Gu Ran, and Yi Xinghua walked side by side beyond the safety perimeter, conversing in hushed tones. Gu Ran, I truly appreciate your help today. Thank you. Wen Qian, no need for such formalities among comrades. With a playful punch to his shoulder, Wen Qian added, Now, let us discuss serious matters. Wen Qian retrieved a map, one recently provided by Yi Xinghua, and pointed to a specific location. We need to rendezvous with the base's Special Operations team here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to assist them in a search and rescue mission in the mountains. The duration of this operation is uncertain, so rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall unleash havoc. Gu Ran nodded, then inquired with curiosity. Why would the base seek our collaboration? Wen Qian, because we are formidable, of course. I have told you before, I am quite capable, and so are you. Do you not believe me now? Strength determines everything. Had they not possessed some degree of skill, Wen Qian would have likely faced execution at the hands of Mo Han after her violent episode at the base entrance. It was only due to her perceived utility that mercy was extended. Gu Ran and Wen Qian contemplated her words, finding them reasonable. Wen Qian, by the way, have you encountered Mo Han before? Gu Ran, no. Wen Qian replied honestly, noting that the official base had only been established 3 years after the apocalypse began. And as for Mo Han, she had neither seen him nor even heard his name. Wen Qian glanced back toward the base and asked, Have you noticed something peculiar about the demographics here? Gu Ran immediately nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have not seen a single elderly or infirm individual. It is entirely populated by the young and middle-aged. This so-called base is merely a converted large air raid shelter, with some rudimentary structures erected outside to serve as dormitories. Likely due to the rushed construction, these dorms remain unrenovated, cramming 30 individuals into a single room with bunk beds. Wen Qian chimed in with her observations. Many were ready to protest upon seeing the living conditions, clamoring to return home. However, the base is only responsible for bringing them in, not sending them back. With a population of 30 million in Bin City, the official base could hardly accommodate even a fraction of that number. Although conditions are lacking, at least the base can guarantee their safety and provide food and shelter. In comparison, those who cannot even enter the base are far more pitiable. Once the 3 ventured beyond the safety of the base, they steeled themselves for the journey home, determined to carve a path through bloodshed. 2 hours later, they arrived safely at their destination. When Chongning and the others, relieved to see them unharmed, exhaled deeply. Li Mo hurriedly prepared meals for them, while Wen Chongning took the opportunity to pull Wen Qian aside while Gu Ran accompanied his sister. Earlier that morning, he and Li Mo had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Wen Qian and Gu Ran, leading them to surmise what had transpired. However, out of concern for Gu Ran's pride, they had refrained from mentioning it, pretending to be oblivious. Now, in a hushed tone, Wen Chongning inquired about Wen Qian's findings. Did you locate that person? I did. Wen Qian sighed. Gu Ran had clarified matters with her, and they would no longer have any dealings with each other. I suspect Gu Ran, that fool. Must have spent quite a bit on her. That's inconsequential. Consider it an expensive lesson learned. In the future, he certainly won't be fooled again. Wen Qian remained optimistic, recognizing that Gu Ran had moved on, and thus refrained from probing further. During their meal, Wen Qian learned that some residents had already returned to the neighborhood. Due to not meeting the base's residency requirements, they had been sent back. In the brief hours they had been away, several doors within the community had been forcefully broken open, and supplies had been looted. Even their own home had been visited by a few groups, but upon seeing the electric fence, they had reluctantly departed. Wen Qian informed Li Mo of their mission the next day and handed Wen Qian a firearm, instructing him to learn its use from Gu Ran. That night, after retiring to her room, Wen Qian entered her space, filling dozens of bottles with water from the well, intending to keep them for the coming days. She had previously discovered that the well water significantly aided in restoring stamina, making it indispensable for their outings. Subsequently, she checked the factory's output and sold off half of the remaining stock, converting all her currency into ammunition. Just as she was about to close the store and retire for the night, the system notified her that she had unlocked a new achievement. Congratulations on unlocking the basic achievement of store consumption. Reward: 3 pieces of temperature-regulating combat gear. The combat gear will subsequently be available in the store, should you require it. The host may purchase it at will. Combat gear attributes: increases defense by 100, maintains a constant temperature of 24 degrees. Wen Qian felt a surge of joy as 3 gossamer outfits appeared in her hands. Gazing at these treasures, she was nearly moved to tears. Tomorrow, the temperature was expected to soar to 50 degrees, and she had been concerned about the possibility of succumbing to heatstroke. Yet, the system had come to her aid with equipment. It understood the oppressive heat outside, didn't it? It didn't want its host to suffer a heat-induced demise. In high spirits, Wen Qian exited the space and distributed the combat gear to Wen Rang and Gu Ran. At 3:30 the following morning, they set out with Xiao Bai towards the designated rendezvous point. Xiao Bai now weighed 40 pounds and was rapidly growing. After being cooped up at home for a month, the scent of freedom invigorated it, causing it to excitedly dart around Wen Qian's feet. Outside, the temperature had already reached 30 degrees, and after a brief bout of energy, Xiao Bai collapsed at Wen Qian's feet, unwilling to move. Its eyes glimmered green in the darkness, and upon sensing the approach of a zombie, it sprang into action. Leaping onto the creature, Xiao Bai clamped its jaws onto the zombie's throat and simultaneously launched an attack with its claws. In mere seconds, it had snapped the zombie's neck. When Rang and Gu Ran were astonished by its ferocity, after successfully dispatching the zombie, Xiao Bai returned, bloodied, and gracefully licked its fur at Wen Qian's feet, prompting concern in the 2 men. Surely, the blood of a zombie wouldn't infect Xiao Bai, would it? Wen Qian pondered for a moment before concluding that it wouldn't. In her previous life, Xiao Bai had not only consumed zombie blood but had also feasted on zombie flesh, showcasing remarkable survival instincts, far superior to their own 2-legged kind. Chapter 47. Encounter with a mutated zombie. With a powerful ally by their side, the trio arrived at the rendezvous point without incident, where Yi Xinghua and his team were already present. Glancing at the time, Wen Qian noted that they were not late. In fact, they had arrived 10 minutes early, which put her at ease. Yi Xinghua's group consisted of 15 individuals, divided into 3 teams of 5. Upon hearing that the commander had dispatched 3 members to assist with the operation, curiosity rippled through them. Thus, they had set out early, arriving 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Now, they scrutinized the trio of 1 woman and 2 men, accompanied by an indeterminate creature that could have been a dog or something else entirely, all of whom bore expressions of concern. Only one member of the group, upon spotting Wen Rang, exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Rang? Is that you?" Wen Rang looked up, recognizing the familiar face, and smiled in greeting. "Ji Fan, long time no see." Ji Fan quickly introduced his teammates. "This is my senior, a genius scholar. I heard our company had previously offered him a high salary, but he declined and chose to work for a startup instead." The expressions of Yi Xinghua and the others varied, their disbelief evident. A startup? Wasn't that just a small private enterprise? Who would forsake a golden opportunity for such a venture? Noticing their skepticism, Ji Fan added, "He holds a technical stake in that company. He earns 8 figures a year." The group fell into silence. Yi Xinghua remarked, "What does it matter? No amount of money can be spent in the current circumstances. He maintained a hostile attitude towards Wen Qian and her companions, unwilling to exchange further words with them. Wen Qian, however, was unfazed as she boarded the transport helicopter with the others, setting off toward the location where several scientists had gone missing. Their contingent also brought along 2 search and rescue dogs. Upon seeing Xiaobai, the dogs immediately retreated, baring their teeth in a display of wariness. Xiaobai, indifferent, sprawled at Wen Qian's feet, occasionally rolling over to expose its belly, meowing for attention. The helicopter soon reached the vicinity of the mountainous region, landing in a spacious area as dawn began to break. The scientists had vanished on an island populated primarily by fishermen, with a resident population of around 20,000. Previous investigations indicated that 90 of the island's inhabitants had turned into zombies, rendering the survival chances of the missing scientists almost non-existent. However, as they were accompanied by Special Forces personnel and the research site was situated in the mountains, far from the populated areas, the team clung to a glimmer of hope as they conducted one final search. After disembarking, Yixinghua turned to Wen Qian and her companions. "Stay close. If you get lost, we won't waste time searching for you." "Understood," Wen Qian replied lazily, her nonchalant demeanor causing Yixinghua to frown again. Although Wen Qian and her companions had been specifically sent by Mo Han, the search and rescue team did not slow their pace to accommodate them. As the sun rose, the temperature steadily increased. Even within the forest, they felt an unprecedented heat. By 9 in the morning, the temperature had soared to 42 degrees. The search team, clad in combat gear, weighed down by rescue packs and supplies, had been walking for 2 hours, drenched in sweat and on the verge of dehydration. Seeing the team's deteriorating condition, Yixinghua promptly ordered a 10-minute break. They collapsed onto the ground, hastily replenishing their fluids, too exhausted to utter a word. Leaning against a tree, Yixinghua glanced at Wen Qian and her companions. Initially, he had assumed that if even they were fatigued, Wen Qian would surely be struggling, perhaps even whining to return to the helicopter for rest. Yet, to his surprise, Wen Qian appeared completely unfazed, neither flushed nor out of breath, standing a short distance away with a keen gaze scanning their surroundings. For 2 hours, they had encountered not a single zombie, an unusual circumstance that left Wen Qian feeling somewhat disoriented. She dared not be careless, maintaining a vigilant state at all times. After unintentionally meeting Yixinghua's gaze, she offered a slight smile and approached him. Yixinghua, still displeased by her actions yesterday when she had killed a member of their base, darkly inquired, "Is there something you need? I find our search progress rather sluggish. Perhaps we should split up? The number of zombies on the island is overwhelming. I do not recommend separating. If we are attacked, it would be all too easy to get injured, or even lose our lives," she replied. A hint of confusion crossed Wen Qian's face, prompting a sneering laugh from Yixinghua. "You have never killed a zombie, so you cannot comprehend their ferocity." Wen Reng and Gu Ran, who were drinking water at the time, nearly choked upon hearing this. They exchanged incredulous glances at Yixinghua, wondering if he had somehow avoided the numerous videos online showcasing Wen Qian's prowess against zombies. Did he think they were fabricated? Wen Qian began to grasp the perception Yixinghua held of her, yet she could not help but inquire, "Then how do you suppose I survived while gathering supplies, negotiating matters at the base, and meeting up with you today, all while encountering zombies along the way?" Yixinghua glanced at Wen Reng and Gu Ran behind her, showing no restraint in his opinion. "Those two seem capable enough. Protecting you should not pose a problem."
"Fine,"
Wen Qian replied, feeling there was little more to say. She turned and returned to Wen Reng's side. The burden of splitting up would fall on her. Since he disagreed, they would adhere to his plan. After all, whether or not those individuals could be saved was not her concern. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the group pressed onward. Wen Qian obediently trailed behind them, acting as a mascot who did not slay zombies. Just as everyone assumed the morning would pass in tranquility, Xiaobai, at Wen Qian's feet, suddenly became agitated. The 2 rescue dogs at the front of the line also halted, barking incessantly in a specific direction. Everyone immediately raised their firearms, scanning their surroundings.
"Mobilized."
A shadow emerged from the forest, and as they discerned what it was, they were left utterly flabbergasted. Even Wen Qian widened her eyes slightly, for it was unmistakably a mutated zombie. This towering zombie stood over 2 meters tall, its body rotting, with a swollen visage. It's lifeless. Fish-like eyes scanned the group before finally settling on Wen Qian. She met its gaze, raising an eyebrow, and felt a strange sense of flattery at its apparent discernment. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept over her, prompting her to draw the tang knife from her back. To her astonishment, the zombie did not charge at the sight of so many living beings. Yi Xinghua and his team had already opened fire the moment it appeared, aiming for its head. Yet none of their shots managed to bring it down. Suddenly, when Qian understood why there were no other zombies in this mountain, it was clearly the creature's territory. And the lesser zombies dared not approach even a step. Realizing that shooting it was futile, Yi Xinghua and the others began to panic. However, despite their fear, retreat was not an option. Especially after noticing the zombie's gaze fixated on Wen Qian, Yi Xinghua resolutely positioned himself in front of her. Chapter 48. Saved by Wen Qian. Yi Xinghua had never liked Wen Qian, not since their first encounter at the mall. He found her behavior excessively ostentatious and unstable, with a penchant for taking shortcuts. Although he was unaware of her connection to the commander, it was indisputable that, due to Mo Han, she had killed a base member without facing consequences and had taken 3 guns and 500 rounds of ammunition from the base. Yet, no matter how much he disliked her, Yi Xinghua could not bear to witness an innocent perish before his eyes. When Qian observed his actions, her brow furrowed. What was wrong with him? If he had been more steadfast in ignoring her, she would have felt no guilt for not intervening in a life-or-death situation. However, with him now standing before her, exuding an attitude of indifference towards his own demise, her frustration flared. The mutated zombie locked onto its target and began advancing toward Wen Qian. Yi Xinghua's team of 15 did not retreat. They all surged forward to protect her. Even the 2 rescue dogs immediately lunged at the zombie, biting into its thigh.
Run.
Get out of here, they shouted to the 3 behind them while firing their weapons. Wen Qian remained rooted in place, letting out a sigh. Xiao Bai, she commanded sharply. Upon hearing her order, Xiao Bai leapt into action, launching itself off Yi Xinghua's head to pounce on the zombie skull. Yi Xinghua nearly stumbled as he regained his balance and, upon looking again, witnessed Wen Qian's pet atop the zombie's head, clawing out one of its eyes. The zombie began to thrash violently, its focus shifting from solely Wen Qian. Those nearest were the first to be flung aside, while another was seized by the arm and lifted towards the creature's maw. As the team witnessed their comrade in peril, they intensified their gunfire at the creature's head. Yet, despite taking numerous shots, it remained standing, its movements undeterred. The team's morale plummeted, bracing themselves for a grim fate. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past them, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance that wafted into their nostrils. It was a scent unique to women, reminiscent of shower gel or laundry detergent, entirely different from the odors permeating the group of men. Only one female graced their ranks. Wen Qian's name flickered through their minds as a figure dashed toward them. Since the apocalypse began, Wen Qian had likely slain more zombies alone than they all had combined. Unlike their reliance on firearms from a distance, she had dispatched her foes almost exclusively with her tang knife. Since bullets proved ineffective against the zombie, would severing its head yield any different results? Intrigued, Wen Qian decided to test this theory. In a flash, her blade sliced through the air, and the zombie let out a furious roar as the arm that had been grasping a teammate was severed. Wen Qian frowned, realizing the zombie's bones were significantly tougher than average. Without the combat enhancement from the system, she doubted she could have accomplished this feat. She executed a backflip, landing deftly to evade the zombie's frenzied attacks. Once more, she gripped the knife's hilt, aiming for the zombie's neck. The irritating howls finally ceased as the creatures had tumbled to the ground, devoid of blood, a clear indication that it had been mutated for some time. Wen Qian kicked the fallen body, receiving no response. She turned to retrieve the severed head, shaking it lightly, yet it remained unresponsive. Wen Qian felt a pang of disappointment. She wanted to ask Yi Xinghua if the scientist's arrival here had anything to do with studying such creatures. However, upon turning, she found the others staring at her with expressions akin to seeing a ghost, utterly immobile. Yi Xinghua could hardly fathom that they had been saved by Wen Qian. He watched as she placed the zombie's head into a large sealed bag and tossed it into her backpack, finally regaining his composure to ask, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to take it back for research? You've turned its head into a sieve, full of bullet holes, and it still managed to move so freely. How fascinating. Therefore, not only must this head be taken back, but the body as well, given the ferocity of this zombie. Wen Qian harbored doubts regarding the survival chances of those few researchers. Thus, she decided to bring this back to Mo Han, lest he think she accomplished nothing on this excursion. Yi Xinghua and the others were left speechless by Wen Qian's actions. She then approached the individuals who had been attacked by the zombie, circling them with a serious demeanor. She sought to ascertain whether they bore any scratches. If so, she would eliminate them without hesitation. However, upon inspecting the group, she was surprised to find that none of them had any visible injuries, and their combat uniforms appeared to be intact, seemingly crafted from special materials. The only one seriously injured was the individual nearly devoured by the zombie, Jifan, a junior of Wen Rang. He bore a wound on his face from striking a rock during his fall and had a fractured arm, though the rest of him seemed relatively unscathed. The individuals she inspected were too intimidated to utter a sound as Wen Qian brandished her Tang Dao in front of them, fearing that a moment of displeasure from her might result in them meeting a swift demise. Fortunately, Wen Qian eventually turned and walked away, granting them a reprieve. What is the situation? Even firearms seem ineffective? Wen Rang hurriedly inquired as she approached. It appeared so, but it was improbable that all zombies behaved in such a manner. This was Wen Qian's first encounter with such a zombie. She wished to retrieve the head to show her brother, but Wen Rang firmly refused. He felt somewhat hungry and did not wish to subject himself to such a visual shock at that moment. The surroundings fell silent once more, with Wen Qian leaning against a tree, observing Xiao by rolling at her feet. Upon hearing footsteps, she glanced sideways, meeting Yi Xinghua's gaze. Despite their prior grievances, there were matters to be set aside. She thanked him for his earlier actions. Yi Xinghua, maintaining a stern expression, expressed his gratitude, to which Wen Qian pondered briefly before nodding. I accept it. No need for formality. Yi Xinghua wished to say more but hesitated before ultimately refraining, turning to leave. After resting for another 5 minutes and tending to Jifan's injuries, the group continued onward. Xiao Bai was being pestered by the 2 search and rescue dogs, which circled it incessantly. Annoyed, it bared its claws in an attempt to retaliate but was halted at the critical moment by Wen Qian. The dozen or so individuals in front occasionally glanced back at Wen Qian, their familiarity growing until finally someone recognized her. I know. She's that female warrior from the internet. Isn't she? I'm right, aren't I? It has to be her. Chapter 49. 1 month into the apocalypse, her rations still seem abundant. This remark triggered a cascade of memories among the group, reminding them of the videos they had seen online not long ago. Even Yi Xinghua couldn't help but furrow his brow as he looked toward Wen Qian. Jifan hobbled over to Wen Qian, his eyes filled with admiration after being saved by her. You're that goddess, aren't you? I knew it. The officer sent to assist us must be extraordinary. Seeing his excitement, Wen Qian doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Flattery won't help. If you've been infected by a zombie, I wouldn't hesitate to cut you down.
Huh?
If I were infected, I wouldn't need you to act. I'd just put a bullet through my own head. They had all written their wills before coming here, never expecting to return safely. The earlier search and rescue teams had gone missing, and everyone understood that this mission was likely a one-way trip. After Jifan spoke, he turned to Wen Rang, having heard his name back when he had just entered college, while Wen Rang had already been a junior then. They had crossed paths in clubs a few times, but never had much interaction. He never expected to have the chance to undertake a mission together this time. Jifan had barely exchanged a few words before Yi Xinghua called him back. Zombies could appear at any moment. They couldn't afford to chat casually, as if they were strolling through the streets. Yet, the group couldn't resist whispering among themselves, all awestruck by Wen Qian's prowess. They had noticed from the videos that the young girl was a professional fighter. Every move she made was lethal and efficient. However, as Wen Qian had always worn a mask, they had never seen her face, and during idle moments, they had even placed bets on whether she truly looked like the internet rumors suggested, a face full of acne and short legs. Now that they finally beheld her in person, they couldn't help but curse those who had spread such slander. Wen Qian was tall and fair-skinned, a beauty by any standard. How could those people dare to label her as ugly? Curiosity about Wen Qian ran high among them. At long last, noon arrived, and the temperature soared to 45 degrees Celsius. Yi Xinghua commanded a break for lunch, and the group, unable to contain themselves, rushed to Wen Qian in hopes of striking up a conversation.
I'm Wen Qian, EM Suskuo.
I'm Zheng Yun. They all smiled and introduced themselves, pulling out compressed biscuits and bottled water, even asking Wen Qian if she would partake. Wen Qian politely declined their kind offer and instead took out several containers, opening them one by one, which caused their smiles to vanish. Inside 3 of the boxes was rice, while the others contained sweet and sour ribs, tomato beef brisket, dry-fried green beans, and a fruit platter. Seeing these dishes, the group, who had been subsisting on compressed biscuits and mooncakes for a month, had their eyes widen and saliva pooling. Jifan leaned against Lin Yan, nearly fainting from the aroma. Tell me, am I dreaming? I can smell meat. Lin Yan playfully slapped his face, asking, Does it hurt? Jifan replied, Not at all. I might just try hitting you back. Lin Yan shot back, Get away from me. Su Shua chimed in, This is great. Just smelling this makes the compressed biscuits taste better. Zheng Yun remarked, This bottled water seems to have the flavor of lamb soup. Wen Qian hadn't anticipated being the center of attention during a meal, but there was little she could do. Her family circumstances were what they were, and she couldn't keep a low profile if she tried. Removing her gloves, she cleaned her hands with hand sanitizer, then picked up her chopsticks to begin her meal. To avoid making Jifan and the others too envious, she hastened her pace. Once everyone was satisfied, Wen Qian noticed Jifan eyeing her containers with a look that suggested he wanted to lick them clean, prompting her to quickly stow them back in her bag. Jifan swallowed hard and curiously asked, When rang, it's been a month into the apocalypse, and your food supplies are still this plentiful?
Well,
We stocked up quite a bit at home. We can't finish it all, Wen Rang replied in a calm tone, revealing a fact that made others grind their teeth in envy. Gu Ran shot him a glance, and Wen Rang, noticing, merely smiled nonchalantly. It's fine. Anyway, they've already investigated our resources. Even if I don't mention it, that Mo fellow is already aware. Mo Han was well aware of their circumstances, and whether the base would seize their supplies was merely a matter of his word. As the group engaged in conversation, they soon shifted their focus back to the rescue mission. Due to the dense forest cover on the mountain, drones had proven ineffective for surveillance, necessitating a ground search by personnel. Jifan remarked, We were fortunate to have you with us this time. Otherwise, I would have surely perished at the hands of that zombie. Lin Yan agreed, Indeed. Our brothers from the previous 2 teams remain unaccounted for. I thought we were destined to meet the same fate. Listening to their words, Wen Qian's gaze darkened. She understood that this mission was certainly not straightforward. That individual named Mo Han would not engage in a losing venture. However, she had not anticipated that they were already the 3rd group to meet their demise. Wen Qian fell silent for a moment before inquiring, How many individuals were there in the first 2 rescue teams? Ji Fan replied, Over 100. Why do you ask? What's the matter? She retorted, Those individuals went missing on this very mountain. You may consider them as comrades, but they see you as mere snacks. Wen Qian cast a glance at Yi Xinghua not far off, realizing why he had been opposed to the team splitting up. It was due to this very circumstance. The transformation of 100 professionally trained combatants into zombies was no trivial matter. The expressions of Wen Rung and Gu Ran shifted, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Ji Fan and the others suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their smiles vanishing as they listened to the rustling leaves in the breeze, each sound reminiscent of the approaching footsteps of the undead. After a half-hour respite, at 12:30, the group set off once more to continue their search and rescue mission. The heat was oppressive, as if it could melt a person, yet Wen Qian and her companions, clad in temperature-regulating suits, felt relatively unaffected. In stark contrast, Yi Xinghua and his team were drenched in sweat, their clothes as though doused in water. After covering some distance, Yi Xinghua fired a flare. If there were any survivors on the mountain, this signal would surely inform them that help had arrived, and they would no longer hide in fear of being discovered. By 3 in the afternoon, they stumbled upon a helicopter, beside which lay 2 corpses, reduced to mere skeletons, along with scraps of clothing. From the fabric and style, it was evident that these were individuals dispatched from the base. The mood among the group grew somber as they pressed onward. However, within less than 5 kilometers, they found themselves trapped by an oncoming horde of zombies. Just as Wen Qian had surmised, nearly all of those who had come to rescue had transformed into the undead. Moreover, unlike the ordinary zombies that could be dealt with by a single shot, 1/3 of this group had evolved, similar to the one Wen Qian had slain earlier that morning. Chapter 50. Unlocking Combat Skills. The evolved zombies were significantly more robust than their ordinary counterparts, towering over 2 meters. Perhaps due to their past as combat personnel, Wen Qian sensed that their presence exuded a different aura from any zombies she had encountered before. Everyone, scatter. First, deal with the ordinary zombies. A cool female voice rang from the back of the crowd. At that moment, gunfire erupted, and Wen Qian swiftly eliminated an ordinary zombie. Xiao Bai. Distract the evolved zombies. With her command, Xiao Bai, who had been by her side, immediately sprang into action, darting nimbly among the larger zombies. Although Xiao Bai's strength was still developing, its agility and speed had become astonishing. It leaped onto a zombie's shoulder and, emulating its earlier strategy, began to claw at the creature's eyes. The group was once again taken aback by its combat prowess. What exactly was this creature?
A cat?
A dog? A small lion? Gunfire continued as everyone spread out in the forest, skillfully dodging the zombies' attacks while shooting the heads off the ordinary ones. Meanwhile, Wen Qian collaborated with Xiao Bai to confront the evolved zombies, striving to provoke them and draw them away from the others. After several minutes of this frenetic activity, she heard the system's voice chime.
Ding.
Combat skill unlocked. Draw fire. There is no limit to daily usage. For 3 minutes, you can attract all zombie fire to yourself, ensuring the safety of your teammates. Wen Qian exclaimed, "What kind of absurd skill is this? I don't need it. Withdraw it." What was the system thinking today? Did it no longer care for her? Did it want her to perish? How could it possibly expect her to become bait? Wen Qian felt tears welling up in her eyes. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed again. During the use of this skill, for every zombie killed by combat personnel within the system, the host's speed will increase by 1. For every 100 zombies killed, any member within the system will receive a speed boost of 10. Once activated, for 1 minute, zombies will ignore the host's presence. Wen Qian thought, is this a classic case of a slap followed by a sweet date?
Fine.
I'll accept this. Taking a deep breath, she activated the skill, Draw Fire. In an instant, those zombies pursuing others abruptly halted, turning to charge towards Wen Qian. The group, bewildered by this sudden shift, rushed forward to rescue her. When Rong and Gu Ran, in particular, were frantic, desperate to reach her side. Realizing their intentions, Wen Qian shouted, "Don't come near. We only have 3 minutes. Take advantage of their pursuit of me to make your move." Upon hearing this, Wen Rong immediately understood the situation. There was a fixed time limit. It was a mission issued by the system. Within 3 minutes, the zombies treated everyone but Wen Qian as if they were invisible. The group took note of this and began to unleash their full potential. Only Wen Qian found herself fleeing, seething with frustration and a desire to have a serious conversation with the system. These zombies had once been trained combatants. They were incredibly swift, and on several occasions, they nearly snagged her hair. As time slipped away, she finally managed to endure the 3 minutes. When Rong and Gu Ran had dispatched 23 zombies, while Yi Xinghua and the others had nearly taken care of all the ordinary zombies, leaving only the last 5 or 6 alongside the evolved ones. One must admit, the marksmen sent by Mo Han were exceptionally skilled, their shots never missing, clearly elite from the base. Yet even so, there were still 30 evolved zombies awaiting their reckoning. The moment the 3 minutes concluded, Wen Qian felt an increase of 23 in her speed. She watched as the zombies paused, as if awakening from a dream, before dispersing to hunt down the others. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she seized the opportunity while they overlooked her to begin eliminating them. When Rong and Gu Ran were closest to her, Wen Qian turned and sprinted toward them. Xiao Bai seemed to sense her target, working in tandem to help her land 2 swift strikes that decapitated 2 zombies. The intense battle raged on, and during a brief respite for her brother and Gu Ran, Wen Qian hurled 2 tang knives their way. Throughout this period, they had practiced with her at home for an hour daily, and although they could not wield them as adeptly as she could, they were familiar with the basic techniques for dispatching zombies. One must wield significant force. If one could not sever a zombie's head in a single strike, they should immediately turn and flee. There was no hope of extracting the tang knife from a zombie's bones to attempt a second strike. Such a delay could provide the zombies with ample opportunity to counterattack, particularly against the evolved ones, where a mere second could cost them their lives. The two recalled Wen Qian's warnings, quickly loosened their muscles, and charged back into the horde of zombies. The first time when Rung witnessed his sister slaying zombies, she had used a tang knife. After watching her for so long, it was easy to develop the illusion that such maneuvers were not particularly difficult. Now, as it was finally his turn to engage, he exerted every ounce of strength to successfully sever a zombie's head, feeling as though his arm might dislocate from the effort. Hadn't the system augmented his combat power? How could it still be this challenging? Overcome with pain, when Rung felt numb, while Gu Ran, who had not received a significant boost in combat power from the system, struggled to sever a zombie's neck. Seeing Gu Ran falter, Wen Qian swiftly stepped in to deliver a finishing blow, reclaiming the tang knife and tossing it back into his hands. Thus, after a chaotic struggle lasting over an hour, they finally eradicated this batch of grotesque zombies. 3 individuals from Yi Xinghua's group perished, all felled by gunfire after being clawed by the undead. The remaining members, though unscathed, were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, breathless and panting as if their chests would burst. Wen Qian, while not as severely affected, sat on the ground holding Xiaobai, feeling too weary to utter a word. It had been a long time since she had encountered such formidable zombies. After all, this was merely the first month of the apocalypse. Would the combat power enhancement provided by the system keep pace with the zombies' evolutionary speed? Looking up at the sky, Wen Qian recalled the newly acquired skill. As long as she activated the skill, she would continuously gain a speed boost, right? Very well. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigned supreme. Once she transformed into a speedster, those wretched zombies would no longer be able to catch her. Observing his sister's despondent expression, when Rang approached and sat beside her, Wen Qian leaned her head against him, releasing Xiaobai to clutch tightly onto his arm. A moment ago, her mind had been blank, devoid of fear. But now that it was over, a sense of dread began to settle in. She was not strong enough, still not strong enough. She must empower herself further to protect her family and avoid repeating past mistakes. Chapter 51. He truly deserves to die. The group sat in silence on the ground for half an hour, resting until someone finally broke the stillness. The goddess. Ji Fan turned to look at Wen Qian and her companion Xiaobai at her feet, unable to restrain his curiosity. What species is this battle pet you brought? His inquiry piqued the interest of the others, who perked up, eager to hear Wen Qian's response. Wen Qian glanced at Ji Fan and replied nonchalantly, "It's a cat." "Haven't you seen one before?" Ji Fan was momentarily taken aback. "I've seen cats, but never one this hefty." Xiaobai, meow. "What did you say?"
No.
"I mean, I've never seen one this robust and fierce." Ji Fan quickly corrected himself, fearing Xiaobai might leap at him. "This cat must weigh 40 or 50 pounds, right? Has it always been like this?" Wen Qian scratched Xiaobai's chin, and the creature stretched lazily, rolling on the ground to expose its belly for her to pet. The spectators were charmed, yet the memory of its ferocity in tearing apart zombies sent a shiver down their spines. "Xiaobai is a stray cat I adopted a month ago. Its adaptability to the environment led to its mutation. When you return, observe the military dogs at the base. They will exhibit unique traits as well." Wen Qian, not concealing anything, acknowledged that in the apocalypse, Xiaobai was not the only mutated creature. She believed that the information Mo Han possessed must surpass her own. So, even if she remained silent, these individuals would eventually discover the truth. Upon hearing this, Ji Fan and the others turned to look at the 2 rescue dogs they had brought along. The dogs had valiantly participated in the battle, but one had been kicked several meters away by a zombie, sustaining multiple fractures. The other had an injured eye, which the team medic had hastily bandaged, but it remained uncertain if an infection would set in. The 2 pitiful creatures lay prostrate on the ground, casting longing glances towards Xiaobai, a mixture of yearning and trepidation in their expressions, only able to whimper softly as they attempted to communicate from afar. Unfortunately, Xiaobai, in its proud demeanor, paid them no heed, merely wishing for its caretaker to scratch its belly so it could relieve itself. After his inquiry about the cat, Ji Fan's curiosity shifted back to Wen Qian. He simply could not fathom how a girl like her could outmatch them by such a wide margin. Among the 15 individuals present, Ji Fan could say without modesty that each was an elite member of the team. They carried an air of superiority, yet today, that sense of pride was thoroughly shattered. For without Wen Qian, they would have perished long ago. Goddess, you are so formidable. What did you do before this? Were you perhaps in the military? Wen Qian pondered for a moment before softly responding, No, I just happened to be good at fighting. Growing up in poverty, I often went hungry and my neighbors and classmates looked down on me and bullied me. As Wen Qian spoke, the hearts of the dozen men sank, filled with sympathy. Ji Fan, in particular, wished he could slap himself. Why on earth did he ask such a question? Hadn't he just opened old wounds? Regret consumed him. And even his comrades beside him chastised him for his thoughtlessness. Wen Qian cast her eyes downward, continuing her story at a measured pace. As a child, I wore my brother's hand-me-down clothes, and they insulted me by calling me a hermaphrodite, wanting to tear off my clothes to see if I was male or female. It was from that time that I learned to fight. Ji Fan. He truly deserves to die. Wen Rang. When did this happen? How can he not remember?
Wen Rang.
Wearing a dubious expression, recalled that his family had indeed experienced poverty, but they had already improved by the time Wen Qian started elementary school. Moreover, this girl had never worn a single old garment. Her parents would rather go hungry than deny their daughter beautiful dresses. There was even a time when, after purchasing a dress that was too large for her, they considered letting Wen Rang, who was already in junior high, wear it as a nightgown. Turning to Wen Qian, Wen Rang furrowed his brows deeply. Wen Qian feigned ignorance and continued her elaborate tale, ultimately bringing tears to the eyes of Ji Fan and the others. Even Yi Xinghua began to reflect on whether he had been too harsh towards this girl in the past. Finally concluding her monologue, Wen Qian sighed and summarized, I am grateful to those who have hurt me for helping me grow stronger. If we ever meet again. The hearts of the crowd lifted, anticipating a heartfelt sentiment, but Wen Qian swiftly changed her tone, chuckling lightly, I will certainly make them pay, feeding them to the dogs. Unless one is mentally unwell. Who would thank their enemies? Wen Qian rolled her eyes, rising to brush off the dirt from her clothes. Time is of the essence. We should search while the sun is still up. Otherwise, when night falls, the zombies will become more active, and we may not be as fortunate as we were just now. Wen Qian felt a tinge of fatigue, although she had consumed the well water from her space. She still hadn't recuperated. If circumstances permitted, she would relish a soak in a hot spring, yet the present time and place did not allow for such luxuries. The zombies at night were an entirely different breed from those during the day, and the thought of this terrifying reality spurred everyone to muster their strength, rising to continue their search. Aside from Wen Qian and her companions, the others bore various scrapes and bruises, dragging their weary bodies. No one dared to let their guard down, each step taken with utmost caution. Thus, when footsteps echoed once more through the woods, everyone, including Wen Qian, instinctively raised their weapons, eyes brimming with hostility. No, don't shoot. A trembling voice emerged from the thicket, prompting everyone to glance over and discover a young man, clad in tattered clothing and wearing a helmet, limping toward them. Guoboan. Yi Xinghua recognized him and hurried forward to support the man. Guoboan had not expected to see them, his eyes instantly welled with tears, rendering him speechless. Leaning against a tree, Wen Qian silently observed this survivor. One of his legs was broken, and one of his arms was fractured. Surviving in such a state was indeed remarkable.
Je Xinghua patted Guoboan's shoulder.
His voice quivering as he asked, Aside from you, are there any other brothers who survived? Guoboan shook his head, saying they are gone. But Professor Ouyang and the others are still here. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinghua and the others felt a mix of sorrow and relief. After all, their mission was to locate those researchers and safely escort them back to the base. Did you not see the signal flare sent? Wen Qian asked curiously from the back of the crowd. Upon hearing her, Guoboan looked over with a complex expression and replied, I did see it. But I never expected you to survive. The zombies have evolved. The rescue team that came after the signal flare was all found by them, with no survivors. Thus, I waited until the signal flares and gunfire ceased before mustering the courage to emerge. After stating this, Guoboan led Wen Qian and the others to their hiding place over the past few days. Wen Qian, initially puzzled by how they managed to survive under such dire circumstances, soon realized the truth upon arrival. In the forest, numerous zombie corpses lay scattered about, all clad in combat gear identical to that worn by Guanboen and his group. Beneath those bodies were several pits dug by human hands. The researchers were hidden within these pits. Guanboen had first buried them with dirt and then piled the corpses on top. He hadn't packed the earth too tightly, leaving them with tubes for breathing that connected to the surface. Thus, despite the desperate nature of this escape, they had evaded the zombies' pursuit. Yi Xinghua and the others worked together to rescue the professors from the pits. Lin Yan, you, and the others quickly carry the professors. We must leave before nightfall. Yi Xinghua commanded, eager to vacate this cursed place. The others shared the same sentiment, promptly hoisting the researchers and sprinting towards the helicopter's location. Wen Qian harbored her own plans but chose not to voice them, thinking of ensuring their safe return to the aircraft before revealing anything. However, within 2 minutes, she sensed something amiss. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at the man Lin Yan was carrying. The sweltering heat and the terror brought on by the zombies had left him utterly exhausted, unable to utter a single word. Yet at this moment, his gaze was fixed greedily on the little white creature beside Wen Qian. The gluttonous look sent chills down Xiaobai's spine, causing its fur to bristle as it let out warning growls toward the man. The man looked at Xiaobai, then back at its owner, offering Wen Qian a slight smile. She responded with a dismissive glare, cursing inwardly as an ominous premonition settled in. The path out of the mountain was far easier than the way in. Devoid of zombie attacks, they made swift progress and soon reached the helicopter. Wen Qian observed as Yi Xinghua and the others boarded the aircraft, yet she remained resolute in her decision not to follow. You all go ahead, she said unexpectedly. I have a few matters to attend to and will not be joining you. The group was taken aback by her words. Yi Xinghua, there are zombies everywhere. You can't accomplish anything here. Lin Yan, exactly. And if you don't come with us, how will you get back? There's another helicopter in the forest. When Qian replied, her voice measured. I will return it to your base in 6 days. She turned her gaze towards the mountain's base, speaking slowly. The zombies here mutate faster than elsewhere. I do not wish to squander this opportunity for real combat. While there were system-issued tasks for her to complete, which would yield greater combat prowess by defeating ordinary zombies, she found those tasks too simplistic for her future endeavors. She needed to enhance her combat experience as much as possible. Yi Xinghua and the others realized her intention to stay and fight zombies, leaving them with a sense of her sanity slipping away. Yet, Wen Qian paid no heed to their warnings, and neither Wen Rang nor Gu Ran opposed her decision, appearing as though they were willing to accompany her in her madness. Resolute in her choice, Wen Qian waved cheerfully to bid them farewell. Just as the previously silent Professor Ouyang spoke up. You may remain, but I must take this mutated animal with me, he said, his gaze fixed on Xiaobai, his tone leaving no room for refusal. It possesses significant research value. Accompanying you would be a waste. Wen Qian scoffed at his words, a smirk gracing her lips. She had found Ouyang's surname familiar, and now she could confirm her suspicions. In her previous life, there was a renowned scientist named Ouyang Yong, whose research on human trial subjects had bordered on madness. He was obsessed with the fusion of mutated zombies and humans, and it was rumored that he eventually began exploring the possibilities of combining humans with mutated animals. Wen Qian had heard many tales about him but had never encountered him until now, right at the onset of the apocalypse, facing this twisted mastermind. Upon finishing his statement, Ouyang Yong instructed Yi Xinghua to seize Xiaobai. However, Yi Xinghua did not comply, his expression one of distress. Professor, this creature belongs to Wen Qian. We have no authority to take it. Ouyang Yong, taken aback by Yi Xinghua's refusal, glanced at him with disdain before directing Lin Yan. You, go and bring it here.
No.
Lin Yan shook his head vigorously. Professor, we cannot simply seize it in broad daylight. What a ridiculous notion. That is the goddess's pet, the one that saved their lives. The atmosphere grew awkward as Ouyang Yong, frustrated at being unable to command the group, took matters into his own hands. He jumped from the aircraft and approached Xiaobai, who was already on high alert. It charged at him, delivering a forceful headbutt that sent him staggering back, landing on the ground. Yi Xinghua and the others stood by, while Ouyang Yong's assistants hurriedly rushed to help him up. They looked at Wen Qian, feeling she was ungrateful. How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? The professor's interest in your creature is a stroke of fortune for you. Precisely. Hand over that beast. Wen Qian regarded them with an impassive expression as they sought to leverage their privileged status to intimidate her. Yi Xinghua and the others stepped forward to intervene, and noticing their reluctance to aid the deranged professor in bullying her, she chose not to press the issue. She stepped forward, directly approaching Ouyang. Perhaps sensing the hostility emanating from her, Ouyang, even from a distance, felt threatened. Just as she took a step closer, he issued a warning. What do you intend to do? Are you one of Mo Han's soldiers sent to protect me? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? If I lose even a single hair today, you can forget about staying at the official base. His words caused an awkward expression to spread across Yi Xinghua and the others' faces. They longed to inform Ouyang that Wen Qian was not one of their own, and that threatening her with the commander would be futile. Yet, Ouyang seemed to have already assumed her identity as a soldier, commanding those around him to seize Xiaobai, completely dismissing her presence. Wen Qian approached Ouyang, pulling a sealed bag from her backpack and swinging it towards his head. Yi Xinghua, standing behind, recognized the contents of the bag and was seized by panic. Hey, don't act rashly. He scrambled to grab Wen Qian's wrist. But it was too late. She had already struck Ouyang on the head with a zombie's severed head, and in a fit of frustration, she kicked him once more. Ouyang never anticipated that she would carry a zombie's head with her. The shock and fright overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. Yi Xinghua quickly stepped forward to catch him, and after confirming that Ouyang was merely unconscious and in no immediate danger, he sighed and couldn't help but mutter. What on earth did we provoke her for? Chapter 53. Are there living people down the mountain? Upon witnessing Wen Qian knock Ouyang out, the remaining researchers were incensed, rolling up their sleeves and advancing towards her, eager to settle the score. They accused her with a chorus of, "Are you tired of living? Do you even realize who you struck?" Their demeanor suggested they were ready to take drastic measures against Wen Qian. Seeing this, Yi Xinghua quickly signaled to his subordinates to restrain the irate individuals. He feared that if they truly angered Wen Qian, she might retaliate by dismantling the helicopter, leaving no one with the means to escape today. Once everyone was aboard the helicopter, Yi Xinghua turned to Wen Qian and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Are you truly not planning to leave with us?" "I won't go," Wen Qian snapped, clearly still irate. Recognizing her mood, Yi Xinghua dared not provoke her further. Exchanging a few pleasantries and advising her to stay safe before departing with Ouyang and the others, Wen Qian watched the helicopter soar into the distance before turning to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, remarking, "Ouyang is renowned for his expertise in researching mutated zombies. His team's presence here surely indicates they have made significant discoveries. The zombies on this island are evolving rapidly. We must remain vigilant moving forward." Wen Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement, surveying their surroundings. As evening approached, it became evident that descending the mountain at this hour would be unwise. So the trio opted to spend the night atop the mountain. They returned to the helicopter nestled in the woods, erected a tent, and Wen Qian retrieved several boxes of dumplings along with a large bag of raw bones she had prepared for Xiaobai. The dumplings, although slightly cooled from being taken from her space, still retained their delightful flavor. Gu Ran had expected to dine on crackers or instant noodles that evening but was pleasantly surprised to find himself indulging in the dumplings from home, filling him with a sense of happiness that made him forget to question why the dumplings still felt warm. Wen Qian also distributed some well-prepared spring water from her space to replenish their strength. After satisfying her own hunger and thirst, she retreated into the tent, ostensibly to rest, but instead entered her space. She took a shower, soaked in a hot spring, and changed into clean clothes. When she emerged, Gu Ran and Wen Rang were still stationed outside the tent, engaged in quiet conversation while keeping a vigilant watch of their surroundings. Xiaobai, lounging inside the tent, noticed her sudden appearance and disappearance with an air of nonchalance, lazily rolling over to display his belly, seeking affection. The three took turns keeping watch throughout the night, encountering no unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, Yi Xinghua and his team successfully returned to the base and promptly reported the mission's outcome to Mo Han. "Commander, Wen Qian and her companions insisted on remaining on the island, and we were unable to persuade them otherwise," Yi Xinghua relayed while observing Mo Han's expression. He had anticipated a furious response for failing to bring Wen Qian back safely. To his surprise, Mo Han merely nodded calmly and said, "I understand. before falling silent. Yi Xinghua was momentarily taken aback and mustered the courage to ask, "Commander, will you not punish us?" Emohan was surprised by the question. Isn't it Wen Qian who chose to stay? Indeed, who could compel her otherwise? Yi Xinghua replied candidly, sighing with a hint of regret. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Wen Qian's capabilities undoubtedly surpassed theirs. It would be a tremendous boon to have such talent in the base, but now, Commander, can she still return? Yi Xinghua queried, already suspecting the answer, but unable to suppress the question. It was as if he believed that if the cruel truth did not come from Emohan's lips, it might lighten the burden of guilt that weighed on him. On the way back, Yi Xinghua pondered how high the success rate would have been had he ordered the forceful return of Wen Qian and the others. However, regardless of what the answer might be, it was already inconsequential. Since he had not done everything in his power to prevent Wen Qian's reckless actions, no amount of regret now could rectify the situation. Even if Wen Qian and her companions were exceptionally strong, surviving a week on that island was an impossibility. Upon hearing Yi Xinghua's question, Emohan fell silent for a few seconds before responding. When will they return? 6 days. Wen Qian stated she would deliver the helicopter back to our base. Well, it is getting late. Let us return and rest. Emohan nodded and resumed his focus on the documents before him, harboring no doubt about Wen Qian's promise. Yi Xinghua, seeing his composed demeanor, did not dare to press further and turned to leave. On the fishing island, deep in the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Wen Qian leaned against a tree, gazing up at the blood-red full moon, feeling an unsettling sense of disquiet. After a prolonged contemplation, she suddenly realized, it's too quiet. The forest, typically filled with the sounds of insects and birds, now echoed only the whisper of the wind. Clenching her jaw, she glanced at the tent where Wen Rang and Gu Ran were resting. Turning her gaze back to the surroundings, she was startled to hear a rhythmic drumming emanating from the mountain below. Raising an eyebrow, she mused, are there still living people on this island? Inside the tent, although Wen Rang and Gu Ran lay down, neither had succumbed to sleep. Upon hearing the drumbeats, they emerged, perplexed expressions adorning their faces as they looked at Wen Qian. When Rang asked, what is that noise? Gu Ran added, are there people down the mountain? I don't know, Wen Qian replied, based on Yi Xinghua's intel. There shouldn't be any living people left on this island. However, she hesitated, glancing towards the direction of the sound, her mind torn. According to the conventions of horror films, the more curious one was, the more likely they were to meet their demise. Yet this was a post-apocalyptic world. Even if she feigned indifference, should zombies come knocking, death was still an inevitable consequence. Moreover, with such a commotion below, the noise would undoubtedly attract the zombies. She reasoned that it might be safe to sneak a glance at who possessed the audacity to make such a racket. Resolutely, Wen Qian declared to Wen Rang, I want to go take a look. Let us go. They echoed in unison, rising immediately to set off. Under the moonlight, the trio cautiously made their way toward the mountain edge. As they drew nearer, the drumming became increasingly distinct. Finally, within the range of their binoculars, they halted, peering down the slope with curiosity. The darkness below obscured their view, but after some searching, Wen Qian pinpointed the source of the drumbeats. However, upon discerning the scene unfolding beneath them, she was struck by a wave of horror, her skin crawling. What in the world is that? Beside her, Wen Rang and Gu Ran echoed her sentiments, their eyes wide as they exchanged incredulous glances through the binoculars, then returning to verify what they had just witnessed. Wen Qian's reaction mirrored theirs. Disbelief clouded her mind. After confirming that a congregation of zombies was engaged in some form of ritualistic celebration below, a chill swept over her. The reason behind Professor Ouyang and his team's expedition to this island was becoming alarmingly clear. She had long suspected the zombies here were atypical, but their evolution had surpassed her wildest imagination. Chapter 54. The Little Zombies Pretending to be Ghosts. In her past life, it wasn't until many years later that zombies evolved to possess human-like consciousness, with some apex zombies resembling humans in appearance. Yet such transformations were bound by specific conditions. As far as Wen Qian is aware, even the most formidable of zombies can only maintain a state of consciousness for a mere 2 hours each day. During the remaining time, they are consumed by the primal instincts of slaughter and a thirst for blood, akin to ordinary zombies. However, at this nascent stage of this life, How could there be zombies mimicking humans in acts of worship? Even for someone like Wen Qian, who has witnessed countless grand spectacles, this sight provoked an urge to curse. Damn it! Are they really leaving no room for survival? Once more, Wen Qian raised her binoculars to scrutinize the scene below. This time, her gaze not only captured the details, but also locked eyes with a zombie positioned at the forefront of the horde. This particular zombie appeared to be a child, seemingly no older than 5 or 6 years. In the cloak of night, it seemed to sense the scrutiny upon it. Gradually, it turned its head, twisting it at an angle unattainable by humans, and after scanning the mountainside, precisely pinpointed Wen Qian's location. Upon realizing it had detected her, a wave of dread washed over Wen Qian. We need to go back. She had no time to exchange many words with Wen Rang and Gu Ran, swiftly turning to retreat into the woods. Both men sensed something was amiss. They remained silent, drenched in cold sweat as they returned to the helicopter, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had seen a ghost. The forest remained eerily quiet, with only their breaths and the whisper of the wind breaking the silence, devoid of any other sounds. After an extended period of the silence, when Rang finally could no longer restrain his curiosity. What in the world is that group down the mountain? Their behavior resembles that of humans, yet their decaying bodies and lifeless eyes unequivocally reveal their true nature. Gu Ran, still grappling with the situation, waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Don't ask me. My intelligence is insufficient to comprehend this." Xiao Bai, their loyal companion, circled around the three, occasionally baring its teeth in a warning towards the mountain. Wen Qian had initially anticipated a fierce battle once they were discovered by the zombies. However, after waiting for an entire half-hour, the horde remained still, and even the drumming had ceased. This was decidedly abnormal. Could there truly be something on this mountain that instilled fear in them? When Qian glanced at her watch, it was already 2:30 in the morning. If they did not rest soon, they would lack the energy and strength to combat the zombies when dawn broke. After contemplating, she declared, "Since they haven't pursued us for so long, they likely won tea. You all should rest. I'll keep watch. I'll wake you in 2 hours." In this moment, neither Wen Rang nor Gu Ran could bear to let her, a young girl, stand guard alone. When Rang insisted, "No, you should rest first. We'll take the watch." Gu Ran echoed, "Indeed, you are our primary combat asset. You must be well rested." They promptly rejected her proposal. Yet Wen Qian could not help but retort with sarcasm, "It's good that you acknowledge I am the main force. This group of evolved zombies is formidable. If they charge, you two wouldn't stand a chance. Don't waste your rest time. I'll wake you in 2 hours." Her sharp words left them with no room for rebuttal, and ultimately, one retreated into the helicopter while the other entered the tent. Seizing the moment when the two separated, Wen Qian swiftly stored Wen Rang in her spatial realm. In the blink of an eye, Wen Rang found himself in the space and, after a brief moment of confusion, hurried to wash and soak in the hot spring to recuperate. Wen Qian, firmly grasping her tang knife, settled beneath a tree, with Xiao Bai lying at her feet, unable to suppress her thoughts about the scene she had just witnessed. If her instincts were correct, the child zombie that had locked eyes with her was likely the leader of the horde. Under normal circumstances, a child transformed into a zombie would indeed possess greater combat prowess than an adult. Their smaller, more agile bodies, when evolved, could become exceedingly terrifying. With her arms crossed, Wen Qian pondered the odds of her survival should she engage in combat with that little fiend. Given its rapid evolution, could it already possess some form of supernatural ability? In her previous life, she had encountered zombies with abilities on only 2 occasions, one with enhanced strength and another capable of mimicking human voices. What powers might this current adversary wield? Wen Qian continuously strategized on how to descend the mountain and eliminate the zombies at dawn, contemplating how to confront that little monster if they crossed paths. Time slipped away, and before she knew it, over an hour had passed. Gradually, she relaxed from her initial state of extreme tension. Just as she believed this night would pass without further incident, an unexpected chill enveloped her. It was a sensation difficult to articulate. In that fleeting moment, her scalp tingled, and a wave of icy dread surged from her spine to her extremities. Holding her breath, all her senses heightened at that instant. She tightened her grip on the tang knife, swallowed hard, and slowly lifted her gaze to the branch above, where she leaned. One glance nearly sent her heart racing out of her chest. For there, perched just above her, was the very child zombie she had spotted through the binoculars. Now drooling as it crouched on a tree branch. Its pallid face glowed under the moonlight, resembling a blank canvas. Upon noticing Wen Qian's awareness of its presence, it grinned, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a fish's, as if ready to tear into human flesh. Wen Qian inhaled sharply, instinctively reacting as the little zombie lunged at her from the tree. She rolled on the ground and swung her tang knife toward its arm, delivering a decisive blow. The zombie, taken aback by her unexpected strength, found itself defenseless, and with a howl of pain, it turned and fled. Wen Qian watched it retreat with remarkable speed, her frustration bubbling over. Damn it! The zombies on this island are utterly lacking in quality. Not only do they consume humans, but they also resort to intimidation. Her heart raced as she heard Gu Ran's voice from within the tent, prompting her to release Wen Rang from her spatial realm.
Wen Rang emerged.
Bewildered and unaware of the events that had transpired, but quickly spotted the severed arm on the ground and asked anxiously, "Did a zombie come?" Wen Qian nodded weakly. "Yes, a little one. It realized it couldn't best me and ran away." Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Bai approached, sniffing the arm before tossing its head back and swallowing it whole. This canine companion, who had contributed little in terms of combat earlier, now devoured the flesh with gusto, licking its lips as if still hungry. Chapter 55. The Zombie Lair. Wen Qian was incensed. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began. She could not allow a mischievous little zombie to bully her. If it sought her out for fun, then so be it. Just wait, you little brat. Wen Qian scanned her surroundings, confirming that the little zombie had vanished without a trace. She turned to Wen Rang and Gu Ran.
I am tired.
I'll sleep for a bit. Wake me in 3 hours. With that, she turned and entered the tent, closed her eyes, and drifted into slumber. Gu Ran, wide-eyed in disbelief, quietly asked Wen Rang, "How can she still sleep under these circumstances?" "She can," Wen Rang replied knowingly. He understood his sister all too well. Her adaptability was remarkable, and she was never one to concede defeat. He recalled back to her high school days, when she was an avid science student. After the first round of class division, she had been overtaken by a boy in math by several points during the first exam. This incident, though seemingly trivial, was underscored by a pivotal moment when the boy, after receiving his results, unleashed a torrent of mockery upon Wen Qian. He proclaimed that the intellect of girls paled in comparison to that of boys and suggested she should dutifully pursue the arts rather than the sciences. Infuriated, Wen Qian retorted, implying that such ignorant remarks did not reflect a superior intellect. Following this exchange, she resumed her classes as if nothing had transpired. However, upon returning home that evening, she retired unusually early, completing her homework after dinner before retreating to her room for sleep. Wen Rang distinctly remembered this episode because both Li Mo and Wen Chongning sensed her discontent and suspected she might have been bullied at school. Concerned that Wen Qian might withhold the truth from them, they called Wen Rang, urging him to inquire about the situation. Wen Qian had little to conceal from her brother. Upon his questioning, she recounted the events, expressing her displeasure but assuring him that a good night's sleep would remedy her mood, prompting him to refrain from worrying. After hearing her, Wen Rang took a special leave to return home, apprehensive that his sister might be putting on a brave face. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Wen Qian was indeed fine, albeit with a more intense focus on her studies than before. During that period, she either slept or drilled practice problems, resulting in her performing better than the boys in subsequent exams. Wen Rang also noted that the more pressure Wen Qian faced, the more inclined she was to sleep. Even during the lunch break of the college entrance examination, while their parents fretted to the point of losing their appetite, she simply ate and then promptly returned to her room to rest. Thus, Wen Rang concluded that she had genuinely been riled by that little zombie and was now recuperating, likely preparing to confront the source of her frustration at dawn. After 3 hours of slumber, Wen Rang roused her from sleep. She stretched languidly and emerged from the tent, retrieving a portable stove and pot from her supplies, along with hand-pulled noodles that Li Mo had prepared earlier, and began to cook. Once the noodles were ready, she produced a jar of beef sauce crafted by Li Mo, and the trio commenced their breakfast. Wen Qian devoured 2 generous bowls of noodles before standing and gazing down the mountainside. Since their arrival on the island, they had not descended the mountain, remaining ensconced in the woods, oblivious to the circumstances below. After satisfying their hunger and tidying their belongings, they commenced their descent. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they discovered several statues surrounding it, the very objects those zombies had been worshipping the previous night. The island, populated by fishermen who relied on the sea for sustenance, held great reverence for deities such as the Dragon King, the Sea God, Mazu, and the River God. Wen Qian, whose relatives were fishermen, possessed a fair understanding of these customs. These traditions had been passed down through generations, and even though the fishermen had succumbed to zombification, they had not entirely forsaken the habits ingrained in them since childhood. The presence of these statues deterred the ordinary zombies from ascending the mountain. Ultimately, the zombies capable of climbing were few, providing a relatively secure refuge that brought relief to Wen Qian and her companions. Observing the zombies wandering near the base of the mountain, Wen Qian distributed the ammunition she had exchanged for the previous night, cautioning Wen Qian and the others to retreat to the mountain if they found themselves in peril, assuring them she would be fine. With that, she armed herself with a tang dao and descended the mountain. Gu Ran, observing her fierce demeanor, mused that had he been a zombie, he would have fled long ago. He and Wen Qian secured a defensible position, commencing to gun down the zombies that appeared relatively unmutated. The nearby zombies, drawn by the sound of gunfire, were dispatched by Wen Qian, who awaited them at the mountain's foot. The proportion of mutated zombies on this island was indeed higher than outside, leading Wen Qian to speculate that they might have consumed an excessive amount of seafood contaminated by nuclear radiation during their lifetimes, resulting in their current condition. All the pent-up frustration she had accumulated due to that little zombie was unleashed upon this unfortunate horde. Xiao Bai accompanied her, frolicking among the zombies as though at an amusement park, honing its skills in dispatching them with increasing proficiency. Wen Qian also recalled the system's bestowed skill, attract firepower. Within 3 minutes, for every zombie slain by the system's combatants, the host's speed would increase by 1. After killing 100 zombies, any member within the system would see their speed increase by 10. With no limitations on usage, she activated this skill whenever her condition permitted. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline during the 3-minute extreme escape was addictive. As the number of zombies they felled mounted, so too did Wen Qian's speed. Thus concluded the first day's slaughter, yet she did not encounter the little zombie that had scared her away. By nightfall, the system reported that they had collectively dispatched 960 zombies, of which 200 had fallen under Wen Qian's attract firepower skill. Her speed surged by 200, while Wen Qian and Gu Ran each gained an increase of 10. Pleased with this outcome, Wen Qian promptly returned with Wen Qian and Gu Ran to the helicopter as the sun set, retrieving an assortment of provisions from her supplies to satisfy their hunger. Suddenly yearning for hot pot, she hesitated, fearing that the sight of numerous hot pot ingredients might startle Gu Ran, and thus settled for a few self-heating hot pot meals and some self-heating braised meat rice. Although they were instant meals, having warm food in such circumstances felt like an extravagant treat. Sated, Wen Qian instructed Wen Qian and Gu Ran to rest while she remained seated beneath a tree with her tang dao, awaiting the appearance of the little zombie. Yet, the entire night passed without a sighting of the little creature. With her mind brimming with murderous intent and left in vain, Wen Qian accumulated yet more frustration. At dawn, the trio continued their descent, successfully eliminating 200 zombies that day, with Wen Qian's speed escalating by 400, and Wen Qian and Gu Ran receiving a reward of 20 each. Upon their return to the mountain after dark, both Gu Ran and Wen Qian noticeably felt their agility had increased significantly. However, Wen Qian's speed had now reached a level where zombies could no longer catch her. Chapter 56. Unlocking Regenerative Abilities. Upon noticing Wen Qian's transformation, both Wen Qian and Gu Ran were filled with excitement. Yet, Wen Qian remained composed, aware that while she progressed, the zombies were also evolving. The ordinary zombies on the island were nearly eradicated, leaving behind primarily mutated ones towering 2 to 3 meters tall. Relying solely on bullets, Wen Qian and Gu Ran found it increasingly difficult to shatter their skulls, compelling them by the third day to adopt close combat tactics akin to Wen Qian's, wielding tang daos. Consequently, the pace of zombie extermination slowed. After an exhaustive day, the trio had collectively dispatched over 800 zombies, the majority at Wen Qian's hand. The little zombie had yet to reappear, and as the days passed, they quickly reached the 7th day of their stay on the island. The day they were to return home. Wen Qian's mood had been dampened by her failure to locate the zombie leader, yet she accepted this reality, recognizing it was a rare species, not easily vanquished. Just as she was about to concede and prepare for their departure, the little creature materialized before her once again. Moreover, the arm that Wen Qian had severed days prior had miraculously regrown. Upon realizing this, Wen Qian couldn't suppress a light chuckle. When Rang glanced back at his sister, sensing a fierce determination radiating from her gaze directed at the zombie. In that moment, he found himself at a loss as to which of them resembled the true antagonist. After several days apart, the little zombie, upon seeing Wen Qian, wore an expression brimming with fury. Wen Qian was uncertain whether the small zombie's anger stemmed from the severing of its arm or from the numerous subordinates she had dispatched over the past few days. In any case, the irate little undead appeared surprisingly endearing. Were it not for her prior encounters with its midnight antics of lurking in trees to frighten unsuspecting victims, she might have felt an almost impulsive urge to leash it and take it home as a pet. With a piercing howl, the small zombie summoned its horde, which surged towards Wen Qian and her companions. Reacting swiftly, when Rang and Gu Ran chose to flee uphill. However, this time, the mutated zombies did not relent. They pursued the trio up the mountain. Wen Qian glanced at the retreating figures of her companions and chose not to follow. It was impractical to remain at their side indefinitely. There would inevitably come a time when they would need to act independently. After this period of training, both had markedly improved their combat abilities, and while the horde of several dozen zombies might pose a challenge, their lives were not in jeopardy. With this assurance, Wen Qian's gaze remained fixed on the small zombie. The air was thick with the putrid scent of decay. Zombies swarmed toward her from all directions, their movements slowing as they failed to land a hit, as if expressing their confusion. Wen Qian deftly dodged their attacks, occasionally dispatching one or two with her blade. She regarded the small zombie hiding within the throng of undead and coolly declared, "Little demon, today, whoever flees shall be the grandson." The small zombie seemed to comprehend her words, glaring at her with an ominous expression. After a brief silence, it charged at her. Having searched for it for nearly a week, Wen Qian stood her ground, not moving an inch. She flexed her wrist, and as the little zombie reached her, she swiftly maneuvered behind it. In the blink of an eye, the zombie's newly regrown arm was severed once more. It let out a pained wail, only to have a new arm sprout almost immediately, appearing significantly sturdier than the last. While any ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with fear at such a sight, Wen Qian felt only exhilaration. This was a zombie endowed with regenerative abilities. Such powers were exceedingly rare. In a sense, possessing them meant the prospect of immortality. As long as one was strong enough and the regeneration was swift, the notion of fatal injuries ceased to exist. The small zombie, having regrown its arm, wasted no time in launching another assault. In just a few days, Wen Qian had ascended to a new level of strength. The little zombie, perplexed by her newfound prowess compared to that fateful night, became increasingly frustrated after several failed attempts, resorting to childlike tantrums and furious roars. As it charged at her once more, this time it eschewed its teeth and instead grasped her wrist. As it bared its sharp fangs to bite her, she seized its arm and slammed it into the ground. When Qian's strength had grown considerably, she could easily rip off the heads of ordinary zombies with her bare hands. Thus, after her merciless strike, the small zombies had struck the ground, leaving it momentarily dazed. Realizing it was no match for her, the small zombie contemplated fleeing. Yet, having already caught it, Wen Qian was not about to let it escape. Her eyes gleamed with determination as they fixed upon the creature's neck. She was eager to test whether its regenerative capabilities extended to regrowing its head. The little zombie struggled fiercely, but its strength paled in comparison to Wen Qian's. Suddenly, it raised its ungrasped arm and forcefully dislocated its own shoulder, freeing itself. Now liberated, it turned to flee, only to soon discover that it could not match either her strength or speed. Wen Qian denied the little creature any chance of escape, swiftly severing its neck. As she observed the small zombie's body collapse to the ground without further transformation, disappointment washed over her. "Tsk," she sighed disdainfully, bending to retrieve the little zombie's head, contemplating presenting it to Mo Han as a gift, while also hoping to procure some supplies. That peculiar professor would undoubtedly find such a specimen intriguing. However, before she could secure the head in a sealed bag, a fist-sized pearl fell from the zombie's cranium. Reacting quickly, Wen Qian caught it, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is this? Brain matter? This little demon has quite the cranial capacity. Perplexed, she retreated towards the mountain while dodging other zombies' attacks, seeking a suitable location for further examination. In the distance, Xiaobai, engaged in a battle with the zombies, seemed to catch a whiff of something enticing and charged towards Wen Qian. Preoccupied with evading the undead, she momentarily overlooked its approach. In a moment of distraction, Xiaobai collided with her back, sending her sprawling face first onto the ground. To make matters worse, as she cursed loudly, she accidentally bit into the white pearl. One exclamation of disbelief resulted in a mouthful of zombie brain matter. Wen Qian felt nausea rising, but the ghastly substance melted in her mouth, disappearing without a trace. As she scrambled to her feet, she looked at Xiaobai's innocent expression, feeling utterly despondent. Uncertain whether she would succumb to infection or mutation, she hesitated to act rashly. Just as she contemplated plucking all of Xiaobai's fur in a fit of anxiety, the system's voice echoed in her mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the regenerative ability. Wen Qian froze, questioning whether her consumption of something foul had induced hallucinations. Yet, the system continued, this skill requires no activation, has no usage restrictions, and will adapt to the host's physical condition. The host's blood cannot provide regenerative effects to others. Given the host's current condition, fatal injuries inflicted by zombies cannot regenerate temporarily. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the initial achievement of this ability. Reward: 100,000 shopping credits. Host's combat power increased by 100. Space prosperity increased by 100. All system members' combat power increased by 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wen Qian keenly grasped the key phrase, temporarily unable to regenerate. This implied that if she became sufficiently powerful, her body could sustain the ability indefinitely. Thus, she might be able to disregard the damage inflicted by zombies. Even if bitten or her heart were extracted, there existed a chance for her to regenerate? What a perilous skill! If others were to discover it, she would surely become a target for relentless pursuit. From what Wen Qian knew, abilities could be stolen. In her previous life, she had witnessed numerous brutal conflicts where individuals fought mercilessly to seize each other's powers. Relationships, whether blood ties, romantic bonds, or friendships forged through adversity, could all shatter in the face of overwhelming temptation. Wen Qian bit her lip, suddenly feeling uneasy. It seemed the system sensed her emotional shift, and its voice resonated once more. Due to the unique circumstances of the host, all skills are bound to the host's identity and cannot be usurped. All members within the system, while maintaining their current loyalty, are forcibly prohibited from disclosing any information regarding the host to the outside world. Should a member's loyalty within the system decline to 80, they will entertain thoughts of seizing the host's extraordinary abilities. If a member's loyalty falls to 80, the system will automatically eliminate that member, ceasing all notifications and alerts to the host. Updating the information of the system's members. Gu Ran, loyalty. Never betray.
Gu Wanwan.
Loyalty. Never betray. The system prompts that loyalty has reached the utmost level of unwavering fidelity, a loyalty that shall never waver. Wen Qian, what should I do? I feel like crying. In this apocalyptic world, Wen Qian understands that if she wishes to survive until the end, the best strategy is to transform herself into a cold-blooded machine, devoid of any emotional attachments. For in comparison to zombies and monsters, the most terrifying aspect will always be the human heart. Yet emotions are not something one can easily control. She is terrified, fearing that her loved ones and friends might become foes. That would be a fate more agonizing than death itself. She does not wish to live in constant dread due to her abilities, nor does she desire betrayal from those around her. Fortunately, the system comprehends her plight. It empowers her with the confidence to act without restraint, as it employs mental control over all those she cherishes, ensuring their eternal loyalty. Wen Qian takes a deep breath, a smile once again gracing her features. She turns her gaze to Xiaobai, who seems to have realized his recent misstep and is now desperately tearing apart zombies in an attempt to atone for his earlier behavior. Xiaobai, Wen Qian calls out. beckoning him to retreat up the mountain alongside her. Having already gained sufficient rewards from this outing, she yearns to return home swiftly, to lie comfortably in bed and enjoy a hearty hot pot meal with her family the following morning. In the forest, when Rang and Gu Ran, though in disarray, managed to kill all the zombies that pursued them, it is the first time they genuinely feel their strength has increased. After decapitating the last zombie, when Rang catches a glimpse of his sister's figure out of the corner of his eye, he turns to look, only to be struck with terror as Wen Qian, in a moment of whimsy, decides to test the extent of her regenerative abilities by brandishing a folding dagger and cutting her own arm. The system had previously endowed her with excessive defenses, resulting in her skin being tough and her blood thick. Thus, the blade fails to pierce her flesh. She is compelled to adopt a different approach, stabbing herself with the dagger instead. What Wen Rang witnesses is his sister seemingly possessed, harming herself. In the months since the apocalypse began, Wen Rang has never felt such fear, even when being chased by zombies. Wen Qian, he cries out, his voice trembling as he rushes to her side, seizing the dagger from her hands. Wen Qian looks up, meeting her brother's reddened eyes, realizing that tears glisten within them. "What are you doing?" Wen Rang exclaims anxiously, checking her for injuries and feeling his heart gradually settle when he confirms she is unharmed. Wen Qian, belatedly realizing what her brother feared, quickly explains, "Brother, don't worry.
Me fine.
I just acquired a regenerative ability and wanted to see how effective it is." When Rang is taken aback, regenerative? That term sounds suspiciously like a scam. How could such an absurd thing exist? Wen Qian, undeterred, retrieves another dagger from her space and, before her brother can react, thrusts it into her small forearm. Blood instantly stains the blade, yet within mere seconds, it coagulates and the wound miraculously heals. As they both behold this astonishing sight, they exchange a wordless glance, momentarily speechless. Wen Qian is overjoyed, thinking how incredibly powerful this ability is. Although she still feels pain upon injury, as long as she doesn't die, she can endure any amount of suffering. Meanwhile, when Rang's earlier anxiety dissipates, replaced by a chilling realization, at this rate, his sister might become a harbinger of destruction. She now appears far more fearsome than any zombie. Gu Ran approaches from a distance, observing the siblings standing face to face, oblivious to what transpires. Curiously, he draws closer, but before he can inquire, Wen Qian presents a white orb to them. "Here, take a bite each." Wen Qian has whimsically decided to share pieces of a zombie's brain, hoping to bestow upon them some extraordinary abilities as well. When Rang and Gu Ran take the offerings, only to belatedly ask, "What is this?" Wen Qian responds, "Zombie brains." When Rang, Gu Ran, gagging. They immediately turn away, retching, but alas, the brain dissolves upon entering their mouths, rendering them unable to vomit. The two towering men lean against a tree, feeling nauseously uneasy, casting a helpless glance at Wen Qian as they weakly voice their discontent. "Wen Qian, can you not drag me into your insanity if you're not going to act human?"
Wen Rang complains.
Gu Ran adds, "Is this karmic retribution for all the zombies we've killed? Have you lost your mind?" Wen Qian, brimming with excitement, asks, "Did you hear any sounds in your heads? The kind that indicates you've acquired skills?" When Rang and Gu Ran, groaning in pain, wishing someone would drag her away. Chapter 58. More people wish to see me. Who does he think he is? When Rang and Gu Ran, weary and drained, straighten up and head towards the helicopter, unwilling to indulge Wen Qian's madness any longer. However, she seizes their arms, refusing to relent. "Come on, I'm serious. Observe your surroundings closely. See if there's anything different." Noticing their faces devoid of hope, Wen Qian contemplates before offering consolation. "What's the big deal? I see you both enjoy eating pig brains quite a bit." When Rang, Gu Ran, sighing in exasperation. It would have been better had she not consoled them, as unwelcome images flood their minds. When Qian sighs, "Let me rephrase. This is a crystal core. Surely that's more acceptable." Although she perceives no distinction, as it all descends from the heads of zombies. Reluctantly, when Rang and Gu Ran allow themselves to be coerced into observing for any changes within themselves, albeit unwillingly, they resolve to humor her for a while. However, upon witnessing the zombies crawling up from the mountainside, They both involuntarily freeze in surprise. Wen Qian, noting their reaction, follows their gazes and curiously asks, "What's the matter?" No sooner does she finish speaking than she too discerns the anomaly. Previously, her focus had been solely on her regenerative ability, neglecting to observe anything else.
But now,
As she watches the faint glow emanating from the heads of the zombies, understanding dawns upon her. She turns to Wen Rang and Gu Ran, asking, "Can you see that?" They nod in affirmation. Wen Qian continues, "Try aiming for the glowing spots and see if you can shoot them in the head." Although Wen Rang's marksmanship does not rival Gu Ran's, after a period of rigorous practical training, he has honed his skills significantly. Thus, he raises his weapon and fires, precisely striking the zombie's head where the glow is brightest. With the gunshot, the zombie's head explodes instantaneously. Gu Ran mirrors his actions, targeting the luminous area, and similarly, the zombie collapses, rendered motionless. They swiftly dispatch the wave of zombies pursuing them, exchanging glances that convey a mutual acknowledgement. The zombies' brains are indeed a remarkable source of nourishment. Moreover, they comprehend why they had previously been unable to shoot the heads of these mutated zombies effectively. Typically, the anatomical structure of a zombie's head resembles that of a human. The brain constitutes approximately 80% of the total cranial mass. As long as one targets this critical area, it is generally sufficient to eliminate the zombie. However, the zombies that have undergone evolution exhibit varying degrees of cerebral alteration. In fact, some have brains that have shriveled to the size of a peanut or a sunflower seed, which explains why instances have arisen where a zombie's head has been pulverized, yet it remains very much alive. This is simply due to the fact that they have not been struck in the vital zone. Regarding the little zombie endowed with supernatural abilities, the specifics of its condition remain elusive to Wen Qian for the time being. With a buoyant spirit, Wen Qian collected the little zombie's crystal nucleus into her space, contemplating that upon her return, if both Wen Rang and Gu Ran showed no adverse reactions, she might allow her parents to partake in it as well. The two men, who were treated as experimental subjects by Wen Qian, had shed their previous despondency and now wore expressions brimming with excitement. After being pursued by those mutated zombies for several days, their previous plight was now overshadowed by exhilaration. Exchanging glances, they armed themselves and descended the mountain. Wen Qian attempted to intervene but ultimately watched them embark on a vengeful spree against the zombies. After venting their frustrations, Wen Rang and Gu Ran were as gleeful as two simpletons. Upon their return, they boarded a helicopter and set off for home. Gu Ran, having trained as a pilot during his military service, skillfully maneuvered the aircraft, and soon, they successfully arrived back in the city. Wen Qian had promised to deliver the helicopter to the base, as there was no suitable place to park it near her home. Upon arrival, she noted that the base had undergone considerable changes over the past few days. Surrounding walls were being constructed, and numerous barbed wire fences had been erected above the residential areas. Additionally, the vacant spaces within the base were being transformed into glass houses. Observing these preparations, Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. In the coming years, zombies would continually evolve, and the previously established barriers at the base's periphery would likely prove inadequate in the near future. Thus, erecting walls was indeed a prudent decision. The overhead protective nets would effectively deter mutated airborne creatures, such as crows and bats, in the post-apocalyptic world. With Bin City being rich in mountains and trees, bats were plentiful. Wen Qian was uncertain whether the former bats fed on human blood, as she had never researched the matter. However, the future iterations of bats and crows would certainly feast on human flesh and blood, and they would develop a proclivity for such delicacies. As for the glass houses, were they a precaution against acid rain? Wen Qian disembarked from the helicopter and gazed contemplatively at the row of glass houses in the distance. The base personnel, having discovered their arrival, hurried over, mistakenly believing them to be comrades returning from a rescue or resource collection mission. Upon seeing three unfamiliar faces, alongside a creature of alarming size, indeterminate whether it was a cat or something else, they were momentarily taken aback.
Who are you?
How did you come to possess our base's helicopter? Wen Qian turned her gaze toward the vigilant individual who posed the question, noting that he wore the same combat attire as those associated with Yi Xinghua.
I come bearing gifts.
Inform Yi Xinghua that I have returned the helicopter. Wen Qian spoke softly, but midway through her sentence, she remembered something and turned back to the aircraft, retrieving a large bag filled with zombie heads. This was what she had collected in the woods before her return. As perfunctory as could be. And this is for Han. Just say it's from Wen Qian, and ask him to repay me with some supplies. Wen Qian paid little mind to whether they needed such a gift. After all, the exchange of gifts had to be mutual, and she could not afford to be at a disadvantage. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she tossed the bag of heads onto the ground and turned to leave. Yet, she had barely taken a few steps when she was swiftly surrounded by another group of individuals rushing from a distance. Wen Qian frowned slightly, observing that they were not clad in the familiar combat attire, and she surmised their identities. Since that day, when Wen Qian had knocked him out in a fit of rage, Ouyang had harbored a grudge. However, now that he had returned to the base, he found himself unable to seek her out at the fishing island for retribution, as Han had denied him that opportunity. Han had not spoken further, merely informing Ouyang that if he wished to go, he could do so alone. The base would no longer dispatch personnel for his protection. Without Han's safeguarding, Ouyang realized that the individuals he had brought with him would not suffice. Thus, for several days, he had simmered with frustration. And upon overhearing Yi Xinghua's subordinates discussing Wen Qian's promise to visit the base soon, he ordered his men to monitor every helicopter returning to the base. At last, he had caught wind of her arrival. Observing the mutated battle pet beside Wen Qian, Ouyang's subordinates confirmed that she was indeed the person they had been seeking. With a steely tone, they commanded, "Come with us. Professor Ouyang wishes to see you." Wen Qian's expression turned dismissive upon hearing their words. "There are many who wish to see me. Who does he think he is?" Given that they had already severed ties and engaged in conflict, Wen Qian had no intention of feigning civility or pretending that nothing had transpired. Moreover, since they sought to seize her belongings, they were unequivocally her adversaries. She had never extended kindness to her enemies. Chapter 59. If you're not convinced, then we shall beat you into submission. Upon witnessing Wen Qian's defiance, Ouyang's men were incensed. They could not fathom what emboldened this woman to make such audacious remarks. To them, refusing to meet with Professor Ouyang was akin to sheer folly. Professor Ouyang was currently among the foremost biological experts in the nation, if not the world. The number of individuals desiring an audience with him was incalculable. Yet, how could this Wen Qian dare to utter such words? Some members of Ouyang's team were individuals he had originally brought along, while others were a select few extracted from the base to ensure his safety. Regardless of their origin, each had voluntarily come to his side out of admiration for Ouyang's academic achievements. Thus, witnessing Wen Qian's disdain toward the professor they revered was intolerable. There was no point in reasoning with someone who refused to heed the offer of goodwill. If she refused to leave, they would forcibly take her. Without further ado, they approached and initiated their assault. Wen Qian stood her ground, her icy gaze fixed upon them. Gu Ran strode forward from behind her, decisively dispatching each of Ouyang's men. Had this been in the past, he might have required more time to contend with such foes. However, ever since joining Wen Qian, he felt transformed, as though she had been jesting when she remarked on his evolution. He had become significantly stronger, and dealing with these antagonists was as effortless as managing unruly children. Little Bai squatted beside Wen Qian, languidly grooming its fur while observing the fools collapsing one by one. The base's combat personnel were taken aback by this unforeseen display. They quickly grew vigilant, for the opposition was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, Professor Ouyang was now one of their own. Thus, witnessing a group of strangers effortlessly subdue their comrades without intervening felt rather inappropriate. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the vicinity, and before long, dozens more appeared before Wen Qian. Wen Qian lowered her eyelids, her mood souring. She felt the need to stretch her limbs. Just as she was about to take action, a familiar voice called out her name. "Wen Qian?" The voice drifted from the back of the crowd, and as she turned to look, she spotted Yi Xinghua and several familiar figures. Upon seeing her, their faces instantly lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. Wen Qian had mentioned she would return in 6 days on the day they parted ways. Yi Xinghua held on to those words, even though deep down he harbored little hope. Today was the day when Qian had promised to return, so from the break of dawn, Yi Xinghua had been meticulously arranging for someone to keep an eye on the helipad. He waited the entire day without hearing any news about Wen Qian. And just as he was beginning to lose hope, Lin Yan rushed breathlessly into his office, announcing that Professor Ouyang's people were approaching the helipad. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the reactions of Ouyang's entourage suggested they were well aware of the situation. Yi Xinghua positioned himself and his team to shield Wen Qian and Xiaobai from view, facing the opposing group. Among the crowd, he recognized several familiar faces, individuals who had previously been part of their base but had since been recruited into Ouyang team. "What are you doing?"
Ye Vinghua invited.
His tone laced with displeasure. The group was taken aback by his sudden appearance, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, Yi Xinghua was a trusted associate of Mo Han, and this base operated under Mo Han's authority. "Please don't misunderstand. Professor Ouyang merely wishes to speak with this young lady. We need to take her with us," came the polite reply from the other side, accompanied by disingenuous smiles. What could Ouyang possibly want with Wen Qian? Yi Xinghua and his companions were all too aware. 6 days prior, this girl had knocked Ouyang unconscious with a zombie's head. Now, 6 days later, it seemed Ouyang intended to confine her and the zombie together for experiments. Yi Xinghua glanced back at the people behind him. At this moment, Wen Qian still bore an expression of fearless defiance. He even suspected that if no one intervened, she might boldly charge at Ouyang to deliver another blow. Yi Xinghua sighed inwardly and addressed the opposing group. "Quite unfortunate, but we require her presence as well. She will be leaving with us." Upon finishing his statement, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yan. The group quickly understood and attempted to escort Wen Qian away, but the opposing party stood their ground, blocking their path. The atmosphere grew tense, with Wen Qian watching the unfolding drama, surprised that Yi Xinghua had come to her defense. Perhaps they did possess some conscience after all. Wen Qian cleared her throat, unwilling to squander time on them. She patted Yi Xinghua's shoulder and stepped out from behind him.
"All right.
"I'll go with you to see Ouyang," she declared, rolling up her sleeves, prompting alarm among Yi Xinghua and the others. They sensed her true intention was more along the lines of, "All right, I'll go with you to beat Ouyang." Yi Xinghua hastily intercepted her, fearing she might incite chaos. The commander was currently absent from the base and wouldn't return until tomorrow. If anything were to transpire, Yi Xinghua worried he wouldn't be able to protect Wen Qian. Wen Qian, puzzled by Yi Xinghua's intervention, was unaware of his apprehensions. However, regardless of Yi Xinghua's desire to prevent her from meeting Ouyang, it was ultimately futile, for Ouyang had arrived. As Wen Qian observed Ouyang approaching with a contingent of followers, she couldn't help but smile. "Who knew I was so popular? So many have come to welcome me back," she quipped. Ouyang, overhearing her remark, scoffed, "Mo Han is not at the base. And what does his presence or absence have to do with me?" Wen Qian retorted. "Do you comprehend what this signifies?" Ouyang pressed. "It signifies that you are so detestable that he would rather abandon his territory than lay eyes on your old face." Wen Qian responded, her silence stretching for a few seconds before she answered earnestly. Ouyang's expression darkened. "It means that no one can protect you today. In his absence, this base is under my command." "Oh dear," Wen Qian mused, her lips curling into a smirk. "Is this what it means when the cat's away, the mice will play? With Mo Han gone, shouldn't you be the one worried for yourself? Do you truly believe that the motley crew you brought with you can do anything to me?" Her taunt sent a wave of humiliation and anger through the men behind Ouyang. They may have refrained from striking women in the past, but today, they felt justified in breaking that precedent. This sharp-tongued woman would learn her lesson. Seeing their defiance, Wen Qian opted not to waste further breath. "Doubt me all you like. I'll simply beat you into submission." With the one individual who could have posed a threat to her absent, their arrogance seemed utterly misplaced. The moment she sprang into action, both Wen Rang and Gu Ran mirrored her movements. Xiaobai, understanding the principle of capturing the king before the pawns, charged straight for Ouyang. Wen Qian's speed left the group dumbfounded. Before they even had time to register her face, she had already sent men sprawling to the ground. Ouyang, startled by the sudden assault, instinctively grabbed the nearest person to shield himself, temporarily ensuring his safety with the help of those instinctively protecting him. His eyes darted around in search of Wen Qian, having already recognized her formidable prowess during their previous encounter at Yu Island. However, he could never have anticipated her exhibiting such strength. Clearly, Wen Qian was no longer to be assessed by the standards of an ordinary human. In terms of both strength and speed, she resembled a creature of myth. Even the two men accompanying her surpassed any combat personnel at the base. From a scientific perspective, it was inconceivable for a human to possess such capabilities. The only logical conclusion was that they had undergone mutations. As this realization struck him, Ouyang-yang's eyes gleamed with a near-manic greed. Initially, he had aimed to capture that creature for experimentation, but now he craved to seize these individuals, especially Wen Qian. He envisioned her as a subject for human experimentation. Within merely 2 minutes, all of Ouyang-yang's subordinates were injured. Yi Xinghua's group hesitated at first, uncertain whether to intervene, but soon grasped that they were not needed at all. With Wen Qian exuding an aura powerful enough to launch a person several meters away with a single kick, it was evident that not only 100 men, but even 1,000 could not hope to subdue her. The men who had fallen to Wen Qian's might experienced a rush of shock and humiliation, struggling to reconcile the fact that they had been bested by a woman. They were no match for her. They had to resort to weapons. Ouyang-yang's keen eyes spotted someone drawing a gun and shouted, "Do not fire. I want her alive." Only living subjects hold value for experimentation. Upon hearing Ouyang-yang's command, most of the men lowered their weapons. However, one man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, remained resolute. His name was Chao Wen, the boyfriend of Zhang Duoduo, who had swindled Gu Ran out of a considerable sum. He had long seen Gu Ran as a simpleton, easily manipulated with a few words. Chao Wen had permitted Zhang Duoduo to maintain contact with Gu Ran over the past 2 years, for who would refuse an automatic cash dispenser. He had always looked down on Gu Ran, but now he found himself unable to withstand even a single move from her. The humiliation of being defeated left him momentarily dazed, but once he regained his composure, an overwhelming fury consumed him. Was it possible he could lose to that worthless Gu Ran? Absolutely not. Chao Wen raised his gun and aimed it at Gu Ran. Even after hearing Ouyang-yang's orders, he refused to relent. He understood that Ouyang primarily coveted that woman and the creature, so even if he were to kill Gu Ran, it wouldn't pose a significant issue. Moreover, that woman was far too arrogant. He couldn't kill her, but he could certainly shoot her to cripple her. Regardless of the professor's intentions, it suffices to say that anything alive will do. However, just before he could pull the trigger, another gunshot rang out first. Before anyone could ascertain the source of the gunfire, they witnessed Chao Wen collapsing into a pool of blood. A single bullet to the head, instantaneously fatal. Apart from Wen Qian and 2 others, the expressions of everyone present soured considerably. Discharging firearms within the base was strictly prohibited. Who possessed the audacity to commit murder so brazenly? Everyone scrambled to identify the assailant, and soon they were left in stunned silence. For the shooter was none other than Mo Han. Upon seeing Mo Han's silhouette, Yi Xinghua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, Ouyang-yang's countenance darkened. How had he returned so soon? Mo Han approached with his firearm in hand, seemingly eager for all to recognize him as the shooter. After casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, he audaciously fired another shot. "What are you doing?" Ouyang-yang asked, astonished and furious. Mo Han met his gaze, retorting, "That's what I want to ask you. What are you doing?" Ouyang-yang was momentarily speechless, confronted by his brazen demeanor. He was the murderer, yet he had the audacity to question him? Non-combat personnel within the base are forbidden to carry firearms. Members of the research team as security detail may only wield weapons within the confines of the zombie containment laboratory or during field operations. I had presumed this rule was abundantly clear from the moment you arrived. Mo Han regarded Ouyang-yang with a frigid stare, his tone equally icy. He glanced at the armed individuals behind Ouyang-yang and then directed his attention to the weapon in Chao Wen's hand. The safety was off, though it remained unclear whom he intended to shoot. As the base's executive officer, I am merely exercising my right to self-defense when necessary. Do you have any objections? Ouyang-yang. Self-defense, my foot. You were a good 10 meters away, and it's obvious he was not your target. Wen Qian. The notion of self-defense seemed oddly familiar to her. Yi Xinghua, escort them to my office. With a single command, Mo Han set Yi Xinghua and the others into motion, hastily pulling at Wen Qian, fearful that she might refuse to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, Yi Xinghua couldn't help but whisper to Wen Qian, "Do you even know who Ouyang-yang is? How dare you lay a hand on him? If he were to die, the higher-ups would undoubtedly investigate, and we would have no choice but to hand you over for accountability. Wen Qian chuckled upon hearing this. It was precisely because she understood too well that she couldn't allow him to succeed. If I were to be captured by him, what would follow? Don't you realize? Thus, despite knowing Ouyang high status, she was willing to fight tooth and nail against him. For once he took her for experimentation. It would be akin to a fate worse than death. In the pre-apocalyptic world, where rules and regulations operated with precision, her resistance would have been a joke.
But now,
who could afford to concern themselves with such trivialities? Survival was paramount. Yi Xinghua insisted, the commander intends to protect you. He won't allow you to be subjected to experimentation. Do you think I am foolish enough to entrust my life to another? She dismissed his comforting words. Her skepticism unwavering. Mo Han's protection stemmed from her unique abilities. There were no eternal enemies, nor were there everlasting friends. Today he might shield her, but could he ensure her safety for eternity? He was not her system, always looking out for her interests. Wen Qian rolled her eyes, unconvinced by the assurances of these men. Ouyang watched helplessly as Wen Qian distanced herself, suppressing his anger as he addressed Mo Han. This Wen Qian possesses immense scientific research value. You must hand her over to me. Upon hearing the authoritative tone in Ouyang voice, Mo Han narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I refuse? Ouyang was taken aback by his defiance. I've stated clearly, she holds significant research value. Sacrificing her could potentially save all of humanity. Then let all of humanity perish. Chapter 61. They stayed overnight at the base. Mo Han's words were shocking, his resolve unwavering. Ouyang searched for a hint of jest on his face, but found none after considerable effort. Mo Han surveyed the crowd, which consisted of both his subordinates and Ouyang's. He understood that his earlier words might chill their hearts, but he had to speak the truth. If you experiment on Wen Qian today, tomorrow you could very well set your sights on anyone in this base, myself included. Ouyang, before you arrived at the base, I made myself abundantly clear. Regardless of your achievements in your field of research, no clinical experiments shall take place within my base. If you cannot accept this, then do not come here. What did you say when you were accepted? Ouyang fell silent. Mo Han continued, you promised repeatedly that such occurrences would not happen, which is why I agreed to bring you here. Now that your safety is assured, you wish to go back on your word? The circumstances are no longer the same. Wen Qian's mutation rate is faster than that of zombies. We must understand what is happening. Ouyang countered, his emotions running high. There is no difference. If you do not accept my conditions, then leave my base. After throwing down that statement, Mo Han turned to leave. Ouyang, seething with rage, shouted after him.
Mohan,
Aren't you afraid I will report you to the higher-ups, urging them to revoke your position as base executive officer?
Mohan halted.
As if he had heard an amusing joke, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He turned back to Ouyang and inquired, do you still remember why you came to the benching base? Ouyang froze, his face turning ashen. As one of the nation's top scientists, he had enjoyed premier protection even after the apocalypse began. Yet, with the extreme climate and zombie outbreak, he sought a safe haven to continue his research. However, after traversing several bases, he had narrowly escaped death each time. Humanity was utterly powerless against nature's wrath and the onslaught of zombies. Those bases, having only recently been established, fell into chaos as infections occurred from within, transforming them into new congregations of the undead. Ouyang fled for a long time until he was instructed to come to benching. Before that, he had never regarded this coastal city with any esteem. Its inconvenient transportation and dense population rendered it unworthy of being on the front lines of rescue efforts. Yet, the higher-ups assured him that as long as he remained near Mo Han, he would be absolutely safe. Certain classified information was unknown to outsiders. Yet Ouyang was well aware. Mo Han had undergone a mutation prior to the apocalypse, making him the first known individual with supernatural abilities. Though Ouyang was oblivious to the nature of his powers, he had attempted to negotiate with the higher-ups to allow him to conduct human experimentation on Mo Han, only to be met with a stern refusal. The higher-ups shared Mo Han's stance. No human experimentation would be tolerated. Otherwise, protection would cease. Ouyang signed the agreement and was sent to the benching base. He believed that as conditions worsened, the higher-ups would eventually relent and permit him to conduct those experiments. However, after hearing Mo Han's words, uncertainty crept in. Outside of the Bincheng base, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to establish a laboratory for his research, let alone safeguard his own life. The thought of this compelled Ouyang to hastily pursue Mo Han, not wishing to offend him and risk expulsion. However, as soon as he dashed to Mo Han's side, he witnessed Mo Han already engaged in a conversation on the satellite phone, demanding that someone be dispatched to retrieve him.
Mohan.
Ouyang shouted, making a concession. I promise I will no longer pursue that girl. All I require is the beast that accompanies her. Without pausing his stride, Mo Han succinctly conveyed his demands to the individual on the other end of the line, insisting they remove Ouyang within 3 days. Or he would unceremoniously expel him from the base. Upon returning to his office, Mo Han spotted Yi Xinghua standing outside the door. He instructed him to keep watch over Ouyang and forbade any members of the experimental teams from departing the residential area for 3 days. Yi Xinghua immediately set about his task. As Mo Han entered the room, his gaze fell upon Wen Qian, who was seated on the sofa, munching on potato chips while engrossed in a variety show on her phone. He gripped the doorknob tightly for a brief moment before quickly relaxing. When the door closed behind him, he met her inquisitive gaze, and she inquired, "What brings you here?" Having just finished a bag of chips. Wen Qian tossed the empty wrapper into the trash, wiped her hands and mouth, then turned her attention to Mo Han with curiosity. "I heard you brought me a gift?"
She asked.
"Oh, a bag of zombie heads. That Professor Ouyang is keen on conducting experiments, and they might come in handy," he replied. "He will be leaving Bincheng within 3 days." Mo Han seated himself at the desk, sharing intelligence with Wen Qian and the others. Those zombie heads will indeed prove useful. Wen Qian perked up, asking, "In what way?" "Having spent ample time on Yu Island, you must have discovered some extraordinary mutated zombies, have you not?" "None." Wen Qian lied effortlessly, her cheeks betraying no color, while Wen Rang and Gu Rand exchanged furtive glances, hesitant to meet Mo Han's gaze. Mo Han chuckled lightly and continued, "I have just returned from another base, and, according to the latest intelligence, the crystal cores of zombies can significantly enhance human capabilities." Feigning ignorance, Wen Qian pressed, "Oh? How do they enhance?" "The current method involves extracting the harmless components from the crystal core and then injecting them into the body." "Are there harmful components as well?" Wen Qian was taken aback. What side effects would occur if one were to consume the crystal core directly? Mo Han paused for a few seconds before responding. "Infection may occur, but individual physical conditions vary, hence the outcomes differ." Wen Qian inquired further, "If infection occurs, how long until symptoms manifest?" "According to current intelligence, within 24 hours. "I find your base quite agreeable. Would you mind if the 3 of us stayed here for a day?" Wen Qian remarked. Her earlier disdain for the base replaced with a smile. "Just for 1 night. We have in tea at past the danger period and cannot return home." Mo Han raised an eyebrow. "We do not have air conditioning." "No need for that. Just provide a bed. If there isn't even a bed, we'll sleep outside your door. Let us experience the life of the base, shall we, Commander?" With a request in hand, Wen Qian's demeanor softened, fearing Mo Han might refuse. She was pleasantly surprised when he nodded in agreement. "Very well, then let us have that experience." Mo Han's swift acquiescence earned him a silent commendation from Wen Qian. Human interactions are often a matter of comparison, and in juxtaposition to Ouyang, this man appeared far more agreeable. "What a good man." Mo Han instructed someone to escort them to the accommodation area, assigning Wen Qian to a single room, while Wen Rang and Gu Rand shared a double room. Upon arrival, once Mo Han's personnel had departed, Wen Qian immediately turned to her companions. "Be cautious tonight. Do not sleep too soundly, lest that man Mo and Ouyang conspire to capture us. It is prudent to remain vigilant. They were on unfamiliar territory, and caution was advisable." As Chapter 62, Crystal Core Processor began, when Rang and Gu Ran nodded in agreement, recognizing that Mo Han's friendliness was indeed suspicious. "Also, keep a close watch on one another. Should you sense anything amiss, come find me immediately." Mo Han's remarks left Wen Qian somewhat anxious. After leaving Wen Rang and Gu Rant's room, she stood at the doorway, surveying her surroundings. The base contained only 2 single rooms, the one she occupied and the one adjacent to Mo Han's. The residential area was divided into several sections, with single and double rooms allocated primarily to the high-ranking officials and influential individuals within the base. Solar lights were positioned every 20 meters outside the houses, and the environment was relatively tranquil. The 4-person and 8-person dormitories housed staff similar to Ouyang Yong's team, as well as researchers and medical personnel. The remaining accommodations were for 16 and 30 individuals, consisting of ordinary civilians rescued from various regions. The dormitories for combat personnel were situated in a separate area, with large rooms for 30 occupants. Every individual entering the residential area underwent testing via specialized machines to determine if they had mutated. Only those with a green indicator light were permitted entry. Such testing machines were installed at the base's main entrance and in various other locations. In the center of the residential area stood the base's cafeteria, where every personnel received the same meal allowances, albeit with staggered dining times, each limited to half an hour. Adjacent to the residential area were the glass houses Wen Qian had seen earlier, presumably intended for growing fruits, vegetables, and grains. Further along lay the administrative area, housing the offices of the base's management, Ouyang Yong's laboratory and other research facilities, as well as medical wards and operating rooms. Although Wen Qian had never entered the air raid shelter, she had previously overheard Yi Xinghua and others discussing it, and it was believed to contain the survival supplies for the entire base. Every individual within the base was required to work, alternating between day and night shifts. Currently, at 7 in the evening, a significant number of personnel were engaged in constructing the base's walls and installing the glass planting houses, while others were digging wells. The entire base bustled with activity, with combat personnel maintaining order to prevent any unrest. It was said that residing here required no rent. One merely needed to comply with the base's arrangements to enjoy all amenities free of charge. Wen Qian estimated that the base currently accommodated around 200,000 to 300,000 individuals. Sustaining such a large population's needs must undoubtedly place a strain on Mo Han's resources. No wonder he was so courteous. He likely valued her spatial abilities and talents. Wen Qian scoffed softly, deciding to return to her room for rest. Upon noticing Mo Han and Yi Xinghua approaching from a distance, she waved dismissively as a gesture of greeting and then entered her room. Yi Xinghua, upon seeing her, could not help but ask Mo Han, "Commander, do you not intend to recruit Wen Qian into the base? Do you believe this base can retain her?"
One can't read.
Leaving Yi Xinghua momentarily speechless. From any perspective, our base is the safest place in Bincheng. If she wishes to ensure her family's safety, she ought to choose to come here. Mo Han smiled, but did not share that belief. It was unlikely Wen Qian would remain in someone else's base. She possessed the ability to safeguard herself. If you wish to have future opportunities to collaborate with her, remember never to suggest that she stay in the base. Otherwise, she will surely flee as far as she can. Yi Xinghua contemplated Mo Han's words and found them to be valid. A person like Wen Qian would never willingly work under someone else's authority. What is that saying among the youth? Working is simply not an option. Yi Xinghua concluded that Wen Qian belonged to the category of individuals who would never accept being subservient. After assigning Yi Xinghua several tasks, Mo Han retired to his room to rest. Next door, Wen Qian, concerned about the possibility of infection, decided to take Xiaobai into the space. These days had been consumed with the relentless task of exterminating zombies, and her brief interludes into the space were primarily for bathing in the hot springs and tending to the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and other livestock her father raised, leaving her little time for anything else. Now, finally finding herself with a moment of respite, Wen Qian strolled through her farm and was astonished to see that the rice, corn, and other crops she had planted earlier had reached maturity. Moreover, her fruit orchard was laden with bountiful produce. Overwhelmed with surprise and delight, she made her way to her small factories for a quick inspection. The grain processing plant, canned food factory, and clothing factory had all exhausted their raw materials, leading to a temporary halt in operations. However, to her surprise, the steel mill was still operational, and her cloud warehouse system was already brimming with goods. Recalling the 100,000 shopping credits the system had gifted her, Wen Qian activated the shopping system, only to discover a plethora of new products had been added. The marketplace now boasted a diverse array of cold and hot weapons. As she perused the offerings, her gaze landed on the final item, and she paused. Crystal.
Core.
Processor. Initially, She had been troubled by the thought of how to handle the crystal cores of mutated zombies in the future. While her physical strength was formidable and her regenerative abilities allowed her to experiment without fear, she could not jeopardize her family's safety. But now, relief washed over her. Elated, Wen Qian was eager to purchase this invaluable treasure. However, her smile faltered as she clicked the purchase option. The price was 1 million shopping credits.
1 million.
Taking a deep breath, she felt an urge to scold the system for being a greedy merchant. This was nothing short of extortion. She glanced at her shopping balance, 100,000 and 200. During her time on Fish Island, she had exchanged all her remaining shopping credits for bullets.
Now,
Apart from the system's generous gift, she was left with a mere 200 credits. What a dire situation. Frustrated, she reopened her cloud warehouse system, initially intending to trade the steel within for goods with Mohan, but now decided to sell it all to the system instead. The system bought steel at 5,000 credits per ton, and she sold every last bit, netting herself 400,000 credits.
additionally,
She sold rice from her factory at 10 credits per pound, earning another 300,000. She then sold canned goods, fetching 20 credits for each meat can and 10 for each fruit can, clearing out her entire stock for another 200,000. After liquidating all her assets, Wen Qian finally amassed 1 million credits and promptly turned to purchase the prized item. Gazing at her remaining balance of 200 credits, she pouted before rushing back to the villa to delve into her research on the processor. After reviewing the product manual, she found the operation surprisingly straightforward. Simply place the crystal core into the container and press the switch to commence processing. The processing time varied with the core's grade, taking 1 minute for a 5th grade core, 10 minutes for 4th grade, 20 for 3rd grade, 30 for 2nd grade, and 40 for 1st grade. A special grade core, however, required a full hour for processing. Chapter 63. Extending Life. Wen Qian plugged in the power, tossing in the crystal core that she had nibbled on, along with the pieces her brother and Gu Ran had tasted. She then exited the room to attend to her chores. First, she harvested vegetables from the garden, placing them into storage boxes before returning them to the shelves. After completing this, she gathered chicken, duck, and goose eggs, and as she approached the rabbit hutch, she discovered a dozen newborn bunnies. Her eyes sparkled with excitement upon spotting a litter of spicy rabbit heads. Delighted, Wen Qian leaned over the fence to admire her delectable find, then proceeded to clean the sheep pen, pigsty, cowshed, and donkey stall. An hour had slipped by before she dashed back inside, where the machine screen indicated that processing was complete. In the small box beneath the container, 10 vials resembling vaccines awaited her. Quickly, she retrieved them and returned to the processor's display screen. Successfully synthesized a special-grade crystal core potion. This potion grants the user the ability to lock onto a zombie's critical point, significantly enhancing physical attributes and extending lifespan by 5 years. Lock-on skill details. Allows precise targeting of a zombie's vital point. Upon hitting this point, the zombie will immediately lose its ability to move, yet the core remains intact. Potion storage conditions. Store at room temperature, away from light. Wen Qian paused at several key phrases. Extend life? This sounded rather reminiscent of the dubious claims her brother had mentioned, akin to a pyramid scheme. Moreover, she had assumed that destroying a zombie's crystal core would lead to a head explosion, but it was not the case. Evidently, the effects of the same crystal core varied between individuals. She inherited the regenerative abilities from the little zombie, while others only gained the lock-on skill. Wen Qian stowed the potions in her room, placing them in a small box. She then tore off a sticky note to label the potion's grade and effects. Affixing it to the box, she intended to give each of her parents a vial upon returning home tomorrow, while she would wait until Gu Wanwan was a bit older before administering it to her. Concerned about Wen Rang and the others, she decided to take Xiao Bai out of the space. Standing in the dormitory, she surveyed her surroundings. Admittedly, it was quite acceptable, although the room was not large. Measuring around 40 square meters, it boasted a 2-level loft design, featuring an upstairs bedroom and a study. The downstairs area included a living room, dining area, and a small kitchen, along with a cloakroom. Thus, in strict terms, the space could accommodate more than one person. When Qian wandered about the room, unable to suppress her reflections, humans must strive to ascend higher, otherwise, they remain oblivious to how much life can improve with status. Just look at those 30-person dormitories, and then compare them to this. there lies the disparity. Xiao Bai lay dozing at the door of the living room. Wen Qian climbed upstairs and lay down on the bed. Before long, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. Next door, in Wen Rang and Gu Ran's room, the atmosphere resembled that of a college dormitory, featuring a bunk bed with a desk beneath. The room contained 2 wardrobes and a bathroom equipped with a solar water heater, quite a luxury in the current environment. Yet, even in such favorable accommodations, the 2 men sat on the bed, staring at one another. They were exhausted but dared not sleep, fearing that upon awakening, they might find the other reduced to a pile of flesh and bones. Initially, they attempted to engage in conversation, but 2 grown men found little to discuss. And soon silence enveloped the room. When Rang, utterly fatigued, pondered for a moment before climbing off his bed. "I'll go for a walk. You get some rest. I'll call you when I return." Thus, they took turns trying to endure the night. Meanwhile, Wen Qian slept soundly until dawn, finally roused by a gentle paw from Xiao Bai. Occasionally, when feeling affectionate, Xiao Bai would snuggle up next to Wen Qian in bed, sometimes even resting atop her. Though it had once weighed only a few pounds, it had now grown to 50, pressing down on her and making it difficult to breathe. Little Bai was unaware that its physique had undergone a transformation. It only felt discomfort while resting on its owner's body. Thus, it swatted its paw across Wen Qian's face, attempting to rouse her and encourage her to change positions for a more comfortable slumber. As Wen Qian opened her eyes, she was greeted by the visage of a large feline. She blinked in astonishment, momentarily stunned before realizing she was not dreaming. With a swift motion, she shoved Little Bai aside and took a moment to gather herself before rising leisurely. A glance at the time revealed it was already past 7 in the morning. Hastily, she retreated to her space for a quick wash and then set out to find her brother and Gu Ran. When Rang and Gu Ran appeared only slightly groggy, showing no other signs of discomfort. Relieved, Wen Qian noted that they had yet to reach the 24-hour mark after consuming the crystal cores. Thus, they had to find ways to pass the time within the base. Due to Little Bai's conspicuousness, she decided to return it to her space. The trio meandered through the base until they inadvertently arrived at the office area, encountering Yi Xinghua and others who had just concluded their morning meeting and were preparing to have breakfast. To her surprise, Wen Qian even spotted Mo Han amidst the crowd. She couldn't help but be taken aback. After all, as an executive officer of the base, he was dining with everyone? Yi Xinghua's subordinate spotted Wen Qian and dashed over with enthusiasm. "Goddess, how did you find your stay here last night?" Ji Fan, a junior of Wen Rang, inquired. Previously injured on Fisher Island, he now appeared quite recovered. Before Wen Qian could respond, Lin Yan leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Don't worry. Our boss has already ordered for that Ouyang to be sent away. He will definitely be gone within 3 days." In truth, Yi Xinghua's group held Ouyang Yong in disdain, given that they had lost several comrades due to him. Moreover, he often treated them with contempt, viewing them merely as subjects for his experiments alongside zombies. Yet, he was a renowned professor. They were mere soldiers, and despite their disdain, they had to protect his life when it mattered. Unexpectedly, Wen Qian had resolved this issue for them. Upon hearing that Mo Han had already contacted someone to take Ouyang Yong away, they were elated, staying up late into the night celebrating. Their excitement had yet to wane. Wen Qian glanced at Mo Han, who had made her doubt his jest about removing Ouyang Yong. Just then, Yi Xinghua strode over and handed them 3 meal cards. "What a coincidence! I was just about to look for you. Here, take these and let us go eat together." Initially inclined to decline, Wen Qian reconsidered. She had told Mo Han she wished to experience life at the base, and thus, she nodded in agreement. With Mo Han present, their group of over 10 individuals became the center of attention wherever they went. Wen Qian kept her distance, fearful that someone in the base might hold a grudge against him and inadvertently implicate her. Upon entering the cafeteria, she felt a multitude of gazes fixated upon her. She hesitated, hearing Mo Han inquire from behind, "What are you standing there for?" At this hour, the cafeteria was filled with combat personnel, who were taken aback to see Mo Han, as he typically ate alone in his office. Instantly, they straightened up and greeted their superior while curiously sizing up the girl beside him. It had been a long time since they had encountered such a pristine and beautiful girl. She seemed utterly unaffected by the apocalypse, with fair, supple skin, and a tall, curvaceous figure. Despite the sweltering heat reaching 50 degrees Celsius, causing everyone to glisten with sweat, she appeared completely unbothered, emanating an aura of softness and freshness. For a fleeting moment, they felt as if the air in the cafeteria had been purified. Wen Qian, under the scrutiny of 1,000 eyes, began to comprehend the sensation of celebrity. As the group moved deeper into the cafeteria to collect their meals, she soon spotted familiar faces, Zhang Ziang and his family from downstairs, who were attending to the serving windows. Zhang Ziang was equally astonished to encounter Wen Qian, recalling their last meeting when she had been involved in a violent incident at the base entrance, which had left him with nightmares and a rather embarrassing incident that night. Wen Qian observed the three of them with amusement. Once, Zhang Yang and Su Yan had flaunted their status as doctors, often looking down upon others in the community.
Now,
They had transformed into cafeteria staff, and their paths crossed once more. Indeed, fate was a curious thing. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, working in the cafeteria was quite advantageous, as most people toiled under the scorching sun outdoors, while those in the cafeteria could avoid the elements and even sneak a bite when necessary. Wen Qian handed her meal card to Su Yan, who scanned it with astonishment. Within the base, everyone possessed a pass card containing personal information such as name, age, member ID, and area of residence. Su Yan, aware of Wen Qian's capabilities, understood why she could be a combat personnel member. However, to her shock, Wen Qian's card displayed only her address, no other details, indicating she was not a base member but a guest. What was even more striking was that she resided in a single dormitory. Su Yan gawked at the screen, dumbfounded. Area A only offered single and double dormitories, housing the core figures of the base. The smaller the number of the address, the higher the status. Units 1 and 2 were exceedingly rare.
Suzanne,
Along with her family, had managed to secure positions in the cafeteria through connections, and this was the first time they had encountered someone from such high echelons. Wen Qian herself, stunned, Su Yan remained speechless for a moment. Wen Qian, oblivious to the significance of her card, grew slightly impatient. "Are you done staring? Let us get our food." Su Yan snapped back to reality, casting an accusatory glare at Wen Qian but refraining from speaking, hastily returning to her duties. Zhang Yang and his son shared the same reaction, shocked by the information on the card. Today's cafeteria offerings consisted of brown rice, cabbage vermicelli, and spicy stir-fried potato strips. Wen Qian mused over the base's population, considering it a decent meal by their standards. If, a month from now, the cafeteria continued to maintain such a standard of 1 meal and 2 dishes per person, it would be a testament to Mo Han's capabilities. With her tray in hand, Wen Qian quickly sought a seat, eager to avoid sitting next to Mo Han. However, her intentions were foiled as Yi Xinghua and the others had already huddled together at a large table, casting sympathetic glances in her direction. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, shifting her gaze to Mo Han. To her dismay, he had an entire table to himself, with not a soul in sight. Determined to find another empty spot, she made a concerted effort, but ultimately resigned herself to approaching Mo Han. The unfortunate duo of Wen Rang and Gu Ran followed suit. Once seated, Wen Qian inquired, "How many crystal cores have you collected so far?" Suddenly, she regretted not having gathered more zombie heads to store in her space during the previous month, as she had only recently confirmed their significance. Wen Qian felt a sense of relief. The two engaged in casual conversation, and before long, the meal was concluded. Wen Qian, holding her meal card, bade farewell to Mo Han and departed without a glance back. Zhang Ziang observed her retreating figure from a distance, a flicker of malice glinting in his eyes. He had come to realize the widening chasm between himself and Wen Qian. In the future, any hope of encountering her again would likely grow increasingly elusive. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Women, he believed, would inevitably comply once they had surrendered to him. Although he was ordinarily no match for Wen Qian, he could resort to alternative methods. All personnel in the cafeteria were subjected to thorough searches before entering, ensuring no external items were permitted for safety. However, Zhang Ziang had recently discovered an unusual ability, one he could not fully comprehend, that granted him a small spatial dimension. Though limited to merely 1 square meter, it could conceal a considerable number of items. He suspected that Wen Qian possessed a similar space. Otherwise, How could she thrive so abundantly in the apocalypse? He kept this revelation to himself, even from his parents. At present, within his space lay a vial of medicine he had long prepared specifically for Wen Qian. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Ziang's face as he continued his duties, awaiting the moment he would see Wen Qian again during lunchtime. Despite the cafeteria's lackluster offerings, the allure of affordability compelled Wen Qian to linger and partake in her meal before returning home. She had deliberately waited outside for a while, ensuring Emohan was absent before entering. Wen Qian had been summoned by her junior to assist with a technical issue, while Gu Ran had mysteriously been called by Yi Xinghua for undisclosed reasons. Thus, she found herself alone at the table. Upon spotting her solitary presence, Zhang Ziang was elated. He swiftly retrieved the vial from his hidden space and, beneath the counter, poured half of its contents into an empty bowl, topping it off with soup. As Wen Qian settled down with her tray and took a sip of egg soup, an alarming warning from the system echoed in her mind. The host is consuming a harmful substance. Please cease immediately and monitor your condition. Wen Qian glanced at her spoon and chuckled. Very well, if it is death you seek, then so be it. Chapter 65, Swallowing Zhang Ziang's Space. Wen Qian had previously consumed zombie crystal cores without provoking the system's alarms. Now, merely sipping soup had triggered such a response. Tossing her spoon aside, she raised her gaze to Zhang Ziang, locking eyes with him just as he had furtively been watching her. Initially ecstatic to see her drinking the soup, Zhang Ziang's joy swiftly morphed into dread as she directed her attention toward him. His heart plummeted, especially as she rose from her seat, sending chills down his spine. What was happening? Had she discovered his plot? This was impossible. The medicine was colorless and tasteless. How could she have sensed anything amiss? Wen Qian approached him directly, her voice icy as she commanded, "Come out." Zhang Ziang was drenched in cold sweat, grateful for the glass window separating him from the throng outside. Qian, I'm working. I don't have time for you." He feigned a cheerful demeanor, adopting a tone of familiarity. "Let us talk after I finish, shall we? Okay? Okay, my foot." Wen Qian seethed, her temper flaring. Should he leave the cafeteria alive today, she would take his surname. Scanning the area, she located the entrance and strode purposefully towards it. Zhang Ziang, startled by her actions, fumbled and dropped the serving spoon into the basin, his eyes wide with fear as he glanced at the entrance. That door was fortified and currently locked. She shouldn't be able to open it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed Wen Qian kick the door open with fierce determination. With an imposing aura akin to a deity slaying demons, she advanced toward Zhang Ziang. Coincidentally, the cafeteria was filled with the same crowd that had been present earlier in the morning. They had initially been curious about how this girl managed to dine alongside an officer, but upon witnessing her forceful entrance, they were rendered speechless. The door crashed open with a resounding bang, startling the kitchen staff who had been busy preparing meals, prompting them to rush out in alarm. Wen Qian scanned the crowd and recognized a familiar face, her neighbor from the community. She gestured towards him, instructing him to assist Zhang Ziang with serving. This neighbor had previously accompanied Wen Qian and her brother to the supermarket to gather supplies, leaving with a favorable impression of her. Aware of her contentious history with the Zhang family and her notorious temperament, he promptly complied, rushing over to Zhang Ziang and pushing him aside. Zhang Ziang's parents were displeased by the unfolding scene. Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Wen Qian, what are you doing? This is not a place for your antics."
Sujan shouted.
"You little brat, what trouble are you stirring up now? Someone quickly. There's a lunatic here. Apprehend her." Zhang Ziang retreated step by step until he found himself cornered against the wall, trembling in terror. Seeing their son in such a state, his parents deduced he must have done something wrong, and they desperately attempted to obstruct Wen Qian's approach. Wen Qian reached into her pocket, retrieving a length of rope from her spatial dimension, swiftly binding the two of them. Grabbing a couple of rags from the counter, she stuffed them into their mouths to stifle their cries for help. Dragging them outside, she called for others to take their places and continue working. Her actions were executed with remarkable speed and professionalism, leaving the onlookers stunned. They contemplated intervening but, recalling her status, chose instead to remain silent and observe. With no one left to shield Zhang Ziang, Wen Qian approached him unimpeded. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed against the wall. "What do you want?" he stammered. his voice tinged with desperation and regret. "What did you put in my soup?" she demanded. "I don't know what you're talking about." Zhang Ziang's voice trembled, his gaze averted, unwilling to meet Wen Qian's piercing stare. "Don't know? Then allow me to help you remember." Wen Qian drew a dagger from her side, its blade glinting ominously as it plunged into Zhang Ziang's shoulder. The searing pain caused him to cry out, darkness enveloping his vision.
Ah?
He thrashed desperately. But against Wen Qian, all his efforts proved futile. She observed his suffering expression impassively, withdrawing the dagger only to thrust it back in again. Then pulling it free once more, the tip now aimed at his cheek. A winding trail of blood formed from beneath his eye to the corner of his mouth, accompanying Zhang Ziang's cries. His face drained of color. He cast a desperate glance at the bystanders, wailing, "Help me." Wen Qian smiled softly. "Help you? What are you? A mere nothing?" With a swift kick to his knee, he collapsed before her, and she seized his hair, compelling him to look up at her. "I should have ended you long before you arrived at the base. Do you know why I've kept you alive until now? Because, in this apocalypse, living is far more arduous than dying." Initially, Wen Qian had felt that a swift death would grant him merciful release, but now she regretted that thought. Such a person was a waste of air. As she watched Zhang Ziang sob uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face, grasping for every opportunity to escape her grasp, she decided to sever his tendons, dragging him by the arms all the way out of the serving area. A trail of blood marked their path as Zhang Ziang, weakened by pain, begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I won't provoke you again.
Please spare me."
Wen Qian dismissed him with indifference, his pleas falling on deaf ears. "You take advantage of my affection for you, believing I would not dare to retaliate, and thus you treat me in such a manner. Why don't you seek solace in the company of other men?" Upon hearing these words, Wen Qian swiftly retaliated, sending him crashing against the wall, shattering several of his bones in the process. With a gaze rife with disdain, she warned, "If you utter the words 'I like you' once more, I shall sever your tongue."
Love,
in its essence, is a beautiful sentiment, yet he has transformed those two words into something utterly repugnant. Wen Qian crouched down to rummage through Zhang Ziang's pockets, seeking the item she desired, but finding nothing. As confusion clouded her mind, suspecting he had concealed the drugs in the back kitchen, a sudden system notification echoed in her ears, detection of a spatial ability of the same attribute nearby. "Please exercise caution, host." A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Qian's features, and when she turned to look at Zhang Ziang again, a smile graced her lips. Fate, it seems, is blind. Even a cur like him could awaken such powers. Without further hesitation, she struck with precision, the dagger plunging into Zhang Ziang's neck. Blood gushed forth, and as she turned her head away to avoid the splatter, some still managed to stain her. Zhang Ziang's eyes widened, filled with despair and fury.
How could this be?
Was he to perish at the hands of this wretched woman?
No, it cannot end this way.
He had just acquired his powers. His fortunate days were only just beginning, and he had yet to claim this woman for himself. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed until, finally, he collapsed to the ground. In that instant, as his breath ceased, the contents hidden within his spatial realm erupted forth. Simultaneously, Wen Qian received another system notification. By devouring a spatial ability of the same attribute, space increases by 1,000 square meters and spatial skills are upgraded. All members within the system may freely store resources in the space, but only the host is qualified to retrieve them. Additionally, a reward of 1,000 prosperity points for the space. Chapter 66. Had she seen him before? Wen Qian did not anticipate that killing this contemptible man would yield unexpected rewards. The ability for all members within the system to store resources in the space was an immense boon for Wen Qian, who was in urgent need of gathering crystal cores. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she sought the items that had burst forth from Zhang Ziang's space. Just as she was about to collect them, she heard a voice behind her exclaiming, "Commander." It was Mo Han. Wen Qian furrowed her brow. In this situation, she was not particularly eager to encounter him. The footsteps halted behind her, and with a sigh, she stood up. Turning to face the light, she beheld Mo Han standing at the forefront of the crowd, an aura of frost enveloping him. His eyes harbored anger, along with some other emotions that Wen Qian could not decipher. A sudden wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over her heart. Had she encountered him somewhere before? Her mind momentarily blanked as she endeavored to recall. But no answers came to her. Mo Han's gaze fixed upon her face, where a droplet of blood had splattered, resembling a tear of crimson, a sight most jarring. Before her brain could register the moment, her body instinctively reacted. Mo Han reached out, wiping away the streak of red. The warmth of his fingertip jolted Wen Qian back to reality, and she then heard Yi Xinghua's voice. "What is this?" Yi Xinghua bent down to pick up a white pill bottle from the ground, and upon reading the label, his expression darkened. In the cafeteria, the only sounds that could be heard were the muffled wails of Zhang Yang and his spouse, their mouths stuffed with cloth by Wen Qian, rendering their cries incomplete. Yet, upon catching sight of Mo Han, they desperately shouted, seeking justice for their deceased son. The other witnesses, having seen Wen Qian slay Zhang Ziang, exchanged glances, uncertain of the depth of animosity between the two, or how this matter should be resolved. Fortunately, the executive officer's appearance brought a collective sigh of relief as everyone craned their necks to witness the unfolding drama. Mo Han took the pill bottle from Yi Xinghua, quickly scanning the information on the label. It contained a potent drug. According to the usage instructions, a single drop could render a person unconscious for an hour. And half the bottle had already been consumed. He tossed the bottle back to Yi Xinghua and turned to Wen Qian. "Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm managing," she replied. "Just a bit dizzy, but I can endure." She too recognized the drug's potency. Given her physical condition, it was remarkable that she was still upright. She braced herself for Mo Han's reprimand, aware that this was a military base with its own regulations. However, Mo Han merely instructed Yi Xinghua to escort her back to rest. He turned his attention toward Zhang Yang and his wife, who were looking at him with pleading eyes. Their gaze met his, and they appeared as if they had encountered their savior. "I shall handle these two," Mo Han declared, his gaze returning to Wen Qian, his voice devoid of inflection. Bringing external items into the cafeteria warrants substantial suspicion regarding their intentions. They require rigorous interrogation to uncover any hidden masterminds. What masterminds could they possibly have? They were simply malevolent individuals. Wen Qian understood this clearly, yet she said nothing as she followed Yi Xinghua. However, in the fleeting moment as she brushed past Mo Han, someone gently tugged at her sleeve. She halted, startled, and looked at the man beside her. He lowered his head slightly and spoke in a tone meant only for them. "If you truly feel unwell, enter the space. It will be more bearable." Wen Qian gritted her teeth, responding with a quick nod before hastily departing. As she reached the entrance, she heard Mo Han instructing someone to investigate who had arranged for the Zhang family to be admitted into the cafeteria. Yi Xinghua escorted Wen Qian back to the dormitory area, remaining silent while occasionally glancing at her, observing her condition. During their acquaintance, Yi Xinghua had come to understand her character well. This girl was decisive in her affections and enmities, unwavering in her resolve. Although she could kill without hesitation, she would not slay the innocent. The incident today was undoubtedly a result of lapses in the base's oversight. Had the commander not suddenly felt hungry and decided to eat, who knew what might have transpired? Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, Wen Qian felt her eyelids grow heavy, fatigue washing over her. She turned to Yi Xinghua and said, "If my brother and Gu Ran come looking for me, tell them I stepped out of the base for a while. Do not disclose what has occurred."
Ye Xinghua hesitated.
Knowing that so many had witnessed the event, even if he remained silent, it would likely be impossible to keep it under wraps. "I will recover in an hour or two. I simply don't want them to worry," Wen Qian asserted before pushing the door open and entering the room. Once on the second floor, she immediately entered the space. She drank 2 large bottles of well water and then retired to her room to sleep. When she awoke, 2 hours had passed. As her eyes opened, any discomfort had dissipated. To be safe, she decided to soak in a hot spring before changing her clothes and exiting the space. The room was eerily quiet, with neither Wen Reng nor Gu Ran in sight. As she stepped outside, she was startled to find Lin Yan waiting at her door. "Goddess, you're awake. Are you feeling all right?" Lin Yan asked anxiously, already aware of the events that had unfolded in the cafeteria. After Wen Qian reassured him that she was fine, he hurried to report the aftermath. "Rest assured, those two have been detained. We also discovered who arranged for them to enter the cafeteria. You know them. It's Zhang Duoduo, the very person you were looking for." Wen Qian raised an eyebrow. "They share the same surname. Are they related?" "Indeed. No wonder they are both so despicable, Wen Qian scoffed, a smirk gracing her lips. And where are my brother and Gu Ran? In the armory. The commander acknowledged that today's matter was indeed their fault and, in an effort to make amends, offered them the freedom to choose. However, he added a caveat, cautioning them not to be excessive. After a moment of silence, Wen Qian relented, stating, "Considering your sincere intentions, I shall refrain from completely emptying the warehouse." She then mentioned having some business with Mo Han and instructed them to wait for her at the base entrance until she concluded her matters. After speaking, Wen Qian made her way directly to Mo Han's office. At Mo Han's door, a guard stood watch but made no attempt to impede her passage upon recognizing her. Wen Qian knocked gently on the door, and upon hearing Mo Han's voice from within, she entered. Mo Han appraised her with a glance, forgoing inquiries about her well-being, and instead remarked, "You arrived just in time. Come take a look." Wen Qian approached the desk, where a map of the city of Bin lay spread out. Mo Han casually pointed to 2 locations and inquired, "Would you be interested in collaborating once more? What kind of collaboration do you have in mind?"
She asked.
This location is a large automotive modification company, while this one is a major pharmaceutical enterprise. How shall we allocate the gathered resources? After her question, Mo Han suddenly chuckled, reclining in his chair as he gazed at her. "Isn't that for you to decide?" Chapter 67. They seemed rather like bandits. Aside from him, no one was privy to her spatial capabilities. Should she choose, she could easily clear out all the supplies before informing them that someone had already taken everything. The total quantity of resources at those locations remained a mystery to all. In other words, the amount Wen Qian claimed existed would be the amount that was indeed present. Wen Qian observed Mo Han's demeanor and discerned he was not jesting. She then heard him say, "Choose what you like, and we shall split the remainder 50-50. That should suffice as a gesture of goodwill, no? What is the time frame for this operation?" She inquired. "Departure from the base is set for 5 o'clock in the morning," he replied. Wen Qian lowered her gaze in contemplation. She had indeed not stockpiled vehicles. The presence of a gas station within her spatial realm alleviated any concerns regarding energy. The 3 vehicles at home could very well become unusable at any moment. As for medical supplies and equipment, such items were never too plentiful. Meeting Mo Han's gaze, she asserted, "I will rendezvous with you at the automotive modification company." "Very well," he replied. "I shall take my leave then." "This is yours," she added, tossing her dormitory key card onto the desk while discreetly pocketing his map, eager to return home. She had delayed her return by over a day, and her parents must be quite anxious. Mo Han cast a glance at the key card, advising her to exercise caution on her journey, before resuming his work without further comment. After leaving, Wen Qian made her way to the base entrance, where she spotted her brother and Gu Ran, both adorned with multiple submachine guns slung around their necks and holstered at their waists. Yi Xinghua stood nearby, his expression a painful mix of sympathy and restraint, which elicited a smile from Wen Qian. Upon her arrival, her brother and Gu Ran beamed with pride and excitement, eager to show off. "Look quickly. Captain Yi is in a good mood today. He asks giving these away for free." Her brother exclaimed. "Do I truly appear to be in a good mood?"
Ye Yinghua retorted.
"Initially, I planned to grab a few more, but this is sufficient," Gu Ran interjected. "Should I thank you for your restraint?"
Ye Yinghua replied.
His tone laced with sarcasm. Behind them, their bags were stuffed with bullets, numbering in the thousands. Yi Xinghua had just watched them stuff their bags like bandits, and even after filling 2 large bags, they were still not satisfied, turning to ask if he had any luggage bags to lend them.
Ye Yinghua,
Not daring to say he did, shook his head vigorously, urging the 2 to leave the armory. Noticing Yi Xinghua's gaze lingering on the weapons their brother and Gu Ran carried, it was clear he felt genuine sorrow. But the nature of giving meant one could not expect to reclaim what had been offered, leaving him to silently endure his feelings. Wen Qian, fearing he might become emotional, quickly changed the subject. "Thank you for the gift, Captain Yi. I just had a meeting with Mo Han, and he mentioned the plan for tomorrow's resource gathering. You are leading the team, correct?" Yi Xinghua paused for a moment, then affirmed, "Yes, that is correct." "Great, I will be waiting for you at the automotive factory tomorrow," she concluded, ready to depart. Yi Xinghua, puzzled, asked, "Where is Xiaobai?" "Xiaobai is sound asleep in my space, having transformed into a butterfly and flown away,"
Wen Qian replied, fabricating a whimsical tie.
You must know how formidable my pet has become, regardless of where it is, as long as it wishes to return home. It can do so in an instant. Yi Xinghua was left bewildered, unsure of whether to believe her. Wen Qian stifled a laugh as she bid him farewell. Leading her brother and Gu ran away. Once outside the base's confines, Wen Qian handed the weapons over to her brother, who casually tossed them into her spatial realm. Gu ran, witnessing the items vanish into thin air, gasped in astonishment. "Where did the guns go?" he exclaimed. "They enter my space," Wen Qian replied. At this point, she no longer withheld the truth from him. With the mental control of the system, he would never betray her or disclose the existence of her space to outsiders. "Later, when we get home, I'll take you for a look inside. All our possessions are stored there." Gu Ran remained baffled. "What space? Where is this space? By the way, everyone can now place items into the space. Just think about tossing them in," she instructed him. Gu Ran followed her guidance, and to his astonishment, the gun in his hand promptly disappeared. He was taken aback. He then placed the remaining guns and ammunition into the space as well. Gradually understanding why they could continue to live well in the post-apocalyptic world, it was all due to this space. However, while this space was advantageous, it was also perilous. Should outsiders discover it, it could lead to dire consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Ran fell into silence. He knew he had to strengthen himself quickly so that he could contribute in critical moments. Wen Qian, unaware of his thoughts, shared the action plan for the next day with her companions and then turned to her brother. "Brother, I killed Zhang Ziang today." Wen Wan, upon hearing this, was not surprised, but Gu Ran reacted to the mention of Zhang. He turned to Wen Qian and said, "I have something to tell you both." Yi Xinghua had summoned Gu Ran earlier that day to inform him of a matter. He revealed that Zhang Duoduo's boyfriend had died, specifically, the one shot by Mo Han on the helipad yesterday. Upon learning of this, Zhang Duoduo had sobbed and caused a commotion throughout the night, keeping everyone in the dormitory from sleeping, ultimately leading to a fight breaking out. In the month since the apocalypse began, who among them hadn't lost a few family members? While they sympathized with Zhang Duoduo, they were not soft-hearted enough to allow her to cry for an entire night, especially since they had to rise early for work the next day. Zhang Duoduo had not anticipated that her support would vanish so abruptly. Chao Wen had only recently joined Professor Ouyang's team, and she had hoped to ride his coattails to success. But now he was gone. Who would protect her? How could she establish herself in the base alone? Upon hearing reports from his subordinates regarding the situation in Zhang Duoduo's dormitory, Yi Xinghua grew concerned that she might approach Gu Ran again. Thus, he had preemptively warned Gu Ran, subtly advising him not to be swayed by her, asserting that she was not worthy of his affections. Gu Ran was resolute in his decision not to fall for her again. Even hearing Zhang Duoduo's name now made him feel a sense of revulsion. Wen Qian contemplated Gu Ran's words. Realizing the ironic twist of fate, Mo Han had killed the boyfriend of that despicable woman. The three continued their conversation and dispatched zombies as they made their way back home. The level of mutation among the zombies in the city paled in comparison to those on the island, rendering the task for the trio as effortless as slicing through melons. They deposited the cores of the slain zombies into the space. Thus, the journey home became a tad slower. After several hours, when Chongning and Li Mo had transformed into restless ants on a hot skillet, unable to sit still, having not seen each other for over a week, both were plagued by sleepless nights. Particularly distressing was the agreed-upon time for their return, which passed with no sign of them, igniting profound anxiety. When Chongning dared not use the satellite phone to contact them, for the creatures outside were acutely sensitive to sound. The mere ring of a phone could attract the attention of the zombies, rendering their situation even more perilous, compelling her to endure the silence. Having spent an entire night without sleep and waiting for the better part of the day, they finally awaited their return. Chapter 68. The family sets out together. The taut tension eventually dissipated, and both Wen Chongning and Li Mo found their eyes reddened with emotion. They turned to wipe away their tears, and Wen Qian, recognizing the worry she had caused, softly apologized. "Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry for the delay. We encountered some unexpected matters that held us up, causing you undue concern. There's no need for apologies. As long as you're safe, that is all that matters." Li Mo gently ushered her inside, inviting her to sit on the sofa to discuss matters. Qian, next time we venture out, could you take Dad and me along? We can't remain cooped up at home. We wish to fight alongside you. Indeed. When Changning nodded vigorously, though we may not be as capable as you, we can certainly contribute in whatever small ways we can. It is far better than sitting idly at home. The agony of waiting had become unbearable. They were nearing their limit. After all, what kind of parents would allow their children to face peril while they luxuriated in safety at home? Parents ought to protect their children. Even if it meant facing death, they wished to do so by their side. Wen Qian fell silent for a moment after hearing their words. Prior to their trip to the fishing island, the system had issued a task. For every zombie slain, her combat strength would increase by 1. For every 100 zombies killed, the combat strength of everyone else would rise by 10. Over a full week, the three of them had vanquished 8,000 zombies, albeit at a slower pace due to the severe mutations of the undead in that area. Consequently, excluding her, the combat strength of the remaining family members had increased by a total of 800, including the little one, Gu Wanwan. As for her own combat strength, it had transcended mere numerical calculation. Although she had not acquired any power-type abilities, Wen Qian was certain that, in terms of both strength and speed, she was not inferior to those endowed with supernatural abilities. Thus, under these circumstances, taking her parents out should pose no significant issues. If danger were to arise, they could always take refuge in the space, ensuring their safety from harm. With these thoughts in mind, Wen Qian agreed, "All right, I will take you both along." She retrieved 2 vials of crystal core serum and a syringe from the space, handing them to Li Mo. "Mom, please have this serum injected." Li Mo asked no questions, proceeding to wash her hands and disinfect before administering the injection, only to hear Wen Qian add, "This serum will allow you to clearly see the zombies' weak points. Let us test it on the rooftop." Upon reaching the rooftop, Li Mo and Wen Changning took up binoculars to scrutinize the scene below. Indeed, they spotted a glimmer at the zombies' cranial regions. "Tomorrow, when we go out, aim for that bright spot," Wen Qian instructed. Both Li Mo and Wen Changning felt a mixture of tension and exhilaration. After more than a month, the moment to confront danger had finally arrived. It was rare to see his parents so anxious. After observing them from the sofa for a while, Wen Changning spoke to reassure them, "Dad, Mom, just act naturally once you're out. There's no need to fear, for we are here with you." "Absolutely," Gu Ran added earnestly, "Uncle and Auntie, I will make sure to protect you." Wen Qian guided them back to the living room, continuing, "We will be setting out tomorrow morning. Our mission is to gather supplies and zombie crystal cores. The cores are the items that drop from a zombie's head upon their demise. They resemble pearls, spherical in shape, varying in size. Once extracted, they can be transformed into harmless serums that significantly enhance bodily functions. If we are fortunate enough to encounter an elite zombie, we may even gain valuable skills." Wen Qian patiently explained the details regarding the zombie crystal cores. In truth, her understanding of the cores was somewhat limited. In her previous life, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. During her last existence, everyone's abilities had manifested naturally, and even after over a decade into the apocalypse, crystal cores had never appeared. In this life, she had never discovered their existence prior to their journey to the island. From what she gathered from Mo Han's reports, this was a recent discovery. Wen Changning and the others listened attentively as she elaborated, and then Wen Qian instructed Li Mo and Wen Changning, "Once you collect the crystal cores, simply use your thoughts to place them into the space. We can now all store items in the space at any time, without restrictions.
Please give it a try."
Seeing her mention the space in front of Gu Ran, both Li Mo and Wen Changning felt a twinge of apprehension. However, upon reflection, they realized that having fought side by side outside, it was only a matter of time before they learned of this. Since Wen Qian had chosen to disclose this to Gu Ran, she must possess her own confidence and plans. This reassured them, and they remained silent. Li Mo attempted to place a box of tissues from the table into the space, while Wen Changning tossed in a bottle of mineral water. Both succeeded with excitement. Tomorrow, we will also be joined by some acquaintances from the Benhai base. However, we must remain vigilant, as they are unaware of the space's existence. Everyone nodded vigorously. Fully aware of the significance of the space, it was crucial to Wen Qian's safety, and they must not allow others to know. Our destinations are a car modification company and a pharmaceutical factory. I plan to arrive at the car factory half an hour early so that everyone can store their preferred vehicles in the space. When they arrive, we can simply put on an act. As for the pharmaceutical factory, Mom, you should determine which items we are most likely to need in the future. We will collect what we need first and then split the remainder 50-50. This operation was bound to yield benefits. However, Wen Qian harbored concerns about what to do with little Gu Wanwan. A 3-year-old child could not be taken out into the perilous world. While she could be placed in the space, the duration of her stay was limited. Wen Qian feared unforeseen circumstances might arise, necessitating time to be reserved. Wen Qian communicated all these considerations to Gu Ran, seeking his opinion. Gu Ran pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us leave her at home. I will talk to her." At that moment, Gu Wanwan was sleeping in her room. Gu Ran entered and gently awoke her. Blinking sleepily, she looked up at him, quickly shaking off her drowsiness. "Brother," she exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace, a hint of grievance in her voice. "Why did you take so long to return? I missed you so much." "I missed you too," Gu Ran said, kissing her forehead and soothing her. Sister Wen Qian said she would take us to a fun place. "Shall we go find her?" The child's attention was swiftly diverted, and Gu Wanwan cheered. "Yay! I want to go play." Wen Qian prepared to take them into the space to familiarize themselves with the environment. Recalling the sleeping little white creature within, she hurriedly reminded them, "Dad, Mom, Wanwan. Little White has undergone some changes recently. Don't be frightened when you see it." When Chongning chuckled in response, thinking to himself, how much change could a cat possibly undergo? Yet the moment they entered the space, he was left dumbfounded. Was this what she meant by a little change? Chapter 69. Mo Han is a bug. Little White had already awakened, having just finished burying its business, sitting there with its paws stretched out, licking its backside. A few caretakers and several dogs suddenly appeared. Xiaobai, upon hearing the commotion, lifted its head only to find them staring motionlessly at its rear. Silently, it lowered itself back onto the ground, soon becoming encircled by 4 playful pups. When Chongning was equally astonished to witness a cat weighing over 50 pounds in his lifetime. As he approached, he noticed that Xiaobai's paws were as large as a human's fist. Cloaked in a coat of long, white fur, with one eye yellow and the other red, as its size increased, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a mutated white lion. Upon noticing Wen Chongning's proximity, it lazily nudged his leg, nearly toppling him over. Gu Wanwan hid behind Gu Ran, peeking at Xiaobai, somewhat apprehensive. "Brother, it's so big. Could it swallow me whole?" "Of course not. Xiaobai only feasts on the vile zombies outside," Gu Ran reassured as he lifted his sister for a better view, surveying their surroundings. He was astounded by the expansiveness of the space, which seemed to resemble a small village. In addition to an enormous villa, there was a fish pond, fields, and an orchard, along with a variety of livestock. Gu Ran was left speechless in his astonishment, while Wen Qian, eager not to squander their time in the space, promptly ushered them into the villa, arranging guest rooms for them to wash up and change clothes. When Chongning and Li Mo had not entered the space for over a week, and upon seeing the ripened grains and vegetables, Wen Chongning was instantly invigorated. The group spent half an hour in the space, eventually emerging with plates in hand, ready to dine, while Xiaobai and the 4 pups remained behind, frolicking about. Wen Qian had been craving hot pot for days. Her gaze fell upon the array of ingredients: beef tripe, duck intestines, yellow throat, duck blood, brain matter, crispy meat, beef and lamb rolls, potato slices, lotus root slices, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, chrysanthemum greens, baby bok choy, asparagus lettuce, yam, wide noodles. Her mouth nearly watered at the sight. The hot pot broth remained half spicy and half tomato-based, accommodating Li Mo and Gu Wanwan's aversion to spiciness. After indulging in a hearty meal, they all helped to clean up, then gathered on the rooftop to chat. The temperature outside had risen to about 60 degrees, and the floodwaters that had surged due to the previous torrential rains were gradually receding, bringing with them the spread of viruses and diseases. All the windows in the house were fitted with reinforced screens, and Wen Qian observed the mosquitoes outside, each nearly 2 centimeters in size, seemingly attuned to the scent of humans, as they relentlessly banged against the screens and glass, desperate to enter and feast on their blood. "Our neighborhood hardly has anyone left," Li Mo remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. The young and strong were taken by the base, leaving only the elderly, weak, and sick at home. Without sufficient food and amid extreme weather conditions, they quickly lost their lives. In truth, the base's actions were not entirely unjustifiable. Given limited resources, the elderly and infirm offered little in terms of labor. Wasting food on them yielded no hope. Anyone would choose to associate with those who had a better chance of survival. Each day, Li Mo observed the increasing number of zombies in the neighborhood. Some drifting in the water, others wandering through the corridors. They were once familiar neighbors, and seeing their transformation weighed heavily on Li Mo's heart. Yet, no matter how she felt, she never considered aiding those who had survived. She was no savior, nor did she possess such great capabilities. She only wished for her family to remain safe, indifferent to the fates of others. After contemplating Li Mo's words, Wen Qian spoke, "Dad, Mom, let's rest for another half hour, then I'll take you downstairs to deal with the zombies." Their neighborhood was built on a hillside, and due to the terrain, some of the accumulated water was evaporating in the heat, while the remainder flowed downhill to other areas. Wen Qian planned to clear out all the zombies in the neighborhood, ensuring that as long as they secured the sole entrance, the area would become a safe haven. She shared her thoughts with everyone. After we eliminate all the zombies, I intend to establish our neighborhood as a base. A base?
Li Montag questioned, puzzled.
Isn't there already a base in Banhai? That is an official base. There will likely be several more of varying sizes emerging within the city, Wen Qian explained. When Chongning expressed concern, so we need to collaborate with others? Isn't that dangerous? Our numbers are too few. If conflicts arise with other bases in the future, it could become problematic. Excluding the 3-year-old, even counting her parents, they amounted to only 5 people. In terms of individual combat strength, Wen Qian feared no one. However, what if they faced tens of thousands armed with guns and ammunition? Given their current circumstances, they would struggle to defend themselves. The only viable option would be to flee. In reality, we don't require many people. Finding 100 individuals like Gu Ran would suffice. If those 100 could reside in the neighborhood and maintain unwavering loyalty under the system's monitoring, I could even allow them into the space. At that point, I would be a one-person army, able to release 100 at a critical moment, transforming them into a formidable force to intimidate those treacherous scoundrels. When Rang pondered for a moment and inquired, "Have you considered collaborating with Mo Han?" Wen Qian had previously discussed the establishment of a base with Wen Rang, but had not mentioned it recently. Furthermore, since Mo Han had shown a favorable attitude, he might have assumed his sister was inclined toward collaboration. Haven't we always been cooperating with him? But to work under his base, that's out of the question. Wen Qian recalled the myriad experiences of her past life, subconsciously radiating an air of menace. Her brother had been killed by individuals from the base, and thus, upon encountering those people originally, she had felt no goodwill toward them. Had it not been for Mo Han, I would not have chosen to collaborate with them. Referring to Mo Han, she expressed her uncertainty. I can't help but feel he is an anomaly. He once told me his ability was mind-reading. But if that were the case, how could he have ascended to the position of base executive? Moreover, I harbor doubts about his mind-reading ability. Although he sometimes seems aware of my thoughts, he remains an enigma. The primary issue is his demeanor. Don't you find it strange how exceptionally kind he is toward us? It's almost as if he is at our beck and call. A base executive treating our trio with such familiarity is bound to raise suspicions. Yet, as I mentioned earlier, I perceive him as an anomaly for this very reason. I sense no hostility from him, which defies logic. The first time I visited the official base, I killed a combat personnel, albeit out of necessity. Regardless, that was one of Mo Han's people. Under normal circumstances, he should have reacted similarly to Yi Xinghua, who held a grudge against me for killing his subordinate. It was only when I saved their lives on Fishing Island that his demeanor softened. But Mo Han was different. From the outset, he had been friendly. Who would show kindness without reason? Chapter 70. Does Mo Han like you? Wen Qian contemplated the possibility that Mo Han viewed her as a resource. He was aware of her space and supplies, treating her well in anticipation of future needs, potentially planning to eliminate her and seize her resources. Following Zhang Xiang's incident, Wen Qian was convinced that space could be usurped and other abilities were likewise vulnerable. However, the system had previously informed her. What had it said back then? Due to her unique circumstances, all supernatural abilities are bound to her identity, rendering them impossible to be taken away. henceforth she can only seize from others, while others cannot take from her. What makes her situation so special? Is it simply because she is a reincarnation, having suffered immensely in her previous life, thus deserving a better fate this time? As Wen Rang and the others listened intently to her words, they exchanged glances. Li Mo and Wen Chongning, having never encountered one known as a Mo Han, could not offer any opinions. However, Gu Ran quietly raised his hand. I believe I might have a possibility, he said, meeting the gazes of his companions with a hint of nervousness. He licked his parched lips and whispered, could it be that a Mo Han likes you, which is why he always obliges your requests? Wen Qian, 0.
Wen Rang 00. Li Montag, Wen Chengning.
Wen Qian inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike him. I'll give you a chance. Provide me with a different answer. No, you've never been in love, so you wouldn't understand. Us men, when we like a girl, will do anything for her. So, you're saying that the CEO of the benching base is a lovesick fool? Wen Qian rolled her eyes to the heavens, thinking if she were Mo Han, she would have ticked him away by now. Moreover, Wen Qian raised her hand and forcefully poked Gu Ran's shoulder. Not all men are like you. Your behavior towards Zhang Duo ISN called fulfilling requests. It's called being a sycophant. If you dare to use resources obtained at the cost of your life to curry favor with others again, I'll have your hands chopped off, understood? Gu Ran, startled by her rebuke, swayed slightly and quickly nodded. I understand. Wen Qian shot him another fierce glare. In any case, we need to secure our territory and recruit teammates. However, we must not rush into finding people, as it could lead to complications. Unity of hearts is paramount. We cannot let in any wicked entities. After their discussion, Wen Qian entered her space to organize her belongings, selling them to the system in exchange for mall credits, subsequently acquiring 2 sets of temperature-regulated combat suits for Li Mo and Wen Chongning. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, when the time came to face the zombies, Li Mo and Wen Chongning could not help but feel anxious. Wen Qian took the lead, with Li Mo and Wen Chongning in the middle, while Wen Rang and Gu Ran followed behind. The 5 of them descended the staircase unsteadily, searching each floor thoroughly. Before the zombies could rush at them to bite, Wen Qian swiftly bound them. Holding a bundle of wires, she deftly captured a zombie, leaving Li Mo and Wen Chongning astonished. Wait, is that even an option? From the 30th to the 1st floor, Wen Qian captured 16 living zombies. Tying them up, she led them like dogs, kicking the zombies down the stairs. Each time they charged at her, she delivered a kick, and after repeating this action several times, the zombies either broke their legs or arms. The most pitiful one had its head ripped off by Wen Qian's bare hands, causing the remaining zombies to genuinely fear her and refrain from attacking. Thus, they smoothly exited the building. This was the first time Li Mo and Wen Chongning ventured outside post-apocalypse. Though they wore the temperature-regulated suits provided by Wen Qian, the oppressive heat struck their faces, making their skin feel scorched. The zombies roaming below caught a whiff of human scent and began to gather. However, due to varying distances and positions, they arrived in staggered sequences. Wen Qian captured those she could, while instructing Li Mo and Wen Chongning to attempt shooting them in the head with firearms for those she could not capture. The group lay in wait at the entrance for over half an hour, during which Wen Qian ensnared over 70 living zombies. They were bound together, their mouths agape, some even biting into the adjacent zombies out of desperation. Dad, Mom, aim for the light spots on their heads to practice shooting, Wen Qian directed, leading the zombies about 30 meters away, assigning Gu Ran to keep watch over them while Wen Rang taught his parents how to shoot. Meanwhile, Wen Qian continued to sweep through other buildings to capture more zombies. Li Mo and Wen Chongning had never handled a gun before and needed ample practice. Wen Qian intended for her parents to train on these stationary targets today, familiarizing themselves with the sensation of firing. Tomorrow, they would only have moving zombie targets to contend with. The community was somewhat expansive, consisting of 6 buildings, while the remaining 90% was green space. The more she observed, the more she felt it was a suitable location for a base, as all that space could be utilized for farming in the future. After several hours, they managed to clear all the zombies within the community. When the last one was eliminated, Wen Qian heard the system's notification.
Ding.
All zombies in the designated area have been eradicated, automatically designated as the host's defense space. Defense space expanded, unlocking automatic defense achievement. After the two notifications, Wen Qian and her companions stood in stunned silence. The outer walls of the community had transformed, now towering at 5 meters high, adorned with electrified fencing. Even the sole exit, the main gate, had changed its appearance, resembling the fortified door of Wen Qian's home, now at a professional blast-resistant level. Wen Qian had not anticipated such a reward, which effectively turned the community into a secure base. However, the surprises from the system did not end there. A minute later, the system's voice echoed again. Detected 50 living individuals within the defense space, meeting the basic requirements for base establishment. Base system activated. 50 individuals automatically classified as ordinary members of the base, unlocking the basic prosperity achievement, rewarding an upgrade to the base defense system. As soon as the system finished speaking, several steel bars appeared within the community courtyard, and above the bars was blast-resistant glass that enveloped the entire area. This glass formed a roof over the community, and Wen Qian smiled at the thought of future acid rain. Meanwhile, when Rang and the others were utterly astonished, with Gu Ran unable to contain his excitement, exclaiming several times in disbelief. The remaining survivors within the community also noticed these changes and peered through windows, some even descending to seek out Wen Qian and the others. Just when Wen Qian thought the surprises for the day had concluded, the system issued yet another notification. Detected 3 members within the base with loyalty below 80. The system has automatically removed them. Remaining members' loyalty forcibly raised to 90. Wen Qian smiled slightly, praising, "What a considerate system." Chapter 71. The steel bars were produced by her space. Wen Qian approached the nearest steel bar and inspected its quality. The bar was as thick as a human wrist and appeared to be quite sturdy. She shook it, and it did not budge. Thus, it would withstand even the strongest of storms. This was no shoddy construction, and Wen Qian expressed her satisfaction, mentally commending the system once more. What's this inscription? When Rang, also examining the construction quality, suddenly discovered faint lettering etched into the lower section of one steel bar. Upon seeing it, the others rushed to check the rest, discovering that all of them bore the same mark. Wen Qian was momentarily taken aback before contemplating a possibility. These steel bars, could they be produced by my space? Is that why they bear my name? It truly was a case of not wasting a single resource. As the group engaged in discussion, several neighbors who had survived the ordeal emerged into view. The month-long deprivation of water, electricity, and food had left them in a pitiful state, resembling refugees despite having survived. Their extreme hunger and weakened bodies rendered even walking a strenuous task. They had no choice but to come downstairs out of sheer necessity. They gazed around in trepidation at the corpses of zombies strewn across the ground, their eyes filled with fear as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, anxious that another wave of the undead might strike. Gradually, they approached Wen Qian, stopping intermittently until they stood before her, whereupon they fell to their knees without uttering a single word. Wen Qian was renowned for her prowess. The entire community was aware of her capabilities. From the onset of the apocalypse, she had roamed freely, vanquishing zombies, and now, over a month later, she continued to thrive, her family also enjoying a life of comfort, untouched by the devastation around them. In stark contrast, they felt their own existence paled in significance. The leading man knelt before Wen Qian, repeatedly bowing his head as he spoke in a trembling, tearful voice. "Please, I beseech you, save us." Wen Qian recognized him, recalling that he had accompanied her and Wen Rang on a previous excursion to procure supplies from a supermarket. "Rise," she commanded, extending her hand to assist him while casting a glance at the others behind him. They were all ashen-faced, their lips cracked and gaunt figures betraying their suffering. "Why did you not seek refuge at the official base?" Wen Qian inquired softly. "Given your ages, you should have qualified." Tears streamed down the man's face as he replied, "My wife and I are indeed eligible, but I have elderly parents and young children. My youngest daughter is merely 2 years old and suffers from congenital heart disease, making her ineligible for the base. Thus, we did not go." His wife remained prostrate on the ground, ceaselessly bowing to Wen Qian, pleading, "Wen Qian, I know your family is extraordinary. I implore you, please save my daughter. I would work like a beast in gratitude. She is just 2. She knows nothing of this world. Her life should not end like this." Overcome with anguish, the woman suddenly fainted, having succumbed to hunger and emotional turmoil. Li Mo rushed forward to check her vitals, relieved to find that she was not in immediate danger. Wen Qian frowned. "If you wish for my assistance, then stand up, do not remain kneeling." The group hesitated, taken aback, for they had not harbored much hope. In these dire times, survival itself was a struggle. The notion of rescuing others seemed a distant dream. When Qian observed the information hovering above their heads, the system had automatically catalogued their identities, including their loyalty levels. Among them, some were under the system's mental control, while others were genuinely at their wits' end. Thus, when Wen Qian, resembling a savior, declared her intention to aid them, their loyalty surged to 100. She was their sole beacon of hope. If she rescued them, they would comply with her every demand, never daring to betray her. After a moment of silence, Wen Qian instructed, "Return home and await my arrival. I shall deliver supplies to your doorstep. Once you have filled your bellies, pack your belongings and relocate to Building 2. Building 2 was adjacent to her own residence. With the community now largely deserted, they could choose any room they desired. She promised to ensure the doors were unlocked for them. Upon hearing her words, they all wept uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the realization that without her, they would not have endured. When Qian had been absent from the community for a few days and was unaware that 3 individuals had succumbed to despair and starvation, choosing to end their lives by jumping from heights. The apocalypse showed no mercy, yet thankfully, Wen Qian was willing to extend her hand to save them. She advised them to rest and asked Gu Ran to assist in escorting the unconscious woman back home. Soon, other neighbors rushed down, seeking Wen Qian's help. After tending to this group of survivors, she found the situation was not as dire as she had anticipated. She had feared that the remaining individuals would primarily consist of the elderly and infirm, but that was not the case. Among the 47 survivors, there were 20 families. Only 7 were elderly over the age of 70, while 20 were children under 10, and the rest were middle-aged or young adults. This demographic was manageable. She did not expect them to accompany her on her ventures, as long as they could cultivate crops within the base. When Qian retrieved some rice, flour, cooking oil, and vegetables from her spatial storage, dividing them into 20 portions to distribute among the families. She informed them to relocate to Building 2 the following day, awaiting further instructions. After completing these tasks and returning home, the coolness of her dwelling lifted her spirits. She had previously contemplated whether the system would convert the entire community into a climate-controlled environment during its defensive upgrades. However, it seemed that was not the case, indicating that it was not equally benevolent to all. With an early departure plan for the next day, they exchanged some words before washing up and retiring for the night. At 3:30 a.m. the following morning, Wen Qian set out punctually with her parents and Wen Gu Ran, heading towards the car company. Due to receding floodwaters in certain areas, their journey progressed swiftly, taking less than an hour and a half to reach their destination. As she gazed upon the 3-story edifice perched on the mountainside, a thrill of excitement coursed through her. Such a prime location could not have gone unnoticed. If the items within remained untouched, it could only be due to the overwhelming number of zombies lurking below. The city was not vast, yet it was densely populated, with office buildings and residential complexes crowding every corner, resulting in a proliferation of the undead. As when Chongning and Li Mo observed hundreds of zombies converging upon them, their faces paled in fear. When Qian turned to reassure them with a smile, "Do not fear. I will draw the zombies away. Brother, you drive in first." With that, she opened the car door, leaped out, and activated her skill to attract the undead. Seeing the zombies rushing towards their daughter, when Chongning and Li Mo were momentarily paralyzed by terror, instinctively preparing to exit the vehicle. However, when Rang swiftly intervened, urging them to stay put as he accelerated into the compound. "Dad, Mom, Qian will be fine. This is her combat skill. She has 3 minutes. Let us not waste time. We must go inside and wait for her." Chapter 72, Military-grade Hummer and Mercedes RV. The zombies paid no heed to the roaring engine of the vehicle, proceeding directly towards Wen Qian. When Rang successfully maneuvered the car into the modified company premises, parking quickly as he urged his parents to hurry inside. 3 minutes, neither long nor short, was sufficient for them to find a relatively secure room. On the 3rd floor, they peered through the window and were struck by the realization that the number of zombies nearby greatly exceeded their initial estimation. Earlier, when Chongning and Li Mo had only noticed a couple of hundred. Now, gazing down at the throngs of zombies, they felt their hearts nearly stop as they frantically searched for any sign of Wen Qian. Wen Qian led the zombies around like a dog on a leash. Having enhanced her speed attributes in the previous encounters at Yu Island, she was beyond their grasp. Once her 3 minutes elapsed, she adeptly capitalized on the subsequent minute during which the zombies overlooked her presence, returning to her parents and the others, dispatching a few zombies along the way to further augment her speed. Seeing her return unscathed, when Chongning and Li Mo finally exhaled with relief, truly comprehending the extent of their daughter's formidable abilities. The zombies within the building were few, presumably remnants of the previous staff. By the time Wen Qian returned, Wen Rang and Gu Ran had already neutralized half of them. Together, they completed the task, collecting crystal cores before exploring the premises. The automotive modification company spanned 3 floors, having remained untouched by the floods due to its elevated location. As Wen Qian roamed the facility, she soon discovered valuable treasures within a storage room. When Jiang followed closely behind her, sharing a common objective, he let out an exclamation, chuckling, "This trip has certainly not been in vain." A military-grade Hummer converted into a motorhome and a Mercedes Arox off-road camper occupied the entire warehouse space. Wen Qian exchanged a knowing smile with her brother and walked over to inspect the vehicles. Compared to the hefty 14-ton Mercedes, the Hummer appeared relatively petite. It resembled a land battle tank, exuding a commanding presence, yet its interior was invitingly cozy. The lounge area boasted booth seating, a dining table, and a television, while the kitchen was equipped with a stove, refrigerator, and dishwasher, all meticulously arranged. The bathroom featured a wet and dry separation, fully catering to daily needs. And the other amenities, including a washing machine, storage boxes, and beds, were all from the finest brands available in the market. Adjacent to it, the Mercedes motorhome was an even more formidable treasure. Priced at over 10 million, its wheels reached chest height, and the emblem was larger than most faces. With 8-wheel drive power, an 800-liter fuel tank, and 12 1320W solar panels atop, it possessed sufficient capabilities to navigate treacherous terrain such as snow, desert, and tunnels. The front section of the vehicle housed a separate double bedroom, with the bathroom positioned centrally, a kitchen, a wardrobe, and a double-door refrigerator in the middle, while the rear featured a tatami lounge area, ensuring ample space for all needs. Additionally, a facial recognition password lock was installed at the entrance, with a water tank capable of holding a ton of water, and the entire system was equipped with central air conditioning and a fresh air system. The lounge included a retractable television, a wine cabinet, and a coffee machine, making it akin to a mobile apartment. Not to mention, the entire vehicle was fitted with imported marine-grade sunshades, mosquito nets, an automatic aluminum alloy staircase, outdoor lighting, a fully automatic water pump, outdoor water interface, outdoor shower, reverse imaging, an 8-channel surveillance camera system, and waterproof storage compartments, among other features. With this vehicle, even if they could no longer reside at home, living on the road as a family for several years would pose no problem. Wen Qian decisively chose both motorhomes, and the group wandered both inside and outside the vehicles. Upstairs and downstairs, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Gathered together, they leisurely enjoyed breakfast while discussing the distinctions between driving a motorhome and a conventional vehicle. As none had previously operated such heavyweight vehicles, a degree of adjustment was anticipated. However, Wen Qian thought to herself, with so much space available, why not practice? After all, they need not worry about fuel consumption. As daylight brightened, a commotion arose in the distance. Leaning against the windowsill, Wen Qian glanced outside to see Xinghua and his team arriving. They had also brought a few vehicles fully armed, clearing the way with their firepower, successfully reaching their destination. Parking within the courtyard, they retreated into the building while firing their weapons. Yet the onslaught of zombies was overwhelming, and similar to the situation on Fishing Island, many had their skulls shattered, yet still remained animated. Observing the difficulty with which the others were retreating, Wen Qian released Xiaobai from her space. Xiaobai leaped from the window, fully understanding Wen Qian's intent, provoking the horde of zombies to divert their attention, thus aiding Yi Xinghua and his companions in their escape, before strutting back to them with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon seeing the corpses of zombies outside, Yi Xinghua realized Wen Qian had arrived. However, upon entering the building and encountering the unfamiliar faces of Wen Qian and Liu Mo, he was momentarily taken aback. Wen Qian introduced, "These are my parents. They've been cooped up at home, so I brought them out for some fresh air and to practice shooting." Yi Xinghua and the others were astonished. Given her casual tone, one might assume she was merely out for a leisurely hunt. Despite their surprise, they dutifully greeted Wen Qian and his wife. "Hello, uncle and aunt." They chorused, their voices booming enough to startle Wen Qian. Observing the young people before him, all roughly the same age as his son and daughter, with the youngest barely teenagers and the eldest just in their 30s. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. They ought to be at home being pampered by their parents, yet here they were, risking their lives to gather supplies for others. How arduous it must be. Wen Qian tossed each of them a bottle of well water she'd drawn from her space. And as they drank, they began to assess the supplies within the building. Wen Qian had already located the keys to the vehicles and, after a quick survey, turned to Yi Xinghua, inquiring, "How shall we divide them?" "You choose first, and the remainder will belong to us," Yi Xinghua replied amicably, having mentally prepared for Wen Qian, the self-proclaimed bandit leader, to leave them with just one vehicle. However, to his astonishment, Wen Qian's generosity surpassed his expectations. She requested merely a 7-seat business van. Yi Xinghua was left speechless, and those around him fell silent. After a moment of quiet, Yi Xinghua approached Wen Jiang and quietly remarked, "Is your sister feeling unwell today? Her demeanor seems off. If she has a fever, we can postpone our plans." Wen Jiang, at a loss for words, glanced at his sister, who shrugged innocently. "She's not feverish. She just suddenly felt sympathetic towards your plight and wanted to treat you all a bit better," he replied. Yi Xinghua was taken aback, feeling as if the female Yama had shown unexpected kindness, nearly bringing him to tears. Chapter 73. Encountering a little zombie again? Here, they discovered over 20 vehicles in total, most being 7-seat business vans, with 5 12-seat Toyota coaster minibuses, 3 sports cars, and 3 large trucks among them. An instinct told Wen Qian that the sports cars and trucks likely belonged to the same group, as only the super-rich, with money to burn, would invest in such high-priced vehicles, starting at tens of millions. Ferraris, Bugattis, Hennessy's, each was a globally limited edition, with a combined worth exceeding 80 million. The 3 large trucks evidently had been sent over for recreational purposes. One had its front transformed into a large skull, while the cargo area was intended for conversion into a living space, though work had yet to commence, leaving it in its original state. Yi Xinghua pondered seriously for a moment before inquiring with a negotiating tone, "How about we give you 3 sports cars, a 7-seat business van, a 12-seat minibus, and 1 large truck, while the rest will belong to us?" "Didn't I mention that I only wanted one?" Wen Qian replied. "You should still take it, otherwise I'll be worried," Yi Xinghua insisted. "Fine. Let us go with your proposal." Wen Qian did not wish to waste time arguing with him. Yi Xinghua had brought over 30 people, all capable drivers. They were briefly divided into small groups with a few individuals assigned to each vehicle, setting off towards the next pharmaceutical company. As for the 3 sports cars, their low chassis made them difficult to navigate through many areas, presenting a challenge for the group. Wen Qian remained unfazed, suggesting, "Let us leave them here for now. I'll come back to retrieve them later when I have the time." There's no point in driving them back now. With no other option, they meticulously searched the conversion company, confirming the absence of additional supplies before embarking for their next destination. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Yi Xinghua and the others led the way, Wen Qian discreetly stored the sports cars in her space, nonchalantly following behind them as they departed. As the primary objective of this outing was to gather supplies, they chose to evade combat with zombies whenever possible, aiming to conserve time on their journey. Meanwhile, many at the base had already fallen ill, exhibiting symptoms such as cough, fever, and diarrhea, necessitating a considerable quantity of medication. When Yi Xinghua and his team arrived, they drove 4 heavy-duty trucks, and with the additional vehicles acquired from the modification company, they had more than enough. Should the pharmaceutical factory have surplus supplies that cannot be accommodated, they would contact the base to dispatch a helicopter. Wen Qian and her group traveled in a Mercedes 7-seater business vehicle, with Wen Rang at the wheel, Wen Qian in the passenger seat, Liu Mo and Wen Chongning in the middle, while Gu Rand occupied the rear. Their vehicle was nestled within Yi Xinghua's convoy. surrounded by armored escorts, leaving Wen Qian with little to occupy her time. The sound of machine guns and cannon fire resonated continuously, although numerous zombies lay slain. An even greater throng had been drawn to the cacophony, observing the horde trailing behind the convoy, resembling chicks in search of their mother hen. Wen Qian felt a twinge of concern. She wondered if Yi Xinghua's ammunition would suffice. If they ran out mid-battle, she would bear the brunt of the ordeal. With the sheer number of zombies present, she doubted she could eliminate them all by day's end. Fortunately, the group proved reliable, arriving at the pharmaceutical company without incident. Inside the compound, a multitude of zombies remained. After parking, everyone sprinted into the building, securing the safety doors before commencing the extermination of the undead within. Although it was Li Mo and Wen Qian's first outing, and they could not contribute significantly, they held their own and did not hinder the group's progress. Wen Qian had recently trained diligently at Fishing Island, and their daily regimen had notably improved their physical capabilities, allowing them to keep pace with the group. When the time came to engage the zombies, they sought refuge in a secure room, opening a window to commence their assault. With Wen Qian and her companions guarding the door, there was little concern about zombies breaching their sanctuary. Under the sweltering heat, the flesh of the zombies began to decay. Some were infested with maggots, while others had gaping holes where their abdomens had been ravaged, yet they remained animated. Having watched countless zombie films in the past, Wen Qian felt a pang of anxiety and nausea confronting this grotesque reality. Although he and Li Mo were slower in their actions, the crystal core serum they had previously injected allowed them to pinpoint the zombies' vital points with precision, thus conserving ammunition compared to Yi Xinghua's group, who were shooting aimlessly in confusion. Yi Xinghua's team quickly recognized this phenomenon, their faces etched with astonishment. However, upon reflection, they realized it was only natural. If their parents had not been formidable, how could they have produced a daughter like Wen Qian? With that thought, they regained their composure. As Li Mo fired at the zombies, her body suddenly stiffened. Her acute hearing detected a sound within the room. Sensing her unease, Wen Qian asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mo did not respond but slowly turned her head to look behind her. Her gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on a row of cabinets. There was movement inside. Li Mo quickly called Wen Qian over to relay her discovery. Furrowing her brow, Wen Qian instinctively shielded the two behind her and focused on the cabinet. It was a line of low cabinets, too small for an adult to enter. Wen Qian recalled encountering a small zombie at Fishing Island. Could it be another mischievous little one playing hide-and-seek? Her voice lightened with curiosity as she approached the cabinet, bending down to open the doors one by one until only the last remained. Drawing closer, she could hear more clearly. Confident that something was inside, she steeled herself for the possibility of a small zombie lunging at her. However, when she opened the door and raised her gun, what she found was a frail little boy, on the brink of death. The child appeared to have been hiding for an unknown length of time. Upon seeing Wen Qian, he initially recoiled in fear, but once he realized she was not a zombie but a human, he cautiously approached her, trembling with trepidation. Wen Qian noticed the bite marks on his skinny arms, evidence that in his fear, he had resorted to biting himself to stifle his cries. She gently pulled him out, only to discover that Yi Xinghua and the others had entered the room. Wen Qian, Wen Reng, and Gu Ran followed closely behind, while Yi Xinghua and the others rushed over, concerned that something had happened to their companions. Outside, the zombies howled and battered against the door. After placing the child on the sofa, Wen Qian noticed a plethora of food packaging scattered in the corner. As her gaze swept the room, she belatedly recognized the nameplate on the desk. This was the office of the chairman of the pharmaceutical company, adorned with a family photo. The cheerful boy in the picture, now lying beside her, was nearly devoid of life. She had just seen his parents, who now lay as two cold corpses outside the door. Chapter 74. You Will Not Die. They had taken their own lives. The woman's arm had been torn off by a zombie, and the man's leg had been gnawed down to the bone. Fearing they would transform into monsters like the ones outside, they had chosen this tragic end to their lives. Wen Qian silently locked eyes with the boy, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. Having gone days without proper nourishment, he was so weak that he could barely keep his eyes open. It seemed he sensed his own impending death, and with great effort, he spoke in a feeble whisper. "Sister, I'm going to die. You can have my food." As he moved his hand, it slowly opened to reveal a chocolate cookie. The heat had melted the chocolate, leaving it grimy as it had been clasped tightly in his hand. This was his last morsel. Having taken a bite, he hesitated to consume more, fearing he would have nothing left. Now, he lacked the strength even to lift his hand to his mouth, his voice barely a whisper. What a beautiful sister, the little boy thought. She must be hungry too. Perhaps he could share the cookie with her since he was nearing his end. Children should be unfamiliar with death. He did not comprehend the concept, yet he had witnessed his parents perish before his eyes. Tears began to flow anew at the thought of their absence. Li Mo and the others stood nearby, their eyes glistening with tears. Despite having witnessed countless life and death scenarios, such a sight remained profoundly moving. Only Wen Qian maintained her composure, silently observing the boy and the small piece of cookie in his hand. Just when everyone expected her to remain unmoved, Wen Qian knelt down, took the cookie, and placed it in her mouth. She did not mind the dirt, savoring its taste as she chewed, then gently patted the boy's head, speaking softly. Thank you for your gift. You will not die. I will take you home. After swallowing the cookie, Wen Qian stood and looked at Li Mo, retrieving a bottle of well water from her backpack to hand to her. Mom, take care of him. I will be back shortly. Then, she turned to Gu Ran and Wen Rang. You two stay here. Having given her instructions, she donned her goggles and mask, heading towards the door. Dozens of zombies had gathered outside, relentlessly battering the door. Just as it seemed the door would give way, someone from within opened it. The zombies lost their balance and surged forward, and Wen Qian kicked them aside, brandishing her knife as she stepped out, activating her skill to draw fire. She lured the zombies into the distant hall. Seeing the horde chase after her, Yi Xinghua and the others quickly followed, witnessing her single-handedly take on hundreds of zombies. Her expression was calm, exuding an aura of lethal determination as she navigated through the throng of the undead. Dust swirled, and blood splattered. Wen Qian gazed at the figures before her, once human, once imbued with vibrant flesh, intertwined in love and hatred, bound by familial ties, and marked by joy and sorrow. Yet now, they had transformed into mere shells, monstrous and devoid of humanity, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Today, not a single zombie would exit this place alive. They had lost their way, and she was here to liberate them. Time ticked away relentlessly, and the number of fallen corpses multiplied upon the ground. By the time Wen Qian dealt with the last of them, her arms had grown somewhat numb. Covered in blood, she stood atop a pile of bodies. Discarding her tang knife, removing her goggles, and turning to survey the exhausted Yi Xinghua and the others behind her. Though they appeared bedraggled, they were still alive. Furthermore, during the skirmish, Wen Qian had discerned that among them were those with supernatural abilities. Two individuals had evidently just awakened combat-related powers. One, when cornered by a zombie about to deliver a fatal bite, suddenly transformed into a mass of water. The droplets scattered across the ground before quickly coalescing back into human form. This water-based ability was a first for Wen Qian, and she found it quite intriguing. The other possessed plant manipulation powers, using vines to ensnare zombies multiple times, but ultimately lacked the strength to maintain control, allowing the undead to break free. Wen Qian recognized both individuals. The water wielder was Yi Xinghua, while the plant user was Lin Yan, who frequently referred to herself as a goddess. A spark of curiosity ignited within Wen Qian as she approached them. Is a Mohan good to you? She inquired abruptly, leaving Yi Xinghua and the others momentarily stunned. Before they could respond, she continued, Why not join my side? I assure you 3 dishes and a soup with meat at every meal, with individual dormitories that are warm in winter and cool in summer. Yi Xinghua replied, Are you, at this moment, trying to recruit us? Indeed, is it not evident? Were it not for my fear of Mo Han seeking retribution, I would have doused him with a bucket of dirty water by now, spreading slander before attempting to brainwash you. But speaking of which, when did you awaken your abilities? Wen Qian was aware they would likely decline her offer, so she shifted the conversation to extract some information. Yi Xinghua and Lin Yan exchanged glances, realizing they could no longer keep this secret. Such abilities were essential for survival, and they would need to be utilized sooner or later. Thus, they answered candidly. Yi Xinghua, it was just in the last couple of days. It appeared quite suddenly. Lin Yan, same here. I woke up this morning thinking I hadn't fully woken up. As they spoke, Ji Fan, a junior of Wen Qian's acquaintance, approached them. Goddess. Goddess, I have powers too, he whispered excitedly to Wen Qian. I'm quite impressive. I have spatial abilities. Upon finishing, he produced a piece of candy from his space and cheerfully handed it to Wen Qian. Here, I stole this from Lin Yan's pocket yesterday. Lin Yan interjected. I knew it was you. You denied it at the time. The two began to playfully tussle, an exchange so juvenile it was almost painful to witness. Wen Qian sighed, thinking, a bunch of fools. If I were to recruit them, I would have to worry about them as well. Perhaps it's better they don't come. Yet, Wen Qian was taken aback by their unguarded demeanor as they divulged so much to her. With a sigh, she beckoned everyone to search the warehouse and workshop for medicine. This pharmaceutical company, while not particularly large, yielded several thousand boxes of medicines. Wen Qian had no intention of deceiving them. Her space already held a significant stockpile of remedies, sufficient for her needs, so she requested only those she lacked. The surviving children in the community were afflicted with congenital illnesses, some with heart conditions, others with asthma, and she had previously neglected to stockpile these medications, making this a priority. Once the medicines were distributed, they glanced outside. The zombies inside had been cleared, yet many remained outside. Thus, Wen Qian and Yi Xinghua ventured out to drive 2 vehicles into the warehouse, while the others provided cover fire. After filling those 2 vehicles, they exchanged them for others, continuing this process until all the medicines were loaded. Having completed their task and prepared to return home, Wen Qian did not travel the same route as them and did not request their escort. She watched them depart, her gaze drifting to a factory several dozen meters away. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling crept over her, as though something were watching her from that direction. Chapter 75. Zombie, Help. Xiao Bai crouched at Wen Qian's feet, seemingly sensing the anomaly as well. Its back arched, for bristling, and it emitted a low growl of warning, showing its claws and teeth, poised to attack at any moment. Wen Qian bit her lip, and as the door of the factory creaked open, causing the zombies in the yard to scatter in terror, she tightly gripped her knife. A towering figure, 3 meters tall, emerged from the factory, coming into Wen Qian's view. Much like the small zombie she encountered on Yu Island, its skin was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. However, unlike that little zombie, this one possessed a broad skeletal frame, a robust physique, and 2 heads upon its neck. Stepping from the dim light into the sun, it fixed its gaze upon Wen Qian, munching on a live mouse it had seized, and advanced toward her. Their eyes locked across the distance, and Wen Qian could distinctly see it grin, as if it had not encountered such a satisfying prey in quite some time. Furrowing her brow, Wen Qian sensed this creature would prove more formidable than the previous small zombie. Its strength and size far surpassed it. But how could there be so many high-level zombies just a month and a half into the apocalypse? She hesitated to even classify this creature as an elite, as they were becoming all too common. Wen Qian's mind momentarily blinked, and instinctively, she reached for her gun to shoot it. However, upon realizing that neither of its heads exhibited a critical weakness, she turned and sprinted back toward the room where Wen Rang and the others were. She returned to them at lightning speed. The others, having heard the commotion outside, were peering out the window. Upon sighting the giant zombie, their expressions turned to shock. Wen Qian had no time to utter a word, swiftly tossing them into her space. The young boy was not bound to the system, triggering a notification. Monitoring 0 attack power injured individual. Do you require permission to bring the injured into space for treatment? The injured still possesses consciousness. Upon exiting the space, their memories of it will automatically be erased. Without hesitation, Wen Qian consented, sending him into her space before she heard a resounding crash. The zombie had kicked down the heavy security door at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Wen Qian glanced outside. The lower-level zombies had already fled far away. With a decisive punch, she shattered the glass and leaped outside. The confined space of the building was not conducive for her abilities. It was far more convenient out here. The zombie had reached the room she had just vacated, barbarically tearing down the door frame to enter, only to discover Wen Qian waiting outside, inciting its ire. It did not retreat through the original path. With a few powerful punches, it demolished a wall, gazing hungrily at its prey merely a few meters away, a greedy grin spreading across both of its faces. Such a powerful human would undoubtedly be a delectable meal. Xiao Bai launched a fierce attack from behind, leaping onto its shoulder, only to be swiftly caught and flung several meters away. Xiaobai hit the ground hard, letting out a mewl before struggling to rise once more. Wen Qian could not bear to see Xiaobai harmed, while it was over 50 pounds and easily dealt with ordinary zombies. Against this behemoth weighing 700 to 800 pounds, it was merely a small kitten. Wen Qian hastened to Xiaobai's side, gently caressing its head before ushering it into the space, casually discarding the Tang Dao along with it. Subsequently, she rolled to the side on the ground, narrowly evading the sudden assault from the zombie. Although the creature was towering in stature, its speed was astonishingly swift. In her 2 lifetimes, Wen Qian had never encountered a zombie with 2 heads. If her conjecture was accurate, this was likely a product of the initial outbreak at the pharmaceutical factory, where the zombies had resorted to cannibalism. It resembled a vessel for breeding poison, with a horde of zombies slaughtering one another, leaving only this solitary survivor. Could it possibly possess supernatural abilities? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the zombie vanished from sight, only to reappear before her an instant later. Teleportation. Wen Qian gasped, feeling the force of the zombie's kick send her flying several meters away. In that moment, she was profoundly grateful for the defensive points awarded by the system through various tasks, which allowed her to emerge unscathed despite the jarring impact. However, her pain receptors remained intact, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as she realized the zombie was already looming over her once more. Damn creature. Wen Qian couldn't help but curse inwardly. It hadn't teleported. Rather, it had chosen to stalk her slowly, as if to mock and intimidate her. Much like a cat that, upon catching a mouse, doesn't devour it immediately but instead plays with it for a while before delivering the fatal bite. When Qian raised her gaze to the zombie, her eyes glinting slightly. The creature bent down, its 2 colossal faces looming ominously above her. Grasping Wen Qian's arm, it hoisted her up and with a violent tug, wrenched off one of her arms. Blood gushed forth, and an excruciating pain pierced through her. In that same instant, her regeneration ability activated, halting the bleeding, and her arm reformed within mere seconds. The zombie was momentarily taken aback by such an unprecedented sight. Wen Qian closed her eyes briefly and murmured, "Ugly thing. Do you have any idea how much that hurts?" The zombie, bewildered, pondered. "Who is the ugly thing? You're merely in pain?" It offered no response, merely staring vacantly at the severed limb in its grasp before glancing back at Wen Qian's reformed arm. It began to question whether she was truly human. Wen Qian initially thought it might possess other abilities and was eager to witness them, but so far, it only displayed teleportation. She glanced down at her arm, noting that her clothing and combat suit were torn, her limb now exposed to the scorching sunlight. Feeling slightly hot and painful, after the activation of her regeneration ability, the system notified her. Each activation enhances her defense and strength by 100. These buffs were earned at the cost of her own pain, and she resolved that the zombie must also experience some of it. A dagger manifested in her hand, and taking advantage of the zombie's momentary confusion, she thrust it into one of its eyes. The unsuspecting zombie, caught off guard since she had previously wielded no weapon, let out a furious roar and instinctively covered its eye. When Qian landed gracefully a few meters away, her body agile and steady. One of the zombies' heads glared at her with malice, and Wen Qian tilted her head with a fleeting smile, just as the Tang Dao reappeared in her hand. Like a flash of lightning, she charged at the zombie, wielding her blade to sever its legs. The creature toppled over with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater, causing Wen Qian to momentarily bounce off the ground from the impact. She stepped forward, towering over the incapacitated monstrosity. "I am a reasonable person. You just severed my arm, and I shall dismember you in return. How does that sound?" The zombie, filled with terror in its murky eyes, activated its teleportation once more and vanished from sight. When Qian smiled faintly, accurately pinpointing its reemergence. As she had surmised, even teleportation had its limitations, confined to a range of only 10 meters. Moreover, activating such abilities drained considerable stamina, and after a few attempts, coupled with Wen Qian's relentless pursuit and the severing of its arms and legs, it was exhausted and lacked the strength to flee. Wen Qian had declared her intention to dismember it, and she intended to fulfill that promise. Emotionless, she continued her merciless assault on the very zombie that had sought to consume her mere moments ago, its howls sending the lesser zombies scurrying away in terror. Once again, she released Xiaobai from the space, and upon its emergence, it beheld the scattered remains, barking at Wen Qian before turning to indulge in its feast. As Wen Qian gazed at the zombie that was left with only its upper body and head, a thought struck her. 2 heads, surely that meant 2 cores? Excitement filled her eyes at this realization. The zombie, witnessing her enthusiasm, regretted its impulsive attack. Earlier that morning, it had feasted abundantly on another group that had arrived at the pharmaceutical factory to scavenge for supplies. It had been satiated, which explained its absence when Wen Qian and her companions arrived. Only after sensing her formidable combat prowess did it feel compelled to pursue her. Yet now, it had become the prey. When Qian proceeded to sever its 2 heads, her initial excitement gradually fading into disinterest.
Bah.
With 2 heads, it yields only 1 core. Such a waste of resources. Previously, while combating zombies in the building, she had unlocked an achievement reward, allowing all bound members within the system to have cores automatically collected into the space upon killing a zombie, thus eliminating the need to waste time gathering them individually. With the cores now secured, Wen Qian released Wen Rang and the others from the space. Upon seeing her unscathed, they released a collective sigh of relief. When Chongning and Li Mo encircled her, inspecting her from head to toe for injuries, their faces streaked with tears. Gu Ran stared blankly at the remnants of the zombie, while Wen Rang glowered in silence at the severed arm lying in the distance. Wen Qian stored the vehicles and medical supplies from the building into the space, and the group then drove home in one of the cars. Wen Rang was behind the wheel, and Wen Qian sensed his irritation, likely understanding the reason for it. So she refrained from speaking. Upon their safe return to the community entrance, Wen Qian was astonished to find that the exterior of the complex had transformed. The system had designated the community as her base space yesterday, upgrading it comprehensively. The walls had been reinforced to a quality comparable to that of a fortress, impervious to cannon fire or tank assaults. Having departed early in the morning while it was still dark, they had overlooked the changes to the community's exterior.
Now,
she noticed the community's name, once etched on the outer walls, had vanished, and the entrance to the underground garage had been sealed. She marveled at the system's invincibility. The entire complex now had only one main entrance, with the underground garage sealed off, rendering it a safe haven. The garage boasted 3 underground levels, with each unit accessible via elevators and stairs. Originally designed as an emergency refuge, it was spacious enough to accommodate the community's children for play, alleviating concerns that their revelry might attract the attention of zombies. Wen Qian felt immensely satisfied. After several individuals disembarked from the vehicle, she concealed the car within her personal space, and the gates of the base opened automatically. They successfully repelled the zombies and entered the premises, returning home unscathed. Upon closing the door, Wen Qian noticed that Wen Rang had already dashed into his room without uttering a single word to her. First, she attended to Li Mo and settled the little boy comfortably, then cautiously approached the door of Wen Rang's room and gently knocked. Wen Rang rarely expressed anger towards her. Throughout their lives, he had almost always acquiesced to her wishes. After he began university, he took on part-time jobs, diligently transferring money to her whenever he earned it. Even after she enrolled in college, he continued to send her funds monthly, fully aware that their parents provided her with a living allowance. Thus, Wen Qian had always felt at ease in his presence. However, she also feared his wrath. She understood that when her brother was angry, he could be quite intimidating. There was no response from within, so Wen Qian pressed her ear to the door. Upon hearing the sound of a television, she called out, "Brother, I'm coming in." She pushed the door open and found Wen Rang seated on the floor, engrossed in a PlayStation game. In the virtual realm, he was a formidable warrior, yet outside of it, he wore a countenance akin to that of a funeral. He didn't even glance at her as she entered. Suddenly feeling a bit anxious, Wen Qian edged closer to him and gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Brother, please don't be angry, all right?" Wen Rang remained silent. "I know I was wrong." His fingers hesitated over the game controller. "I truly promise. I won't throw you into the space again next time." Wen Rang cast aside the controller and turned to face her. His eyes were ablaze with emotion, glistening with unshed tears. "What do you understand? You know nothing. You always rush headlong into danger alone." Tears brimmed in his eyes as he regarded the girl before him with utmost seriousness. He was the first to hold her after her birth, aside from doctors and nurses. When she began to speak, The first word she uttered was brother. She had never comprehended how significant she was to him. Wen Qian, I can accept my own demise. But I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Do you understand? Wen Qian momentarily froze, and in the blink of an eye, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Seeing her cry, Wen Rang panicked. Why are you crying? I haven't even hit you. The warmth of her tears felt foreign to Wen Qian. It had been ages since she had cried. She raised her hand to hastily wipe her face and smiled at Wen Rang. Brother, I won't let you die. In her previous life, everyone had perished while trying to protect her. This time, she vowed that such a tragedy would not repeat itself. Let us grow stronger together. I promise I won't carelessly toss you into the space again, so please don't be angry, alright? I'm scared when you ignore me. She tugged at the hem of Wen Rang's shirt, and seeing his woebegone expression, he let out a heavy sigh. He cast his gaze downward at her blood-stained clothes and scolded, Go back to your room and change your clothes. Come back in a while to play games with me.
All right.
Wen Qian's eyes sparkled, and she promptly got up to leave. Wen Rang watched her exit, then opened his palm before clenching it into a fist. He had been feeling unwell for the past 2 days, though he couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. Just yesterday, he had even questioned whether he was hallucinating, for he had seen flames erupting from his palm. He intended to discuss this matter with Wen Qian shortly. As Wen Qian left Wen Rang's room, she was intercepted by Gu Ran, who wore an expression as dark as Wen Rang's, seemingly ready to send someone to the crematorium. After exchanging a few words, the topic was clear. He insisted that in future battles, she should refrain from placing him in the space. Chapter 77. The Awakening of Family Abilities. The Wen family had taken him in and saved his sister's life. If he couldn't protect them in critical moments, but instead hid away in the space, then his presence here would lose all meaning. Gu Ran was acutely aware of what he needed to do. Although his strength paled in comparison to Wen Qian's, he had his own contributions to make. During her time at the pharmaceutical factory today, Wen Qian hadn't given it much thought. She was confident she could defeat that zombie. She just didn't want everyone to accompany her into danger without knowing its abilities. Moreover, she wanted to test her regeneration ability without alarming her parents, hence she had thrown everyone into the space. Yet, reflecting on it now, she felt fortunate for her decision. If that zombie had hidden its powers and suddenly teleported in front of her parents, Wen Qian shuddered at the thought. She called everyone into the space to bathe and change, and afterward, checked on the still sleeping little boy. Seeing no signs of him waking up, she proceeded to have a meal. At the dining table, Wen Qian engaged in serious conversation with everyone. The zombie we encountered today has begun to exhibit a semblance of human consciousness. If this continues, it will only become increasingly difficult to deal with. I've noticed that more and more people are awakening their abilities. The timing is alarmingly premature. This is not a good sign. In my previous life, these anomalies did not occur so early. Even someone as worthless as Zhang Ziang was able to manifest a space ability. It's utterly absurd. After sharing her observations, she noticed the expressions of those around her were somewhat off. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, You all wouldn't also the others remained silent, but aside from Gu Ran, the rest synchronously extended their hands, palms open. When Rang's palm burst forth with a flame of azure, when Chongning held a sphere of water, and Li Mo exhibited a radiant white light. Li Mo, I only started feeling something was off in the past couple of days. But since this ability is sporadic and unstable, I didn't mention it to everyone, fearing it would vanish and leave us with nothing but false hope. When Chongning and Wen Rang nodded in agreement, their experiences mirrored his. Wen Qian turned to Gu Ran, who glanced around before rising to retrieve a dumbbell from the living room. In front of everyone, he crushed it effortlessly. Wen Qian, I see, a strength-based ability. It was peculiar that they all awakened their abilities around the same time, within the last 2 days. When Chongning had water-based abilities, when Rang possessed fire, and Li Mo was of the healing type. After discovering their newfound powers, they had been secretly practicing, but at times they could not manifest them. Which is why they had hesitated to inform Wen Qian. Taking in their concerns, Wen Qian pondered for a moment before speaking. The same type of ability can manifest differently in different individuals. For example, with water abilities, my father can generate water, while Yi Xinghua can transform into water. I suspect the reason your abilities are unstable is that they are still evolving and have yet to fully take shape. Wen Qian was confident that her family possessed superior physical capabilities and potential compared to those outside. Ever since the apocalypse began, they had been drinking well water from the space and soaking in its hot springs daily, an advantage no one else could rival. Since abilities, once awakened, would not fade away, it remained to be seen how much they could strengthen. Wen Qian's words eased the worries of her companions. Yet she felt perplexed as to why she was the only one without abilities. The space had been hers since her first day back. Her strength and speed were enhancements granted by the system, and her regeneration was acquired after defeating the small zombie. If she guessed correctly, once she entered the space to process the crystal core from today's zombie, she should be able to absorb its teleportation ability. But why couldn't she awaken two more herself? Wen Qian expressed her profound dissatisfaction. As the apocalypse unfolded, those who survived were striving to adapt to the harsh environment for the sake of survival. In the realm shared by Zhang Ziang and Ji Fan, it appears to stem from a profound yearning within themselves. However, their space is rather confined. Today, Wen Qian observed that Ji Fan had filled it to capacity with merely 2 boxes of medicine. Additionally, there lies the matter of ability acquisition. Prior to her confrontation with Zhang Ziang, the system had forewarned Wen Qian regarding the presence of abilities in her opponent. Yet today, neither Yi Xinghua nor Ji Fan issued any such alerts, which implies that as long as her adversaries harbor no malice or intent to kill, the system would refrain from permitting indiscriminate slaughter. As the group engaged in conversation, the topic shifted to the base. When Rang turned to Wen Qian and inquired, "What shall we name our base?" After some contemplation, Wen Qian replied, "Shao by base." The others were taken aback, never anticipating she would bestow the name of Shao by upon it. Noticing their surprise, Wen Qian offered a gentle smile. "Do you not think this name is quite fitting for us? A bunch of innocents, utterly clueless, devoid of resources and combat prowess, merely huddling together for warmth. Ah, it evokes a sense of protectiveness." When Rang retorted, "Do you even hear what you're saying? Protectiveness?" Upon hearing such a name, most would likely rush over to eliminate this group of innocents and seize their supplies. Regardless, Wen Qian resolved to stick with her chosen name. After their meal, when Rang summoned her to the study, directing her attention to the computer surveillance screen. This monitoring system, set up before the apocalypse by Wen Rang, primarily focused on the area in front of their home. However, it now displayed footage encompassing the entire community and a radius of 500 meters around it. Wen Qian found herself reassessing the significance of the system's earlier mention of defense upgrades. She recalled the system's notification about the activation of the base system. After a brief moment of hesitation, she entered the space. Inside, beside the mall system, a new base system had materialized. Upon exploring it, she discovered information regarding all the individuals within the base, including their abilities and the points they had accrued. The system would allocate points based on their future labor contributions, such as the amount of food each individual cultivated, 1 pound of grain equating to 1 point, which would be automatically credited to their accounts. This information was exclusively visible to Wen Qian, and she held the authority to manage these points. She could utilize the points earned by them to exchange for essential supplies within the base mall, including liquefied gas tanks, small generators, stoves, and other items that would be crucial in the future, distributing them accordingly. In summary, it was unequivocally impossible for anyone at Wen Qian's base to remain idle, passively waiting for her to provide sustenance. The diligent would reap more rewards. The more points earned, the greater the resources Wen Qian could procure for them. An astute system would never allow its host to suffer any detriment. With a sense of satisfaction, Wen Qian deactivated the base system, planning to initiate their agricultural endeavors the following day. She intended to clear all the trees in the community and uproot every flower. After all, they were all dead and served no purpose. Every vacant space would be transformed into fields for crops. While chaos reigned outside, they would cultivate and raise chickens. A perfect plan. Chapter 78. Everyone is pure yet sinister. Wen Qian prepared the tools and seeds necessary for the next day, while grappling with the issue of water supply. Although her space harbored water, it was impractical to retrieve it daily for irrigation. How wonderful it would be if the system could provide her with a well within the community. Ordinary water would suffice, devoid of the enhanced effects found in her space. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard the system's prompt. The base well has been completed, located between Building 1 and Building 2. Wen Qian mused, so You truly do respond to my requests? Then I shall begin to make extravagant demands. She continued, I would like each base member to possess a laser sword, a spaceship, and an Ultraman. The system's silence was deafening, and Wen Qian imagined that if it could manifest, it would undoubtedly convey 4 words: you wish for nonsense. Chuckling to herself, she turned and entered the villa to address the crystal cores she had brought back that day. All the cores had been meticulously organized by the system in the medical room, including her processor. Ascending the stairs, she found the cores neatly arranged in boxes, categorized by level. Spotting the crystal core from the 2-headed zombie, she noted it was labeled as Level 2. Level 2? The crystal cores were ranked from Level 5 to Level 1, culminating in Special Grade, Level 5 being the lowest and Special Grade the highest. The crystal core from the previous small zombie had been designated as Special Grade, yet this one, stronger than the little zombie, was only rated at Level 2. It was evident that the hierarchy of zombies fluctuated according to their mutation status. Presently, the Special Grade might very well downgrade to Level 5 a year hence. Furrowing her brow, Wen Qian cast all the crystal cores into the processor and then proceeded to clean the chicken coop and cow shed, ensuring her father wouldn't have to deal with the mess later. After a refreshing shower, she returned to find the processor had completed its task. This time, the output was not an injection, but rather capsules resembling those meant for oral consumption. It seemed the system had recognized the inefficiency of injections, which required a new needle for each person, presenting a practical inconvenience. Wen Qian glanced at the screen displaying the synthesis rules for the crystal cores. 100 level 5 crystals could be combined to create 1 capsule, enhancing one's inherent abilities by an increase of 3. 50 level 4 crystals would yield 1 capsule, enhancing abilities by 5. 10 level 3 crystals would produce 1 capsule, enhancing abilities by 10. 1 level 2 crystal could be synthesized into 5 capsules, enhancing abilities by 20. 1 level 1 crystal could yield 10 capsules, enhancing abilities by 40 and extending lifespan by 2 years. A special grade crystal could produce 10 capsules, enhancing abilities by 50 and granting additional skills, along with a 5-year lifespan extension. Moreover, all levels of crystals could significantly augment physical attributes, although the effects varied from person to person. Most of the crystals Wen Qian had brought back were level 5. Presently, she possessed 20 level 5 capsules, 20 level 4, 30 level 3, and 5 level 2. Without hesitation, she popped a level 2 capsule into her mouth and immediately received a notification that she had acquired the ability of teleportation. Indeed, while others awakened their powers, hers came through absorption. For a moment, Wen Qian felt a twinge of frustration, but she soon reconciled with the notion. In truth, this arrangement was quite advantageous. If she were to awaken, she might possess only a couple of skills, but through absorption, the possibilities were boundless. In this world, what was most abundant? Zombies. Given the current pace of evolution, it was evident that there would soon be no shortage of zombies with abilities. She could simply capture zombies to acquire whatever powers she desired. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, even wishing to venture out and engage with zombies at that very moment. She exited the space, distributing the capsules among everyone. As they consumed the capsules in unison, they immediately sensed changes within their bodies. When Rang spread his hands, flames leaping several meters high, nearly singeing the hair of his father standing nearby. When Changning, startled, hurriedly turned on the water, resulting in a chaotic scene as chickens and dogs scattered, leaving the living room in disarray. Li Mo observed the father and son duo with an impassive expression as they scrambled to tidy the mess, not daring to utter a word. Wen Qian chuckled at the commotion before retreating to her room. She lay on her bed for a while, perusing a comic, then turned her gaze toward the satellite phone on her bedside table, contemplating reaching out to Mo Han for updates. The Bincheng base likely housed numerous ability wielders. Having discovered the value of crystal cores, they would undoubtedly be amassing them in great quantities. Wen Qian hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone and dialing the number. After 2 rings, it was answered, and she heard Mo Han's voice. What's the matter? I wanted to inquire about the crystal nuclei. Didn't you mention before that the harmless components could be extracted and injected into the body? How is the research progressing on your end? Have you achieved successful extraction? I'm in a meeting. Can I call you back in 10 minutes?
All right.
Wen Qian hung up, slightly furrowing her brow. This person is quite busy. Is he truly in a meeting, Or is he merely using it as an excuse to brush me off? Surely, he cannot be in meetings every day. The world is in chaos outside, and he is merely sitting in the base attending meetings. Does that seem appropriate? He hasn't even taken a team out on a mission. Comparing him to others, he's the head of the base, yet the disparity is stark. Wen Qian sat cross-legged on her bed, muttering for 10 minutes before receiving a call from Mo Han. The experimental team is still conducting research. Achieving a complete extraction of harmless components is quite challenging. The highest results we've obtained so far reach only 30%. Your pace is rather slow, Wen Qian remarked. Mo Han continued, is there anything else you wish to know? I met with Yi Xinghua, Lin Yan, and Ji Fan today, and they've all awakened their abilities. There should be quite a few individuals with powers on your side, right? They awakened in the past few days, but the overall number is still quite limited. Including residents, there are only a few dozen awakeners in the entire base. With nearly 300,000 people, a mere dozen awakeners is indeed not substantial. However, whether this number will significantly increase in the future remains uncertain. Mo Han seemed to sense her thoughts. If one does not awaken within the first 3 months of the apocalypse, it becomes increasingly difficult thereafter. Wen Qian was taken aback. Why do you say that? Survival of the fittest. The gap in strength will only widen. All those chosen by the apocalypse will be in the first tier, and only this group will possess abilities. This was the first time Wen Qian had heard such a notion. Chosen by the apocalypse? What does that make her? Chosen to return and confront the apocalypse. Wen Qian chuckled self-deprecatingly, then decided to inform him about her plans to establish a base. By the way, I've set up a base, so in the future, be cautious with your words. Don't inadvertently reveal any secrets that could be considered confidential, or I wouldn't want you blaming me for espionage. Mo Han paused for 2 seconds before asking, what is the name of the base? Little White Base. Is everyone there white and black-hearted? Wen Qian did not expect him to understand so well. She hypocritically denied it. No, it's literal. Everyone is just little white. A soft laugh reached her ears. And Mo Han did not press the matter further. He merely said, all right, if you need anything in the future, let me know, and I'll help you find supplies. Chapter 79. The mind-reading ability is a hoax. Wen Qian took his words as mere courtesy and replied with a polite thank you, hoping for continued pleasant collaboration. Having obtained useful information, she was eager to end the awkward conversation. Just as she was about to say goodbye, she heard Mo Han ask, are you free next Friday? Wen Qian was puzzled. In this apocalypse where there's no work or school, when would I not be free? Yes, I am. Have you discovered another supply point? She inquired. Where exactly is it? I'll head over to meet Yi Xinghua and the others. It's actually me who needs to see you. If you're free, I'll take you to a place. I want to go. Without asking where it was, she flatly declined. The other party seemed lost in thought, as if he had never been rejected before, and after a moment he spoke again.
Why?
That's a good question. Wen Qian smiled thinly. Are you truly oblivious? With your so-called mind-reading ability, who would want to be around you? Mo Han reviewed all the details from their last meeting, trying to ascertain what had irked her. Finally, Wen Qian asked, can you hear everyone's thoughts simultaneously with that mind-reading? You must be quite busy at the base. How do you manage to sleep with 20 to 30,000 people around? He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot, leaning back in his chair. He held the phone with one hand while pressing his forehead with the other. Now, telling her that his mind-reading ability was false would undoubtedly be met with disbelief, and he had no way to explain. Mo Han sighed in resignation and replied, I can't hear anyone else's thoughts. I can only hear yours. This is impossible. Wen Qian was bewildered. Why is that? Am I just that unlucky? Weavy never, as she spoke halfway, a familiar feeling surged within her, reminiscent of that day at the base, prompting her to swallow the last 2 words. Mo Han inquired, what do you mean by never? Nothing. Mo Han continued, for you, it only works under special circumstances, not at all times. Wen Qian was half convinced. What constitutes a special circumstance? When I wish to hear. Wen Qian ground her teeth. Do you mind if I curse? Not particularly keen to hear it. Then there's nothing more to say.
Goodbye.
Wen Qian abruptly hung up the phone. What kind of special circumstance is that? Wen Qian took a deep breath, rolled her eyes, and tossed the phone back onto the nightstand. She was uncertain about the veracity of his words. The only solution was to keep her distance from him. Surely, even the most potent mind-reading ability must have its limitations? She refused to believe that he could still hear her thoughts if they were on opposite sides of the city. Emohan glanced at the 2 invitation letters on the table and sighed, regretting ever mentioning his mind-reading ability to her. Feeling somewhat dejected, his mood soured further when Yi Xinghua knocked on the door to report something, making him wonder if his presence was ill-timed. Wen Qian tossed aside her phone just as her brother knocked, announcing that the little boy had awakened. The bedroom door had been left open, yet they had heard no noise. It was only when Gu Wanwan peeked through the door that they discovered the boy was missing, ultimately finding him tucked away in a wardrobe. After Li Mo brought him out, the boy was teary-eyed, clearly overwhelmed by fright and still in shock. When Wen Qian approached, he was curled up in the blanket, resembling a small dog shivering after being caught in the rain. She pulled back a corner of the blanket to meet his gaze. Upon seeing her, his tense expression shifted slightly. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now. This is my home." When Qian reached out to poke his cheek gently, asking, "What's your name?" The boy remained quiet for a while before softly replying, "Fuyuan." When Qian regarded him thoughtfully, refraining from asking anything further, and fetched him some food. Li Mo and Gu Wanwan stayed behind to keep him company during the meal, and once the others exited the room, Wen Qian spoke in a low voice. This little guy possesses abilities. In truth, she had sensed this back at the pharmaceutical factory. In such a vast place, he was the only survivor. Even if his parents had fought valiantly to protect him, it was impossible. Such a soft and fragrant little child. How could the zombies possibly let him off? The scent alone would be irresistible. However, seeing the boy's current state, there would be no way to extract any information from him. It would be best to wait for another opportunity. Wen Qian returned to her room to lounge comfortably, watching Country Love until 1 in the morning before yawning and heading to bed. In her dreams, she beat Xie Guangquan soundly and hung him on the base wall to bait zombies. The sight of zombies below, eagerly drawn to him like fish to bait, was an exceptionally comforting image. Wen Qian slept soundly until dawn, and upon waking, she first had breakfast, then used the intercom to notify those residing in Building 2 to gather downstairs. Building 2 features a design of 2 elevators serving 4 households each, and the remaining 20 families conveniently occupy 5 floors. Over the past few days, they have managed to satisfy their hunger and no longer worry about the zombies lurking in the stairwells, enjoying ample rest, which has significantly improved their spirits. Upon seeing them, Wen Qian wasted no time and said directly, "From now on, you shall all be members of this base. As you well know, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I have no obligation to save or support you. Therefore, should I discover any traitors among you, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Those who attempt to act slyly will be shown the door." Despite the formidable mental monitoring system in place, I prefer to lay my cards on the table. Today's task is to clear all the trees and flowers in the community and replace them with crops and vegetables. The water source lies between Building 1 and Building 2, which will also serve as the daily water supply. The group listened attentively to Wen Qian's instructions before turning their gaze towards the well, their expressions filled with astonishment. Their community was built on a hillside. Although the mountain was not particularly high, how could she have possibly dug a well there? The crowd was left in stunned silence as they processed this revelation. In this post-apocalyptic world, where zombies roamed, what else could they find hard to accept? Wen Qian seemed to them a celestial being sent to rescue them, and they felt it wise to heed her words, leaving aside any other concerns. Wen Qian observed the children huddled close to their guardians, resembling a flock of quails, their eyes brimming with panic as they occasionally glanced around, fearful of the terrifying zombies reappearing. These children were afflicted with congenital ailments, having never been able to engage in vigorous play, making them much quieter than ordinary children. Under the current circumstances, this was not a disadvantage, for if they were noisy and unruly, she would have had to discipline them. Would she tolerate such behavior from those who depended on her for sustenance? She had no such patience. After assigning tasks, everyone set to work. Initially, Wen Qian had considered allowing the small quails to play in the underground garage, but they all shook their heads, preferring to remain quietly at their guardians' sides. While they could not perform heavy labor, they were still capable of running errands and assisting with small tasks. As for the older individuals who could not work, their farming experience surpassed anything found in textbooks.
Chapter 80. Fuyuan's Abilities.
A group of 20 middle-aged individuals, accompanied by their children and under the guidance of 7 elderly people, worked diligently. Previously office workers, they had little experience with physical labor, and their farming skills were non-existent. Before long, the elders grew impatient, criticizing their inability to grasp the basics. One elder seized a hoe and began demonstrating, prompting the young adults to nod eagerly, fearing the old man's frail bones might give way. As temperatures soared to nearly 60 degrees, the group toiled in the shadow of the building, yet they were still overcome by the heat, feeling faint and drenched in sweat. While Wen Qian urged them to work, she did not intend for them to overexert themselves. As long as they were not deliberately slacking, she welcomed their breaks. They labored from dawn until dusk, sharing lunch and dinner together on the ground floor. The once despised meals of steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and plain water now tasted sweet. They savored the feeling of being alive, especially the elderly, who, without realizing it, found tears welling in their eyes. Night fell, yet the temperature began to drop. Mosquitoes and bats emerged, but the glass roof over the base prevented them from entering, while the remaining spaces were protected by fine steel mesh. Thus, none could breach their sanctuary. Solar-powered streetlights illuminated the courtyard, allowing them to continue their work, hauling the felled trees into the underground garage for future use. During her previous trip to buy seeds, Wen Qian had also acquired some soil, which she distributed among them. With renewed vigor, and reassured that the zombies outside could not penetrate the base, they brought their tents outside to lay down for the night. After all, their homes were just as hot. But the absence of mosquitoes outside made it immensely more pleasant. Around 4 in the morning, everyone rose to resume their tasks. By 9 that evening, after a week of continuous effort, they had filled every available space in the base with crops. Gazing at the fruits of their labor, they felt a swell of pride. After drawing water from the well to wash up and changing their clothes, they contacted Wen Qian via walkie-talkie to inquire about further tasks. Wen Qian had no immediate plans, instructing them instead to exercise, running 5 kilometers daily, increasing to 10 kilometers after a week. The group complied, and the next morning, she observed a diverse group of individuals, young and old, jogging around the community, some fast, others slow. The base system indicated a resident count of 47, and indeed, there were 47 individuals downstairs. The elderly, unable to run, walked at their own pace, pausing to rest as necessary. After watching for a while, Wen Qian turned her attention to the doorway of Fu Yuan's room. He had appeared there at some point, cautiously peering out. For an entire week, he had remained inside, speaking no more than 10 words. She beckoned him with a finger, and to her surprise, he hesitated briefly before approaching her side. "Sister," Fu Yuan whispered, looking up at her. "Good boy," Wen Qian replied, gently ruffling his hair. "Are you comfortable in your room? If you don't like it, you can choose another." "That one is fine," Fu Yuan responded, glancing back over his shoulder. Not seeing Gu Wanwan, he quietly asked, "Did the monsters eat Wanwan's parents too?" Wen Qian hesitated. She wanted to affirm his statement, but feared the child might inadvertently let slip the truth. After all, Gu Wanwan was only 3 years old. It was best to keep the secret for as long as possible. "No, her parents are working far away, so they can't come back for now." Fu Yuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling happy for Gu Wanwan. "That's good, as long as she has her parents." Observing his demeanor, Wen Qian noted that he did not seem to reject her presence entirely. She inquired, "Can you tell me how you managed to evade those monsters?" As Fu Yuan recalled those terrifying moments, his face paled further, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet, he did not flee and answer her question. "I hid in the cupboard and didn't go out. But even so, they could still find you. While you were in the cupboard, did you feel anything unusual about your body?" Fu Yuan tilted his head, pondering her question. "Unusual about my body?" After a long moment, he looked back at Wen Qian and asked, "Is it like that?" Wen Qian's eyes widened slightly as she noticed a nearly transparent barrier enveloping Fu Yuan. She reached out to touch it, feeling no tangible sensation. "Can you let me in there too?" As soon as she spoke, the pale light began to expand, encasing her within it as well. Wen Qian nodded thoughtfully, realizing this was the essence of his ability. As long as one remained within this barrier, zombies would be unable to sense their presence. However, given Fu Yuan's young age and limited control over his powers, the barrier could likely accommodate only 2 individuals at most. Contemplating this, Wen Qian called Gu Wanwan out to conduct an experiment. Sure enough, no matter how hard Fu Yuan tried, a third person could not enter the barrier. Satisfied with the results, Wen Qian smiled and suggested they return indoors to play. To her surprise, however, Fu Yuan remained rooted in place, asking her a question. Sister, could you teach me how to slay monsters? Despite the fear that gripped him at the thought of those grotesque creatures, causing him to tremble, he still longed to vanquish them. Wen Qian paused slightly, listening as he continued. Next time you go out, can you take me along? I promise to keep hidden and not be a burden. Wen Qian smiled, replying, I can't take you next time, but I assure you, I will bring you out eventually. For now, stay at home and exercise with Wan Wan and the little friends downstairs. Once you have practiced a few moves, I will take you out. How does that sound?
Great.
I will work hard to learn, Fu Yuanan declared, his face set with determination, before turning to race back to his room, shutting the door behind him to be alone once more. Wen Qian had spent a week cooped up at home and decided today was the day to venture out and seek some zombies. Before others could extract the harmless portions of the crystal cores, she needed to enhance her own and her family's supernatural abilities. If luck was on her side, she might even encounter first-tier and special-grade zombies. The system classified zombies based on their combat power, which meant there must be tangible references. This suggested that special-grade zombies were indeed lurking outside, though their precise locations remained a mystery. The more she pondered, the more excitement surged within her. She changed into her attire, donned goggles and tactical gloves, and called her brother before heading out. Gu Ran stayed behind at home, tasked with guiding Li Mo and Wen Chongning in cleansing zombies around the base, while helping them hone their abilities. As they exited the base gates and beheld the staggering zombies approaching in the distance, a sense of reality washed over Wen Qian. She set the offline navigation to a certain food processing plant in the southern part of the city and told Wen Reng, "This is it. My instincts tell me there will be formidable zombies here." Wen Reng replied, "While others search food at food processing plants, you go looking for zombies?" In a light-hearted tone, Wen Qian turned on the speaker to play her favorite music, feeling quite buoyant. Where can one find zombies that are as enticing as food? The two drove towards their destination, and as boredom set in, she suddenly recalled the matter of supernatural abilities. "Brother, have you thought of any fun techniques?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued. When Rang was taken aback by her question, "Fun techniques? Of course. You're fire-based, right? You can't just keep setting zombies ablaze. That would be dreadfully dull." For days, Wen Qian had been contemplating how she would wield her powers if she possessed them. Now everything was prepared, save for the zombies, to bestow her abilities. Wen Qian noticed her brother lost in thought, a fleeting smile crossing her eyes. She playfully tapped his shoulder, and in an instant, their positions swapped, when Rang found himself in the passenger seat while Wen Qian took the wheel. Startled, he exclaimed, "You little rascal, don't go fooling around while driving. With zombies roaming the streets, what is there to fear? If we run them over, it would be their luck." Wen Qian gripped the steering wheel with one hand, a carefree smile gracing her lips. This technique splendid? Not only can I teleport myself, but I can also shift all living beings around me. Her words sparked an idea in Wen Rang. He gazed out the window, his excitement mounting as he observed the zombies. During the hour-long journey, they encountered several groups of survivors scavenging for supplies. Those who had managed to survive this long outside the base were certainly not to be underestimated. However, the sheer number of zombies far outweighed that of the survivors. A month and a half into the global apocalypse, countless individuals had perished due to disease, hunger, and infighting, alongside those who had succumbed to infection and become zombies. It was estimated that the number of the deceased had reached half of the original human population. This calamity had struck with unprecedented swiftness, and compared to the last lifetime, it was even more ruthless. Upon nearing their destination, Wen Qian parked the car, confirming that no one was around before stowing the vehicle away. Her suspicion of high-level zombies in this vicinity stemmed from the food processing plant's notoriety. It boasted numerous chain restaurants throughout the city. The headquarters factory was responsible for supplying semi-finished products and secret sauces to various eateries. With its own warehouse filled with rice, flour, and oil, locals would undoubtedly think of scavenging here during food shortages. As more people gathered, the likelihood of encountering zombies increased. And, with a larger zombie population, The potential for formidable foes emerging, akin to what transpired at the pharmaceutical factory, became inevitable. Once they disembarked, a throng of zombies surged towards them, swiftly dispatched by the duo. Wen Qian wielded her tang knife, slicing through zombies with ease, leaving a trail of grotesque heads in her wake. With the crystal cores automatically collected by the system, she kicked aside the obstructing heads, too indifferent to spare them a glance. This scene did not go unnoticed by another team collecting crystal cores nearby, who couldn't help but mock those two fools, truly chosen workers, offering their services for free. Watching from a rooftop, they had initially intended to rest before continuing their efforts, but now they felt no urgency. Observing how nonchalantly the two dealt with the zombie heads made it clear they were oblivious to the existence of crystal cores. Better to let them exhaust themselves. Once they fell victim to the zombies, they could simply swoop in and collect the spoils. As time passed, the rooftop observers noted that the two down below were surprisingly skilled. After all this time, not a single zombie had managed to harm them, and they seemed in no rush to depart. With only two individuals, they likely weren't part of any alliance base. Perhaps they could capture them for their own purposes. It was rare to encounter such formidable women, and the man, while seemingly powerless, could still serve as a meat shield when necessary. Since they were not here for the crystal cores, it was evident they were after supplies. We provide them with food, and they fight for us. What could be better? After a spirited discussion, they ultimately decided to reveal themselves and extend a helping hand to Wen Qian and her brother. Wen Qian had anticipated that the group would remain hidden on the rooftop, but to her surprise, they approached directly. Upon descending, the sight of Wen Qian and Wen Rang brought forth a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the newcomers. From a distance on the rooftop, they could only discern vague outlines, but now they could clearly see their features. Exchanging knowing glances, the newcomers shared calculating smiles. With faces like theirs, even if they were inept, it wouldn't matter. After all, there were plenty of wealthy individuals who would be drawn to them, whether in the past or present. It was the ordinary citizens who bore the brunt of suffering. Those with wealth and power had long been privy to the impending doom, stockpiling resources for their own enjoyment. 2/3 of the food supplies in Banhai City had already been appropriated by a group of affluent individuals a month prior to the apocalypse. The reason for the absence of skyrocketing prices was their shared fear of rumors leaking, inciting panic, and attracting suppression from higher authorities. Thus, when initial negotiations commenced, they resorted to extreme intimidation tactics against the sellers, threatening them against divulging any information and deploying personnel for round-the-clock surveillance. Those who complied were spared, while those who defied their orders were swiftly abducted and dealt with. It was rumored that they had originally ordered a substantial shipment from an e-commerce platform, comprising 60 to 70 containers. However, on the night they intended to retrieve the goods, the items mysteriously vanished from the warehouse grounds. The representatives of the e-commerce platform could not elucidate the situation, merely stating that a woman had appeared abruptly, after which the goods disappeared. Such a ludicrous explanation was met with skepticism, leading buyers to suspect that the e-commerce platform had intentionally absconded with their payment. This resulted in a considerable dispute between both parties. They initially planned to request another batch of supplies from the e-commerce platform, but with the onset of the apocalypse, many employees were either dead or had fled, leaving the matter unresolved. Fortunately, these wealthy individuals had stockpiled ample provisions, thus their quality of life remained largely unaffected. Chapter 82. The moment of the hunt arrives. With no law enforcement oversight, these affluent individuals became even more unrestrained than before, indulging in activities that were previously deemed unacceptable. Wealthy individuals, after all, possess a myriad of pastimes. Beyond gambling and substance indulgence, their greatest enthusiasm lay in the more intimate affairs of the bedroom. Some favored men, others women, while some embraced both. They spent their days reveling in lavish parties at their villas, where men and women mingled in a grotesque spectacle. Furthermore, a few with peculiar predilections for sadism had already brought about the demise of hundreds within just over a month. Thus, the two fair-skinned and attractive individuals before them, possessing some combat prowess yet lacking supernatural abilities, were particularly sought after by this crowd. Their physical resilience made them less likely to perish, and their appealing visages undoubtedly uplifted spirits. They had devised a plan to coax these two back, intending to sell them to the wealthy in exchange for supplies. From the moment the apocalypse commenced, Currency had become nothing more than worthless paper. Presently, the only circulating commodities were resources and gold. With these two faces, they could easily fetch 200 pounds of rice. A group of 8, filled with scheming intentions, simultaneously repelled zombies with gunfire while engaging in conversation with Wen Qian and her companion. "Brother, are you out here with your girlfriend searching for supplies?" "This is my sister." Misunderstanding. "Greetings, I am Huang Zhuais from the West City base. What are your names?" "I am Zhang San and my sister is Li Si," replied Wen Rang, fabricating a story. Noticing the disbelief on their faces, he further explained, "Our family is impoverished. Our parents believed in the adage that a humble name is easier to sustain. Hence the name. My sister carries my mother's surname." The group exchanged skeptical glances, pondering the authenticity of such casual names. Huang Zhuai smiled coldly, realizing that they seemed disinclined to engage further. However, he had already resolved to capture them. Even if he could not sell the woman to others, keeping her for himself would suffice. His gaze lingered on Wen Qian, drawn to her allure. "You don't appear to be from a poor family," he remarked. After the apocalypse, it was rare to encounter individuals so clean and healthy. Their complexions and physical states indicated they had not suffered from hunger. When Rang skillfully severed the head of an approaching zombie, his firearm holstered at his back. He was reluctant to reveal his supernatural abilities in front of this group, thus resorting to wielding a broadsword like his sister. Yet, he was still unaccustomed to this weapon, nearly losing control and accidentally striking Huang Zhuai's instead. How can one assess wealth merely by appearance? Have you ever seen a wealthy individual with our strength? We have honed it from laborious work since childhood. Proximity to virtue or vice shapes character, and having heard too many tall tales from my sister, I can easily retort. Even our clothing and weapons were acquired from those we vanquished, when Rang added. Huang Zhiai's fell silent for a moment, finding the credibility of their tale slightly heightened. Wealthy individuals typically lived in comfort. Even in the apocalypse, they would have long secured protection and remained sheltered, indulging in luxury. How could they possibly venture out to scavenge for supplies? With a slight smile, Huang Zhuais coaxed, "In that case, why not accompany us? Our base offers food and drink, ensuring you will never go hungry, along with clothing and weapons." When Rang and his companion remained silent, and Huang Zhuais turned to Wen Qian, grinning, "Beauty, why so quiet? Are you perhaps a mute? Give a shout for your brother to hear." His words elicited hearty laughter from the men around him. However, their amusement was short-lived, interrupted by the relentless surge of approaching zombies. The scent of 10 or so living individuals excited the horde. Although Huang Zhuais and his companions were armed, they struggled to discern the zombies' vulnerabilities, relying solely on their weapons to fend them off, resorting to decapitation like Wen Rang and Wen Qian. Yet, the zombies in the vicinity had previously been scattered. What had caused them to converge here in a frenzy? As the number of zombies swelled, the expressions of Huang Zhuais and his companions darkened, perplexed by the turn of events. Wen Qian activated her skill to draw fire, luring the zombies toward them while she and Wen Rang adeptly used Huang Zhuais and his group as human shields. Observing their panicked demeanor, she couldn't help but smirk. What a twist of fate. Indeed, they were destined to cross paths. During a previous mission with Yi Xinghua and others to the fishing island, Wen Qian had been queried about her formidable prowess and whether she had ever served in the military.
How had she responded then?
She claimed her family was impoverished in her childhood, unable to afford food, let alone clothing, forcing her to wear her brother's hand-me-downs. Thus, she learned to fight after being bullied and ridiculed as a human-animal hybrid. Though her words were not entirely false. In her past life, when Rang's departure left her utterly unprotected, the base had orchestrated her brother's demise while intending to use her as a plaything, compelling her to flee. As a woman, she faced numerous challenges in the outside world. Therefore, she cut her hair and donned Wen Rang's clothes, masquerading as a man. Yet, her naturally feminine features and physique betrayed her, rendering her disguise laughable, regardless of how loose her attire. When the odious men discovered her, they encircled and harassed her, branding her as a human animal and demanding to inspect her body. It was during that encounter that Wen Qian took a life. The act of killing was merely a fleeting moment. From that point onward, she realized her own unsettling nature. Having never killed before, or even engaged in a fight, she had been shielded by her family, like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the slightest adversity. Yet, when all her family perished, she seemed to instinctively grasp the art of killing, rapidly becoming proficient. Wen Qian struggled to shake off her memories, observing Huang Zhuai's and his companions as they were pursued by the horde of zombies, frantically fleeing. A smile crept onto her lips. The voice of the system echoed in her mind, a reminder that, ever since she had slain Zhang Ziang, there were others with abilities nearby, urging her to remain vigilant. Wen Qian was acutely aware that Huang Zhuai's and his companions harbored murderous intentions towards her, intending to use her as a human shield to escape. Thus, the system permitted her to eliminate them and seize their powers. 2 of Huang Zhuai's men had already been dragged into the horde of zombies, while the rest bore injuries. As the number of zombies swelled, Huang Zhuai seized Wen Qian, thrusting her in front of him as he took cover behind her to fire his weapon. He was unprepared for the seemingly delicate and beautiful woman to swiftly disarm him. Before he could comprehend the turn of events, their positions had reversed, leaving him closest to the zombies. Meeting his bewildered gaze, Wen Qian parted her crimson lips and uttered a few words. The moment of the hunt had arrived. At this juncture, she fervently wished for either an ability user or a zombie to provoke her. As the 3-minute window for attracting fire came to an end, the zombies disregarded Wen Qian entirely. Huang Zhuai's watched in disbelief as the zombies passed by her as if she were invisible. With widened eyes, he angrily questioned, "Do you possess abilities? You thought you could rely solely on that knife?" Wen Qian found their thought processes perplexing, observing Huang Zhuai struggling to escape the nearby zombies. She kicked him back into the fray. Killing him would grant her an ability, but slaying zombies would yield crystal cores. Therefore, she preferred that he be bitten first. Maximizing her utility, Wen Qian saw that Wen Rang, witnessing her actions, no longer feigned ignorance. He discarded his knife into his spatial pocket, drew his gun, and aimed at a zombie's skull. The bullet pierced through, striking a critical point with a thunderous explosion, sending several nearby zombies' heads bursting apart. With a few shots fired, the scene erupted into chaos, as zombies either perished in the explosions or fled in terror. Fire abilities were not merely for arson. They could be combined with weaponry. As the bullets struck their targets, flames ignited, creating explosive reactions. Some zombies had begun to evolve consciousness, recognizing danger and fleeing more swiftly than rabbits. Wen Qian turned at the sound, witnessing a sea of blue flames, and shook her head. How brutal! Was her brother intending to incinerate the zombies entirely? Yet, one question lingered. Why was the fire blue? Wen Rang, surprised by the effect, wore a smug smile as he glanced at Wen Qian. Compliment me. Awesome. Wen Qian, her voice devoid of emotion, managed to praise, yet her expression revealed her delight. She then recaptured Huang Zhuai's, who was attempting to break through the encirclement, and tossed him back into the horde of zombies before striding towards Wen Rang. Brother, burn me a little. Wen Qian raised her arm, prompting a frown from Wen Rang. He was aware of her regenerative abilities, but it's fine. Just control your strength. I want to feel how this fire differs. Wen Qian's determination left him with no choice but to comply. Moments later, Wen Qian felt a tingling sensation. After extinguishing the flames on her arm, she looked up at her brother, sharing her discovery. There's electricity in the fire. Wen Rang possessed both fire and lightning abilities. Meanwhile, Huang Zhuai's, desperately battling zombies from a distance, caught a glimpse of the two conversing with casual ease, which only fueled his frustration. Both of them are ability users? Damn it! He cursed, realizing how unfortunate his circumstances were. Wen Qian, having confirmed her brother's powers, turned her gaze back to Huang Zhuai's. Seeing he was still alive, she raised an eyebrow. He was indeed competent, as one would expect from someone leading a team to collect crystal cores. She approached him, resolute that he could not return alive today. Huang Zhuai's claimed to be from the West City base, which Wen Qian was familiar with, a haven established by affluent individuals in the western district of Bin City. The area was dotted with opulent villas, their prices rivaling those in the affluent regions of Jingbei, all designed to maintain a clear class divide and avoid mingling with the less fortunate. These magnates were not merely wealthy, they were generationally affluent, living lives unimaginable to the average citizen. They donned clothing from luxury brands costing hundreds of thousands, purchased Hermes bags worth millions, and drove cars valued in the tens of millions. Residing in sprawling estates, they conducted business deals worth billions with mere utterances. These privileged individuals lived carefree lives before the apocalypse, and that lifestyle persisted even in the aftermath. They looked down upon environments like the Mo Han base and had no intention of engaging with them. Instead, they hired mercenaries to form their own base alliance. As Huang Zhuai's had mentioned, the West City base boasted an abundance of weaponry, and if possible, Wen Qian wished to avoid confrontation with them, given her base's limited resources. A couple of fighters from theirs could easily decimate her group. While Huang Zhuai's was unaware of her name or identity, locating her would not be a challenge. After all, many had recorded her exploits during the early days of the apocalypse, and it was likely someone had seen those videos. Moreover, not many wielded blades to dispatch zombies. And Zhang Ziang, that fool, had even publicly shared their community's address online, making it easy to pinpoint her. Wen Qian caught up to Huang Zhuai's frantic escape, reaching out to grab his collar, but he turned back, spouting a jet of water from his mouth. She had noticed earlier that he was a water ability user, using the water he expelled from his palm to fend off zombies. However, she had not anticipated that he could also spew water from his mouth. Wen Qian swiftly dodged, but the water struck her shoulder, creating a gaping hole the size of a baseball. Her arm hung limply, appearing on the verge of detachment. Yet, within mere seconds, it healed completely. Huang Zhuai's witnessed this spectacle, his feet faltering, causing him to trip. You're not human? He gasped, scrambling. Who are you calling not human? Wen Qian retorted, irritated. Huang Zhuai's was genuinely frightened. Previously, when he had seen Wen Qian effortlessly dealing with zombies, he had not felt such terror. Regardless of her claims, he was convinced she was no longer human. He had never encountered such a bizarre ability. She must be a zombie, a mutated zombie, a super zombie, a zombie leader. Trembling uncontrollably, he abandoned his previous vile thoughts, shouting like a distorted chicken as he fled, his cries irritating Wen Qian's ears. Had he always been this loud? In a moment of confusion, Wen Qian's memories blurred, she seized him again, thrusting him towards the zombies pursuing her. Aren't you eager to bite? Go ahead. If you can't bite him today, no one leaves. Huang Zhuai's, caught by the zombies, was too weak to run, yet he continued to scream. His voice strained until it faded into silence. His body collapsed to the ground, only to rise again half a minute later, contorting into a grotesque posture. His eyes glazed over, his body rapidly expanded, ultimately towering over 2 meters in height. After all, possessing supernatural abilities. Turning into a zombie elevates one's rank beyond that of an ordinary being. Yet, even in its transformed state, the essence of fear lingered within it, not entirely dissipated due to the brevity of time since its metamorphosis. Consequently, it turned and fled, with Wen Qian in hot pursuit.
Wen Rang.
Attending to the lesser zombies nearby, inadvertently glanced back and beheld his sister, resembling a grand villain, feeding humans to the zombies. When one such individual transformed into a zombie and scurried away, she chased after them, exclaiming, "Why are you running when you've come all this way?" If an unsuspecting bystander were to witness this scene, they would indeed be left speechless, unable to articulate the absurdity of it all. Chapter 84. This scoundrel aims to woo his sister. Having dealt with Huang Zhuai's, Wen Qian sought out her companions, counting heads as she collected the crystal cores they had previously gathered. Only once she confirmed that all foes were vanquished did she turn her attention to the remaining minor zombies. Unbeknownst to her, the corpses of the zombies she had dispatched had accumulated into a small mound. Standing atop this heap, she surveyed her surroundings. The remaining zombies, those with a sense of danger, had long since fled, keeping their distance. A slight frown creased Wen Qian's brow as she felt a pang of dissatisfaction. The zombies were evolving too rapidly. If they could run now, wouldn't they soon engage her in a game of hide and seek? As she pondered how to lure this group of zombies out, her satellite phone suddenly rang from her satchel. Though her family had never contacted her since she ventured out, fearing that the ringtone might attract zombies and endanger her, she carried it nonetheless to avoid any unexpected mishaps. The caller ID displayed an unknown number, rendering her unable to see the caller's identity. Hence, she answered without hesitation, only to hear Mo Han's voice. "Where are you now?" he inquired directly, catching Wen Qian off guard. The last time they spoke was over a week ago. She had intended to scold him, but he had no desire to listen, leading her to hang up. She hadn't anticipated he would reach out again. Considering her current location, approximately 60 to 70 kilometers from the Bincheng base. She felt justified in refusing him should he seek her out. Thus, she replied candidly, "I'm in the southern part of the city. Do you need something? Tell me your exact location. I'll come find you," he insisted. "Are you out of your mind?" Wen Qian thought, pulling the phone away from her ear. Her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. She contemplated whether claiming poor signal reception to end the call would provoke him to harbor resentment and find her home instead. After a brief deliberation, she concluded that he might indeed resort to such actions, so she returned the phone to her ear. "I have something going on at the moment, which makes it inconvenient. Please tell me what you need." 5 minutes prior, Yi Xinghua had received a distress signal from the Yunhai Road radio station, claiming that over 30 survivors were trapped in the Canhai building, besieged by zombies, and requesting rescue. Mo Han's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, mirroring his expression. Upon hearing his response, Wen Qian felt displeased. Yunhai Road was near her home, and she was familiar with the Canhai building, a mere 20-minute walk from her residence. "If you want to save them, then go ahead. Why seek me out? I am not affiliated with your base, so why should I work for free?" After the establishment of the Bincheng base, the first rescue operations had targeted that area. The Canhai building, an office structure, had been one she personally led a rescue team to. It was implausible that so many survivors could exist. Mo Han patiently explained, "Even if there were rescuers, the company's break room has snacks and drinks stocked, but over 30 people couldn't possibly last for so many days." Wen Qian's gaze flickered. "Are you certain the distress signal came from the Canhai building?" Yi Xinghua affirmed, "When we received the signal, the directional antenna was indeed pointed in that direction." "So, what are you implying?" Wen Qian's intuition was already nudging her towards a conclusion. She had encountered zombies capable of mimicking human voices in her previous life. "I suspect it might be a first or special grade zombie. I'm currently in the southern region as well. Tell me your specific location, and I will come to retrieve you so we can head to the Canhai building together." He was in the southern region too? What was his purpose for being there? Wen Qian questioned him further. "Why don't you just meet up with Yi Xinghua and the others? Not bringing them along," Mo Han replied succinctly, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration. "With them around, how can I give you the crystal cores?" Wen Qian pondered this, finding his reasoning somewhat plausible, yet feeling a nagging sense of unease. Despite the headache it brought her, the allure of the high-grade zombie crystal cores ultimately proved irresistible, and she divulged her location to him. Mo Han replied with a curt "wait for me," before hanging up. Wen Qian tossed her phone into her bag and called over her brother, who seemed engrossed in a rather exuberant barbecue, using flames to incinerate zombies. Mo Han said he is coming to find us. Coming here to find us?
Wen Rang echot, as Todeshit.
What could be so urgent? Wen Qian glanced at a nearby 3-story factory, tilting her head toward it. "Let us discuss this over there." The two ascended to the rooftop of the factory, perching on the edge as they gazed down. Wen Qian recounted the conversation from the phone to Wen Rang, who frowned deeply upon hearing it. The CEO of the Bincheng base personally undertook a mission, deliberately distancing himself from his subordinates, solely to procure high-grade zombie crystal cores for his sister? Given the significance of the cores, the demand from the Bincheng base would undoubtedly surpass their own. What gave Mo Han the audacity to open such a substantial backdoor? When Rang suddenly recalled something Gu Ran had mentioned that day, expressing his suspicion that Mo Han harbored feelings for Wen Qian. At that time, when Rang had dismissed it, doubting Gu Ran's judgment. Someone who could be so easily swayed by a woman like Zhang Duo, who clearly manipulated him as a backup, could hardly possess reliable discernment. Yet now, when Rang found a sliver of credibility in Gu Ran's words, glancing at his sister's oblivious expression, he silently swallowed this revelation, choosing not to voice it. Wen Qian then recalled her conversation with Mo Han regarding his mind-reading abilities and discreetly proposed to her brother, when he arrives, you must verbally berate him in your mind as crudely as possible.
Can you do that? Wen Rang replied.
Is there something I've done recently that has made you so eager for me to send myself to my doom? Mo Han had claimed that his previous assertion was a ruse. He could not hear their thoughts.
Oui.
When Rang seized on the key phrase, "What about you?" "And therein lies the issue," she confessed. "He claims that at crucial moments, he can hear only my thoughts." When Rang rolled his eyes in exasperation, his gaze nearly reaching the heavens. What sort of scoundrel's rhetoric is this? Truly, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Who would have thought that Emo Han, with his serious demeanor, is, at his core, a rogue? Gu Ran spoke the truth. This scoundrel is indeed attempting to woo his sister. Furthermore, to utter such repugnant words, he must have had prior experience. He is utterly shameless. When Rang was seething with indignation, while Wen Qian remained oblivious to her brother's musings, appearing as if ready to pounce. She rummaged through her space for a bag of sunflower seeds, and the two began to nonchalantly toss the shells down onto the zombies below as they munched away. When Emo Han arrived, he was met with this absurd sight. He parked his vehicle below, and as Wen Qian and her brother made their way down, he stood by the passenger door, already having opened it. When Rang, witnessing this gesture, let out a cold snicker, his eyes flashing with hostility. He strode over, unceremoniously plopping himself into the passenger seat, and simply uttered a thanks. Emo Han discerned the unusual demeanor of Wen Rang, his gaze shifting briefly before settling on Wen Qian as he inquired, "Has he ingested explosives?" In Chapter 85, the hellish apocalypse unfolds. Wen Qian was oblivious to whether her brother had indeed consumed explosives, yet she silently raised a thumb in approval of him. She assumed Wen Rang had acquiesced to her earlier suggestion, and at that moment, he was internally cursing Emo Han due to that wretched mind-reading trick. She took a seat further back, prepared to observe the unfolding drama. Emo Han exited the vehicle, opening the door to an empty silence, his frosty gaze sweeping over Wen Rang. Upon witnessing Emo Han's demeanor, Wen Rang would be lying if he claimed to be unperturbed. However, the thought of this individual using flowery words to deceive his sister instigated a competitive glare between them. He understood Emo Han's intention. He wanted his sister in the passenger seat. Yet, he resolved to thwart that desire, fastening his seatbelt with the determination that no one would pry him from that position today. Emo Han glanced back at Wen Qian sitting in the rear, closed the door, and returned to the driver's seat. As the vehicle roared to life, silence enveloped the car. Wen Qian crossed her arms, turning to observe the zombies outside. She had yet to witness Emo Han in action and was unaware of his supernatural abilities. To be honest, she felt a twinge of anticipation. Furthermore, there was that zombie capable of mimicking human voices, an ability that, in her previous life, would not have manifested until at least 7 or 8 years into the apocalypse. Yet now, it had been less than 2 months since the cataclysm began. Wen Qian marveled at the rapid evolution of zombies, sensing a peculiar notion that this apocalyptic game was hastening its progression. It seemed intent on exterminating humanity in the shortest timeframe possible, allowing zombies to assume the role of the planet's new inhabitants.
Wen Ram, Seatet beside Montag Han.
Anticipated that he would seize the opportunity to converse with his sister, yet throughout their journey, Emo Han remained resolutely silent. Turning to glance at Wen Qian, he found that she had grown nonchalant, closing her eyes to rest, entirely unperturbed by the prospect of encountering a special-grade zombie. Emo Han, while driving, could feel Wen Rang's vigilant gaze fixed upon him, and he surmised the reason behind it. As the vehicle sped along, it reached Yunhai Road. Only when the car came to a complete stop did Wen Qian slowly open her eyes, stifling a yawn as she exited. The vicinity was teeming with companies, filled with office workers, resulting in a higher concentration of zombies than in other areas. Wen Qian swiftly kicked a zombie that lunged at her before glancing up at the circling crows above. These crows had developed a taste for human flesh and blood. Yet this particular flock, after a brief aerial reconnaissance, abruptly turned and fled, shedding a few black feathers as they did so. Wen Qian cast a sidelong glance at Emo Han, suspecting he had caused their retreat, but he remained unfazed. Striding confidently towards the entrance of the building once he confirmed it was the Cowhigh building. The entrance stood wide open, and from a distance, Wen Qian found it strange. Outside, zombies roamed freely, yet not a single one was present within the building. Why did the zombies not enter, despite the door being ajar? With this question lingering in her mind, Wen Qian stepped into the building. The moment she crossed the threshold, a wave of icy air enveloped her. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely with temperatures exceeding 60 degrees, yet inside, it felt as if the temperature plummeted below zero. A thin layer of frost coated the walls, beneath which lay streaks of dried crimson blood, remnants from days past. The trio paused in the lobby on the first floor, scrutinizing the building's layout displayed near the entrance. After a quick glance, they committed the layout to memory and proceeded deeper inside. Unlike the sun-drenched exterior, the interior was shrouded in gloom. The corridors were eerily silent, the walls splattered with blood. It was as if they had stepped into a desolate school building at midnight. Apart from their footsteps, no other sounds pierced the heavy stillness, exuding an aura of deathly quietude. Anyone of sound mind would surely flee at the sight, yet Wen Qian and her companions pressed on, quickly disappearing around the corner of the hallway. After searching through all the offices on the first floor, they found no signs of life. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, Wen Qian's foot landed on the last step, and upon glimpsing the scene in the corridor, her eyes filled with disgust.
Wen Rang?
Trailing behind her, remained unaware of what had caught her attention until he heard her coldly mock. Which fool is showing off to their parents what new skills they learned in kindergarten? Curiosity piqued. He leaned forward and was met with the horrifying sight of the corridor filled with people encased in ice. They were human, not zombies, their expressions twisted in agony, as if they had been frozen alive out of sheer terror after being captured. Humans hunted zombies, and those zombies with sentience were now preying on humans. Wen Qian's concerns were not unfounded. This apocalyptic game had indeed escalated to a hellish level. Compared to this life, her previous experiences seemed almost like child's play. Upon entering the building, Wen Qian had suspected the presence of ice-type zombies. The frost on the walls was proof enough. Yet, she had underestimated the zombies' desire for self-destruction. The second floor yielded no additional findings apart from the frozen victims. When Rang sensed that these zombies differed from those he had previously encountered. Having never faced a special-grade zombie, he remained cautious, scanning the surroundings. Just as he prepared to caution Wen Qian to exercise vigilance, he turned to find the two of them striding confidently ahead, with Wen Qian aggressively kicking open closed doors. They did not resemble humans invading a zombie lair. They appeared instead as hellish emissaries bent on obliterating the zombie stronghold. After thoroughly searching the second floor, the trio ascended further. Mo Han led the way, but suddenly halted. Wen Qian looked up to see a zombie, resembling a spider, hanging upside down from the ceiling. Its ghostly white face and disheveled hair fixated on Mo Han as they came face to face. Such a sight would have caused anyone with a weaker constitution to faint on the spot. Yet, Mo Han merely frowned in annoyance, grasped the zombie's hair, and flung it to the ground. Wen Qian observed the scene with keen interest, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes. Given Mo Han's irritable demeanor, she almost began to wonder if this high-ranking officer had a fear of ghosts. Undoubtedly, they were a group of zombies that reveled in theatrics. Wen Qian quickened her pace, already devising a plan for how to deal with them. She intended to capture the ice-type zombie first, delaying its demise. In a low voice, she remarked, "On such a sweltering day, the folks at the base must be suffering terribly. Why not create an ice cellar and have the zombie work for us 24/7? Producing ice cubes? We won't stop until it's utterly exhausted." Her words dripped with malice, and as she turned to observe Wen Rang's impassive expression, she surmised he was silently mocking her. Embracing self-deprecation, she quipped, "Indeed, my surname is Zhou, and my given name is Skinning." In Chapter 86, Mo Han's loyalty. Never betray. The zombie that Mo Han had thrown to the ground, realizing it was no match for him, scrambled to its feet and fled. Wen Qian and Wen Rang watched the spectacle unfold, harboring mischievous thoughts about urging Mo Han to take action and reveal his abilities. The zombie fled with remarkable speed, darting to the opposite end of the corridor, seemingly on the verge of disappearing from sight. Wen Qian glanced at Mo Han, who remained rooted in place, seemingly reluctant to move. Why? Is that zombie so aesthetically pleasing that one hesitates to eliminate it? Does it possess such peculiarities? As Wen Qian pondered this, she noticed the zombie, which had sprinted several meters away, turn back. Its struggle was evident. It was not acting willingly. It made its way back to Mo Han who, with a casual motion akin to plucking a fruit from a vine, effortlessly severed its head. The crystal core fell from its brain, and Mo Han tossed it to Wen Qian before continuing onward. She caught the crystal core, exchanging a silent glance with Wen Rang. Both discerned a hint of confusion, unease, and astonishment on each other's faces. A possibility crossed Wen Qian's mind. Could he possibly possess the ability of mental control? Mo Han advanced a few steps, only to halt upon realizing Wen Qian had not followed. He turned to her and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be capturing your 24-hour automatic ice maker? Why have you stopped?" "I'm going," Who said I'm not going? Wen Qian muttered as she approached him, her reluctance to walk alongside him evident. She was direct in her disdain. Yet, Mo Han remained unfazed. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes when she reached his side. The corridor of the office building was not particularly spacious, but two individuals walking side by side posed no issue. Wen Qian looked around, as if perusing a shop, oblivious to the tension emanating from Mo Han. His arm, close to her, was taut with restraint. They were near enough that he could easily grasp her hand if he wished. Mo Han clenched his fist, pressing down on his knuckles. When Rang, trailing behind, observed this scene, unable to decipher Mo Han's thoughts, but sensing he was suppressing some emotion. What could it be?
Wen Ram wundert.
Was he displeased by Wen Qian's earlier remarks? That seemed unlikely. He was not the type to harbor grudges. Moreover, since their first encounter, Wen Qian had consistently treated him with a casual demeanor, only feigning formality when she needed something from him. Certainly, it was just the shock from the earlier zombie encounter. When Rang thought, if he had been startled in such a manner, he too would likely be irked. The third floor bore no signs of life aside from that one zombie, but upon reaching the fourth floor, the situation drastically changed. The corridor was filled with zombies standing at the ready. Upon spotting the newcomers, they lunged at them like wolves starved for a month, salivating at the sight of meat. Wen Qian cast a single glance before pulling her brother to the forefront. When Rang quickly grasped her intent, with so many zombies, not to incinerate them would be a travesty. Flames laced with lightning rendered the zombies numb, their twisted bodies still attempting to drag Wen Qian and her companions down with them. Observing their foolishness, Wen Qian scoffed. The trio sprang into action and soon cleared the entire floor. The crystal cores from the zombies killed by Wen Qian and Wen Rang automatically entered their space. But not so for Mo Han. After manually collecting a few, he lost patience and turned to Wen Qian, uttering a phrase that took her by complete surprise. Add me to the system. Wen Qian's heart raced, pounding in her chest. He not only knew of the space but also of the system. Instinctively, she took a couple steps back, her guard fully raised. She scrutinized Mo Han with piercing eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" "Literally," he replied. Mo Han was unperturbed by her reaction. In fact, his tone was so gentle it gave the impression he was soothing her. "Collecting these individually is far too time-consuming. I noticed you weren't picking them up. They can automatically be collected, correct? If two individuals possess such skills, they must belong to the same system. Therefore, add me to your system." When Rang, still reeling from shock, was oblivious to the implications, while Wen Qian began to grasp something significant. He knew, which meant he also possessed it. Mo Han inferred her thoughts and clarified, "No, I merely understand a bit." Wen Qian recalled her exceedingly biased system and hesitantly asked, "Are you certain you want to do this? My system is quite formidable. If you harbor any ill intentions, you could be obliterated." The system had stated that if it detected murderous intent from any member within the system towards her and loyalty fell below 80, automatic annihilation would ensue. Though Mo Han's demeanor remained amicable, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Both he and Wen Qian now had a base, and future conflicts over resources could lead to potential harm. If he were to wish her ill due to a dispute over interests, it would be his own demise. Wen Qian had always perceived Mo Han as an astute individual. If she were in his position, she would never contemplate such an action. Yet Mo Han hesitated not at all. His resolute stance incited an unexpected thrill within Wen Qian. Yes, thrill. The prospect of such combat prowess joining her system could only yield benefits. She hadn't forced him. He had chosen this willingly. So what was there to hesitate about? After a moment of silence, she nodded. "All right, but don't regret it." Once both parties consented, the system's prompt chimed.
Ding.
A new combat member has been added. Reward: space prosperity increased by 1,000, farm output increased by 100. Wen Qian was astonished when she joined the system. She had only received a prosperity increase of 20 and a yield increase of 20. Could this be based on one's combat effectiveness? Would Gu Ran be devastated upon discovering this? However, before Wen Qian could fully process her astonishment, the system's voice echoed once more. Unable to detect member information, the system appeared to encounter a bug, plunging into silence. Wen Qian turned to Mo Han, noticing he seemed irate. Then the system revived. Member information updated.
Name Montag Han.
Gender, male. Height, 187 centimeters, age unknown. Blood type, A. Occupation unknown. Loyalty, never betray. Wen Qian had seen many individuals' information, including those of base members. But it was her first encounter with the term unknown. She silently regarded Mo Han's age and occupation before her gaze settled on the phrase never betray. This denoted an elevation in loyalty beyond the standard 100, establishing a permanent commitment. Regardless of circumstances, he would always prioritize Wen Qian. The loyalty and goodwill of family she could comprehend and accept. But why Mo Han? Wen Qian reevaluated the man before her. He possessed an exceptionally handsome face, one that would stand out in any crowd, leaving an indelible impression. She racked her mind to recall if she had ever encountered him in her past life, arriving at the conclusion that she had not. Chapter 87. Wen Rang. Who wrote this foolish system? Wen Qian suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, intending to discuss the matter with him in due time. Yet, she held little hope. After all, one could not compel another to remember something they themselves had forgotten. Moreover, even if Mo Han did remember, he might not divulge it. If he truly wished to share, he would have done so at their first meeting, rather than resorting to the matter of the space as a shield. Wen Rang, unaware of the unfolding events, merely perceived his sister's discontent following her binding with Mo Han. Did this man harbor some issues? He edged closer to Wen Qian, subtly shielding half of her from view, and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a glitch in the system," Wen Rang remarked. "Who is the fool responsible for this? What if it causes problems later? I hope it doesn't harm his sister." Wen Qian remained silent, while Mo Han snickered derisively. He cast a meaningful glance at Wen Rang before turning to ascend the stairs. Feeling ridiculed, Wen Rang sensed the disdainful gaze of Mo Han upon him, interpreting it as a mere 2 words, "Fool." This displeased Wen Rang, leaving him feeling unjustly treated. What did Mo Han mean? Just because a program has a bug, all programmers should be condemned? With such an attitude, he dares to pursue his sister? Not on his watch.
Wen Rang internally cursed, yearning to confront Mo Han.
However, he had only encountered him a few times. They were neither strangers nor particularly familiar. Thus, he swallowed his displeasure and followed quietly behind. The upper floors were infested with a horde of zombies, much like the 4th floor. Yet, these zombies, lacking any supernatural abilities, were the easiest for Wen Qian and her companions to handle. They fought their way up, and the number of crystal cores in Wen Qian's space doubled. The elevated temperature within the building seemed to drop further, likely due to the special zombies sensing the rapid decline of its minions. Though Wen Qian and Wen Rang wore temperature-regulating suits, they could still feel the chill in the air. They glanced at Mo Han, who was clad only in a black combat suit. Would he freeze solid if this continued? If he became immobile, that would diminish their combat strength. Unbeknownst to them, Mo Han remained unfazed as he dispatched the zombies before him. Wen Rang observed from behind, realizing that with Mo Han present, he had little opportunity to intervene. After ascending several more floors, the zombies finally began to retreat in fear, scattering in all directions, making it increasingly rare to encounter those reckless enough to charge at them. This turn of events left Wen Qian discontented. The building stood nearly 40 stories tall. Surely, the zombies wouldn't force her to search each floor one by one? If the timid zombies refused to show themselves, even the lesser zombies were not available for slaughter? Wen Qian halted, declaring her intent to retreat. "I'm done searching. Let us go back." With that, she turned to descend. Wen Rang, reminded of the famous saying, "Since we're here, we might as well," contemplated persuading his sister to reconsider. However, just then, Mo Han swiftly followed her lead. Wen Rang scoffed, "Men." As Wen Qian descended, she remained alert to her surroundings. The zombies would not permit them to leave unscathed. After all, the distress signal from the power station was designed to lure them in. Therefore, it was only fair that they didn't allow the zombies to bait them without consequence. As anticipated, just 2 floors down, the corridor was suddenly sealed by a thick layer of ice, and the zombies that had been lurking in the shadows finally revealed themselves. Upon seeing it, Wen Qian let out a sigh of relief.
Why?
Because it still resembled a zombie, with tattered clothing and decaying flesh exposing its bones. Wen Qian scrutinized the zombie from head to toe, relieved that it hadn't evolved to resemble a human. Otherwise, she would have truly lost her composure today. The ice-type zombie had anticipated that after mentioning over 30 survivors, the base would dispatch a significant rescue team. Thus, it envisioned a feast of fresh flesh, avoiding the need to consume the frozen corpses it had stockpiled. However, to its dismay, only 3 individuals arrived. Nevertheless, these 3 possessed supernatural abilities, which was quite satisfactory. Humans with abilities were far more delectable than ordinary folk. The sense of fullness and satisfaction, coupled with the overwhelming strength coursing through them, was what every awakened zombie yearned for. The zombie gazed hungrily at the trio who had unwittingly delivered themselves, while they were busy discussing its appearance. "Look at that beer belly, it's clearly no spring chicken," Wen Qian remarked. Mo Han, observing the scant remnants of hair atop the zombie's head, noted that it had not been dead long enough to lose all its former traits. "A receding hairline, a programmer," he stated. "What did programmers ever do to you? Why the personal attack?"
Wen Ran retorted.
"I'm merely stating facts," Mo Han replied, casting a glance at Wen Rang's own hair, nearly inciting an explosion of anger from him. Yet, even more infuriated was the ice-type zombie. As one that had rapidly evolved to possess advanced cognition and ice abilities, it held a certain pride. Additionally, upon becoming a zombie, a primal instinct to look down on humans emerged. Humans were fragile, doomed to age, suffer, and die. In contrast, zombies could persist indefinitely, provided their vital points sustained less than 100 damage. Was this not the dream of countless individuals? When humans falter, zombies prevailed. Thus, upon achieving advanced awareness, all zombies became arrogant and disdainful of humanity. They viewed the apocalypse as their battlefield, believing themselves to be the new human race, destined to eradicate the weak and inferior remnants of the old world. At this moment, the ice-type zombie was incensed to see 3 inferior humans not only unafraid upon encountering it, but also engaging in idle chatter. It quickly succumbed to its anger, locking its gaze on Wen Qian and unleashing a blast of frigid air aimed at her. As it raised its hand to seize her throat, the next moment, another individual grasped its wrist. The zombie looked at the meddlesome man and smirked triumphantly. Mo Han glanced at his arm encased in ice, then shifted his gaze to the zombie's face. The amusement that once graced the zombie's lips froze in place, for no matter how fiercely it exerted its power, its ice could not penetrate even a fraction of the man's skin. In fact, the small portion of his arm that had been frozen was already returning to normal. How could this be? The zombie's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Han firmly gripped the zombie's wrist, rendering it unable to retreat even a single step. With bare hands, he snapped the zombie's arm and ripped it from its body. This series of brutal actions unfolded with Mo Han's expression remaining impassive, which was, frankly, more terrifying than the zombie itself. After losing an arm, the zombie could not regenerate it. Mo Han considered continuing his assault but suddenly paused, a look of irritation crossing his face. "You take over," he instructed, seizing the zombie by its collar and kicking it toward Wen Qian and Wen Rang. Surrounded by the 3, the zombie heard Mo Han's words. "My involvement would disrupt the balance of combat." Chapter 88. Zombie. "Why don't you take charge instead?" Wen Qian looked at Mo Han, her mind racing. Given that Mo Han possessed psychic abilities, if he desired, and if his powers were sufficiently formidable, he could swiftly eliminate a significant number of zombies. What was his reason for not doing so? Did he lack the will, or was his power inadequate? What did disrupting the balance of combat entail, and what consequences would arise from such disruption? Wen Qian swallowed her questions one by one, redirecting her gaze to the zombie with a playful tilt of her head. "Come on. Since the esteemed officer has decided to sit this one out, it's my turn." Her smile was sweet, yet she struck harder than any man. She yanked out the scant remaining hair from the zombie's head, drawing a wince from Wen Rang. Direct contact with the zombie would result in being frozen, so she kicked it towards Wen Rang, who ignited it with flames, causing the zombie to screech and flee in panic. Yet, it was no match for Wen Qian's speed. The path of escape is perpetually obstructed by Wen Qian, while behind her lurks a troublesome boy playing with fire. At the staircase stands a man clad in black, who, though he does not engage in violence, possesses an aura of intimidation that rivals that of the 2 others. All avenues of retreat are effectively sealed. The zombie, charred beyond recognition, lies beneath Wen Qian's foot as she inquires, "Where is the zombie that can speak human language?" The one lured here by the radio signal is certainly not this one. Zombies, it seems, revel in showcasing their prowess, much like the one that lured humans with its broadcasts or the one that displayed frozen human corpses in the corridor. They are ever eager to flaunt their most formidable features. Yet this particular zombie, aside from its incoherent howls, has never uttered a coherent sentence. Wen Qian plunges her knife into the zombie's body, pinning it to the ground. The creature writhes in struggle, but soon quiets under the threat of Wen Qian's firepower. The zombie manages to utter, "I just," and Wen Qian sneers, "You can't even speak coherently. What are you? Just a pile of filth." Angered, the zombie howls in frustration, wishing to rip her teeth and tongue out, rendering her mute. Observing its impotent fury, Wen Qian taunts, "Oh, you want to keep quiet? Fine. When I skewer you and roast you over a fire, you had better show some spirit. Don't die without a fight." Ice-type zombies, after all, are most vulnerable to fire and sunlight. Her words nearly stun the zombie into silence, for it realizes she is capable of such threats. Moreover, the fire-playing boy continues to hover before it, occasionally singeing its face and hands. This torment is indeed excruciating for the undead. After several moments of this torment, the zombie finally divulges that the speaking zombie had long departed after sending a distress signal to the base, leaving this one to guard its territory, awaiting the arrival of human takeout. Its answers align closely with Wen Qian's expectations. By all accounts, this speaking zombie must possess a greater intellect, fitting the standards of an elite zombie. However, Wen Qian suspects its combat prowess is lacking, otherwise, it would not resort to such evasive tactics. And it would certainly emerge to showcase its abilities. Perhaps it only possesses the skill to mimic voices. Yet it will undoubtedly send out another distress signal. And when Xinghua and the others venture out to rescue, they will find themselves in peril. This is not a matter of her underestimating them, but rather a matter of realism. Given Lin Yan and his companion's intellect, they are on par with Gu Ran. Their eyes brim with naive foolishness, easily swayed by mere flattery. Wen Qian entrusts the ice-type zombie to Mo Han and, accompanied by Wen Qian, changes floors to deal with the remaining foes. Although they attempt to flee, they cannot resist the allure of the distraction skill, ultimately returning to face them. Under the influence of this skill, Wen Qian becomes the most intoxicating poison to the zombies, who cannot withstand such temptation. However, upon their return, they find no opportunity to escape again. After cleansing the entire building of zombies, Wen Qian returns to the second floor. She surveys the humans who had been frozen to death in the corridor and instructs Wen Qian to melt the ice, disposing of the bodies downstairs and incinerating them. Mo Han drags the bound ice-type zombie out of the building, handing it over to Wen Qian. The zombie still has one intact arm, making ice production feasible. Wen Qian resolves to take it back for labor. If successful, lending it to Mo Han's base would pose no issue. The distance to Wen Qian's home is not far, and she can simply walk back. As Wen Qian takes the rope binding the zombie, she prepares to return home, but Mo Han glances towards her house and asks, "Aren't you going to invite me to the base for a visit?" Before she can respond, Wen Qian squeezes between them. The two bases have yet to formalize a friendly relationship, making it inconvenient. This excuse feels rather contrived, leaving Wen Qian somewhat embarrassed. She turns her gaze to the ground, exchanging glances with the zombie as she listens to her brother and Mo Han engage in awkward conversation. Mo Han remarks, "I thought my display of sincerity was sufficiently friendly." Wen Qian replies, "You see, that's just what you think." Mo Han raises an eyebrow and asks, "Then tell me, what more should I do?" Wen Qian shoots a sidelong glance at Wen Qian, quickly leaning closer to Mo Han, whispering, "Keep your distance from my sister. You scoundrel." He dares not speak such words openly in front of Wen Qian, as it is evident she is yet to entertain such notions. Wen Qian has previously stated that anyone seeking romance in the apocalypse is mad, a sentiment Wen Qian agrees with. However, from a male perspective, he cannot deny that Mo Han possesses an appealing countenance. If such a man were to linger around for a while, and if Wen Qian were to discover his true intentions, the situation could swiftly spiral out of control. Humans are peculiar creatures. There are things one does not wish to contemplate, and thus they remain inconsequential. Yet once one begins to ponder deeply, concern inevitably arises. Therefore, Wen Qian must ensure his sister does not catch wind of any romantic implications. With gritted teeth, he warns Mo Han, yet it proves ineffective. He sidesteps Wen Qian and strides toward Wen Qian, declaring, "I'll walk you home." "No need," Wen Qian exclaims as her brother pulls her hand and dashes off. "You should hurry back to your base, Commander Mo. Goodbye." They sprint away swiftly, faster than the pursuing zombies. Wen Qian drags the zombie, its face scraping against the ground as they flee. The trio's figures quickly vanish, while Mo Han leans against a car door, watching them, before bowing his head to light a cigarette. The myriad of zombies pass by him, seemingly oblivious, treating him as if he were mere air. After finishing his cigarette while gazing in the direction of Wen Qian's home, Mo Han departs in his vehicle. Upon returning to the base, Wen Qian startles those exercising in the yard. She quickly calls out to the fleeing individuals, "Stop. It's tied up. It can't move." The crowd, skeptical, glances at the fearsome zombie by her feet, only to hear Wen Qian add, "I specifically brought back this ice machine for you. If it misbehaves, burn it."
The zombie mutters, "Damn it."
"Perhaps this zombie should be yours to handle," it retorts. Chapter 89. The Awakening of Xiaobai. Wen Qian hands over the zombie to Wen Qian and Gu Rand while she ascends to deal with the crystal cores collected that day. As soon as the most intimidating figure departs, the zombie attempts to resist, only to be met with a punch from Gu Rand that flattens its face. Subsequently, Wen Qian unleashes a couple of fireballs, leaving the creature in excruciating agony. Finally, as Wen Chongning passes by, he douses the zombie with water, leaving it in a pitiful state. Initially, Wen Chongning believes a fire has broken out downstairs, only to realize his error after dousing the creature. He then pats his son on the shoulder and says, "Do it again." Having received a thorough education, Wen Qian observes the zombie's fear of sunlight. Finding it ineffective in the yard, she drags it down to the underground garage. The dim light of the garage significantly improves the zombie's condition, allowing for further education until it obediently begins to work. Meanwhile, upstairs, Wen Qian enters the space and tosses all the crystal cores into the processor, which can automatically categorize them. Given the current extraordinary circumstances, Wen Qian refrains from adhering to the timeline of her previous life. Following extreme heat and cold, a phenomenon of eternal night will ensue, during which the zombie's strength will surge. Wen Qian aims to enhance everyone's abilities to a level that surpasses the zombies before the onset of this polar night. In the meantime, she reviews the medicinal supplies in her space, and then seeks out Xiaobai. In recent days, Xiaobai had been sequestered within the confines of the space. For ever since consuming the flesh of that two-headed zombie, it had remained in an uneasy state of discomfort. Wen Qian had administered some crystal core potions, yet no improvement was observed. Fearing that it might suddenly mutate outdoors and pose a danger to others, she resolved to keep it here, where it could find some solace. After searching high and low within and around the dwelling, she found no trace of Xiaobai. Calling out its name yielded no response, compelling her to extend her search. Ultimately, she discovered it nestled among the trees, seemingly lost in a deep slumber. Even as Wen Qian approached, the usually vigilant creature did not awaken. A frown creased her brow, for she knew it must be feeling unwell. Compared to a few days prior, Xiaobai had doubled in size, now resembling a small lion. She took a few steps closer to the tree, intending to stroke its head. However, at the very moment she extended her hand, Xiaobai opened its eyes. A palpable aura of menace filled the air, and in an instant, Wen Qian was tackled to the ground. The creature bared its sharp claws and lunged toward her neck. But upon recognizing her visage, it abruptly halted, its demeanor shifting entirely. Wen Qian had never encountered an animal in such a state. It was difficult to articulate the nature of its reaction. Yet, from a human perspective, it resembled a flood of memories surging into the mind, overwhelming in its intensity, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xiaobai stared blankly at Wen Qian, utterly motionless. She met its gaze, noting that while it had once possessed heterochromic eyes, they had now both turned crimson. "Xiaobai?" she called hesitantly, and after a brief pause to ascertain that she was indeed its master, it began nuzzling her incessantly, vocalizing in a fervent, almost frantic manner. This exuberant and impatient display left Wen Qian quite bewildered. As she sat up, Xiaobai once again pounced on her, forcing her to shift against the tree trunk for support, where she affectionately stroked its head. "What's the matter? I come to see you every day. You've been ignoring me while you sleep, and now you scold me?" Wen Qian felt unjustly accused, yet Xiaobai remained undeterred, chattering away like a loquacious companion, prompting her curiosity about the nature of its complaints. The inability to comprehend its language left her feeling somewhat helpless, yet she patiently embraced it. After a considerable period of soothing, Xiaobai finally quieted, resting beside her. The two of them sat quietly beneath the tree, with Xiaobai occasionally glancing up at her.
which amused Wen Qian.
I want to run away. What are you looking at? Rising to her feet, she estimated that the crystal cores had been sufficiently processed, and she led Xiaobai back to the villa. Upon arriving, Xiaobai lingered momentarily in front of the villa, eventually circling the building before trailing after Wen Qian into the house. Wen Qian revealed the processed crystal core potions, noting that this time there were more level 4, 3, and 2 potions than before. The level 2 zombies likely referred to the one that had been face-to-face with Mo Han at the Haikai Tower, as well as Huang Zhuai's after his mutation, which had also been classified as level 2. After consuming 2 of the level 2 potions, she promptly received a system notification: Water Elemental Ability. A smile crept upon her face as a thought crossed her mind. Aside from the first instance on Fisher Island, when she absorbed the regenerative ability, the subsequent powers of teleportation and water manipulation had not come with any instructions or precautions. What did this imply? Could it be that her current physical strength allowed for unrestricted use of these abilities? Clenching her fists, she felt the newfound power coursing through her. She consumed a few more lower-level zombie crystal cores before bringing the remaining potions out of the space to distribute among her family. Li Mo had just returned from downstairs when she mentioned having conducted simple checkups on the children at the base. Before she could speak further, Wen Qian posed a question. The batch of medicine I brought back previously must not be sufficient, right? When she had visited Fu Yuan's pharmaceutical factory, she had brought back a supply of medications specifically for patients with heart disease and asthma. Due to the unique nature of their conditions, these patients required daily doses, resulting in a high consumption rate. Without needing Li Mo to elaborate, Wen Qian was acutely aware of the current situation. She had to prepare enough medicine for these children before the onset of eternal night. In truth, she could easily absolve herself of this responsibility, as these individuals had been cast aside by other base alliances, and providing them with a stable home and food was already a significant act of kindness. Even if the medicine ran out, no one would hold her accountable. However, sourcing medicine was not a daunting task for Wen Qian, and since these people were those she had voluntarily taken in, she felt no pressure from anyone. Therefore, the thought of rapidly converting this group into base members to enhance the prosperity of the base, only to abandon them immediately after, was something she could not bring herself to do. Should a future circumstance arise requiring her to choose between these individuals and her own family, she would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice them. But for now, the situation was not critical. While conversing with Li Mo, Fu Yuan was in the living room playing with Gu Wanwan. He turned to Wen Qian and inquired, "Sister, what medicine are you looking for?" Taken aback for a moment, she smiled and asked, "What medicine do you think you could help me find?" Fu Yuan dashed to her side, his delicate and fair face brimming with earnestness. "I remember all the medicines at home, and I've also accompanied my parents to foreign pharmaceutical factories to discuss collaborations." Wen Qian was taken aback. Who said that children from affluent families don't work hard? This one is already deep into the grind, at just 5 years old, familiarizing himself with products at factories and exploring international partnerships. Suddenly, Wen Qian, who had only ever relied on her family for living expenses, began to reflect on her own life choices.